Viral of a character ignoring two little girls. The park's response this morning.
No love at the U.S. Open for Novak Djokovic, why one of the biggest names in tennis can't compete. It's Thursday, July 21st. Early today starts right now. I'm glad to be with you. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. We begin with what could be the final primetime January 6th hearing. Tonight, lawmakers are expected to dissect former President Trump's actions during the riot. But according to a new report from the Washington Post, the panel may also show outtakes from an address Mr. Trump made on January 7th. People familiar with the committee's work tell the Post that advisors urged Trump to condemn the violence, and he struggled to do it, calling the rioters patriots and refusing to say the election was over. NBC's Chris Pallone joins us now from Washington, D.C. Chris, good morning. Committee aides have said tonight's hearing will mostly be about a specific 187-minute window of time.
Yeah, that's right, Philip. Aides say that the committee will give a minute-by-minute account of what was going on in the West Wing and what then-President Donald Trump was doing after he ended his speech on the ellipse until at 1:10 p.m. until he tweeted a video at 4:17 p.m. telling the rioters to go home. Aides say the committee will demonstrate that the former president not only wanted to join his supporters at the Capitol, but he continued expressing a desire to go there even after his security team told him it wasn't safe. The hearing will include live testimony from two former White House aides, Matthew Pottinger and Sarah Matthews. In taped testimony already played by the committee, both said they resigned over former President Trump's actions during the riot. This week, the committee received more than 10,000 pages of documents from the Secret Service, but only a single text message related to January 6th. A senior Secret Service official tells NBC News employees received two emails reminding them to preserve records on their phones before they were, quote, restored to factory settings as part of a planned reset. Lawmakers say the agency may have violated the Federal Records Act. Meanwhile, Attorney General Merrick Garland was asked by reporters about the Justice Department's investigation into efforts to overturn the election. Here's what he had to say.
This is the most wide-ranging investigation and the most important investigation that the Justice Department has ever entered into. No person is above the law in this country. Nothing stops us. Even a former president. I don't know how to, maybe I'll say that again. No person is above the law in this country. I can't say it any more clearly than that.
Now, the House committee can make criminal referrals to the Justice Department and federal prosecutors, but it is ultimately up to the Justice Department whether or not to pursue those charges. Philip.
All right, big day today in Washington. Chris, thank you. And NBC will have special coverage of tonight's hearing beginning at 8 p.m. Eastern.
A 2019 abortion law is now in effect in Georgia, banning most abortions. A federal appeals court overturned a lower court ruling allowing the ban to begin immediately. The law prohibits abortion once a detectable human heartbeat is present. This could happen as early as 6 weeks into a pregnancy before many women know they're pregnant. Meanwhile, the House is set to vote today to protect access to birth control. Democrats have expressed concern after Justice Clarence Thomas suggested that he wanted the Supreme Court to review the decisions on contraception and same-sex marriage after overturning Roe.
After signing bipartisan gun safety legislation in the wake of the Uvalde school shooting, President Biden is traveling to Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania today to champion the Safer Communities Act. The White House says Mr. Biden will speak about how to build on that law, hoping to further reduce gun violence. And the House Judiciary Committee has advanced the bill to ban assault weapons. This year's shootings in Buffalo, Uvalde, and Highland Park were all committed with AR-15 style rifles. Democrats have now renewed efforts to ban those weapons, but face stiff Republican opposition.
The Uvalde School District is calling a special meeting this weekend to decide whether to fire its police chief. During the Robb Elementary School massacre, Pete Arredondo led the law enforcement response, which has been heavily criticized. The closed session on Saturday will discuss the, quote, legal and procedural issues around terminating Arredondo's employment.
Ukraine's First Lady made an emotional plea to Congress for continued support amid Russia's onslaught. Olena Zelenska spoke to lawmakers in a Capitol Visitor Center auditorium, and she shared details on child victims of the war, saying, quote, Russia is destroying our people. The war has lasted for nearly 5 months, and Zelensky pleaded for more weapons. She specifically mentioned air defense systems to protect civilians from further Russian missile strikes.
Hundreds packed an Upper East Side church in New York City yesterday to say their final farewell to former President Trump's first wife, Ivana. She was laid to rest at St. Vincent Ferrer. Former President Trump, along with their 3 children, Donald Jr., Ivanka, and Eric, were all in attendance. Ivana died from blunt impact injuries last Thursday after a fall on the stairs at her Manhattan townhouse. She was 73 years old.
President Biden doubling down his efforts on climate change, speaking yesterday from a power plant in Massachusetts. Take a listen.
This is an emergency, and I will look at it that way. I said last week, and I'll say it again loud and clear. As president, I'll use my executive powers to combat the climate crisis in the absence of congressional action.
The president authorized more FEMA spending on climate-resilient infrastructure, expanded energy assistance for low-income families, and is looking into the possibility of wind farms in Mexico.
It could not come at a more critical time when millions of Americans are feeling the brunt of a scorching hot week. Our Sam Brock is in Dallas, where temperatures reached 108 degrees.
The blistering heat wave blanketing the U.S. continues to crank out record temperatures.
Terribly hot. I mean, I can't handle it.
2 out of every 3 Americans experiencing heat above 90 degrees. Some cities setting new daily highs. Dallas at 109, Albuquerque at 102, and Wichita Falls, Texas, a whopping 115. While Americans try anything to weather the onslaught, unrelenting heat in Texas is testing the state's energy consumption, which is expected to swell to levels never seen before, using equipment that in some cases dates back half a century.
These are not designed to run full out year round. Everybody built these for August and September. Everyone in Texas knows that's when it gets really hot.
The record usage here, even more stark when stacked up to other large states. Texas at 80,000 megawatts, at least doubling New York's projected summer peak and California's current usage. Power generation is keeping up right now with near record temperatures. Right now there's about 4 or 5% extra capacity, but just last week the available levels dipped low enough, Texans were asked to conserve. ERCOT, the air traffic controller for the state's power flow, says that strategy worked.
I am always worried that the system can be overtaxed. That's why I prepared. So on both Monday and Wednesday of last week, the conservation efforts of every Texan prevented us from going into emergency.
Texans are counting on that help and reliability, but still struggling to keep up with costs. 83-year-old Eva Kupar in Houston has seen her energy bill spike up nearly 200%.
Well, I run fans. We don't even run the AC because it's just too expensive.
Nationally, household electric bills are expected to jump about 20% to an average of $540 for the summer as the country confronts an outdated system. Is this a Texas problem or is it a national problem?
Our grid problem is a national problem, not just Texas and California. Texas and California have gotten there first.
Families hoping that it's addressed soon with so much on the line.
And our thanks to Sam for that report.
Okay, let's see how much longer we're going to have to endure this. Joining us is meteorologist Michelle Grossman, who is tracking all of that heat for us. Hope you got some good news, Michelle.
Oh, I wish I did, but this is just going on, and really there's no relief in sight. This is going to continue into early next week, so those fans, those air conditioners are going to be continuing to go at full speed, and we're looking at 82 million people impacted today. From the west into the plains, parts of the northeast, we're looking at temperatures into the 90s. You factor in the humidity. That's a big part of it. So yeah, we have really hot temperatures, but we have high humidity as well, especially in the east into the plains, also the southeast. You put those two together, and that's why it feels so much worse. So higher humidity, higher index, worse it feels outside. That's where it feels really sticky. So today, Nashville will feel like 100 degrees. It's going to feel like 107 in Little Rock, feeling like 109 in Baton Rouge. That's a big look at the weather story. Let's take a closer look to, I don't even know what to say. Let's take a look. I forgot. All right, we're looking at temperatures so hot in the southern plains. We're looking at 101 in San Angelo, 102 in San Antonio, the northeast so hot too. We're looking at temperatures in the 90s, feeling more like 100 degrees, 98 in DC, 98 in Richmond. All right, guys, I'll remember what to say. But we are looking at some storms later on this afternoon, especially New England and the Southeast. We'll take a look coming up.
I don't blame you. Your brain is overheating with all this coverage and having to deal with it. I got you.
It has all of us disoriented.
All right, now time to fast forward into your Thursday. Comic-Con is back and kicks off today in San Diego after a 2-year hiatus. The event returns from now until the 24th.
Today's your chance to grab a ticket worth $630 million. Nobody won the $555 million prize. So now it's over $600 million. It's the 5th largest in lottery history. The drawing's tomorrow at 11 p.m. Eastern.
And Ye is bringing the Gap Yeezy collaboration to Times Square. It's going to be available this morning to purchase in person.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction. Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Leading the news, a federal grand jury has indicted 2 men in the fatal tractor-trailer incident that happened last month. That's where dozens of migrants were found dead in an abandoned big rig in San Antonio. 46-year-old Homero Zamorano Jr. and 28-year-old Christian Martinez are now facing multiple charges related to the incident. Both men remain in custody without bond pending a trial. If convicted, they could face life in prison or the death penalty.
Former attorney Alec Murdaugh, appearing in a South Carolina court, pled not guilty to murdering his wife and adult son. Both were shot and killed in June of last year. Murdaugh says he found them dead on his property. Sources close to the investigation say authorities have cell phone video that puts Murdaugh on the scene. Murdaugh already faces 81 other charges for financial crimes and drug distribution. He was disbarred by the state Supreme Court last week.
A mid-air scare for some passengers aboard an American Airlines flight. Officials say the plane, which was flying from Tampa to Nashville, had to divert for an emergency landing in Birmingham, Alabama, after it experienced major turbulence mid-flight. According to the airline, 56 people were on the plane. 8 people had to be hospitalized for minor injuries, including 2 flight attendants and 6 passengers.
Next on Early Today, Sesame Place at the center of new controversy. The viral video sparking accusations of racism this morning.
And another summer scare. Beachgoers in New York get up close and personal with a shark along the shore.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it.
Coming up on the Today Show, is that 5-star rating too good to be true? Our NBC News investigation into fake online reviews for doctors and dentists.
There is growing outrage with Sesame Place after that viral video showed characters in the park seemingly ignoring black children. Our Stephen Romo spoke to one of the families.
Sesame Place under fire for viral videos showing multiple characters apparently ignoring black children in the theme park. One mother speaking out after she says her daughter and niece were snubbed because of the color of their skin.
I was sad, I was pissed, and immediately just go into defense mode because the first thing as a parent is you want to defend your child and you want to protect their innocence.
She says the character engaged with white visitors before and after this moment that has taken off across social media. The girl's family and their attorney gathered outside of the Sesame Workshop in New York City, demanding accountability from the amusement park run by SeaWorld.
For little children, they should not have to experience such hurt and embarrassment from a character who's supposed to bring joy. Or who knows what trigger points this might have for them for the future.
Sesame Place originally issued a statement in response to the video saying that the performer portraying the Rosita character has confirmed that the no hand gesture seen several times in this video was not directed to any specific person. Rather, it was a response to multiple requests from someone in the crowd who asked Rosita to hold their child for a photo, which is not permitted. The Rosita performer did not intentionally ignore the girls and is devastated by the misunderstanding. One activist called the statement a slap in the face. After more backlash, the park released a news statement apologizing and adding, quote, "We know that it's not okay. We are taking actions to do better. We are committed to making this right. We will conduct training for our employees so they better understand, recognize, and deliver an inclusive, equitable, and entertaining experience to our guests."
Why do you need bias training if the acts were not intentional?
The Rosita costume is also seen in this video walking past a little girl with outstretched arms. The person who posted it saying, quote, "Now, I'm not saying Rosita is racist, but whoever is under this/those masks sure is curving a bunch of brown kids." Also calling to, quote, "investigate this pattern. We don't know what happened before or after this video was taken."
We've come to learn that what took place Saturday is not an anomaly. I know our black girls are magic, but I didn't know that they were invisible.
A number of other videos have been circulating online, including this one, which appears to show Bert softly slapping a 10-year-old black girl in the face. NBC Philadelphia reporting the girl's family says Sesame Place took a report and pledged an investigation would be completed, but they never heard back. We asked Sesame Place about this incident and the investigation, but have also not heard back.
And thanks to Stephen Romo for that report.
Coming up, how Brittany Griner was honored at last night's ESPY Awards.
And a hands-on shark encounter for some New York beachgoers. We'll show you more of this video coming up next.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. Hi, Blair, you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
As the oppressive heat continues, an increasing number of sharks have been spotted along New York beaches. This one even reeled in by fishermen at Robert Moses State Park on Long Island. According to the person who filmed this video, the fisherman freed the shark from its hook, and you're watching beachgoers helping to release the shark back into the ocean. But there was one woman who did not want to let it go without a quick pet.
You can understand why so many people are hitting the beaches despite the shark threat out there because of how brutally hot it is. Let's turn now to NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, it is hot. It's humid. We're going to see temperatures into the 90s, 100s once again. And that heat and humidity is going to spark some storms later on today. We're already seeing some storms earlier this morning in Kentucky and Tennessee, parts of West Virginia. Lots of lightning, seeing that heavy rain as well. We're going to see that as we head throughout the afternoon hours. New England down to the southeast, we're looking at 26 million people at risk for winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail and also the chance of a tornado. We'll be right back.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now. The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Harry Styles!
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
I think about pride. I think about the 4 Ds. Desire, dedication, determination, discipline of body and mind. The ability to have that drive and a desire at that crucial moment when you have to perform like you did.
Passion was the name of the game at the ESPY Awards. Dick Vitale delivering a heartwarming speech while accepting the Jimmy V Award for perseverance. Great to see him out there, out and about. Host Steph Curry joined WNBA players Nneka Ogwumike and Skylar Diggins-Smith in a push to get Brittany Griner back home.
We've kept her in our thoughts and in our hearts, even though we know that ain't nearly enough to bring her home, y'all.
The group urged the global sports community to keep saying Griner's name and to continue pushing for her release.
Tennis legend Novak Djokovic will not be allowed to play in this year's U.S. Open. The 35-year-old, who is not vaccinated, won't be allowed to enter the country due to his vaccination status. The U.S. Open doesn't have a mandate for players, but said it will respect the U.S. government's position on travel for unvaccinated non-U.S. citizens.
1 soldier was killed and 9 others hurt after lightning struck their Army base at Fort Gordon Army Base in Georgia. While the fallen soldier's identity and the conditions of the other soldiers have not been released, a spokesperson from the base said in a statement it happened shortly after 11 a.m. on Wednesday morning during a field training exercise.
The Justice Department has announced charges against 36 people who they say were part of a $1.2 billion health care fraud scheme. The alleged schemes involved fraudulent billing schemes tied to telemedicine, genetic and cardiovascular testing and equipment. The investigation targeted illegal kickbacks and bribes by laboratory owners and operators who worked with fraudulent companies. In a statement, the DOJ said it is committed to prosecuting people who abuse our healthcare system.
A piece of American space history could sell for hundreds of thousands and beyond. Buzz Aldrin's jacket from the Apollo 11 mission is up for auction at Sotheby's as part of a collection of Apollo 11 artifacts from the astronauts' collection. Bidding starts at $700,000, but Sotheby's estimates the jacket will fetch as much as $2 million. That auction begins next Tuesday.
Makes sense. Talking about game worn. A New York City police officer made sure that justice was served, but not without the help of his trusty horse. Captured on body cam footage, the officer pursues the suspect while on horseback, galloping into oncoming traffic. The 34-year-old is accused of stealing sunglasses and threatening a vendor in Times Square. He's quickly arrested on robbery and weapons possession charges right in the middle of Manhattan. Thanks for watching early today. We'll see you tomorrow.
Sweltering heat sweeps the nation. Over 100 million Americans facing temperatures above 90 degrees. What could be the hottest summer ever for many, underscoring President Biden's new climate initiatives.
The stage is set for a primetime showdown. Who's set to testify in tonight's bombshell January 6th hearing focused on what former President Trump did as rioters descended onto the Capitol.
Back on the wrong side of the courtroom, disbarred South Carolina attorney Alec Murdaugh pleads not guilty to murdering his wife and son.
Home for sale, but who's buying? Why the red-hot housing market is finally cooling off.
And winter is coming. Back to the small screen. We head back to Westeros for a new look at the Game of Thrones spinoff, House of the Dragon. It's Thursday, July 21st. Early today starts right now. Good morning to you. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. The country continues to swelter with millions of Americans at the mercy of this unbearable heat. In Maricopa County, Arizona, 17 people have died from heat-associated deaths, hitting a half-year record, a majority of them homeless. And while it certainly may feel like the hottest summer ever, the heat wave of 1936 was actually the hottest on record in the country. An estimated 5,000 people died as temperatures hit 121 degrees in North Dakota. According to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Organization, so far this year, there have been 92 instances of record high temperatures.
With so many fighting the heat, President Biden doubled down his efforts on climate change.
This is an emergency, and I will look at it that way. I said last week, and I'll say it again loud and clear. As president, I'll use my executive powers to combat the climate crisis in the absence of congressional action.
The president authorized more FEMA spending on climate-resilient infrastructure, expanding energy assistance for low-income families, and is looking into the possibility of wind farms in Mexico. Let's turn now to NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman, who is tracking these extreme temperatures for us. Hi, Michelle.
Hi there. Yeah, we are looking at extreme temperatures. They're intense, record-breaking, dangerous, and even deadly. And we're going to see temperatures once again rising into the 90s, also the 100s. So 82 million people impacted by a heat alert today. That's through the west, the plains, into portions of the northeast. The northeast, you're going to feel like over 100 degrees in many spots. And we're going to see a stretch of that through the weekend. So highs today in that 100s, 90s, even 80s in the northern tier of the nation, getting a little bit of a break there. But we're expecting 216 million highs above 90 degrees, and we're expecting 32 million highs above 100 degrees. So widespread 100s once again. It's also the humidity. Once you put those two together, we're going to see heat indices near 115 in spots. We'll show you that in just a few minutes.
All right, we'll talk to you in just a bit. Michelle, thanks. Tonight's primetime hearing, it could be the January 6th committee's dramatic finale. According to a new report from the Washington Post, the panel may show outtakes from an address Mr. Trump made the day after the attack on the Capitol. Individuals familiar with the committee's work tell the Post that advisors urged Trump to condemn the violence, and he struggled to do it, calling the rioters patriots and refusing to say the election was over. NBC's Chris Pallone joins us now from D.C. Chris, good morning. Committee aides have said that tonight's hearing will mostly be about a very specific 187-minute window of time.
Yeah, Philip, good morning. Aides say that the panel will give a minute-by-minute account of exactly what was going on inside the West Wing and what former President Donald Trump was doing from the moment he concluded his speech on the ellipse at 1:10 p.m. until he tweeted a video at 4:17 p.m. telling the rioters to go home. Aides say the committee will demonstrate that the former president not only wanted to join his supporters at the Capitol, but he continued expressing a desire to go there even after his security team told him it wasn't safe. The hearing will include live testimony from two former White House aides, Matthew Pottinger and Sarah Matthews. In tape testimony already played by the committee, both said they resigned over Trump's actions during the riot. This week, the committee received more than 10,000 pages of documents from the Secret Service, but only a single text message related to January 6th. A senior Secret Service official tells NBC News that employees received 2 emails reminding them to preserve records on their phones before they were, quote, restored to factory settings as part of a planned reset. Lawmakers say the agency may have violated the Federal Records Act. Meanwhile, Attorney General Merrick Garland was asked by reporters about the Justice Department's investigation into efforts to overturn the election. Here's what he had to say.
This is the most wide-ranging investigation and the most important investigation that the Justice Department has ever entered into. No person is above the law in this country. Nothing stops us. Even a former president. I don't know how to, maybe I'll say that again. No person is above the law in this country. I can't say it any more clearly than that.
The House committee can make criminal referrals to federal prosecutors for any potential crimes, but ultimately it's up to the Justice Department to decide whether to pursue charges. Philip?
And the timing of that, we're going to be just as important. All right, Chris, thank you. NBC will have special coverage of tonight's hearing beginning at 8 p.m. Eastern.
Federal prosecutors have rested their case in Steve Bannon's contempt of Congress trial after calling just 2 witnesses. A senior staffer on the January 6th House committee testified that raising claims of executive privilege was not a valid reason for refusing to comply with a congressional subpoena. An FBI special agent also took the stand testifying on Bannon's social media posts that linked articles talking about the subpoena. The implication from prosecutors was that the former President Trump advisor was blowing off the committee. The defense will present its case today.
A 2019 abortion law is now in effect in Georgia, banning most abortions. A federal appeals court overturned a lower court ruling allowing the ban to begin immediately. The law prohibits abortion once a detectable human heartbeat is present, and that could happen as early as 6 weeks into a pregnancy, before many women even know that they're pregnant. Exceptions for rape and incest are allowed as long as a police report is filed, and also if the mother's life is in danger or the fetus is not viable.
After signing bipartisan gun safety legislation in the wake of the Uvalde school shooting, President Biden is traveling to Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania today to champion the Safer Communities Act. The White House says Mr. Biden will speak about how to build on the law, hoping to further reduce gun violence. And the House Judiciary Committee has advanced a bill to ban assault weapons. This year's shooting in Buffalo, Uvalde, and Highland Park were all committed with AR-15 style rifles. Democrats have now renewed efforts to ban those weapons, but face stiff Republican opposition.
The Uvalde School District is calling a special meeting this weekend to decide whether to fire its police chief. During the Robb Elementary School massacre, Pete Arredondo led the law enforcement response, which has been heavily criticized. The closed session on Saturday will discuss the, quote, legal and procedural issues around terminating Arredondo's employment. In South Carolina, former attorney Alec Murdaugh appeared in court, pleading not guilty to murdering his wife and adult son. The deadly shooting is just one of the latest of dozens of crimes that Murdaugh is accused of. Our Vaughn Hilliard has the story.
Disbarred attorney Alec Murdaugh, again on the wrong side of the courtroom.
Are you guilty or not guilty of the felonies wherein you stand indicted?
Not guilty. This time battling his most serious accusation to date, charges of murdering his wife and one of his sons. The indictments allege he used 2 different weapons on 52-year-old Maggie Murdaugh and 22-year-old Paul Murdaugh, a rifle and a shotgun respectively. The shootings happened June 7, 2021. Murdaugh calling 911 that day, saying he found them dead at the family's hunting property.
My wife and my son.
Are they in a vehicle?
No, ma'am. They're on the ground out at my kennel.
Murdaugh facing these charges now more than a year after the killings. 2 sources close to the investigation tell NBC News authorities have cell phone video they believe puts Murdaugh at the scene of the slayings shortly before they took place, and also contradicts a previous timeline of events.
The evidence in this case is substantial, and it all points back to Alec Murdaugh. There's forensic evidence as well as other evidence of his guilt of these murders.
Murdaugh's attorney made additional motions that no facts in the state's evidence be shared in court during the hearing. Both sides requesting a gag order to keep following motions sealed, citing the media attention the case has received.
We think continues to run the risk of polluting the jury pool.
Prosecutors say Murdaugh's web of alleged crimes extends to drug trafficking, money laundering, criminal conspiracy, and narcotics and more, that they allege point to Murdaugh's motive to murder.
All the 81 allegations of white-collar fraud and other crimes, drugs and the like that's been gathered against Mr. Murdaugh over the course of that long investigation. A lot of that provides the background and the motive for what happened on June 7th, 2021.
Murdaugh's attorneys have previously admitted some wrongdoing.
Look, he's reconciled to the fact he's going to prison.
But have strongly denied he had a role in his family's deaths.
When the police show up and they find a dead wife and a dead son and the husband finds them, you know, most times it's going to turn out to be that the husband was involved. And that, unfortunately, is the assumption SLED made that night. And a number of missteps since then in investigating the case because they keep trying to pound that square peg into the round hole.
Murdaugh's lawyer contending that Murdaugh had no motive for their killings and saying Murdaugh thinks the killer is still at large, but Murdaugh was denied bond. It's just the latest development in a slew of alleged criminal behavior and mysterious deaths surrounding his family. A hit and run, a fatal boating accident, a dead housekeeper, whose family says they initially did not get a settlement payout, and Murdaugh himself alleged to have been shot during a foiled hitman for hire plot, now heading into a murder trial.
Our thanks to Vaughn for that report.
Lightning struck a young landscaper in Florida on Tuesday, and one Good Samaritan described their effort to save the victim.
Told them to call 911, tell them no pulse, no breathing, commencing with CPR, and did not stop until the fire department relieved me.
The maintenance worker had been cutting grass in New Smyrna Beach when lightning struck. He ended up beneath a burning palm tree after taking a direct hit and was critically injured. That passerby walked out and found him when he was there out for a walk and administered CPR until rescue crews arrived. All right, Michelle is back with a closer look at your forecast and just this brutal extreme heat for so many of us.
I know, and it just keeps going on and on and on, and that's the really hard part. So we're going to continue to see these temperatures into the 90s, the 100s. We're looking at high humidity as well. That's making it feel even worse. So today, 99 in Little Rock, it's going to feel like 107. It'll feel like 109 in Baton Rouge. It's going to feel like 103 in D.C. with an air temperature of 97. Tomorrow, still so hot in so many places, triple digits across the plains. 102 in Memphis. It's going to feel like 106. And then as we head towards the northeast, we're looking at it feeling like 101 in Norfolk. That will continue into the weekend. We're looking at temperatures in the 90s in New York. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we're looking at sizzling temperatures once again in the south. You factor in that humidity, it's going to feel very sticky once again. And we're hot in the northeast. We're looking at temperatures in the 90s. Could see some storms, even some strong to severe storms in parts of New England, 78 in Portland. All right, guys, that heat, the humidity is going to spark the chance for some strong storms. Could even see a tornado. We'll talk more about that coming up.
Wow, it's just unbelievable day after day. Okay, thanks, Michelle. Still to come, highlights from the ESPY Awards, including the Best NBA Player of the Year.
And the superstar athletes making an emotional plea to bring Brittany Griner home from Russia.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
I think about pride. I think about the 4 Ds. Desire, dedication, determination, discipline of body and mind, the ability to have that drive and a desire at that crucial moment when you have to perform like you did.
The always passionate Dick Vitale at the ESPY Awards. The legendary basketball announcer who recently battled cancer delivered a heartwarming speech while accepting the Jimmy V Award for perseverance. Host Steph Curry joined WNBA players Nneka Ogwumike and Skylar Diggins-Smith in a moving push to bring Brittany Griner home.
We've kept her in our thoughts and in our hearts, even though we know that ain't nearly enough to bring her home, y'all.
The group urged the global sports community to keep saying Griner's name and pushing for her release. And even though he hosted the show, Steph Curry still walked away with 2 ESPYs for Best NBA Player and Best Record-Breaking Performance.
Tennis legend Novak Djokovic will not be allowed to play in this year's U.S. Open. The 35-year-old, who is not vaccinated, won't be allowed to enter the country due to his vaccination status. The U.S. Open doesn't have a vaccination mandate for players, but it said it will respect the U.S. government's position regarding travel into the country for unvaccinated non-U.S. citizens.
And still to come on Early Today's Staying Put at Home Sweet Home, why the housing market is finally cooling.
And step into the House of the Dragons, our first look at the new Game of Thrones spinoff.
NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Do you think the Crown will ever accept me as their queen?
A woman would not inherit the Iron Throne, because that is the order of things.
When I'm queen, I will create a new order.
Your family has dragons.
HBO is taking us back to Westeros with a fiery sneak peek into the House of the Dragon. The Game of Thrones prequel follows the rule of House Targaryen 200 years before the events of the original. The battle for the Iron Throne begins August 21st.
All right, so this red-hot housing market, it's finally cooling down. A dip in demand, a major about-face from all those recent real estate bidding wars. But is it enough to give buyers a second chance at homes they can actually afford? Emily Ikeda has the story.
Inflation and higher interest rates are hammering home buyers, slamming the brakes on sales.
The whole process is pretty discouraging.
Teacher Rachel Payne and her fiance pressing pause on their house hunt in Northern Virginia.
I never thought in a million years I would be offering over $1 million, on a house, let alone that not even being enough.
Payne is far from alone in her frustration as new data reveal draining demand, reversing the red-hot housing market. Homes are increasingly selling at a slower pace, down 21% since January, and mortgage applications just hit their lowest point since 2000.
The prior 2 years, surprisingly, housing market was extraordinary, huge number of buyers, which pushed up the prices. Now, the affordability is becoming a major challenge for new sets of buyers.
Home builders' confidence in the market is also nosediving.
The builders are seeing buyers drop out.
But even as more house hunters call it quits, the median home price saw another high last month at $416,000.
Are you seeing the demand change? It feels like no demand some days.
Realtor Shauna Pendleton says sellers are slow to accepting the new reality of the housing market.
It's very, very hard to accept the changes, especially if you've bought in the last 2.5 years and you went through that experience as a buyer to now have the completely opposite happen as a seller.
With thinning competition, buyers who lost out on bidding may get a second chance at homes that have been lingering on the market more recently. That is, if they can swallow the mortgage rates, which have nearly doubled since last year. Back to you.
Okay, Emily, thank you.
We've got severe storms on the radar. Michelle has our forecast next.
And still ahead, inside the federal crackdown to get rid of those spam text messages.
Hate those.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Welcome back on this Thursday. We are tracking some strong to severe storms today from New England all the way down to the southeast. 26 million people at risk. We could see some really heavy rain. Also winds gusting over 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail, even the chance of a tornado. Where you see the yellow, that is the likeliest spot. So we could see anywhere from 2 to 3 inches of rain. We'll be right back.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Okay, clearly we all detest robocalls, and now robo-texts have become the new nuisance. These spam texts are now the center of a new watchdog report that's calling for strict enforcement from the FCC. NBC's Vicki Wen has how to protect yourself from these scammers.
With the fall of robocalls comes the rise of spam text messages. A new consumer watchdog report is calling for a federal crackdown, writing the FCC needs to pass proposed rules to combat robotext, requiring phone companies to block obviously illegal text messages.
Robotexts have really exploded. It's an easy way to get into consumers' cell phones because the data is all out there and very much available to scammers.
The soaring volume of these nuisance texts is staggering. According to data pulled from the spam blocking app RoboKiller, more than 12 billion spam text messages were sent just last month. Over 87 billion spam texts were reported in 2021, a near 60% increase from 2020.
A huge problem that all of our data is subject to being sold to data brokers, and they have no conscience, and they will sell it to any scoundrel or scam artist out there.
These text messages from telemarketers to suspicious numbers becoming the new junk mail, but they seem much more invasive and incredibly annoying. Bailey Miller says she receives up to 10 spam texts a week.
It could be, hey, we want to buy your house. We see it's on the market. And I'm like, my house definitely is not on the market. So that's a spam text. Delete.
As spam text messages skyrocket, scammers have a new highway to steal personal information, something Bailey says she almost fell for when she clicked on a text link that said she was overdue on a $150 electric bill.
It took me to what was a website that was believable. I went to enter my information and I was like, I should probably check with my mom and just to verify, everything's good to go. And she was like, no, I have a receipt where I paid it. Luckily, I didn't enter any information or hit submit because that could have definitely went wrong.
So what can you do to protect yourself? Be mindful of the number sending the message. Scam texts typically come from a number 10 digits or longer. Don't respond. Even writing stop can allow your data to be at risk. Keep an eye out for any misspelled words used to undercut a phone carrier's filters. And most importantly, avoid opening any links.
Great advice, because we have all been there. It's easy for me to ignore them, but my mom, time and time again, comes with me. She's like, what is this? What do I do? And,
Same thing happened to my grandma, too. Scum of the earth. They should be tarred and feathered.
And thanks to Vicki for that report. And thank you for watching. Have a great day.
Good morning. I'm Zincle Asamoah in for Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, breaking records. Places across the country are hotter than they've ever been before. Some reaching highs of 115 degrees as the heat stretches from coast to coast. And the extreme temperatures are adding more pressure to Americans' strained wallets. Electric bills are expected to jump 20% this summer. We're tracking when the U.S. could get a break from the heat. Return to prime time tonight. In their last planned hearing, the January 6th committee is expected to reveal what they say will be key evidence on former President Trump's actions surrounding the Capitol riot. But tonight won't be the last we hear about the investigation. What we're learning about the growing questions about those missing Secret Service text messages. Plea for help in an NBC News exclusive. Ukraine's First Lady calls for more worldwide support 6 months into Russia's invasion. What she's seeing in her country right now and her concerns for Ukraine's future. Plus, it takes a village to care for a newborn, and for a lucky few, it takes a luxury hotel. We'll take you inside the retreat center, helping new moms and their babies get the postpartum care they need and adjust to this new phase of life, which really says so much about just how much support you do need during that time period and what it's going to cost you and all those types of things.
It's such a process.
That conversation. Absolutely. We'll get to that later in the show. We begin, though, of course, with the latest on that historic heat wave that's melting Americans that you're feeling at home as we break these record temperatures.
Absolutely. We're feeling the heat to take action on climate change now, and President Biden unveiled new executive actions to battle what he calls a climate crisis.
As president, I have a responsibility to act with urgency and resolve when our nation faces clear and present dangers. And that's what climate change is about. The health of our citizens and our communities is literally at stake. The UN's leading international climate scientists call the latest climate report nothing less than, quote, code red for humanity. Let me say it again, code red for humanity.
So here's what the president's initiatives would do. Provide billions in funding for communities facing extreme heat, widen assistance to low-income Americans, including air conditioners and cooling centers, and propose new wind energy areas in the Gulf of Mexico. However, Biden's initiative stopped short of declaring a climate emergency, which would release federal resources for the crisis. The news comes as 97 million Americans are waking up to a heat alert, with 32 million of them expected to see triple-digit temperatures. Overseas, sweltering heat continues to drive fires in Europe, with firefighters in Greece and Italy working to get flames under control. All the way from Europe to the U.S., we have team coverage with NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman and foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiella. But we begin with NBC News correspondent Jay Gray in Plano, Texas. Jay, it's been hot, and it was another historically hot day in parts of Texas. We know this heat can have potentially deadly consequences. So what are first responders saying about the impact they're seeing on the ground?
Yeah, and Sinclair, right now it's bearable just before sunrise. 87 degrees here in Plano, Texas, just north of Dallas. And we're at Jack Carter Pool. This is an amazing facility. This is how a lot of people are competing with that heat. You've got just about everything you can do in the water here, from a splash area, from kids to a rock climbing wall over a pool. You've got tube runs. It's amazing. They even have a simulated surf here, so they can take 1,000 people a day, and they get 1,000 a day every day they are open here. There are some who can't get to these spots, as you were just asking about, and calls for first responders have really been through the roof this summer, doubling what they saw last year at the same time. So you've got emergency responses to heat-related issues coming daily here, and overwhelming at times for some of the teams on the ground here. If there's any good news in all of that, what we're hearing from those emergency teams is that very rarely is it getting to a point where things are life-threatening for those that are having issues. So they're calling for help early enough, and that's the good news. But it's only going to get worse as the summer continues to heat up here in Texas.
Only going to get worse, a grim prediction. But I know that the other big concern is the power grid, which once again is under strain, and we're not even at the hottest part of the year yet, which is hard to believe. So what is ERCOT, which is Texas's Electric Reliability Council, saying about those concerns?
Well, they've asked people to conserve throughout the summer already. Things have gone well to this point. They feel like they do have enough power to get through where we are, at least right now. But I can tell you already, and I want to make sure I'm getting this number right, but they're saying that they're hovering around the 80,000 megawatt number. They've set 10 records already, daily records for usage this year. That's going to continue. That 80,000 megawatt number, that exceeds everything in their most dire forecast coming into this summer. So they weren't expecting it to be this hot as well. And they continue to worry about the possibility of blackouts across Texas.
So we've got the need for first responders. We've got what you just described. And we also have wildfires in addition to the power grid, right? And I know wildfires have become an issue across North Texas, with several popping up over the last couple of days. They're forcing dozens of people out of their homes. So what's the latest on that front, Jay?
Yeah, you've got 90% of the state in a drought condition right now. We had yesterday reports of more than 20 wildfires just here in the North Texas area, two of the largest, forcing dozens from their homes. They've lost a handful of homes at this point. If there's any good news, it's that they're getting a hold on some of these fires. Remember, though, you've got less than 25% humidity in some of these areas, with winds gusting up to 30 miles an hour. You've got dried out vegetation, and so it's a perfect storm for wildfires. And the teams that are fighting those fires say they expect this process to continue as well. As you mentioned earlier, we're not in the hottest part of the summer here in Texas. August traditionally is the hottest month, so a lot of people very concerned about what that's going to mean as we move forward.
Understandably. Jay Grace, stay cool out there. Thank you.
Overseas, they're also dealing with wildfires. Let's head to Kelly Kobaya in London for the latest on those. Kelly, good morning. So let's go through some of the countries impacted here. Starting with Greece, we saw firefighters battling flames in residential areas across Athens suburbs. What's the latest there?
That's right, Savannah. The biggest fire in the Athens suburbs to the north of that city. Firefighters say they've gotten control or have contained that fire, but a couple of more fires broke out as they were fighting the wildfire to the north. They have had to evacuate some people. There are reports of dozens of homes either damaged or destroyed. Now, they say they have most of these smaller fires contained, if not controlled. But the problem that they're dealing with in Greece, it's not the extreme temperatures. They've largely been spared that in Greece, but they have had a successive period of hot, dry weather. They're just not getting the rain. And in addition to that, they have these tinderbox conditions. And in addition, they have winds gusting up to close to 70 miles an hour, making conditions fighting fires really, really tough. Savannah.
Well, you think about those firefighters. Let's go to Italy now, where they're also dealing with this, and it appears things took a turn for the worse when fires caused some gas tanks to actually explode in Tuscany. Tell us about that incident and the latest on the situation there.
That's right. This is a forest fire near the town of Lucca in Tuscany. It started spreading close to villages. When you have villages, you have gas canisters and other man-made things that can be very, very combustible. So they had to evacuate about 300 people from that region as the fire moved in. That fire, I believe, is still actively spreading. It's burned about 2.5 square miles of forest there so far. And that's not the only fire in Italy. They're also battling a fire close to the Slovenian border. The city of Trieste is now in danger of losing power and water because of this fire. And there are fires breaking out in several other areas, smaller fires in other areas of Italy. Italy is dealing with the extreme heat. It's just starting to hit. About more than a dozen cities now are going to be under extreme heat warnings today, including Florence, Rome, and Milan. Savannah.
Yeah, I think we'll see some triple digits there. Kelly, let's now talk about France. A little bit of good news, some improved conditions, at least there. And yesterday we saw President Macron visit one of the worst hit regions and paid tributes to firefighters. What kind of action is the president of France calling for?
Yeah, so lower temperatures in France, and firefighters say they have that biggest fire in Gironde somewhat under control, but contained, again, not under control, and they're working on that. President Macron said this was one of the worst fires in France's history. 36,000 people evacuated from that area. Entire businesses, tourist businesses, damaged, destroyed. He's vowing to not only beef up the fire fighting services in France, including getting more firefighting planes. They already have 22, one of the best fleets in Europe. He's also saying that they need to rebuild, but they need to rebuild in a way that is taking into account the changing climate. He says this fire season certainly isn't over. The fight against this particular fire isn't over. And moving forward, they need to change the way they build in order to prevent scenes like this going forward. He hasn't laid out any rules yet, but is promising to start work on that soon. Savannah.
All right, Kelly, thank you so much.
Now for the latest on those record-breaking temperatures back home. For more, let's get a check at your Morning News Now weather.
Which means meteorologist Michelle Grossman is here. Are we seeing a break at all?
No, I wish. I can't wait for the day that I can say yes.
I know, right?
That's true. Yeah, because it's been going on and on. We're looking at temperatures into the 90s, into the 100s. It's going to feel like 115 again in spots. So another day of intense heat, dangerous heat, and deadly heat, and potentially deadly heat. So that's why this is really important. This is why it remains a major story. 97 million people impacted by a heat alert, whether that's a heat advisory, a heat watch, an excessive heat warning, stretching from the west into the central and southern plains, the lower Mississippi Valley, the southeast, into the northeast as well. So a lot of the East Coast, we are looking at some really warm temperatures, and we're going to see a stretch of really warm temperatures into the weekend as well. So another hot day today, temperatures in the 110s in the southwest, into the triple digits, also in the central and southern plains, 90s throughout most of the East Coast, also most of the Midwest. And we're going to see, or at least expect, 216 million highs above 90 degrees. I still can't wrap my head around that. And as we look at the triple digits, we're expecting 32 million. That's mainly in parts of California, the Southwest, into the central and southern plains. So it's the same places over and over again. And that's where it gets really tough on your body. So we have the heat, but we also have the humidity. That's a big piece of the puzzle because that's where it makes it feel really sticky, and that's really difficult on your body. We're looking at high humidity from New England all the way down to the southeast, into the south central states as well. So that's why we're looking at heat indices around 115 in spots. So extreme heat today, it's going to feel like the triple 110s in the central and southern plains. It's going to feel like 100 degrees in parts of the northeast. New York City today, 94. It's going to feel like 101. It'll feel, I know, it was bad yesterday. It's going to be as bad today. It's going to feel like 100 in Nashville. 110 is the heat index in Jackson. So as with this heat and humidity, it's summertime. We have a cold front that's going to spark the chance for some storms. We're seeing some stormy weather right now in parts of Kentucky, also Tennessee, into the Carolinas and parts of Georgia. Lots of lightning there. Even some heavy rain, and that's what's going to happen with these storms. We're going to see that downpours, unleashed downpours. We're going to see the chance for some really gusty winds as we go throughout the afternoon. So the severe threat from New England all the way down to the southeast, where you see that yellow, that is the likeliest spot. 27 million people impacted by the risk of a strong to severe storm. That includes a chance of an isolated tornado in New England, so we're going to watch that very closely. Otherwise, the main threats seem to be winds gusting and also the chance for hail. So here's how we're going to see that cold front moving to the east. We're going to see the threat for severe weather. That's going to be the same story tomorrow. But you guys, this just keeps going on. And I wish I could tell you that there was some sort of relief at the end of it. But we're looking into next week. And again, as Sam said, it's July. I think Jay said it also. It's July, and we still have August.
Yeah, and it seems that it's everywhere. I'm heading to assignment in Chicago and Atlanta, and I'm like, oh, it's going to be hot in all those places.
I know. You're right.
It's crazy, crazy. All right, Michelle, thanks. We'll see you in a little bit.
Sure.
Now, the House committee investigating the January 6th attack on the Capitol will hold its last scheduled public hearing tonight in prime time.
That's right. And the focus is former President Trump's actions in the White House and the 3-hour time frame where he allegedly refused to call off the mob of his supporters as they stormed the Capitol. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa joins us now for more on this. Ali, good morning. First off, just walk us through why in this final hearing it's so important and why they've waited until now to fully lay out Trump's actions in those hours the Capitol was attacked.
Yeah, good morning, guys. Well, you laid it out perfectly at the top there that this hearing is going to really be about what was going on inside the West Wing in that 187 minutes between when former President Trump finished his speech on the Ellipse, that rally that we saw, and when he issued that video statement from the Rose Garden hours later. And this has really been the committee's plan all along, to end with this culmination after these past 7 hearings into really what was going on at the West Wing, and really tying that to the violence at the Capitol. And the committee says they're going to plan to do this in a few ways. Elaine Luria, who's going to lead part of the questioning in tonight's hearing, told my colleague Ali Vitale that we're going to see some never-before-seen footage of Congress members fleeing the House and Senate chambers. We're going to see some news clips that we know former President Trump was watching in the West Wing. The committee aiming to prove that he knew that there was violence going on at the Capitol, really trying to shed some light on the exhaustive efforts for hours trying to get him to condemn the violence, condemn the rioters, and ask them to go home. We're also going to hear more from former White House counsel Pat Cipollone, a vocal opponent of what he saw going on in the White House. We're going to hear more about what former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows knew, what he was telling the president. And we're going to hear from at least 2 witnesses in person. These are former White House officials who were so personally impacted by what happened on January 6th that they actually resigned as a direct result of that day, guys.
So, Ali, what could be next? Could we see another hearing?
Well, committee chairman Benny Thompson is leaving the door open for that, saying that really the committee is, according to what their investigation really leads to, they can very well add more hearings going forward. And that's because he says that the committee is hearing from new witnesses every day. They're getting more information every day. We're following that story about the Secret Service deleted text messages. The committee putting out a statement yesterday saying that they're going to go to every length to try and get answers to why those were deleted. They also say that they're still hopeful that the former president or former vice president Mike Pence could possibly come and testify. So there's a lot of work still left to be done. They say they're going to release an interim, as they say, report in September. But really, the deeper that the committee digs, the more revelations that come out, which pushes that possible final report even further.
And Ali, we also saw a bipartisan group of senators announce new legislation, and it would close the loopholes in our existing election laws that really became apparent during the 2020 election. So how significant is this bill as it comes at the end of these public January 6 hearings? And do you think it'll have enough support in both chambers to pass?
Yeah, this was a big deal yesterday. These more than 12 senators, Republicans and Democrats, unveiling these 2 bills that aim to really, like you said, fill these holes, these gaps that former President Trump and his allies tried to take advantage of to overturn the results of the 2020 election. And they include provisions like really making it clear what the vice president's role is in certifying the election results, that his or her role is largely symbolic. They cannot unilaterally overturn an election. It also changes the threshold for Congress members to be able to oppose an election from just 1 member of the House, 1 member of the Senate, to 1/5 of each chamber. It also provides more funding and support and resources for protecting election workers. So a lot of changes, a lot of advances in these bills if they do get passed. No timeline yet on whether they will, but it's looking very positive from the bipartisan support we've already seen these 2 bills get from both the Senate minority and majority leaders so far.
A lot of changes to look out for. Ali Rafa, thank you so much.
Thank
you all can watch tonight's primetime hearing right here on NBC News Now with live coverage starting at 7:30 p.m. Eastern.
Turning now to the crisis in Ukraine, the country's first lady has told NBC News, quote, "The war is not over." Olena Zelenska spoke exclusively with Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander about the state of the war as she wraps up her visit to Washington.
5 months into this war, do you worry that the world is moving on beyond the war in Ukraine?
I feel that the entire world is supporting us, but it is very important for us that this support doesn't vanish, because every day brings new victims.
First Lady Olena Zelenska told us she particularly worries about the toll this crisis is taking on Ukrainians' mental health.
How do you, as First Lady, show the Ukrainian people that it's okay to ask for help?
It's a sign of your strength to go and ask for support when you need it. It's an act of courage for them to ask for help.
What has been the hardest part of this war for you personally?
What I feel is that my children are in danger, and of course I'm quite concerned about it. Believe me, all our children are in danger nowadays. Their pain is mine, my pain. We need to finish this war as soon as possible.
This trip to the U.S., her first time away from her 18-year-old daughter, Alexandra, and 9-year-old son, Kirilo, since the war began.
What does your son dream of? What does he want to be?
Obviously, he wants to be a soldier.
He wants to be a soldier.
Obviously.
That's what all Ukrainian boys must dream of now.
I think yes.
What does that make you think as a mom?
Знаєте, перед війною мій
Only thing he wants to do is martial arts and how to use a rifle. And that's what I really want to ensure, is that the childhood of my son is given back to him and that he enjoys his life to the fullest.
Just this week, the White House revealed new intelligence that shows that Russia is moving right now to try to annex parts of eastern Ukraine. Your reaction to that?
You know, we always knew that. Everything they say in their official statement is a complete lie. They always wanted to destroy us, and we always knew about it.
After meeting with the Bidens, who she calls real friends, her message to the American people is simple.
The war is not over yet. It is horrible when you have to say goodbye to your loved ones and to organize funerals in the backyards of your houses. The war continues. Please don't forget about it.
Her country's powerful plea. Peter Alexander, NBC News, Washington.
And you can actually catch more of that interview on Meet the Press Now. That's at 4 p.m. Eastern, right here on NBC News Now.
And coming up, a new report revealing a chilling discovery.
Yeah, and an NBC News exclusive. You'll see just how easy it is for people to get their hands on materials to make a dirty bomb. But we're learning about access to these materials and what's being done to put a stop to it. That's up next.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're back now with international headlines, and the BBC is now issuing an apology to the royal family over its controversial interview with Princess Diana.
That's right, and Matt Bradley joins us now from London with that and more. Good morning, Matt.
Good morning, Savannah and Zinkley. I'm here in Britain, and that's exactly where I'm going to start you off. So just as you mentioned, the BBC swore to never again use a 1995 interview with Princess Diana that was obtained by what investigators have called deceitful behavior. And the British public broadcaster have apologized. They've agreed to pay a settlement to the former nanny of Princess Diana's 2 children. We know their names, Prince William and Prince Harry. And there have been allegations that the BBC had secured that controversial interview with the late princess by leading her to believe that the nanny had become pregnant by Diana's husband, Prince Charles. But now, elsewhere in Europe, Italy's government has fallen. Prime Minister Mario Draghi, known as Super Mario, resigned this morning after his national unity government fell apart yesterday, following with a withdrawal of right-wing and populist parties. The country will now likely head to fresh elections just as it faces down a global surge in inflation, like you're seeing in the States and elsewhere, a war in Ukraine, and a very expensive pandemic recovery. And now finally, there were celebrations down under yesterday as Australia and New Zealand marked 1 year until those 2 countries hold the FIFA Women's World Cup. Now, those colorful ceremonies across several cities in both countries started the countdown for the 9th annual tournament, the world's largest women's sporting event.
Which is pretty neat. Cool to see a year out. All right, Matt Bradley, thanks. Good to see you. And now to an NBC investigative exclusive, and it's a wild one. This is a startling look at just how easy it is to get the radioactive material used to make so-called dirty bombs.
That's right. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has more on an alarming new report and the new call for immediate action.
In April 2019, the FBI surrounded Jared Atkins' Phoenix home in a tense 2-hour standoff. Inside, he had 3 stolen radioactive devices, enough to make a deadly dirty bomb. Atkins is serving 15 years in a federal prison. Now the Government Accountability Office says bad actors don't need to steal radioactive material. They can just buy it. It's material typically used in technological devices for medical, industrial, and research purposes. But the GAO warns in the hands of terrorists, even a small amount could be used to construct a dirty bomb.
The GAO now telling us that pretty much anybody can get the materials to create a radiological bomb is extremely scary, and I think we need to take immediate action.
In a report exclusively obtained by NBC News, the GAO concludes security measures in place today do not adequately protect against the purchase of high-risk radioactive materials. Using forged licenses, GAO investigators purchased 2 quantities of radioactive material from 2 different U.S. businesses, enough to potentially cause hundreds of deaths from evacuations and billions of dollars of socioeconomic effects. Radioactive materials are controlled by the NRC, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Specific security measures are triggered if someone buys large quantities. The investigators bought less than that, but the GAO is pushing for stricter controls for even smaller amounts. Citing in part an accident with radioactive material at the University of Washington in May 2019. It took 2 years to clean up and cost $156 million. According to the report, national security officials tell the GAO there is increasing interest among terrorists and other bad actors to get a dirty bomb.
Actual terrorist groups, including neo-Nazi groups in the United States, are trying to obtain a dirty bomb to launch actual attacks.
In a statement to NBC News, the NRC says it is taking actions, including immediately communicating with the manufacturers of these radioactive sources and expediting a rule change to verify purchasing licenses. The NRC says the threat does not warrant an immediate change. The authors of the report disagree. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
And coming up, the Senate is preparing to vote on a bill that would protect same-sex marriages. It's all in response to the Supreme Court's abortion ruling and the concern some have that their court could overturn the 2015 gay marriage decision. The likelihood this new bill will pass, that's next.
Plus, preparing for the fourth trimester. Postpartum care is limited in the U.S., but one program is giving new parents a different option. How it works and the resources available to all parents.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back. Now, after the Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade, there are concerns other rights could also be revoked by the court. Congress is now moving to preserve the right to same-sex marriage. The House passing a bipartisan bill with Senate Republicans now facing pressure to support it. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale has more.
With court-given rights now in jeopardy, Democrats pushing to enshrine them into law.
We ought to reaffirm it before the court overthrows it.
Despite 7 years of precedent on same-sex marriage, new fears after the overturning of Roe that the Supreme Court could revisit its 2015 marriage decision, leading to momentum to ensure they can't.
Our country's history is that we expand rights, we don't go backwards.
Yeas are 267.
47 Republicans joined House Democrats Tuesday to enshrine the right into law. Now the Senate hoping to take up the cause.
I want to bring this bill to the floor, and we're working to get the necessary Senate Republican support to ensure it would pass.
A handful of Republicans signaling support.
This is an issue that many Americans, regardless of their political affiliation, feel has been resolved. So I think its time has come.
Public sentiment backs that up, broadly and among Republicans. But that support is far from widespread in Congress.
It's a pure messaging bill. I mean, it's obviously settled law right now.
Other Republicans echoing Justice Clarence Thomas, who wrote that decisions on gay marriage and right to contraception should be revisited.
Look, Obergefell, like Roe versus Wade, ignored 2 centuries of our nation's history. I think that decision was clearly wrong when it was decided.
Thanks to Ali Vitale for that report. Now, Democrats want to act fast on this bill, with some suggesting they use some days out of their August recess even to vote on it. But our sources tracking the numbers say they aren't sure they have enough Republican votes yet to pass the measure.
Now, let's talk pregnancy. Parents may know what to expect when they're expecting, but what happens after a baby is born? With limited access to postpartum care in the U.S., families can head home from delivery feeling lonely and unprepared. In a moment, we'll speak to a doctor about this issue. But first, NBC News Now correspondent Julie Sirkin takes us inside a facility that offers new parents the ultimate luxury.
9 floors above the hustle of New York's Fifth Avenue, inside the 5-star Langham Hotel, is the serene Borum Retreat Center. Starting at nearly $1,500 a night, this opulent postnatal retreat was created to support mothers within 6 weeks of giving birth. Marble baths, parenting workshops, and lactation snacks, all designed to pamper moms during the period known as the 4th trimester.
Once baby is out, the mothers are put in the back burner. The focus is really on the baby's health, but what about moms?
Borum Nam and her husband, Suk Park, are the co-founders of the center, inspired by their own struggles after giving birth.
I was just so confused about, like, my beautiful, once clean bathroom is now packed with these foreign items. And in the living room with my husband, there was a crying baby that wouldn't just be quiet. I had this anxiety, but I wasn't aware what that was called. It was a postpartum depression, like a baby blues.
Today, they're the parents of 2 children, ages 8 and 12. But back when their kids were born, Park remembers feeling overwhelmed.
It's always hard to feel like you can't do more for your spouse.
In South Korea, where Nam's family is from, attending postnatal retreats are normal after giving birth, she says. But Nam and Park struggle to find that same support in the U.S.
I remember thinking, why do we not have anything like this in New York, the best city in the world?
Postpartum retreat centers like Borum are aiming to tackle a major widespread issue. Support for new mothers is often disregarded. While postpartum care here remains a luxury that isn't accessible to most new parents, it is normal in other countries. According to a study by the Commonwealth Fund, the U.S. is one of the only developed countries in the world where home visits by a midwife or nurse aren't guaranteed. Last month, the Biden administration announcing a new directive to address what is being called a nationwide maternal health crisis. The plan calls for the extension of postpartum Medicaid coverage, stronger protections for mothers in the workplace, and mental health hotlines.
To be honest, I had no postpartum care with my last 2 pregnancies.
Robin, who asked that her last name not be used for privacy reasons, is recovering from a C-section. This time around, she wanted a different postpartum experience.
I left the hospital and I really needed some more help.
Guests like Robin make use of one of the most popular features at the center, the 24/7 baby room. They can drop off their newborns at any point during the day to be closely monitored by registered nurses.
Just caring for myself and getting the quality rest, I think that's something that new moms don't think is necessary for them, but it actually is. You can't not get rest and feel like you can take care of a baby. That's just not possible.
Postpartum retreat centers like Borum aim to remind mothers that their health and safety matters just as much as their babies.
If she wants chocolate mousse, go get it.
Julie Sirkin, thanks for that report.
And now let's bring in NYU Langone health gynecologist Dr. Tara Shirazian to talk about this issue of postpartum care. Doctor, thanks so much for your time this morning. So the U.S. is, one of the wealthiest countries in the world, yet we struggle to support new parents after giving birth. These are just not things that we're used to seeing. Why is that happening?
I mean, there's no doubt that there's a maternal health crisis in the United States. Where we don't have enough access to good services for patients during pregnancy and postpartum. In fact, postpartum visits are roughly 30%. 30% of all women even come for their postpartum visit. So we've had this issue for a long time. I think that there's more attention to it right now, which is wonderful. We really do need better maternal health care in this country. We need better postpartum care. We need better parental leave. We need more reproductive health access. So I think that it is a very important issue that we need to take very seriously.
And I'm glad you highlighted this maternal mortality issue, right? We know Black women are even 3 to 4 times more likely to die in childbirth. So this is an issue of equity. And I know that with the Dobbs decision overturning Roe v. Wade, there's concern about these restrictions on abortion and the effect it will have on postpartum care now. So what do you think needs to be done to help new parents and make that an equitable help as well?
I mean, we absolutely need to focus on maternal health care. As you said, during pregnancy and postpartum, we need new laws and regulations that will expand access. We need better equity. We We need to make sure that every mother, every pregnant person has access to good services, both during pregnancy and beyond. And so, really prioritizing mothers as the building blocks of our community is an important way to really emphasize how healthcare, should be. So I think laws, I think, as I said, parental leave, I think childcare, I think being able to expand all of those things for all mothers is extremely vital to the, future of this country.
Now, Doctor, that piece that we just saw a moment ago with this luxury retreat center, I mean, it looks amazing. It's obviously not realistic for most of us. What are some things we can kind of take away from that, or things that do make care in this super important time a little bit better for a new mom? And how can we prioritize mental health? What can families just do at home?
Well, the thing that I do like is that we are saying that mom is a priority, right? This center sort of says mom is important. So I really do think that that's the first step. I think historically, we've always talked about the child, we've always talked about the newborn, but we don't prioritize the mother. The mother is key to this equation, which is why reproductive health access is important and all of the rest of it. So I do like that this center focuses on mothers. I like that it focuses on the fourth trimester, because that's a very neglected time for most mothers, new mothers. It's a very scary time. It's a very vulnerable time. We really want to encourage, patients to build communities around them. So if they don't have access to these wonderful centers, at least building a community of support around them, whether that be an online community, whether that be an in-person community in their neighborhood, finding other mothers like them, and sort of being able to share that experience with others moving forward so that we don't isolate new mothers. I think that's a very, very, very important piece to this.
Such good points there, Dr. Shrazian. Thank you for your time again this morning. We so appreciate you having such an important conversation with us.
Absolutely. Thank you. And coming up, inflation is not the only thing impacting your wallet this summer. Electric bills are going up too because of the extreme heat. How climate change and the challenging economy are driving up your bills and what the future could hold.
Plus, there's one thing that is cooling down, the housing market. What this slowdown means if you're in the market for a new home. That's next.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year. We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're back with the sticker shock we're all feeling. And this summer, you might have actually already noticed that your electric bills are going up in addition to everything else, and by a lot, actually.
Yes, I definitely noticed. And according to the Consumer Price Index data, electric prices are up by 12% in the last year. And electric bills are expected to spike to an average of $540 this summer. That's up 20% from last year's average of $450. And with Americans facing extreme heat and inflation, it does not look like our electric costs will be cooling down anytime soon. Caleb Silver, editor-in-chief at Investopedia, joins us now to talk about this. Caleb, thank you for joining us. So help break this down. Exactly why are utility bills getting so much more expensive, and could this extend past the summer?
Yeah, good to be with you. And first, we went from very high gasoline prices now to very high natural gas prices. Natural gas, one of the key components that goes into power plants that we use for electricity to cool our homes. So natural gas prices up 38%, and they look like they're going to get more expensive throughout the year. If we look at futures where natural gas prices are priced, we're looking at a 48% pop just in the last week. Looking out for the rest of the year, natural gas futures are up 10% just this week. So high heat. We have a La Nina going on, some of the hottest temperatures in about 40 years. That is causing us to turn those ACs up around our houses and in our workplaces, and that is driving utility prices up, and that is putting a strain on many American households.
Caleb, it's good to see you at Savannah. So is the government doing anything to help keep utility costs down? Because, I mean, we're obviously all dealing with all these other things that are high already. Gas prices that are getting a little lower, but not great. Grocery bills, everything else. Can we get any help here?
Yeah, they can do a little bit, and there are some programs to make sure that folks don't lose their power or don't use their access to utilities if they can't pay their bills. Some states have this. There's something called the Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program. That's available in 34 states. That's available to folks who can't pay the bill or need an extension on their bill. It's not available in every state, so that could be, the government could say, hey, you got to make that available to all 50 states. That would be useful. Other than that, there's not a lot they can do. The government, the Biden administration, could declare an emergency, a national emergency, and maybe freeze bills for now, but they haven't done that yet, and we'll see if that comes to pass.
And Caleb, it feels important to note that recent census data does show that more than 20% of all U.S. households were unable to pay an energy bill or unable to pay the full bill amount at least 1 month in the last year. So what are some of the options for Americans who just cannot afford to pay their electric bill, especially as these temperatures are getting so high?
Yeah, well, some utilities do allow payment programs. They allow installment programs. They allow you to put off your bill, but eventually you're going to have to pay that bill. So you can look to local community groups and nonprofit organizations for a little help paying those bills, but you can also pay it in installments over time. The best thing you can do, unfortunately, is turn down that AC, especially when you're not in the house, or reduce the amount of energy consumption you're using around your household. Very hard to do that when we have temperatures spiking above 100 degrees in many states and a heat wave just pouring across the country right now. You got to control your own energy costs, but if you need to pay a little bit at a time to pay that bill eventually, you can do that through some utilities.
Important information for consumers today. Caleb Silver, thank you.
Thanks, Caleb. Good to have you. Now, the red-hot housing market is now cooling down as more buyers opt to put their dream homes on hold. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa takes a closer look at what's fueling the dip in demand.
Hey there. Well, the days of 20-plus offers and homes flying off the market within just a few hours are no more, according to realtors, as buyers feel the crush of inflation and mortgage rates, and now they're pressing pause on their house hunt. Inflation and higher interest rates are hammering home buyers, slamming the brakes on sales.
The whole process is pretty discouraging.
Teacher Rachel Payne and her fiance pressing pause on their house hunt in Northern Virginia.
I never thought in a million years I would be offering over $1 million, on a house, let alone that not even being enough.
Payne is far from alone in her frustration as new data reveal draining demand, reversing the red-hot housing market. Homes are increasingly selling at a slower pace, down 21% since January, and mortgage applications just hit their lowest point since 2000.
The prior 2 years, surprisingly, housing market was extraordinary, huge number of buyers, which pushed up the prices. Now, the affordability is becoming a major challenge for new sets of buyers.
Home builders' confidence in the market is also nosediving.
The builders are seeing buyers drop out.
But even as more house hunters call it quits, the median home price saw another high last month at $416,000.
Are you seeing the demand change? It feels like no demand some days.
Realtor Shauna Pendleton says sellers are slow to accepting the new reality of the housing market.
It's very, very hard to accept the changes, especially if you bought in the last 2.5 years and you went through that experience as a buyer to now have the completely opposite happen as a seller.
With thinning competition, buyers who lost out on bidding may get a second chance at homes that have been lingering on the market more recently. That is, if they can swallow the mortgage rates, which have nearly doubled since last year. Back to you.
All right, Emily Aketa, thank you.
Let's stay on your money. We're looking at another big day on Wall Street as more major companies share their quarterly earnings.
CNBC's Contessa Brewer joins us now to break that down. Hey, Contessa.
Good morning, ladies. Yeah, I'm looking at stocks right now, all in the red. Looks like we're going to open lower this morning as investors digest a flurry of corporate earnings. Stocks have been off to a strong start this week. Major averages rose yesterday, touching the highest level since June. Today, we're focusing on jobless claims data, as well as earnings from Travelers, Snap, Mattel, and Boston Beer. Microsoft is easing up on hiring. Economic concerns are hitting more of the tech industry here, and the company says it's going to decelerate the pace of hiring new employees, but it would not say which divisions would be affected. This move follows similar announcements from Microsoft's tech counterparts. We've seen it from Alphabet, Meta, reportedly Apple, all committing to slowing the pace of new hires. United Airlines got a key profit milestone in its pandemic recovery, but the Chicago-based airline says it's going to scale back its growth plans through 2023. Why? Well, United reported its first quarterly profit since the pandemic began without the help of federal payroll aid. And the company was helped because there was strong demand for travel. I mean, think about it. These passengers were paying sky-high fares, but United says it's facing a challenge of much higher jet fuel costs and, of course, that possible economic slowdown. So that's why it may be just restraining somewhat its plans for growth.
So many factors, especially as everyone's traveling these days. Contessa.
If your flight gets there.
If you make it. Contessa, thank you.
All right, coming up, we've talked about how people are trying to stay cool in this heat wave, but what about our pets?
That's right. A veterinarian joins us next with what we can do to help keep our pets safe and the warning signs to watch out for. You're watching Morning News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
Harry Styles!
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. There's a new belle in town. R&B star Her has been cast to star in ABC's 30th anniversary special of Beauty and the Beast. ABC's announcement yesterday makes her the first Black and Filipino woman to play a Disney princess on screen. The 5-time Grammy winner says she could not be more grateful for the opportunity and that she always wanted to be a Disney princess. I feel that. I have also wanted that. And Her is making some serious milestones. The 2-hour remake of the 1991 classic will feature a blend of animated and live action scenes and will be taped in front of a live audience. It's set to air in December on ABC and Disney Plus. I will be tuning in. I will be singing along. Maybe I'll dress up.
A mix of animated and live action. I wonder what that's
feels kind of cool, though.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, that's awesome. She's great. I've interviewed her. She was so nice. She's so talented. It's crazy, crazy. All right, that's amazing. Now, with temperatures touching triple digits across the country, it's not just humans who are feeling the heat.
That's right. Our pets are feeling it, too. So what do you need to know on how to keep your furry friends safe in the dog days of summer?
Well, joining us now is Dr. Ruth McPeat, and I think we have another guest with us whose name we're going to have to get. Veterinarian and author of Lizette the Vet and her dog, Jet. Ruth, good morning. First question, what is your friend's name on your lap there?
This is Jet.
That's Jet. I could have guessed. Jet's styling. Love his outfit.
Love that.
So a lot of us obviously take our dogs out several times a day. We have to go to the bathroom. But, you know, dogs can't sweat. They can't cool off. We just start seeing them pant. What can we do to make sure they're not too hot when we take them out?
Great question. Well, the most important thing is that people realize that pets are more susceptible to heat exhaustion than we are. So they need to be mindful of their pet. Ideally, whenever possible, you want to leave your pets at home inside where it's nice and cool. If they have to be with you, you want to make sure that you're keeping them hydrated, bringing water with you wherever you are, and a portable water bowl. You want to avoid excessive exercise. So take your pets on short walks, ideally in the morning and evenings when it's going to be cooler outside. And then you want to also always touch the ground before you go. The cement, asphalt, and sand can be dangerously hot, and it can burn your pet's paws.
That always scares me, especially, yeah, like if it's on a black street, you know what
Absolutely.
I mean? Also, team, I'm offended I wasn't asked for Lucy to star in this. Some additional B-roll.
Dog owner.
Yeah.
I don't own a dog. I have fostered, and I dog sit a lot. And I know dogs have different behaviors. So what are the signs?
Dog sit a lot.
I love dogs. So what are the signs, though, of heat exhaustion? Because I know every dog has different behaviors. What should we be looking for?
Well, great question. You want to actually make sure that you're watching your pet. If you notice that your pet is excessively panting, if they're drooling, if they're reluctant to move, they're laying down and they're refusing to get up, if you notice that they're collapsing, if they have bright red tongue or gums, if they vomit, have diarrhea, any of these signs can be a sign that your pet is suffering from heat exhaustion. Left untreated, this can be fatal. You want to get your pet out of the sun right away. Cool them off by moistening their feet, putting some cool water on them, and get them to a vet right away.
Moistening their feet. That's a good tip. I didn't know about that. All right. Also, anything we should know about indoor pets, birds, rabbits, that kind of thing to keep them cool?
It's important that people realize that they too can suffer from heat exhaustion. You want to make sure that you're moving their cages out of the direct sun. You never want to leave their cage if they're inside in the sunlight, because they can suffer from heat exhaustion as well. You can also put in a frozen water bottle that you wrap for rabbits and small pets that you wrap with a towel. And that's something they could lean against if they get hot. But again, just making sure that they're inside where there's air conditioning or a fan to keep them cool.
Absolutely. And how's Jet doing in this weather?
Jet is spoiled, and he likes to be inside, as you can see.
I love it. I have a feeling Jet has more outfits than we do.
Honestly, yeah. We could have a third co-anchor with Jet.
Dr. Ruthie Pete, great tips. People are wondering how to keep their furry family members safe, so we appreciate it. Thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you. Well, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Zinclair Samoa. Joe is on assignment. Right now on Morning News Now, fueling the fire from coast to coast, nation to scorching nation. That record-melting heat wave just isn't letting up, overwhelming local power grids, straining critical infrastructure, and sparking dangerous wildfires here at home and overseas. It's all now prompting swift action from the Biden administration. We'll dig into the president's latest climate-focused executive order. Dereliction of duty, a final primetime hearing this evening for the January 6th committee, with lawmakers expected to zero in on what former President Trump allegedly did and did not do during the attack. We've got a preview from Washington, plus new questions and the growing fallout surrounding those deleted Secret Service text messages. Also this morning, not guilty. The murder case that sparked a media firestorm heating up this morning. Disbarred South Carolina lawyer Alex Murdaugh now charged with the still unsolved murders of his wife and son last summer, but he says he did not do it. We'll take you inside the courtroom. Plus, looking up, there's no doubt about it. We live in some pretty stressful times, and it can definitely be difficult sometimes to keep your head up. But later in the hour, we've got top tips on how you can bring light back to your life. I love that.
I know.
We cover a lot of hard things.
Yeah, I know. It was nice to start your day that way.
Yes.
Keep it positive here.
And thank you for starting your day with us.
Almost Friday, by the way.
We're almost there.
There's something positive.
We're almost there. And we begin today with another day of dangerous heat and more temperature records expected to be broken.
Yeah, 97 million Americans are under a heat alert this morning. And now President Biden is taking aim at climate change. After his climate agenda stalled in Congress, the president vowed to take executive action targeting what he calls a clear and present danger to the world. Meanwhile, scorching heat continues to smother the country with record highs in multiple states Wednesday, including Lawton, Oklahoma, where temperatures reached 111 degrees. We have team coverage of this historic heat wave with NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman and NBC News correspondent Sam Brock. We're going to start with Sam. He's in Dallas, Texas, which again saw triple-digit temperatures yesterday. Hey, Sam, good morning.
Yeah, Savannah, that's right. 109 again yesterday in Dallas. I'm glad that you brought up Oklahoma, because that state didn't have a single city under 103 degrees on Tuesday. There's some good news in all this, as there has been record energy consumption here in Texas. Their grid that has faltered previously is holding up. All this heat is literally adding fuel to the fire. The Chalk Mountain fire has now chewed up more than 6,000 acres as residents recall very close encounters.
Within about 3 to 4 foot of our house around it.
The searing heat making life miserable in the south, southeast, and east coast. The mercury routinely reaching well into the high 90s and 100s. Landing 5 Boston firefighters in the hospital this week with heat exhaustion, battling flames. As a lightning strike claimed a life overnight at Georgia's Fort Gordon. 1 soldier killed and 9 others injured by a bolt that hit the army post. Reminders of dangerous conditions as heat blankets the nation. Cities like Shreveport, Louisiana and Lawton, Oklahoma tying or breaking records.
Terribly hot. I mean, I can't handle it.
Across the Atlantic, a similar situation all through Europe. Extreme heat and drought conditions sparking wildfires. The flames devouring parts of Portugal, Spain, Italy, and Greece, forcing tens of thousands from their homes. This week, London's fire brigade had its busiest day since World War II. Here in the U.S., President Biden says he's seen enough, unveiling executive action for this climate crisis.
Is literally, not figuratively, a clear and present danger. The health of our citizens and our communities is literally at stake.
Even with an aging energy grid in Texas, a silver lining this week. ERCOT's system has withstood record temperatures touching nearly 110 as the state's energy consumption just broke a new record. Yet electricity kept flowing to homes, keeping those desperately needed air conditioners running.
We have implemented a number of new measures over the last year to operate more conservative, make sure that we have the power available to serve all Texans.
And one of those measures is asking Texans to conserve earlier, guys, so there's more of an energy cushion that's available. That appears to be working. Yesterday, you ready for this? Texas consumed more energy than New York and California combined. That according to their state dashboards. Wow. Savannah and Zinkley, let me send it back to you.
Quite a stat. All right, Sam Brock, stay safe, stay cool. You've been out there for so long for us. Thank you.
Everything's bigger in Texas, as they say. So how high are the temperatures expected to soar today? Let's get a check at your Morning News Now weather.
Which means Michelle's back.
Michelle. I'm back with the same news. I'm so sorry. I wish I could tell you something
100,
better.
100, 103, 5. Ugh,
so many,
crazy.
I know, right?
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where I can say those numbers, but when you see Sam out there and you hear from the people,
you feel it.
You feel it. Yeah, we felt it yesterday. Now in the Northeast. I know, right? And it was hot here yesterday too, so we can kind of, feel it now. We're looking at very steamy conditions in the Northeast also. So we're going to start on the East Coast because we're looking at temperatures into the 90s. You factor in the humidity. That's a huge piece of the puzzle because that's what you feel like as you walk out. So it feels really steamy. Charlotte today, 94, feeling like 105. Savannah will feel like 105 as well. It's going to feel like 104 in Birmingham and feeling like 107 in Little Rock. So as we go throughout the Northeast, we're going to see these temperatures into the mid-90s as far north as New England. Boston, 92, feeling like 94. It's going to feel like the upper 90s in Albany, and New York City feeling like 101 today. So the air conditioner's going, the fans are going once again. Tomorrow we're going to keep the heat in place. This is actually going to stay in place throughout the weekend and not much relief, too, early next week. So we're looking at temperatures mainly in the 90s. It's going to feel like 96 in New York City, feeling like 94 in Charlottesville. As we look towards next week, we're looking at next Monday, looking good in Buffalo, 78 degrees. But as you look along the East Coast, once again, 90 still Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Baltimore, temperatures in the upper 90s, 99 on Sunday, 91 on Monday. And Richmond, we're looking at temperatures in the triple digits on Sunday. So as we go throughout today, we're looking at 97 million people impacted by a heat alert. That's from the West Coast to the East Coast. And I'll end with this because we are looking at the chance for severe weather in parts of New England into the Southeast. Could even see a tornado in New England. So we're going to watch that closely.
I'm sorry, a tornado in New England?
I know that's the thing. It's like storms and then heat. So when you have this
we talk about this heat and you talk about hail, I'm like, what?
I know. Well, that's part of it. Yeah. You have that energy kind of lifts it up and then it drops it back down really fast. So that's where you get the hail. It doesn't melt when it comes back down.
I should be doing, just like weather lessons with you.
All right.
Yeah.
It's like a daily weather lesson.
Yeah, I know.
I'll bring my chalkboard.
You taught us gully washer. Which is cool. All right. Thanks, Michelle.
Sure. Thank you, Michelle. Now to Capitol Hill, where the January 6th committee will hold its last public hearing tonight in prime time. NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson has a look at what we can expect to see tonight.
Over the course of about 2 hours tonight, we can expect to see footage we have never seen before, from outtakes from a speech from former President Trump after the Capitol attack to new footage of some members of Congress escaping the House chamber and gallery. This is according to members of the January 6th committee, who will lay out the argument that not only did Mr. Trump do nothing as the Capitol was overrun, but that he liked watching it happen in what will be the final hearing for now, but not for good.
Select committee to investigate.
High stakes tonight and high drama expected, with the committee in prime time set to lay out what former President Trump did and, maybe more importantly, did not do during those 187 minutes when the Capitol was under attack. Mr. Trump waiting more than 3 hours before delivering a message to his supporters.
So go home. We love you. You're very special.
Mr. Trump releasing a message with a different tone on January 7th.
To those who engaged in the acts of violence and destruction, you do not represent our country.
Committee members saying they have outtakes of that later speech that will be shown at the hearing.
The president
displayed extreme difficulty in completing his remarks.
It will be significant in terms of what the president was willing to say and what he wasn't willing to say.
Their goal today, to go through all of Mr. Trump's decision-making as the riot unfolded. Congresswoman Elaine Luria, who will help lead the hearing, speaking exclusively with NBC's Ali Vitale.
This was a dereliction of duty of the president, and we're going to talk in depth about the events that happened, almost minute by minute.
It comes as the January 6th committee chair is now criticizing the Secret Service, suggesting the agency might have broken the law by not doing a better job keeping records of text messages from employees related to the attack. Messages the committee wanted to see, but that were deleted in 2021 when the Secret Service says agency phones were reset as part of a planned migration. Some lawmakers frustrated that the agency didn't do more to preserve the records, even after 3 reminders to do so, including at least one before January 6th. Now, as the committee starts to wrap up this round of public hearings, Attorney General Merrick Garland is pledging the Justice Department's investigation will follow the law.
No person is above the law in this country.
The live witnesses tonight will include 2 people from the Trump administration, former Deputy National Security Advisor Matthew Pottinger and former press aide Sarah Matthews. Both were at the White House on the 6th. Both resigned after the attack. The committee is also previewing more hearings down the road before their final report this fall. Back to you.
Hallie Jackson, thank you so much. And you can watch the hearing tonight, prime time, right here on NBC News Now, with live coverage starting at 7:30 p.m. Eastern.
Now in Georgia, a special grand jury is investigating allies of former President Trump for possible criminal interference in the 2020 election. One person that's been subpoenaed, Rudy Giuliani, Trump's personal attorney. A New York judge has ordered Giuliani to testify in Atlanta after he failed to appear at a hearing to challenge the subpoena. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now from Atlanta. Hey, Blaine, good to see you. So tell us, how does Giuliani fit into this particular investigation in Georgia?
Well, Savannah, good morning to you and very good to see you. You know, he is somebody that the DA has said that she wants to hear from, because she said that she wants to hear from anybody and everybody who had any sort of insight into either the president's mindset or actions when it comes to the alleged election interference here in the state of Georgia. Now, specifically for Rudy Giuliani, she's going to be looking at basically a hearing that he held before a number of state lawmakers in the days and weeks following the 2020 election, where he repeated these now very debunked conspiracy theories, kind of floating things that, you know, there was cheating going on, ballot stuffing going on at the State Farm Arena, different things like that that, of course, have since been proven to be false. That's what she's going to be digging into, those claims that were repeated by Giuliani. Now, what's interesting in all of this is how he has been ordered to appear. You know, it was actually a New York judge that issued this order. He was supposed to appear in a separate hearing, essentially to argue why he shouldn't have to comply with the subpoena. Well, the judge says he never showed up to that hearing, and that's what prompted him to submit this order to appear here on August 9th, Savannah.
And Blaine, also on Tuesday, we learned that 16 Trump allies in Georgia were notified that they were targets of the probe, and then they could also face charges. What do we know about them?
Yeah, those are those so-called fake electors, basically, the people who were charged and saying that they were going to, you know, basically vote in his favor. They are targets of this investigation. But what I think is interesting about the Savannah is the switch. You know, their attorneys said that initially they were told that they were witnesses, that they were only witnesses. But it wasn't until relatively recently that the DA's office reached out and said, no, you are in fact targets of this investigation. That's notable in a couple of ways, because one, it really kind of gives us more insight into just how the DA is conducting this investigation. One, obviously, who she wants to hear from, but two, who she considers to be a target and what that means in terms of just the scope of this investigation altogether. Savannah.
I know she also wants to hear from Senator Lindsey Graham. Why is his testimony important? And do we know if or when he will appear, since he's been subpoenaed?
Yeah, that's part of that group of 7 Trump allies. Certainly one of the biggest names, a sitting U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham. He is being looked at specifically for a couple of phone calls that he made to Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, where he asked about absentee ballots. That's according to the subpoena. Now, there's been back and forth over the subpoena, but essentially the latest is that Lindsey Graham has agreed to accept the subpoena, but that doesn't mean that he won't still fight it. So that's an important thing. Initially, there was going to be a hearing in a South Carolina court yesterday. That that hearing was canceled. So he said that he will accept it, but still possibly fighting that subpoena.
All right, Blaine Alexander, thank you so much.
Turning now to an NBC News exclusive, a rare interview with CIA Director William Burns. NBC News Chief Washington correspondent Andrea Mitchell sat down with Burns at the Aspen Security Forum yesterday, discussing a range of global issues, including the war in Ukraine, how long it may last, and the health and stability of Russian President Vladimir Putin.
CIA Director William Burns, who, as you know, is a former U.S. ambassador to Russia and is really one of the world's top experts on Vladimir Putin, the last U.S. official to meet face-to-face with the Russian leader before he invaded Ukraine. So I spoke with Director Burns about Putin's state of mind and his goals now as Russia is expanding its military efforts in Ukraine. Nearly 5 months into its brutal war on Ukraine, Russia's military assaults on the country remain relentless, saying it will move beyond the Donbas region in eastern Ukraine to threaten other areas, including Odessa, with a grinding war of attrition.
So he can strangle the Ukrainian economy, he can wear down European publics and leaderships, and he can wear down the United States. Putin was wrong in his assumptions about breaking the alliance and breaking Ukrainian will before the war began, and I think he's just as wrong now.
Russia's cost is high, around 15,000 troops dead and 3 times as many injured. So this week, Moscow turning to Iran for armed drones. What are the implications of this new, stronger alliance of adversaries?
The purpose of those drones is to kill Ukrainian civilians in a brutal and unprovoked war of aggression.
As he's waged war, Putin has been plagued with rumors about his health. Would you describe him as unstable? Unhealthy?
As far as we can tell, he's entirely too healthy.
Against the backdrop of war and America's support for Ukraine is WNBA superstar Brittany Griner, who's been detained in Russia for more than 5 months. Overnight, a tribute for her at the ESPY Awards.
We cannot stop fighting for her. We cannot stop believing for her. And we will not stop hoping for the day when we can welcome her home safely.
These are awful and shameful steps to hold American citizens for political leverage as well. I mean, in Brittany Griner's case, my heart goes out to her wife and her family as well.
In addition to all of the other global crises, the CIA is now also assessing how climate change will create new conflicts over food and water, and this on top of COVID. I also asked Director Burns about the possibility of China invading Taiwan, and he believes that Xi Jinping is determined to take control of Taiwan, but has learned from Russia's experience in Ukraine that a quick victory will only come by using overwhelming force. But he said it's not a question of if, it's a question of when.
Andrea, thank you for that report. And we should mention that NBC Universal News Group is the media partner of the Aspen Security Forum.
And now coming up, not guilty. Alex Murdaugh, the South Carolina lawyer now accused of killing his wife and son last summer, says he didn't do it.
And that's setting the stage for a potentially lengthy legal fight. We've got the latest on this viral courtroom saga. Up next, you're watching Morning News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Welcome back. It's been more than a year since Alec Murdaugh's wife and son were shot to death, and yesterday we heard that the former South Carolina attorney has pled not guilty to their murders.
And this morning, the prosecution and defense are preparing for the trial that will determine his fate. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk joined us on set with the latest. Stephanie, good morning.
Hey, guys, good morning. The twists and turns in this story are really something else, right? It's a sordid one, and it's gained something of a cult following, bringing media scrutiny to a small South Carolina town and a man at the center of a prominent local family. Alec Murdaugh appeared in court Wednesday to enter his plea of not guilty. His team says the now disbarred lawyer not only maintains his innocence, but believes the killer or killers are still at large.
You're watching the best.
We begin with the Fox 10 News Alert.
Carrie Lake used to be known in Arizona as a charismatic newscaster.
He's a lion. Hear him roar.
A staple on Phoenix TVs for more than 2 decades. But then...
I'm Carrie Lake, and I'm running for governor.
It seemingly all changed.
These media giants...
Last summer, she separated from the TV station to run for office.
The media isn't just corrupt. They are anti-American.
She is now one of Trump's closest allies.
Carrie Lake, I'll tell you, she is incredible.
And promoters of 2020 election.
One step closer to facing a jury after a 13-month investigation into the murders of Murdaugh's wife, Maggie, and their 22-year-old son, Paul. Joe McCullough is an attorney on another case involving Murdaugh and his son, Paul. He sat down with Craig hours after Wednesday's hearing.
How unusual is it for the state to take more than a year to bring murder charges if they feel like the evidence is strong?
Circumstantial evidence cases are hard, and when you have to rely on that evidence, you want to take your time and be methodical.
Murdaugh's wife and son were found shot to death outside their South Carolina estate last June. Alec Murdaugh, a now disbarred attorney from a prominent legal family, denied any involvement in the crime and maintains his innocence. His attorneys did not respond to a request for comment on today's hearing, but previously released a statement saying in part their client did not have anything to do with the murders of Maggie and Paul. He loved them more than anything in the world. Sources close to the investigation tell NBC News that authorities took more than a year to charge Murdaugh to ensure a thorough investigation, and that they've compiled much evidence the public has not yet heard, including cell phone video that they believe not only puts Murdaugh at the scene of the crime shortly before it took place, but would also contradict his previous timeline of events on the day of the murders. Adding to the intrigue, a series of strange incidents following the double homicide, like a failed suicide scheme, when Murdaugh allegedly arranged for a man to shoot him so that his other son could collect on a $10 million insurance policy. Part of a long legal legacy, Alec Murdaugh will soon learn his fate in a courtroom where a painting of his great-grandfather hangs.
It's pretty incredible. At Wednesday's bond hearing, Murdoch's team also filed a motion for a speedy trial. That could be as soon as January. His team is hoping for earlier than that. One thing we know, there will be a lot of eyes on this story and this case when it goes to trial, guys.
It's so disturbing and also dumbfounding.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
And that detail at the end, I mean, speaks to the prominence of the family in the area.
For generations, his family has held what is essentially the DA's position in that town. So there probably is no other more prominent family than his in that town.
Wow.
Stephanie Gosk, thank you.
Thank
You're
you
welcome.
so much. Now, several families are speaking out about the treatment their children received while visiting the Sesame Place amusement park. A string of viral videos show beloved characters that seem to ignore Black children in the crowd. Now, some families are demanding an apology. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo has the latest.
Sesame Place under fire for viral videos showing multiple characters apparently ignoring Black children in the theme park. One mother speaking out after she says her daughter and niece were snubbed because of the color of their skin.
I was sad, I was pissed, and immediately you just go into defense mode because the first thing as a parent is you want to defend your child and you want to protect your innocence.
She says the character engaged with white visitors before and after this moment that has taken off across social media. The girl's family and their attorney gathered outside of the Sesame Workshop in New York City, demanding accountability from the amusement park run by SeaWorld.
For little children, they should not have to experience such hurt and embarrassment from a character who's supposed to bring joy. Who knows what trigger points this might have for them for the future.
Sesame Place originally issued a statement in response to the video saying that the performer portraying the Rosita character has confirmed that the no hand gesture seen several times in this video was not directed to any specific person. Rather, it was a response to multiple requests from someone in the crowd who asked Rosita to hold their child for a photo, which is not permitted. The Rosita performer did not intentionally ignore the girls and is devastated by the misunderstanding. One activist called the statement a slap in the face. After more backlash, the park released a new statement apologizing and adding, quote, "We know that it's not okay. We are taking actions to do better. We are committed to making this right. We will conduct training for our employees so they better understand, recognize, and deliver an inclusive, equitable, and entertaining experience to our guests."
Why do you need bias training if the acts were not intentional?
The Rosita costume is also seen in this video walking past a little girl with outstretched arms. The person who posted it saying, quote, "Now, I'm not saying Rosita is racist, but whoever is under this/those masks sure is curving a bunch of brown kids." Also calling to, quote, "investigate this pattern. We don't know what happened before or after this video was taken."
We've come to learn that what took place Saturday is not an anomaly. I know our Black girls are magic, but I didn't know that they were invisible.
A number of other videos have been circulating online, including this one, which appears to show Bert softly slapping a 10-year-old Black girl in the face. NBC Philadelphia reporting the girl's family says Sesame Place took a report and pledged an investigation would be completed, but they never heard back. We asked Sesame Place about this incident and the investigation, but have also not heard back.
Our thanks to Stephen Romo for that report. And the family of the two girls in that recent video said they don't want to put them through a lawsuit, but they are calling on Sesame Place to accept responsibility, terminate the employee, and pay for any mental care expenses that stem from the incident.
A difficult story. And coming up, we'll talk about how to keep your head up during these often stressful and unprecedented times.
The key is to living the life of an optimist to bring some light to even your darkest days. That's next.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Harry Styles!
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
the seduction. Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
It's the best time of the morning, time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
The Arizona primary for governor is coming into focus as voters prepare to head to the polls in less than 2 weeks. This morning, we're taking a closer look at GOP candidate Kari Lake, who has received a notable endorsement from former President Trump and risen to the top of the ballot in a crowded field. NBC News correspondent Von Hilliard has more.
You're watching The Best.
We begin with the Fox 10 News Alert.
Kari Lake used to be known in Arizona as a charismatic newscaster.
He's a lion. Hear him roar.
A staple on Phoenix TVs for more than 2 decades. But then,
I'm Kari Lake, and I'm running for governor.
It seemingly all changed.
These media giants.
Last summer, she separated from the TV station to run for office.
The media isn't just corrupt. They are anti-American.
She is now one of Trump's closest allies.
Kari Lake, I'll tell you, she is incredible.
And promoters of 2020 election conspiracy theories.
Anybody who was involved in that corrupt, shady, shoddy election of 2020, lock them up.
It's kind of difficult to understand that it's her, the same person that was the person that I knew before she became a candidate.
Former Governor Jan Brewer, a staunch conservative herself, now puzzled by Lake.
But she never seemed an extremist, like what we're seeing now is when she's running for office for the governor.
Brewer now endorsing Lake's GOP primary opponent, as is current Governor Doug Ducey and former Vice President Mike Pence.
I do more than talk for a living.
We spoke with 12 of Lake's one-time close friends and colleagues. They asked for anonymity, several of them saying they feared being targeted, but each of them said her transformation was gradual.
I'm Kari Lake with a look at your...
In 2015, several of her friends we spoke to say she found Trump to be funny and defended his crassness. She began spreading internet conspiracy theories.
You can take the hydroxychloroquine as a preventative.
And then she refused to acknowledge Biden as the winner of the 2020 election. One thing that hasn't changed, according to Lake's former colleagues, her stubborn, combative style.
You were her HR manager.
Yes.
How was she to work with when there was tension?
She wouldn't work with you. She would leave. Kari wants what Kari wants. That's what she wants.
Barbara Seville, Arizona's most prominent drag queen, befriended Lake about 20 years ago.
I was kind of starstruck when I saw her the first time. I was like, oh my God, there's Kari. And we became friends.
But last month, during Pride Month, Lake tweeted, "They kicked God out of schools and welcomed the drag queens. They took down our flag and replaced it with the rainbow."
I'm a friend of yours for 20 years, and I'm disposable now.
Could I ask you one question here?
Lake declined requests for an interview. When we caught up with her, she said that she had no interest in talking.
How has Kari Lake evolved here? What would you tell those people who were close to you in their life that are wondering who that Kari Lake is now? You were friends with these people, and they say they don't recognize the person you've become.
I'm friends with a lot of people in the media. I've worked in the media for 30 years, and I'm sorry if they can't handle somebody being conservative. Thank you very much.
The question now, has enough of the Arizona electorate evolved with Kari Lake?
Now, as you can see there, we made attempts to talk with Kari Lake,
but also not only about our evolution, but reached out to the other woman that you saw there in that elevator shot was Lisa Dale. She's a paid campaign advisor, but also a longtime friend of Lake's here. At the same time, you know, most of the folks that we talked to, more than a dozen folks who are either close friends or colleagues of hers, say that she has all but cut off communication with most of the friends and those people that were closest to in her life here. There's a lot of layers to this, and I encourage folks to go to NBCnews.com, where we've posted here a new story this morning that gets at some of these questions here about how Kari Lake evolved over the last decade to be this Trump-backed pick for governor of Arizona. Savannah?
Hilliard, fascinating look there, and you're asking the tough questions. Thank you so much. Good to see you.
Let's turn to international headlines now. Russia restarts operations of a major pipeline to Europe after a 10-day shutdown.
Matt Bradley is back with us this hour from London with that and more. Hey, Matt.
Hey, Savannah, Zinkley. So yeah, there's a little bit of a light at the end of the pipeline here. Europe's energy impasse has eased slightly this morning, and that's when Russian natural gas again started to flow to Europe through the Nord Stream 1 pipeline, not the Nord Stream 2, which we've been hearing all about. And that was 10 days after it was first shut down for maintenance. But these Russian deliveries were still only at about 40% of their pre-maintenance levels, and this, according to Germany's network regulator. So Russia's energy giant Gazprom has cited repair problems when it shut down the pipeline earlier this month, but European leaders have repeatedly accused the Russians of using energy as an economic weapon in its war with Ukraine. Now here, back in the UK, the race for Prime Minister has come down to two candidates. Rishi Sunak, the former Chancellor of the Exchequer, and he will face Liz Truss, the former Foreign Secretary, to succeed outgoing Prime Minister Boris Johnson. But it's a contest that's going to be decided by only a few 100,000 mail-in ballots, and only from Conservative Party members. And as for Johnson himself, he held his last Prime Minister's questions yesterday, and that's when he told his fellow lawmakers, hasta la vista, baby. Now, in an effort to build an elevator around sacred sites in Jerusalem, it's yielded some surprising discoveries. Archaeologists discovered a first-century villa along with a ritual Jewish bath during construction to give disabled people access to Jerusalem's Western Wall, where the ornate frescoes and mosaics indicate that wealthy people were probably among those who lived there. Guys?
All right, Matt, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And coming up, some good and bad news for you potential home buyers out there. Sales are down across the board, and so is demand for mortgages, but prices are still sky high. So what's going on? We'll take a closer look at the future of the housing market next.
Plus, patient beware. Those glowing online reviews for local healthcare providers may not be as authentic as you'd like them to be. We'll explain after this.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. We when you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Welcome back. It's no secret that the COVID pandemic has taken a serious toll on our collective mental health, coupled with economic woes and climate concerns. Many of us have been left feeling like there isn't much hope left.
Totally. Well, one woman is making it her mission to bring some light back to our lives using the power of optimism. Let's bring in Dr. Deepika Chopra. She is not only known as the optimistic doctor, but she's also a professional health psychologist and the founder of Things Are Looking Up, which I would love to just be saying that all the time. Things are looking up. Maybe that's the idea here. Dr. Chopra, good morning. Thanks for joining us. So, let's just start with the basics of what this means. Optimism, I think it's a little bit different than just being positive. What does it mean?
So good to be here. Good morning, you guys. Yes, absolutely. You are 100% correct. I think a lot of people are actually surprised when they come hear me speak as an optimism doctor, and I reveal to them that actually the word positivity and being positive is sort of maybe the fourth or fifth word I think of down the line when I think of optimism. The first two words that actually really come to my mind are resiliency and curiosity. And so optimism is really about being keenly aware of the setbacks and the roadblocks and the less than ideal situations and really being set in reality. The caveat is just that people that hold a more optimistic mindset see these things as temporary and something that they have the ability to overcome based on their resiliency.
And that's a great point.
Yeah, and I'd love to hear from you. How do we remain optimistic while also keeping up with what's going on in the world? We work in news. A lot of the headlines are daunting. Can we train ourselves to strengthen that optimism muscle, or is it possible to be too optimistic?
So I think that when you're defining optimism in the way that we're defining optimism, it's not really about being too optimistic, because I think the sort of misconception is that when you're optimistic, you're not realistic. And actually the truth is, to be really optimistic, you have to also be realistic. And so something that I like to share, and me being the optimism doctor, first of all, I have to reveal I'm not the most optimistic person. I'm also working on it. It is a muscle. Something that I like to really share is what a lot of people don't really on the off bat really understand about optimism is it is really about sitting in your true authentic feeling and allowing yourself to actually be there, especially if it is a feeling that doesn't feel that great. So what we know about feelings it's that old saying, you have to actually go through them to get through them. And that's true for optimism as well. And so not to jump the gun and sort of, it's interesting you said maybe we should be saying things are looking up. Actually, there's a lot of research to prove, and I write about this a lot, that blanket statement affirmations are really not going to cut it for you. You have to truly, authentically believe something. You have to have the ability to sit in your true feeling, but also make space for hope. And our brains are really smart. It's a powerful future-directed organ. We know, when we're fooling ourselves, and we know when we're not. And so there's not a lot of power or reason to sort of avoid how you really feel. And so I think that's true for right now. A lot of us are going through a lot of pain. There's fear, there's anxiety, there's mourning, and there's reason, really good reason, to actually not be paralyzed by that, but allow yourself to sit through it and be curious about it. That's where the optimism sort of comes.
Really powerful tips there. Yeah. Go through it, believe it. I think
absolutely. And like you said, general things are just not going to cut it. Dr. Deepika Chopra, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Good way to start our morning. And turning to financial headlines now and the latest unemployment numbers that have just crossed the wires.
That's right. TNBC's Contessa Brewer joins us now with that and more. Good morning, Contessa.
Good morning, ladies. And just on the before these numbers come through, we also are finding out that Microsoft is planning to cut back on the number of jobs that it's posting. It says it's going to decelerate the pace of some hiring claims here. Meanwhile, Tesla has sold 75% of its Bitcoin holdings. The electric car maker invested $1.5 billion in Bitcoin early last year and touted its long-term potential. The company announcing second quarter earnings statement that it's dumped 3/4 of its holdings. After a huge rally in 2021, the cryptocurrency has plunged in value this year. Mattel has inked a deal with Elon Musk's SpaceX to produce a line of toys inspired by the space venture. Mattel expects to begin releasing the SpaceX product line in 2023. It's not the first time Mattel and Musk have linked up to create toys. Mattel created 2 remote-controlled vehicles based on Tesla's Cybertruck in early 2020. I don't know, Savannah Zinkley, I'm wondering whether the next toy out is maybe that Elon Musk at the beach, you know, the meme that has become so...
You're talking about
popular?
Elon
Is that
Musk
the right
with his
word?
shirt off, aren't you, Contessa?
Oh, wow. I mean, I just saw it. I saw it everywhere, and I'm thinking there's Barbie, there's Ken, and now maybe Elon.
Contessa, that was good.
Time will
Thank you.
tell. Thank you. Well, the weather might not be cooling off anytime soon, but it looks like the residential real estate market just might be. In June, existing home sales fell for the 5th straight month, and current demand for mortgages is now at a low not seen in more than 2 decades. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello is here to help us understand what that means for would-be buyers. Good morning, Tom.
Hey guys, good morning. So yeah, new mortgage apps now at a 22-year low. You would think that as that is happening, you would start to see prices coming down, right? So that should be good news for potential buyers. In fact, it's not happening yet. We still see prices very high. The average, the median sale price hit a new record high, $416,000. So if you are in the market for a home, and if you have been thinking, oh, I'm going to wait till maybe things start to equilibrate, is that a word? Start to equal out a little bit, and you may be thinking this is good news. Yeah, not yet. And the big variable right now is the interest rate picture. Anyone shopping for a home in the last few years has seen it firsthand. U.S. home sales going from hot to ridiculous. All cash offers, bidding wars, inspection contingencies waived. Now, in places like Boise, Idaho, those days appear to be over.
We've gone from hours on market to potentially 6 months.
Realtor Shauna Pendleton says potential buyers are concerned about the future.
Inflation, gas prices, I mean, just everything happening in our world is causing buyers to be very nervous, very hesitant.
The same dynamic is taking place in other regions that experienced pandemic booms, like Salt Lake City, Denver, and Seattle. The National Association of Realtors says home sales are down 21% since January. Economists say that's not a bad thing.
Lower price growth in housing is absolutely healthier. It's a more sustainable market. It is generally better for shoppers to find that good match.
So what's the problem? Interest rates for home mortgages are up and could be going higher. The current national average for a 30-year fixed is above 5.5%. That's up from a low of 2.65% in January 2021. If you're thinking about buying a house, what should you do right now?
Well, if you're actively shopping and you feel like you could be ready to go soon, locking a mortgage rate right now is probably not a bad idea.
That's because if inflation continues to rise, the Federal Reserve will likely raise the interest rate that banks can charge each other, which in turn will likely influence mortgage rates. But experts say it's unlikely even a recession will lead to the type of crash in home values we went through in the late 2000s.
The home prices still looks to be on a solid footing. Fortunately, we don't have those funny, risky mortgages that was present 10 years ago during the subprime lending foreclosure crisis.
For now, potential buyers like Rachel Payne are pressing pause on their search, hoping home ownership becomes a little more attainable in the near future.
We just have to think something's got to change, whether it is prices decrease a little bit. If interest rates stay the same, we're kind of okay with that. As first-time home buyers, it's like the down payment is like the biggest thing for us.
All right, my photographer, David, thinks that we should make this new word equilibralize. So I'm going with it right now. We're looking for a kind of an equal playing field here between supply and demand. And the thinking is as that equilibralizes over the economy, that's not a bad thing. Maybe if the real estate market, the housing market becomes a little more in balance and you know, a little boring compared to what it's been the last few years, guys. That's what we do on News Now. We just make stuff up.
Yeah, Tom,
if we don't know a word, we make it up, right?
But make up some fun terms.
No, but you also, I'm impressed because you just not only made up a word, but then you used it in a sentence, which is the next step we need to make it official.
And the equilibrization. Can we come up? We just start all these various, incarnations of the word. Yeah.
Yes, love it. Tom, equilibralizing us. Thanks so much.
Tom. All right, now this morning we've got a warning about fake online reviews.
That's right. An NBC News investigation reveals the impact they can have when you're looking for a medical professional. NBC News senior national correspondent Kate Snow joins us now. Kate, what's going on?
Yeah, a restaurant or a hotel or something?
Well, that's what I was just going to say, right? So we all go online. We all look for like restaurants, hotels, plumbers, maybe online, and we look for those reviews. But a lot of us, it turns out, also look for 5-star reviews before we pick a doctor or a dentist. And the truth is, there are people making money selling fake reviews for medical professionals. And trusting a fake review could be more than annoying. It could even hurt you.
When we go looking for medical help, as many as 70% of us start with an online search, according to one recent survey. But beware, the 5-star rating you see may not be what it appears.
There are scores of Facebook groups that are just devoted to buying, selling, and trading fake online reviews.
Some people are trading positive reviews, and other people are buying positive reviews?
Yes, there's an open marketplace.
Kay Dean is a former federal investigator who started digging into online review fraud after her own bad experience.
This is Fake Review Watch.
She created a YouTube channel to warn others.
The scope of the problem is massive.
Here's someone promising to pay $100 per review. Another offers 5-star reviews. To help us understand what a fake review of a medical professional looks like, Dean pointed us to this dentist. Dr. Mansoor Zakour has hundreds of 5-star reviews on Yelp and comes up as one of the top dentists in the area, with pictures of A-listers like Miley Cyrus, The Weeknd, and Hailey Bieber on his Yelp page. But Yelp has pulled down some of his glowing reviews after concluding they were paid for. Dean found suspicious reviews that Yelp later took down, the exact same words written by people in different cities on different days.
The words are the same. Right. This is the place to go if you're looking to do a full smile makeover.
Copy-pasted fake reviews.
It's not just Yelp. On Dr. Zakour's Google reviews, we found this suspicious post.
This person says, she addressed my concerns. She did a good job talking about the doctor. The doctor's male.
Correct. That's a red flag, sure.
Dean also mapped out Facebook reviewers of Zakour's dental group on a spreadsheet.
8 of those Dr. Zakour patients also use the same Peruvian travel company.
And the same locksmith in England, same tire company in Virginia, and garage door company in Nevada.
What's the most logical explanation?
They are all fake.
This woman, who asked us not to show her face, says she went to Dr. Zakour because of the 5-star rating at the top of his page.
I started reading people's experiences, and they were so happy.
She told us she ended up cutting off her treatment plan early, disappointed by the results, and after a friend pointed her to a number of 1-star reviews, which she had to scroll down to the bottom of the Yelp page to find, under a section of reviews not recommended.
I started seeing a lot of very upset people with his services. That really made me worried.
Unlike the main Yelp page, that not recommended section lists 1-star reviews first. When this patient read those reviews, she got a completely different picture.
If I did know about that section, then I would have not gone and had this entire mess started.
She's on the hook for more than $8,000. People relying on Dr. Zakour's reviews likely have no idea that the California Dental Board is seeking disciplinary action against him, citing allegations of gross negligence, unprofessional conduct, and incompetence. Dr. Zakour did not respond to our request for comment. On his Yelp page, he once responded to a negative review saying, "We stand behind our work, and if patients are not happy with our work, we gladly redo them." How can you look out for fake reviews? Watch for identical reviews. Beware of a large number of 5-star reviews following a negative one. Look past the stars and skim the text to see if the details make sense for that business. Bottom line, if you're going to search for a doctor or dentist online, take some time. Your health could be at stake.
Yelp, Google, and Meta all say fake reviews are prohibited on their platforms. Last year, Yelp closed 85,000 user accounts due to potentially fraudulent or abusive behavior. As for those Facebook groups where you can sell and trade reviews, a Meta spokesperson told us they took down the groups that we asked them about, and groups like that are not allowed. And remember that section of not recommended reviews that the patient wished that she had seen sooner? We asked Yelp, why does that even exist? And they said that section is their algorithm determining reviews that are less reliable, unhelpful, or biased. They go in that section.
Seems the opposite.
But you might want to look at that section.
Seems like maybe this is not the best way to find a dentist or doctor.
Right, but many people do.
Yeah, and you know, some of the experts, Kay Dean said to me, just talk to your friends. Like, just talk to real people about a doctor or a dentist. The other couple of tips we had in the piece, but that one that really stuck with me is like you can sort reviews, right? When you go to Yelp, for example, you can sort them. You can sort them by 1 star, and you can see the 1 stars pop up at the top that way, and kind of read through those before you get to the glowing reviews.
Yeah, exactly.
Do your research.
Kate Snow, important stuff. Thank you so much.
And coming up, a story of pride, perseverance, and peanuts?
I'll introduce you to the man who's, I can't even get through this, just made history with a lengthy journey up one of America's most prominent peaks. You gotta see it and maybe smell it to believe it. That is next.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
NBC News, streaming free now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Now to a story you might find a little bit nuts.
That's right. It's about this man. He just made history as the first person in the 21st century to complete the so-called peanut push challenge by literally, get this, pushing a peanut up to the summit of Colorado's iconic Pikes Peak with his nose.
Bob Salem's 13-mile journey took, get this, 7 days.
And Bob joins us now. Thank you for being here, Bob. The biggest question I have to ask is why? What inspired you to do this peanut push challenge, and how did you even learn this was a thing? And how's your nose feeling? I have to ask that too.
Good morning. Yeah, well, it was really just Michael Mayo at the Manitou Springs Heritage Museum. He was talking about the history of the peanut push and stuff, and And he mentioned that the 150th anniversary of Manitou Springs was there, and he wished he could find somebody that would push the peanut, for the anniversary. And I just said, I'll do it. So
I just said, fine. I'll take one for the team. What's on your face? What is that contraption?
It's this one right here.
Uh-huh.
It was a CPAP machine, sleep apnea and stuff like that. And I just simply took the hose out and put in a serving spoon, cut the end of the serving spoon off, and it's a basic device, and I just used it to scoop the peanut along.
Does your back hurt?
No, actually, strange enough, it's actually easier to climb up to crawl up the mountain than it is to climb. Your weight's dispersed and stuff like that, so you're not picking up your entire weight. So it's just slower, that's all.
That is so impressive, and even more impressive, you're actually the first person in the 21st century to complete this challenge. There are 3 other people who did it. How do you feel about your achievement? I mean, this is a big deal.
It's actually kind of exciting. I've been doing a lot of interviews. I got a lot of attention out of it. I'm fronting a charity, so, anything that gets anybody to look at my charity, that's always nice.
Oh, love that. Bob, also, it looks like, was there a strategy so you sort of like fling it?
Yeah, I just, as best as I can get it up the trail. The stairs, they were a little bit of an issue because they were kind of close, and the peanut like to kind of hide in the corner. But up the higher the trail, it was mostly just flat trail, so it was pretty easy.
I mean, I think what we've learned about you is you could do anything you put your mind to.
Well, his nose too.
Put your nose to, yeah. Bob Salem, very cool. Congratulations.
Big congrats.
And for a good cause, as you pointed out, which is amazing. Thank you so much. We appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning. I'm Zinklea Samoa in for Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, breaking records. Places across the country are hotter than they've ever been before. Some reaching highs of 115 degrees as the heat stretches from coast to coast. And the extreme temperatures are adding more pressure to Americans' strained wallets. Electric bills are expected to jump 20% this summer. We're tracking when the U.S. could get a break from the heat. Return to prime time tonight. In their last planned hearing, the January 6th committee is expected to reveal what they say will be key evidence on former President Trump's actions surrounding the Capitol riot. But tonight won't be the last we hear about the investigation. What we're learning about the growing questions about those missing Secret Service text messages. Plea for help in an NBC News exclusive. Ukraine's First Lady calls for more worldwide support 6 months into Russia's invasion. What she's seeing in her country right now and her concerns for Ukraine's future. Plus, it takes a village to care for a newborn, and for a lucky few, it takes a luxury hotel. We'll take you inside the retreat center, helping new moms and their babies get the postpartum care they need and adjust to this new phase of life, which really says so much about just how much support you do need during that time period and what it's going to cost you and all those types of things.
It's such
we'll
a
have
process.
That conversation. Absolutely. We'll get to that later in the show. We begin, though, of course, with the latest on that historic heat wave that's melting Americans that you're feeling at home as we break these record temperatures.
Absolutely. We're feeling the heat to take action on climate change now, and President Biden unveiled new executive actions to battle what he calls a climate crisis.
As president, I have a responsibility to act with urgency and resolve when our nation faces clear and present dangers. And that's what climate change is about. The health of our citizens and our communities is literally at stake. The UN's leading international climate scientists call the latest climate report nothing less than, quote, code red for humanity. Let me say it again, code red for humanity.
So here's what the president's initiatives would do. Provide billions in funding for communities facing extreme heat, widen assistance to low-income Americans, including air conditioners and cooling centers, and propose new wind energy areas in the Gulf of Mexico. However, Biden's initiative stopped short of declaring a climate emergency, which would release federal resources for the crisis. The news comes as 97 million Americans are waking up to a heat alert, with 32 million of them expected to see triple-digit temperatures. Overseas, sweltering heat continues to drive fires in Europe, with firefighters in Greece and Italy working to get flames under control. All the way from Europe to the U.S., we have team coverage with NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman and foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiella. But we begin with NBC News correspondent Jay Gray in Plano, Texas. Jay, it's been hot, and it was another historically hot day in parts of Texas. We know this heat can have potentially deadly consequences. So what are first responders saying about the impact they're seeing on the ground?
Yeah, and Sinclair, right now it's bearable just before sunrise. 87 degrees here in Plano, Texas, just north of Dallas. And we're at Jack Carter Pool. This is an amazing facility. This is how a lot of people are competing with that heat. You've got just about everything you can do in the water here, from a splash area, from kids to a rock climbing wall over a pool. You've got tube runs. It's amazing. They even have a simulated surf here, so they can take 1,000 people a day, and they get 1,000 a day every day they are open here. There are some who can't get to these spots, as you were just asking about, and calls for first responders have really been through the roof this summer, doubling what they saw last year at the same time. So you've got emergency responses to heat-related issues coming daily here, and overwhelming at times for some of the teams on the ground here. If there's any good news in all of that, what we're hearing from those emergency teams is that very rarely is it getting to a point where things are life-threatening for those that are having issues. So they're calling for help early enough, and that's the good news. But it's only going to get worse as the summer continues to heat up here in Texas.
Only going to get worse, a grim prediction. But I know that the other big concern is the power grid, which once again is under strain, and we're not even at the hottest part of the year yet, which is hard to believe. So what is ERCOT, which is Texas's Electric Reliability Council, saying about those concerns?
Well, they've asked people to conserve throughout the summer already. Things have gone well to this point. They feel like they do have enough power to get through where we are, at least right now. But I can tell you already, and I want to make sure I'm getting this number right, but they're saying that they're hovering around the 80,000 megawatt number. They've set 10 records already, daily records for usage this year. That's going to continue. That 80,000 megawatt number, that exceeds everything in their most dire forecast coming into this summer. So they weren't expecting it to be this hot as well. And they continue to worry about the possibility of blackouts across Texas.
So we've got the need for first responders. We've got what you just described. And we also have wildfires in addition to the power grid, right? And I know wildfires have become an issue across North Texas, with several popping up over the last couple of days. They're forcing dozens of people out of their homes. So what's the latest on that front, Jay?
Yeah, you've got 90% of the state in a drought condition right now. We had yesterday reports of more than 20 wildfires just here in the North Texas area, two of the largest, forcing dozens from their homes. They've lost a handful of homes at this point. If there's any good news, it's that they're getting a hold on some of these fires. Remember, though, you've got less than 25% humidity in some of these areas, with winds gusting up to 30 miles an hour. You've got dried out vegetation, and so it's a perfect storm for wildfires. And the teams that are fighting those fires say they expect this process to continue as well. As you mentioned earlier, we're not in the hottest part of the summer here in Texas. August traditionally is the hottest month, so a lot of people very concerned about what that's going to mean as we move forward.
Understandably. Jay Grace, stay cool out there. Thank you.
Overseas, they're also dealing with wildfires. Let's head to Kelly Kobiella in London for the latest on those. Kelly, good morning. So let's go through some of the countries impacted here. Starting with Greece, we saw firefighters battling flames in residential areas across Athens suburbs. What's the latest there?
That's right, Savannah. The biggest fire in the Athens suburbs to the north of that city. Firefighters say they've gotten control or have contained that fire, but a couple of more fires broke out as they were fighting the wildfire to the north. They have had to evacuate some people. There are reports of dozens of homes either damaged or destroyed. Now, they say they have most of these smaller fires contained, if not controlled. But the problem that they're dealing with in Greece, it's not the extreme temperatures. They've largely been spared that in Greece, but they have had a successive period of hot, dry weather. They're just not getting the rain. And in addition to that, they have these tinderbox conditions. And in addition, they have winds gusting up to close to 70 miles an hour, making conditions fighting fires really, really tough. Savannah.
Well, you think about those firefighters. Let's go to Italy now, where they're also dealing with this, and it appears things took a turn for the worse when fires caused some gas tanks to actually explode in Tuscany. Tell us about that incident and the latest on the situation there.
That's right. This is a forest fire near the town of Lucca in Tuscany. It started spreading close to villages. When you have villages, you have gas canisters and other man-made things that can be very, very combustible. So they had to evacuate about 300 people from that region as the fire moved in. That fire, I believe, is still actively spreading. It's burned about 2.5 square miles of forest there so far. And that's not the only fire in Italy. They're also battling a fire close to the Slovenian border. The city of Trieste is now in danger of losing power and water because of this fire. And there are fires breaking out in several other areas, smaller fires in other areas of Italy. Italy is dealing with the extreme heat. It's just starting to hit. About more than a dozen cities now are going to be under extreme heat warnings today, including Florence, Rome, and Milan. Savannah.
Yeah, I think we'll see some triple digits there. Kelly, let's now talk about France. A little bit of good news, some improved conditions, at least there. And yesterday we saw President Macron visit one of the worst hit regions and paid tributes to firefighters. What kind of action is the president of France calling for?
Yeah, so lower temperatures in France, and firefighters say they have that biggest fire in Gironde somewhat under control, but contained, again, not under control, and they're working on that. President Macron said this was one of the worst fires in France's history. 36,000 people evacuated from that area. Entire businesses, tourist businesses, damaged, destroyed. He's vowing to not only beef up the fire fighting services in France, including getting more firefighting planes. They already have 22, one of the best fleets in Europe. He's also saying that they need to rebuild, but they need to rebuild in a way that is taking into account the changing climate. He says this fire season certainly isn't over. The fight against this particular fire isn't over. And moving forward, they need to change the way they build in order to prevent scenes like this going forward. He hasn't laid out any rules yet, but is promising to start work on that soon. Savannah.
All right, Kelly, thank you so much.
Now for the latest on those record-breaking temperatures back home. For more, let's get a check at your Morning News Now weather.
Which means meteorologist Michelle Grossman is here. Are we seeing a break at all?
No, I wish. I can't wait for the day that I can say yes.
I know, right?
Yeah, because it's been going on and on. We're looking at temperatures into the 90s, into the 100s. It's going to feel like 115 again in spots. So another day of intense heat, dangerous heat, and deadly heat, and potentially deadly heat. So that's why this is really important. This is why it remains a major story. 97 million people impacted by a heat alert, whether that's a heat advisory, a heat watch, an excessive heat warning, stretching from the west into the central and southern plains, the lower Mississippi Valley, the southeast, into the northeast as well. So a lot of the East Coast, we are looking at some really warm temperatures, and we're going to see a stretch of really warm temperatures into the weekend as well. So another hot day today, temperatures in the 110s in the southwest, into the triple digits, also in the central and southern plains, 90s throughout most of the East Coast, also most of the Midwest. And we're going to see, or at least expect, 216 million highs above 90 degrees. I still can't wrap my head around that. And as we look at the triple digits, we're expecting 32 million. That's mainly in parts of California, the Southwest, into the central and southern plains. So it's the same places over and over again. And that's where it gets really tough on your body. So we have the heat, but we also have the humidity. That's a big piece of the puzzle because that's where it makes it feel really sticky, and that's really difficult on your body. We're looking at high humidity from New England all the way down to the the southeast into the south central states as well. So that's why we're looking at heat indices around 115 in spots. So extreme heat today, it's going to feel like the trip of 110s in the central and southern plains. It's going to feel like 100 degrees in parts of the northeast. New York City today, 94. It's going to feel like 101.
Oh.
It'll feel, I know, it was bad yesterday. It's going to be as bad today. It's going to feel like 100 in Nashville. 110 is the heat index in Jackson. So as with this heat and humidity, it's summertime. We have a cold front that's going to spark the chance for some storms. We're seeing some stormy weather right now in parts of Kentucky, also Tennessee, into the Carolinas and parts of Georgia. Lots of lightning there. Even some heavy rain, and that's what's going to happen with these storms. We're going to see that downpours, unleashed downpours. We're going to see the chance for some really gusty winds as we go throughout the afternoon. So the severe threat from New England all the way down to the southeast, where you see that yellow, that is the likeliest spot. 27 million people impacted by the risk of a strong to severe storm. That includes a chance of an isolated tornado in New England, so we're going to watch that very closely. Otherwise, the main threats seem to be winds gusting and also the chance for hail. So here's how we're going to see that cold front moving to the east. We're going to see the threat for severe weather. That's going to be the same story tomorrow. But you guys, this just keeps going on. And I wish I could tell you that there was some sort of relief at the end of it. But we're looking into next week. And again, as Sam said, it's July. I think Jay said it also. It's July.
Yeah.
And we still have August.
Yeah.
And it seems that it's everywhere. I'm heading to assignment in Chicago and Atlanta, and I'm like, oh, it's going to be hot in all those places.
I know. You're right.
It's crazy, crazy. All right, Michelle, thanks. We'll see you in a little bit.
Sure.
Now, the House committee investigating the January 6th attack on the Capitol will hold its last scheduled public hearing tonight in prime time.
That's right. And the focus is former President Trump's actions in the White House and the 3-hour time frame where he allegedly refused to call off the mob of his supporters as they stormed the Capitol. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa joins us now for more on this. Ali, good morning. First off, just walk us through why in this final hearing it's so important and why they've waited until now to fully lay out Trump's actions in those hours the Capitol was attacked.
Yeah, good morning, guys. Well, you laid it out perfectly at the top there that this hearing is going to really be about what was going on inside the West Wing in that 187 minutes between when former President Trump finished his speech on the ellipse, that rally that we saw, and when he issued that video statement from the Rose Garden hours later. And this has really been the committee's plan all along, to end with this culmination after these past 7 hearings into really what was going on at the West Wing and really tying that to the violence at the Capitol. And the committee says they're going to plan to do this in a few ways. Elaine Luria, who's going to lead part of the questioning in tonight's hearing, told my colleague Ali Vitale that we're going to see some never-before-seen footage of Congress members fleeing the House and Senate chambers. We're going to see some news clips that we know former President Trump was watching in the West Wing. The committee aiming to prove that he knew that there was violence going on at the Capitol, really trying to shed some light on the exhaustive efforts for hours, trying to get him to condemn the violence, condemn the rioters, and ask them to go home. We're also going to hear more from former White House counsel Pat Cipollone, a vocal opponent of what he saw going on in the White House. We're going to hear more about what former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows knew, what he was telling the president. And we're going to hear from at least 2 witnesses in person. These are former White House officials who were so personally impacted by what happened on January 6th that they actually resigned as a direct result of that day, guys.
So, Ali, what could be next? Could we see another hearing?
Well, committee chairman Benny Thompson is leaving the door open for that, saying that really the committee is, according to what their investigation really leads to, they can very well add more hearings going forward. And that's because he says that the committee is hearing from new witnesses every day. They're getting more information every day. We're following that story about the Secret Service deleted text messages. The committee putting out a statement yesterday saying that they're going to go to every length to try and get answers to why those were deleted. They also say that they're still hopeful that the former president or former vice president Mike Pence could possibly come and testify. So there's a lot of work still left to be done. They say they're going to release an interim, as they say, report in September. But really, the deeper that the committee digs, the more revelations that come out, which pushes that possible final report even further.
And Ali, we also saw a bipartisan group of senators announce new legislation, and it would close the loopholes in our existing election laws that really became apparent during the 2020 election. So how significant is this bill as it comes at the end of these public January 6 hearings? And do you think it'll have enough support in both chambers to pass?
Yeah, this was a big deal yesterday. These more than 12 senators, Republicans and Democrats, unveiling these two bills that aim to really, like you said, fill these holes, these gaps that former President Trump and his allies tried to take advantage of to overturn the results of the 2020 election. And they include provisions like really making it clear what the vice president's role is in certifying the election results, that his or her role is largely symbolic. They cannot unilaterally overturn an election. It also changes the threshold for Congress members to be able to oppose an election from just one member of the House, one member of the Senate, to 1/5 of each chamber. It also provides more funding and support and resources for protecting election workers. So a lot of changes, a lot of advances in these bills if they do get passed. No timeline yet on whether they will, but it's looking very positive from the bipartisan support we've already seen these two bills get from both the Senate minority and majority leaders so far.
A lot of changes to look out for. Ali Rafa, thank you so much.
Thank
you all can watch tonight's primetime hearing right here on NBC News Now with live coverage starting at 7:30 p.m. Eastern.
Turning now to the crisis in Ukraine, the country's first lady has told NBC News, quote, "The war is not over." Olena Zelenska spoke exclusively with Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander about the state of the war as she wraps up her visit to Washington.
5 months into this war, do you worry that the world is moving on beyond the war in Ukraine?
I feel that the entire world is supporting us, but it is very important for us that this support doesn't vanish, because every day brings new victims.
First Lady Olena Zelenska told us she particularly worries about the toll this crisis is taking on Ukrainians' mental health.
How do you, as First Lady, show the Ukrainian people that it's okay to ask for help?
It's a sign of your strength to go and ask for support when you need it. It's an act of courage for them to ask for help.
What has been the hardest part of this war for you personally?
What I feel is that my children are in danger, and of course I'm quite concerned about it. Believe me, all our children are in danger nowadays. Their pain is mine, my pain. We need to finish this war as soon as possible.
This trip to the U.S., her first time away from her 18-year-old daughter, Alexandra, and 9-year-old son, Kirilo, since the war began.
What does your son dream of? What does he want to be?
Obviously, he wants to be a soldier.
He wants to be a soldier.
Obviously.
That's what all Ukrainian boys must dream of now.
I think yes.
What does that make you think as a mom?
Only thing he wants to do is martial arts and how to use a rifle. And that's what I really want to ensure, is that the childhood of my son is given back to him and that he enjoys his life to the fullest.
Just this week, the White House revealed new intelligence that shows that Russia is moving right now to try to annex parts of eastern Ukraine. Your reaction to that?
You know, we always knew that. Everything they say in their official statement is a complete lie. They always wanted to destroy us, and we always knew about it.
After meeting with the Bidens, who she calls real friends, her message to the American people is simple.
The war is not over yet. It is horrible when you have to say goodbye to your loved ones and to organize funerals in the backyards of your houses. The war continues. Please don't forget about it.
Her country's powerful plea. Peter Alexander, NBC News, Washington.
And you can actually catch more of that interview on Meet the Press now. That's at 4 p.m. Eastern, right here on NBC News Now.
And coming up, a new report revealing a chilling discovery.
Yeah, and an NBC News exclusive. You'll see just how easy it is for people to get their hands on materials to make a dirty bomb. What we're learning about access to these materials and what's being done to put a stop to it. That's up next.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine. I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told. No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Born to Rule When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're back now with international headlines, and the BBC is now issuing an apology to the royal family over its controversial interview with Princess Diana.
That's right, and Matt Bradley joins us now from London with that and more. Good morning, Matt.
Good morning, Savannah and Zinkley. I'm here in Britain, and that's exactly where I'm going to start you off. So just as you mentioned, the BBC swore to never again use a 1995 interview with Princess Diana that was obtained by what investigators have called deceitful behavior. And the British public broadcaster have apologized. They've agreed to pay a settlement to the former nanny of Princess Diana's 2 children. We know their names, Prince William and Prince Harry. And there have been allegations that the BBC had secured that controversial interview with the late princess by leading her to believe that the nanny had become pregnant by Diana's husband, Prince Charles. But now, elsewhere in Europe, Italy's government has fallen. Prime Minister Mario Draghi, known as Super Mario, resigned this morning after his national unity government fell apart yesterday, following the withdrawal of right-wing and populist parties. The country will now likely head to fresh elections just as it faces down a global surge in inflation, like you're seeing in the States and elsewhere, a war in Ukraine, and a very expensive pandemic recovery. And now finally, there were celebrations down under yesterday as Australia and New Zealand marked 1 year until those 2 countries hold the FIFA Women's World Cup. Now, those colorful ceremonies across several cities in both countries started the countdown for the 9th annual tournament, the world's largest women's sporting event.
Which is pretty neat. Cool to see a year out. All right, Matt Bradley, thanks. Good to see you. And now to an NBC investigative exclusive, and it's a wild one. This is a startling look at just how easy it is to get the radioactive material used to make so-called dirty bombs.
That's right. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has more on an alarming new report and the new call for immediate action.
In April 2019, the FBI surrounded Jared Atkins' Phoenix home in a tense 2-hour standoff. Inside, he had 3 stolen radioactive devices, enough to make a deadly dirty bomb. Atkins is serving 15 years in a federal prison. Now the Government Accountability Office says bad actors don't need to steal radioactive material. They can just buy it. It's material typically used in technological devices for medical, industrial, and research purposes. But the GAO warns in the hands of terrorists, even a small amount could be used to construct a dirty bomb.
The GAO now telling us that pretty much anybody can get the materials to create a radiological bomb is extremely scary, and I think we need to take immediate action.
In a report exclusively obtained by NBC News, the GAO concludes security measures in place today do not adequately protect against the purchase of high-risk radioactive materials. Using forged licenses, GAO investigators purchased 2 quantities of radioactive material from 2 different U.S. businesses, enough to potentially cause hundreds of deaths from evacuations and billions of dollars of socioeconomic effects. Radioactive materials are controlled by the NRC, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Specific security measures are triggered if someone buys large quantities. The investigators bought less than that, but the GAO is pushing for stricter controls for even smaller amounts. Citing in part an accident with radioactive material at the University of Washington in May 2019. It took 2 years to clean up and cost $156 million. According to the report, national security officials tell the GAO there is increasing interest among terrorists and other bad actors to get a dirty bomb.
Actual terrorist groups, including neo-Nazi groups in the United States, are trying to obtain a dirty bomb to launch actual attacks.
In a statement to NBC News, the NRC says it is taking actions, including immediately communicating with the manufacturers of these radioactive sources and expediting a rule change to verify purchasing licenses. The NRC says the threat does not warrant an immediate change. The authors of the report disagree. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
And coming up, the Senate is preparing to vote on a bill that would protect same-sex marriages. It's all in response to the Supreme Court's abortion ruling and the concern some have that their court could overturn the 2015 gay marriage decision. The likelihood this new bill will pass, that's next.
Plus, preparing for the 4th trimester. Postpartum care is limited in the U.S., but one program is giving new parents a different option. How it works and the resources available to all parents.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Welcome back. Now, after the Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade, there are concerns other rights could also be revoked by the court. Congress is now moving to preserve the right to same-sex marriage. The House passing a bipartisan bill with Senate Republicans now facing pressure to support it. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale has more.
With court-given rights now in jeopardy, Democrats pushing to enshrine them into law.
We ought to reaffirm it before the court
overthrows it.
Despite 7 years of precedent on same-sex marriage, new fears after the overturning of Roe that the Supreme Court could revisit its 2015 marriage decision, leading to momentum to ensure they can't.
Our country's history is that we expand rights, we don't go backwards.
Yeas are 267.
47 Republicans joined House Democrats Tuesday to enshrine the right into law. Now the Senate hoping to take up the cause.
I want to bring this bill to the floor, and we're working to get the necessary Senate Republican support to ensure it would pass.
A handful of Republicans signaling support.
This is an issue that many Americans, regardless of their political affiliation, feel has been resolved. So I think its time has come.
Public sentiment backs that up, broadly and among Republicans. But that support is far from widespread in Congress.
It's a pure messaging bill. I mean, it's obviously settled law right now.
Other Republicans echoing Justice Clarence Thomas, who wrote that decisions on gay marriage and right to contraception should be revisited.
Look, Obergefell, like Roe versus Wade, ignored 2 centuries of our nation's history. I think that decision was clearly wrong when it was decided.
Thanks to Ali Vitale for that report. Now, Democrats want to act fast on this bill, with some suggesting they use some days out of their August recess even to vote on it. But our sources tracking the numbers say they aren't sure they have enough Republican votes yet to pass the measure.
Now, let's talk pregnancy. Parents may know what to expect when they're expecting, but what happens after a baby is born? With limited access to postpartum care in the U.S., families can head home from delivery feeling lonely and unprepared. In a moment, we'll speak to a doctor about this issue. But first, NBC News Now correspondent Julie Sirkin takes us inside a facility that offers new parents the ultimate luxury.
9 floors above the hustle of New York's Fifth Avenue, inside the 5-star Langham Hotel, is the serene Borum Retreat Center. Starting at nearly $1,500 a night, this opulent postnatal retreat was created to support mothers within 6 weeks of giving birth. Marble baths, parenting workshops, and lactation snacks, all designed to pamper moms during the period known as the 4th trimester.
Once baby is out, the mothers are put in the back burner. The focus is really on the baby's health, but what about moms?
Borum Nam and her husband, Suk Park, are the co-founders of the center, inspired by their own struggles after giving birth.
I was just so confused about, like, my beautiful, once clean bathroom is now packed with these foreign items. And in the living room with my husband, there was a crying baby that wouldn't just be quiet. I had this anxiety, but I wasn't aware what that was called. It was a postpartum depression, like a baby blues.
Today, they're the parents of 2 children, ages 8 and 12. But back when their kids were born, Park remembers feeling overwhelmed.
It's always hard to feel like you can't do more for your spouse.
In South Korea, where Nam's family is from, attending postnatal retreats are normal after giving birth, she says. But Nam and Park struggle to find that same support in the U.S.
I remember thinking, why do we not have anything like this in New York, the best city in the world?
Postpartum retreat centers like Borum are aiming to tackle a major widespread issue. Support for new mothers is often disregarded. While postpartum care here remains a luxury that isn't accessible to most new parents, it is normal in other countries. According to a study by the Commonwealth Fund, the U.S. is one of the only developed countries in the world where home visits by a midwife or nurse aren't guaranteed. Last month, the Biden administration announcing a new directive to address what is being called a nationwide maternal health crisis. The plan calls for the extension of postpartum Medicaid coverage, stronger protections for mothers in the workplace, and mental health hotlines.
To be honest, I had no postpartum care with my last 2 pregnancies.
Robin, who asked that her last name not be used for privacy reasons, is recovering from a C-section. This time around, she wanted a different postpartum experience.
I left the hospital and I really needed some more help.
Guests like Robin make use of one of the most popular features at the center, the 24/7 baby room. They can drop off their newborns at any point during the day to be closely monitored by registered nurses.
Just caring for myself and getting the quality rest, I think that's something that new moms don't think is necessary for them, but it actually is. You can't not get rest and feel like you can take care of a baby. That's just not possible.
Postpartum retreat centers like Borum aim to remind mothers that their health and safety matters just as much as their babies.
If she wants chocolate mousse, go get it.
Julie Sirkin, thanks for that report.
And now let's bring in NYU Langone health gynecologist Dr. Tara Shirazian to talk about this issue of postpartum care. Doctor, thanks so much for your time this morning. So the U.S. is, one of the wealthiest countries in the world, yet we struggle to support new parents after giving birth. These are just not things that we're used to seeing. Why is that happening?
I mean, there's no doubt that there's a maternal health crisis in the United States. Where we don't have enough access to good services for patients during pregnancy and postpartum. In fact, postpartum visits are roughly 30%. 30% of all women even come for their postpartum visit. So we've had this issue for a long time. I think that there's more attention to it right now, which is wonderful. We really do need better maternal health care in this country. We need better postpartum care. We need better parental leave. We need more reproductive health access. So I think that it is a very important issue that we need to take very seriously.
And I'm glad you highlighted this maternal mortality issue, right? We know Black women are even 3 to 4 times more likely to die in childbirth. So this is an issue of equity. And I know that with the Dobbs decision overturning Roe v. Wade, there's concern about these restrictions on abortion and the effect it will have on postpartum care now. So what do you think needs to be done to help new parents and make that an equitable help as well?
I mean, we absolutely need to focus on maternal health care. As you said, during pregnancy and postpartum, we need new laws and regulations that will expand access. We need better equity. We need to make sure that every mother, every pregnant person has access to good services, both during pregnancy and beyond. And so, really prioritizing mothers as the building blocks of our community is an important way to really emphasize how healthcare, should be. So I think laws, I think, as I said, parental leave, I think childcare, I think being able to expand all of those things for all mothers is extremely vital to the, future of this country.
Now, doctor, that piece that we just saw a moment ago with this luxury retreat center, I mean, it looks amazing. It's obviously not realistic for most of us. What are some things we can kind of take away from that, or things that do make care in this super important time a little bit better for a new mom? And how can we prioritize mental health? What can families just do at home?
Well, the thing that I do like is that we are saying that mom is a priority, right? This center sort of says mom is important. So I really do think that that's the first step. I think historically, we've always talked about the child, we've always talked about the newborn, but we don't prioritize the mother. The mother is key to this equation, which is why reproductive health access is important and all of the rest of it. So I do like that this center focuses on mothers. I like that it focuses on the 4th trimester, because that's a very neglected time for most mothers, new mothers. It's a very scary time. It's a very vulnerable time. We really want to encourage, patients to build communities around them. So if they don't have access to these wonderful centers, at least building a community of support around them, whether that be an online community, whether that be an in-person community in their neighborhood, finding other mothers like them, and sort of being able to share that experience with others moving forward so that we don't isolate new mothers. I think that's a very, very, very important piece to this.
Such good points there, Dr. Shirazian. Thank you for your time again this morning. We so appreciate you having such an important conversation with us.
Absolutely. Thank you. And coming up, inflation is not the only thing impacting your wallet this summer. Electric bills are going up too because of the extreme heat. How climate change and the challenging economy are driving up your bills and what the future could hold.
Plus, there's one thing that is cooling down: the housing market. What this slowdown means if you're in the market for a new home. That's next.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Harry Styles!
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
We're back with the sticker shock we're all feeling. And this summer, you might have actually already noticed that your electric bills are going up in addition to everything else, and by a lot, actually.
Yes, I definitely noticed. And according to the Consumer Price Index data, electric prices are up by 12% in the last year. And electric bills are expected to spike to an average of $540 this summer. That's up 20% from last year's average of $450. And with Americans facing extreme heat and inflation, it does not look like our electric costs will be cooling down anytime soon. Caleb Silver, editor-in-chief at Investopedia, joins us now to talk about this. Caleb, thank you for joining us. So help break this down. Exactly why are utility bills getting so much more expensive, and could this extend past the summer?
Yeah, good to be with you. And first, we went from very high gasoline prices now to very high natural gas prices. Natural gas, one of the key components that goes into power plants that we use for electricity to cool our homes. So natural gas prices up 38%, and they look like they're going to get more expensive throughout the year. If we look at futures where natural gas prices are priced, we're looking at a 48% pop just in the last week. Looking out for the rest of the year, natural gas futures are up 10% just this week. So high heat. We have a La Nina going on, some of the hottest temperatures in about 40 years. That is causing us to turn those ACs up around our houses and in our workplaces, and that is driving utility prices up, and that is putting a strain on many American households.
Caleb, it's good to see you at Savannah. So is the government doing anything to help keep utility costs down? Because, I mean, we're obviously all dealing with all these other things that are high already. Gas prices that are getting a little lower, but not great. Grocery bills, everything else. Can we get any help here?
Yeah, they can do a little bit, and there are some programs to make sure that folks don't lose their power or don't use their access to utilities if they can't pay their bills. Some states have this. There's something called the Low Income Home Energy Assistance Program. That's available in 34 states. That's available to folks who can't pay the bill or need an extension on their bill. It's not available in every state, so that could be, the government could say, hey, you got to make that available to all 50 states. That would be useful. Other than that, there's not a lot they can do. The government, the Biden administration, could could declare an emergency, a national emergency, and maybe freeze bills for now, but they haven't done that yet, and we'll see if that comes to pass.
And Caleb, it feels important to note that recent census data does show that more than 20% of all U.S. households were unable to pay an energy bill or unable to pay the full bill amount at least 1 month in the last year. So what are some of the options for Americans who just cannot afford to pay their electric bill, especially as these temperatures are getting so high?
Yeah, well, some utilities do allow payment programs. They allow installment programs. They allow you to put off your bill, but eventually you're going to have to pay that bill. So you can look to local community groups and nonprofit organizations for a little help paying those bills, but you can also pay it in installments over time. The best thing you can do, unfortunately, is turn down that AC, especially when you're not in the house, or reduce the amount of energy consumption you're using around your household. Very hard to do that when we have temperatures spiking above 100 degrees in many states and a heat wave just pouring across the country right now. You got to control your own energy costs, but if you need to pay a little bit at a time to pay that bill eventually, you can do that through some utilities.
Important information for consumers today. Caleb Silver, thank you.
Thanks, Caleb. Good to have you. Now, the red-hot housing market is now cooling down as more buyers opt to put their dream homes on hold. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa takes a closer look at what's fueling the dip in demand.
Hey there. Well, the days of 20-plus offers and homes flying off the market within just a few hours are no more, according to realtors, as buyers feel the crush of inflation and mortgage rates, and now they're pressing pause on their house hunt. Inflation and higher interest rates are hammering home buyers, slamming the brakes on sales.
The whole process is pretty discouraging.
Teacher Rachel Payne and her fiancé pressing pause on their house hunt in Northern Virginia.
I never thought in a million years I would be offering over $1 million, on a house, let alone that not even being enough.
Payne is far from alone in her frustration as new data reveal draining demand, reversing the red-hot housing market. Homes are increasingly selling at a slower pace, down 21% since January, and mortgage applications just hit their lowest point since 2000.
The prior 2 years, surprisingly, housing market was extraordinary, huge number of buyers, which pushed up the prices. Now, the affordability is becoming a major challenge for new sets of buyers.
Home builders' confidence in the market is also nosediving.
The builders are seeing buyers drop out.
But even as more house hunters call it quits, the median home price saw another high last month at $416,000.
Are you seeing the demand change? It feels like no demand some days.
Realtor Shauna Pendleton says sellers are slow to accepting the new reality of the housing market.
It's very, very hard to accept the changes, especially if you've bought in the last 2.5 years and you went through that experience as a buyer to now have the completely opposite happen as a seller.
With thinning competition, buyers who lost out on bidding may get a second chance at homes that have been lingering on the market more recently. That is, if they can swallow the mortgage rates, which have nearly doubled since last year. Back to you.
All right, Emily Aketa, thank you.
Let's stay on your money. We're looking at another big day on Wall Street as more major companies share their quarterly earnings.
CNBC's Contessa Brewer joins us now to break that down. Hey, Contessa.
Good morning, ladies. Yeah, I'm looking at stocks right now, all in the red. Looks like we're going to open lower this morning as investors digest a flurry of corporate earnings. Stocks have been off to a strong start this week. Major averages rose yesterday, touching the highest level since June. Today, we're focusing on jobless claims data, as well as earnings from Travelers, Snap, Mattel, and Boston Beer. Microsoft is easing up on hiring. Economic concerns are hitting more of the tech industry here, and the company says it's going to decelerate the pace of hiring new employees, but it would not say which divisions would be affected. This move follows similar announcements from Microsoft's tech counterparts. We've seen it from Alphabet, Meta, reportedly Apple, all committing to slowing the pace of new hires. United Airlines got a key profit milestone in its pandemic recovery, but the Chicago-based airline says it's going to scale back its growth plans through 2023. Why? Well, United reported its first quarterly profit since the pandemic began without the help of federal payroll aid. And the company was helped because there was strong demand for travel. I mean, think about it. These passengers were paying sky-high fares, but United says it's facing a challenge of much higher jet fuel costs and, of course, that possible economic slowdown. So that's why it may be just restraining somewhat its plans for growth.
So many factors, especially as everyone's traveling these days. Contessa.
If your flight gets there.
If you make it. Contessa, thank you.
All right, coming up, we've talked about how people are trying to stay cool in this heat wave, but what about our pets?
That's right. A veterinarian joins us next with what we can do to help keep our pets safe and the warning signs to watch out for. You're watching Morning News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told. No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told. No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Welcome back. There's a new belle in town. R&B star Her has been cast to star in ABC's 30th anniversary special of Beauty and the Beast. ABC's announcement yesterday makes her the first Black and Filipino woman to play a Disney princess on screen. The 5-time Grammy winner says she could not be more grateful for the opportunity and that she always wanted to be a Disney princess. I feel that. I have also wanted that. And Her is making some serious milestones. The 2-hour remake of the 1991 classic will feature a blend of animated and live action scenes and will be taped in front of a live audience. It's set to air in December on ABC and Disney Plus. I will be tuning in. I will be singing along. Maybe I'll dress up.
A mix of animated and live action. I wonder what that's
feels kind of cool, though.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, that's awesome. She's great. I've interviewed her. She was so nice. She's so talented. It's crazy, crazy. All right, that's amazing. Now, with temperatures touching triple digits across the country, it's not just humans who are feeling the heat.
That's right. Our pets are feeling it, too. So what do you need to know on how to keep your furry friends safe in the dog days of summer?
Well, joining us now is Dr. Ruth McPeed, and I think we have another guest with us whose name we're going to have to get. Veterinarian and author of Lizette the Vet and her dog, Jet. Ruth, good morning. First question, what is your friend's name on your lap there?
This is Jet.
That's Jet. I could have guessed. Jet styling. Love his outfit.
Love that.
So a lot of us obviously take our dogs out several times a day. We have to go to the bathroom. But, you know, dogs can't sweat. They can't cool off. We just start seeing them pant. What can we do to make sure they're not too hot when we take them out?
Great question. Well, the most important thing is that people realize that pets are more susceptible to heat exhaustion than we are. So they need to be mindful of their pets. Ideally, you want to leave your pets at home inside where it's nice and cool. If they have to be with you, you want to make sure that you're keeping them hydrated, bringing water with you wherever you are, and a portable water bowl. You want to avoid excessive exercise. So take your pets on short walks, ideally in the morning and evenings when it's going to be cooler outside. And then you want to also always touch the ground before you go. The cement, asphalt, and sand can be dangerously hot, and it can burn your pet's paws.
That always scares me, especially, like if it's on a black street, you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Also, team, I'm offended I wasn't asked for Lucy to star in this. Some additional B-roll.
Dog owner. I don't own a dog. I have fostered, and I dog sit a lot. And I know dogs have different behaviors. So what are the signs?
Dog sit a lot.
I love dogs. So what are the signs, though, of heat exhaustion? Because I know every dog has different behaviors. What should we be looking for?
Well, great question. You want to actually make sure that you're watching your pet. If you notice that your pet is excessively panting, if they're drooling, if they're reluctant to move, they're laying down and they're refusing to get up, if you notice that they're collapsing, if they have bright red tongue or gums, if they vomit, have diarrhea, any of these signs can be a sign that your pet is suffering from heat exhaustion. Left untreated, this can be fatal. You want to get your pet out of the sun right away. Cool them off by moistening their feet, putting some cool water on them, and get them to a vet right away.
Moistening their feet. That's a good tip. I didn't know about that. All right. Also, anything we should know about indoor pets, you know, birds, rabbits, that kind of thing to keep them cool?
It's important that people realize that they too can suffer from heat exhaustion. You want to make sure that you're moving their cages out of the direct sun. You never want to leave their cage if they're inside in the sunlight, because they can suffer from heat exhaustion as well. You can also put in a frozen water bottle that you wrap for rabbits and small pets, that you wrap with a towel. And that's something they could lean against if they get hot. But again, just making sure that they're inside where there's air conditioning or a fan to keep them cool.
Absolutely. And how's Jet doing in this weather?
Jet is spoiled, and he likes to be inside, as you can see.
I love it.
I have a feeling Jet has more outfits than we do.
Honestly, yeah. We could have a third co-anchor with that.
Dr. Ruthie Pete, great tips. People are wondering how to keep their furry
much.
family members safe, so we appreciate it. Thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Well, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Zinclair Samoa. Joe is on assignment. Right now on Morning News Now, fueling the fire from coast to coast, nation to scorching nation. That record-melting heat wave just isn't letting up, overwhelming local power grids, straining critical infrastructure, and sparking dangerous wildfires here at home and overseas. It's all now prompting swift action from the Biden administration. We'll dig into the president's latest climate-focused executive order. Dereliction of duty, a final primetime hearing this evening for the January 6th committee, with lawmakers expected to zero in on what former President Trump allegedly did and did not do during the attack. We've got a preview from Washington. Plus, new questions and the growing fallout surrounding those deleted Secret Service text messages. Also this morning, not guilty. The murder case that sparked a media firestorm heating up this morning. Disbarred South Carolina lawyer Alex Murdaugh now charged with the still unsolved murders of his wife and son last summer, but he says he did not do it. We'll take you inside the courtroom. Plus, looking up, there's no doubt about it. We live in some pretty stressful times, and it can definitely be difficult sometimes to keep your head up. But later in the hour, we've got top tips on how you can bring light back to your life. I love that.
I know.
We cover a lot of hard things.
Yeah, I know. It was nice to start your day that way.
Yes.
Keep it positive here.
And thank you for starting your day with us.
Almost Friday, by the way.
We're almost
There's
there.
something positive.
We're almost there. And we begin today with another day of dangerous heat and more temperature records expected to be broken.
Yeah, 97 million Americans are under a heat alert this morning. And now President Biden is taking aim at climate change. After his climate agenda stalled in Congress, the president vowed to take executive action targeting what he calls a clear and present danger to the world. Meanwhile, scorching heat continues to smother the country with record highs in multiple states Wednesday, including Lawton, Oklahoma, where temperatures reached 111 degrees. We have team coverage of this historic heat wave with NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman and NBC News correspondent Sam Brock. We're going to start with Sam. He's in Dallas, Texas, which again saw triple-digit temperatures yesterday. Hey, Sam, good morning.
Yeah, Savannah, that's right. 109 again yesterday in Dallas. I'm glad that you brought up Oklahoma because that state didn't have a single city under 103 degrees on Tuesday. There's some good news in all this as there has been record energy consumption here in Texas. Their grid that has faltered previously is holding up. All this heat is literally adding fuel to the fire. The Chalk Mountain fire has now chewed up more than 6,000 acres as residents recall very close encounters.
Then about 3 to 4 foot of our house around it.
The searing heat making life miserable in the south, southeast, and east coast. The mercury routinely reaching well into the high 90s and 100s. Landing 5 Boston firefighters in the hospital this week with heat exhaustion, battling flames. As a lightning strike claimed a life overnight at Georgia's Fort Gordon. 1 soldier killed and 9 others injured by a bolt that hit the army post. Reminders of dangerous conditions as heat blankets the nation. Cities like Shreveport, Louisiana and Lawton, Oklahoma tying or breaking records.
Terribly hot. I mean, I can't handle it.
Across the Atlantic, a similar situation all through Europe. Extreme heat and drought conditions sparking wildfires. The flames devouring parts of Portugal, Spain, Italy, and Greece, forcing tens of thousands from their homes. This week, London's fire brigade had its busiest day since World War II. Here in the U.S., President Biden says he's seen enough, unveiling executive action for this climate crisis.
Is literally, not figuratively, a clear and present danger. The health of our citizens and our communities is literally at stake.
Even with an aging energy grid in Texas, a silver lining this week. ERCOT's system has withstood record temperatures touching nearly 110 as the state's energy consumption just broke a new record. Yet electricity kept flowing to homes, keeping those desperately needed air conditioners running.
We have implemented a number of new measures over the last year to operate more conservatively, make sure that we have the power available to serve all Texans.
And one of those measures is asking Texans to conserve earlier, guys, so there's more of an energy cushion that's available. That appears to be working. Yesterday, you ready for this? Texas consumed more energy than New York and California combined. That according to their state dashboards. Wow. Savannah and Zinkley, let me send it back to you.
Quite a stat. All right, Sam Brock, stay safe, stay cool. You've been out there so long for us. Thank you.
Everything's bigger in Texas, as they say. So how high are the temperatures expected to soar today? Let's get a check at your Morning News Now weather.
Which means Michelle's back.
I'm back with the same news. I'm so sorry. I wish I could tell you something
100,
better.
100, 103, 5. Ugh.
So many, I know, right?
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where I can say those numbers, but when you see Sam out there and you hear from the people.
You feel it.
You feel it.
Sam,
Yeah, we felt it yesterday,
for
now in the
days and
Northeast.
days.
I know, right? And it was hot here yesterday, too, so we can kind of, feel it now. We're looking at very steamy conditions in the Northeast also. So we're going to start on the East Coast because we're looking at temperatures into the 90s. You factor in the humidity. That's a huge piece of the puzzle because that's what you feel like as you walk out. So it feels really steamy. Charlotte today, 94, feeling like 105. Savannah will feel like 105 as well. It's going to feel like 104 in Birmingham and feeling like 107 in Little Rock. So as we go throughout the Northeast, we're going to see these temperatures into the mid-90s as far north as New England. Boston, 92, feeling like 94. It's going to feel like the upper 90s in Albany, and New York City feeling like 101 today. So the air conditioner's going, the fans are going once again. Tomorrow we're going to keep the heat in place. This is actually going to stay in place throughout the weekend, and not much relief, too, early next week. So we're looking at temperatures mainly in the 90s. It's going to feel like 96 in New York City, feeling like 94 in Charlottesville. As we look towards next week, we're looking at next Monday, looking good in Buffalo, 78 degrees. But as you look along the East Coast, once again, 90 still Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Baltimore, temperatures in the upper 90s, 99 on Sunday, 91 on Monday. And Richmond, we're looking at temperatures in the triple digits on Sunday. So as we go throughout today, we're looking at 97 million people impacted by a heat alert. That's from the West Coast to the East Coast. And I'll end with this because we are looking at the chance for severe weather in parts of New England into the Southeast. Could even see a tornado in New England. So we're going to watch that closely.
I'm sorry, a tornado in New England?
I know that's the thing. It's like storms and then heat. So when you
every
have
time
this
we talk about this heat and you talk about hail, I'm like, what?
I know. Well, that's part of it. You know, you have that energy kind of lifts it up and then it drops it back down really fast. So that's where you get the hail. It doesn't melt when it comes back down.
I should be doing, just like weather lessons with you.
All right.
Yeah.
It's like a daily weather lesson.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I'll bring my
remember
chalkboard.
you taught us goalie washer. Which is cool. All right. Thanks, Michelle.
Sure. Thank you, Michelle. Now to Capitol Hill, where the January 6th committee will hold its last public hearing tonight in prime time. NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson has a look at what we can expect to see tonight.
Over the course of about 2 hours tonight, we can expect to see footage we have never seen before, from outtakes from a speech from former President Trump after the Capitol attack to new footage of some members of Congress escaping the House chamber and gallery. This is according to members of the January 6th committee, who will lay out the argument that not only did Mr. Trump do nothing as the Capitol was overrun, but that he liked watching it happen in what will be the final hearing for now, but not for good.
Select committee to investigate.
High stakes tonight and high drama expected, with the committee in prime time set to lay out what former President Trump did and, maybe more importantly, did not do during those 187 minutes when the Capitol was under attack. Mr. Trump waiting more than 3 hours before delivering a message to his supporters.
So go home. We love you. You're very special.
Mr. Trump releasing a message with a different tone on January 7th.
To those who engaged in the acts of violence and destruction, you do not represent our country.
Committee members saying they have outtakes of that later speech that will be shown at the hearing.
The president displayed extreme difficulty in completing his remarks.
It will be significant in terms of what the president was willing to say and what he wasn't willing to say.
Their goal today, to go through all of Mr. Trump's decision-making as the riot unfolded. Congresswoman Elaine Luria, who will help lead the hearing, speaking exclusively with NBC's Ali Vitale.
This was a dereliction of duty of the president, and we're going to talk in depth about the events that happened, almost minute by minute.
It comes as the January 6th committee chair is now criticizing the Secret Service, suggesting the agency might have broken the law by not doing a better job keeping records of text messages from employees related to the attack. Messages the committee wanted to see, but that were deleted in 2021 when the Secret Service says agency phones were reset as part of a planned migration. Some lawmakers frustrated that the agency didn't do more to preserve the records, even after 3 reminders to do so, including at least one before January 6th. Now, as the committee starts to wrap up this round of public hearings, Attorney General Merrick Garland is pledging the Justice Department's investigation will follow the law.
No person is above the law in this country.
The live witnesses tonight will include 2 people from the Trump administration, former Deputy National Security Advisor Matthew Pottinger and former press aide Sarah Matthews. Both were at the White House on the 6th. Both resigned after the attack. The committee is also previewing more hearings down the road before their final report this fall. Back to you.
Hallie Jackson, thank you so much. And you can watch the hearing tonight, prime time, right here on NBC News Now, with live coverage starting at 7:30 p.m. Eastern.
Now in Georgia, a special grand jury is investigating allies of former President Trump for possible criminal interference in the 2020 election. One person that's been subpoenaed, Rudy Giuliani, Trump's personal attorney. A New York judge has ordered Giuliani to testify in Atlanta after he failed to appear at a hearing to challenge the subpoena. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now from Atlanta. Hey, Blaine, good to see you. So tell us, how does Giuliani fit into this particular investigation in Georgia?
Well, Savannah, good morning to you and very good to see you. You know, he is somebody that the DA has said that she wants to hear from because she said that she wants to hear from anybody and everybody who had any sort of insight into either the president's mindset or actions when it comes to the alleged election interference here in the state of Georgia. Now, specifically for Rudy Giuliani, she's going to be looking at basically a hearing that he held before a number of state lawmakers in the days and weeks following the 2020 election, where he repeated these now very debunked conspiracy theories, kind of floating things that, you know, there was cheating going on, ballot stuffing going on at the State Farm Arena, different things like that that, of course, have since been proven to be false. That's what she's going to be digging into, those claims that were repeated by Giuliani. Now, what's interesting in all of this is how he has been ordered to appear. You know, it was actually a New York judge that issued this order. He was supposed to appear in a separate hearing, essentially to argue why he shouldn't have to comply with the subpoena. Well, the judge says he never showed up to that hearing, and that's what prompted him to submit this order to appear here on August 9th, Savannah.
And Blaine, also on Tuesday, we learned that 16 Trump allies in Georgia were notified that they were targets of the probe, and then they could also face charges. What do we know about them?
Yeah, those are those so-called fake electors, basically, the people who were charged and saying that they were going to, you know, basically vote in his favor. They are targets of this investigation. But what I think is interesting about the Savannah is the switch. You know, their attorneys said that initially they were told that they were witnesses, that they were only witnesses. But it wasn't until relatively recently that the DA's office reached out and said, no, you are in fact targets of this investigation. That's notable in a couple of ways because one, it really kind of gives us more insight into just how the DA is conducting this investigation. One, obviously, who she wants to hear from, but two, who she considers to be a target and what that means in terms of just the scope of this investigation altogether. Savannah.
I know she also wants to hear from Senator Lindsey Graham. Why is his testimony important? And do we know if or when he will appear since he's been subpoenaed?
Yeah, that's part of that group of 7 Trump allies. Certainly one of the biggest names, a sitting U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham. He is being looked at specifically for a couple of phone calls that he made to Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, where he asked about absentee ballots. That's according to the subpoena. Now, there's been back and forth over the subpoena, but essentially the latest is that Lindsey Graham has agreed to accept the subpoena, but that doesn't mean that he won't still fight it. So that's an important thing. Initially, there was going to be a hearing in a South Carolina court yesterday. That hearing was canceled, so he said that he will accept it, but still possibly fighting that subpoena.
All right, Blaine Alexander, thank you so much.
Turning now to an NBC News exclusive, a rare interview with CIA Director William Burns. NBC News Chief Washington correspondent Andrea Mitchell sat down with Burns at the Aspen Security Forum yesterday, discussing a range of global issues, including the war in Ukraine, how long it may last, and the health and stability of Russian President Vladimir Putin.
CIA Director William Burns, who, as you know, is a former U.S. ambassador to Russia and is really one of the world's top experts on Vladimir Putin, the last U.S. official to meet face-to-face with the Russian leader before he invaded Ukraine. So I spoke with Director Burns about Putin's state of mind and his goals now as Russia is expanding its military efforts in Ukraine. Nearly 5 months into its brutal war on Ukraine, Russia's military assaults on the country remain relentless, saying it will move beyond the Donbas region in eastern Ukraine to threaten other areas, including Odessa, with a grinding war of attrition.
So he can strangle the Ukrainian economy, he can wear down European publics and leaderships, and he can wear down the United States. Putin was wrong in his assumptions about breaking the alliance and breaking Ukrainian will before the war began, and I think he's just as wrong now.
Russia's cost is high, around 15,000 troops dead and 3 times as many injured. So this week, Moscow turning to Iran for armed drones. What are the implications of this new, stronger alliance of adversaries?
The purpose of those drones is to kill Ukrainian civilians in a brutal and unprovoked war of aggression.
As he's waged war, Putin has been plagued with rumors about his health. Would you describe him as unstable? Unhealthy?
As far as we can tell, he's entirely too healthy.
Against the backdrop of war and America's support for Ukraine is WNBA superstar Brittany Griner, who's been detained in Russia for more than 5 months. Overnight, a tribute for her at the ESPY Awards.
We cannot stop fighting for her. We cannot stop believing for her. And we will not stop hoping for the day when we can welcome her home safely.
These are awful and shameful steps. To hold American citizens for political leverage as well. I mean, in Brittany Griner's case, my heart goes out to her wife and her family as well.
In addition to all of the other global crises, the CIA is now also assessing how climate change will create new conflicts over food and water, and this on top of COVID. I also asked Director Burns about the possibility of China invading Taiwan, and he believes that Xi Jinping is determined to take control of Taiwan, but has learned from Russia's experience in Ukraine that a quick victory will only come by using overwhelming force. But he said it's not a question of if, it's a question of when.
Andrea, thank you for that report. And we should mention that NBC Universal News Group is the media partner of the Aspen Security Forum.
And now coming up, not guilty. Alex Murdaugh, the South Carolina lawyer now accused of killing his wife and son last summer, says he didn't do it.
And that's setting the stage for a potentially lengthy legal fight. We've got the latest on this viral courtroom saga. Up next, you're watching Morning News Now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Harry Styles!
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
Harry Styles!
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Welcome back. It's been more than a year since Alec Murdaugh's wife and son were shot to death, and yesterday we heard that the former South Carolina attorney has pled not guilty to their murders.
And this morning, the prosecution and defense are preparing for the trial that will determine his fate. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk joined us on set with the latest. Stephanie, good morning.
Hey, guys, good morning. The twists and turns in this story are really something else, right? It's a sordid one, and it's gained something of a cult following, bringing media scrutiny to a small South Carolina town and a man at the center of a prominent local family. Alec Murdaugh appeared in court Wednesday to enter his plea of not guilty. His team says the now disbarred lawyer not only maintains his innocence, but believes the killer or killers are still at large.
Alec Murdaugh appeared in court Wednesday to enter his plea, charged with killing his wife and son last summer.
Are you guilty or not guilty of the felonies wherein you stand indicted?
Not guilty. Murdaugh remains behind bars as he awaits trial, the judge now considering a proposed gag order.
This case, as I've been saying all along at various bond hearings along the way, needs to be tried in the courtroom.
His day in court brings him one step closer to facing a jury after a 13-month investigation into the murders of Murdaugh's wife Maggie and their 22-year-old son Paul. Joe McCullough is an attorney on another case involving Murdaugh and his son Paul. He sat down with Craig hours after Wednesday's hearing.
How unusual is it for the state to take more than a year to bring murder charges if they feel like the evidence is strong?
Circumstantial evidence cases are hard, and when you have to rely on that evidence, you want to take your time and be methodical.
Murdaugh's wife and son were found shot to death outside their South Carolina estate last June. Alec Murdaugh, a now disbarred attorney from a prominent legal family, denied any involvement in the crime and maintains his innocence. His attorneys did not respond to a request for comment on today's hearing, but previously released a statement saying in part their client did not have anything to do with the murders of Maggie and Paul. He loved them more than anything in the world. Sources close to the investigation tell NBC News that authorities took more than a year to charge Murdaugh to ensure a thorough investigation, and that they've compiled much evidence the public has not yet heard, including cell phone video that they believe not only puts Murdaugh at the scene of the crime shortly before it took place, but would also contradict his previous timeline of events on the day of the murders. Adding to the intrigue, a series of strange incidents following the double homicide, like a failed suicide scheme, when Murdaugh allegedly arranged for a man to shoot him so that his other son could collect on a $10 million insurance policy. Part of a long legal legacy, Alec Murdaugh will soon learn his fate in a courtroom where a painting of his great-grandfather hangs.
It's pretty incredible. At Wednesday's bond hearing, Murdaugh's team also filed a motion for a speedy trial. That could be as soon as January. His team is hoping for earlier than that. One thing we know, there will be a lot of eyes on this story and this case when it goes to trial, guys.
It's so disturbing and also dumbfounding.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
And that detail at the end, I mean, speaks to the prominence of the family in the area.
For generations, his family has held what is essentially the DA's position in that town. So there probably is no other more prominent family than his in that town.
Wow.
Stephanie Gosk, thank you.
Thank
You're
you
welcome.
so much. Now, several families are speaking out about the treatment their children received while visiting the Sesame Place amusement park. A string of viral videos show beloved characters that seem to ignore Black children in the crowd. Now, some families are demanding an apology. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo has the latest.
Sesame Place under fire for viral videos showing multiple characters apparently ignoring Black children in the theme park. One mother speaking out after she says her daughter and niece were snubbed because of the color of their skin.
I was sad, I was pissed, and immediately you just go into defense mode, because the first thing as a parent is you want to defend your child and you want to protect their innocence.
She says the character engaged with white visitors before and after this moment that has taken off across social media. The girl's family and their attorney gathered outside of the Sesame Workshop in New York City, demanding accountability from the amusement park run by SeaWorld.
For little children, they should not have to experience such hurt and embarrassment from a character who's supposed to bring joy. Who knows what trigger points this might have for them for the future.
Sesame Place originally issued a statement in response to the video saying that the performer portraying the Rosita character has confirmed that the no hand gesture seen several times in this video was not directed to any specific person. Rather, it was a response to multiple requests from someone in the crowd who asked Rosita to hold their child for a photo, which is not permitted. The Rosita performer did not intentionally ignore the girls and is devastated by the misunderstanding. One activist called the statement a slap in the face. After more backlash, the park released a news statement apologizing and adding, quote, "We know that it's not okay. We are taking actions to do better. We are committed to making this right. We will conduct training for our employees so they better understand, recognize, and deliver an inclusive, equitable, and entertaining experience to our guests."
Why do you need bias training if the acts were not intentional?
The Rosita costume is also seen in this video walking past a little girl with outstretched arms. The person who posted it saying, quote, "Now, I'm not saying Rosita is racist, but whoever is under this/those masks sure is curving a bunch of brown kids." Also calling to, quote, "investigate this pattern. We don't know what happened before or after this video was taken."
We've come to learn that what took place Saturday is not an anomaly. I know our black girls are magic, but I didn't know that they were invisible.
A number of other videos have been circulating online, including this one, which appears to show Bert softly slapping a 10-year-old black girl in the face. NBC Philadelphia reporting the girl's family says Sesame Place took a report and pledged an investigation would be completed, but they never heard back. We asked Sesame Place about this incident and the investigation, but have also not heard back.
Our thanks to Stephen Romo for that report. And the family of the two girls in that recent video said they don't want to put them through a lawsuit, but they are calling on Sesame Place to accept responsibility, terminate the employee, and pay for any mental care expenses that stem from the incident.
A difficult story. And coming up, we'll talk about how to keep your head up during these often stressful and unprecedented times.
The key is to living the life of an optimist to bring some light to even your darkest days. That's next.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Arizona primary for governor is coming into focus as voters prepare to head to the polls in less than 2 weeks. This morning, we're taking a closer look at GOP candidate Kari Lake, who's received a notable endorsement from former President Trump and risen to the top of the ballot in a crowded field. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard has more.
You're watching the best.
We begin with the Fox 10 News Alert.
Kari Lake used to be known in Arizona as a charismatic newscaster.
He's a lion. Hear him roar.
A staple on Phoenix TVs for more than 2 decades. But then,
I'm Kari Lake, and I'm running for governor.
It seemingly all changed.
These media giants.
Last summer, she separated from the TV station to run for office.
The media isn't just corrupt. They are anti-American.
She is now one of Trump's closest allies.
Kari Lake, I'll tell you, she is incredible.
And promoters of 2020 election conspiracy theories.
Anybody who was involved in that corrupt, shady, shoddy election of 2020, lock them up.
It's kind of difficult to understand that it's her, the same person that was the person that I knew before she became a candidate.
Former Governor Jan Brewer, a staunch conservative herself, now puzzled by Lake.
But she never seemed an extremist, like what we're seeing now is when she's running for office for the governor.
Brewer now endorsing Lake's GOP primary opponent, as is current Governor Doug Ducey and former Vice President Mike Pence.
I do more than talk for a living.
We spoke with 12 of Lake's one-time close friends and colleagues. They asked for anonymity, several of them saying they feared being targeted, but each of them said her transformation was gradual.
I'm Kari Lake with a look at your...
In 2015, several of her friends we spoke to say she found Trump to be funny and defended his crassness. She began spreading internet conspiracy theories.
You can take the hydroxychloroquine as a preventative.
And then she refused to acknowledge Biden as the winner of the 2020 election. One thing that hasn't changed, according to Lake's former colleagues, her stubborn, combative style.
You were her HR manager.
Yes.
How was she to work with when there was tension?
She wouldn't work with you. She would leave. Kari wants what Kari wants. That's what she wants.
Barbara Seville, Arizona's most prominent drag queen, befriended Lake about 20 years ago.
I was kind of starstruck when I saw her the first time. I was like, oh my God, there's Kari. And we became friends.
But last month, during Pride Month, Lake tweeted, "They kicked God out of schools and welcomed the drag queens. They took down our flag and replaced it with the rainbow."
I'm a friend of yours for 20 years, and I'm disposable now.
Could I ask you one question here?
With breaking news out of the White House, the president has tested positive for COVID-19. That, according to a statement from the White House released just moments ago. The White House saying that the president is experiencing mild symptoms and has started taking an antiviral medication called Paxlovid. It's continuing to work isolated at the White House. He is fully vaccinated and has received 2 booster shots, the most recent in March. I want to turn to White House correspondent Peter Alexander for an update. So the president has had some recent travel. I know he tested negative on Tuesday, 2 days ago. Now he has tested positive.
Yeah, Savannah, that's exactly right. We just received that official word from the press secretary here at the White House that the president tested positive for COVID-19 this morning. We should note, and we're just now learning that the First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, tested negative this morning. She is traveling in Detroit right now. But as for the president, we've learned, according to the White House, and I want to go through their notes that we're just receiving, that consistent with CDC guidelines, they say the president will isolate here at the White House. He'll continue to carry out all of his duties, they say, during that time. They say that he has been in contact with members of the White House staff by phone this morning and will participate in his planned meetings at the White House this morning via phone and Zoom for the from the residents. So that's the best information that we are getting specifically about his plans going forward. But obviously this is a significant headline. The 79-year-old president, the oldest president ever elected to office, now for the first time testing positive for COVID. Just yesterday, he was traveling. He was in Massachusetts, was scheduled to travel to Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania today for a separate event. Clearly that's not going to take place as a function of his requirements by protocol to isolate. So the questions become, how will this impact his schedule? How will his health be going forward? Obviously, we've been paying close attention to his health over the course of the last year and a half, frankly, for the last 2.5 years almost since the pandemic began, where he had been very cautious, and the president's aides had been quite cautious in doing their best to make sure that he would steer clear of COVID. Routinely throughout the course of this presidency, Savannah, as you know, those people who would be meeting with the president would be required to wear masks, but also, and this includes staff and other world leaders, they'd be required to test before they were around the president in close proximity with him or to him for any period of time. I was traveling overseas with the president just last week when he was in Israel, he was in the West Bank, he was in Saudi Arabia as well, where we don't know the specifics on his testing cadence there, though he last tested negative earlier this week. But certainly there were a lot of precautions taken during those visits as well. But obviously, during the course of travel, the potential also exists that the president could be among others who may have had this virus. So at this time, it remains unclear exactly where he would have got it. But most notably, the White House says, to use their words, he is, quote, dealing with very mild symptoms, as they describe it, in an effort, Savannah, obviously, to try to downplay the seriousness of his health condition at this time. But we're going to have to ask further questions, and we'll pay a close attention to how he does in the days ahead.
Yeah, importantly, there is now Paxlovid, which is one of the therapeutic medicines that is prescribed in the early days of a positive COVID diagnosis. So the president is on that. There are also monoclonal antibodies, which can be given in a situation like this. Does not sound like that has happened so far. Not only is it a question of where he may have gotten it, and this subvariant of Omicron is extremely contagious, so it's really difficult to say. But the White House statement also mentioned reaching out to the close contacts of the president, those he had been around in the last few days. What has that schedule been like? You mentioned the overseas travel. He came back early this week. The president is constantly meeting with lawmakers and dignitaries and officials. So how do you see that playing out in terms of the close contacts and those in the president's circle?
Well, he certainly has had a series of events. Yesterday, the most notable one, that was the public visit that he made to Massachusetts, where he was there with members of his staff and some other lawmakers, Elizabeth Warren, Senator Markey. They were among those who were in attendance for his remarks there in Massachusetts. But I want to go through some of the other detail that we're getting. And the White House is communicating how it's going to keep the American people up to date on the situation as it relates to the president. They say, out of an abundance of transparency, the White House will provide a daily update on the president's status as he continues to carry out the fullest duties of the office while in isolation. Per the standard protocol for any positive case, the White House medical unit is, as you note, informing all the close contacts, including members of Congress, though they don't detail who those may be, and any members of the press who interacted with the president during yesterday's travel. The president's last previous test, Savannah, as we just reported, was on Tuesday, when his test result was negative. He was at church when he got back from overseas on Sunday. Very briefly, we did see him again publicly, as I noted yesterday, but his public appearances have been quite limited. So for now, we only have sort of a limited view of specifically who he would have been around in the course of the last couple days, the last 48 hours, where he may have been in a position to infect others around him. But certainly those are going to be questions that we're going to be asking here at the White House.
Yeah, and you started to touch on this, Peter, but it's worth repeating and getting into the specifics of it, because the president, any president, is well protected. A president who's 79 years old in the face of a COVID pandemic, certainly all the more so. And there are protocols that he has been observing since he came into office about who can have contact with the president and what you have to establish to become in close contact with the president. Can you walk us through that?
Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, the White House has been very strict in these protocols, and frankly, for the course of the time that since his presidency began, in order to be in what we describe as the press pool, that immediate group of reporters who would interact with the president in some close space, you would have to test negative that day, which is to say, if you were being invited into the Oval Office, you would have had to have a negative test before you spent any time around the president. And that wasn't unique to the press, Savannah. That applied to the members of Congress, to the world leaders, and to the members of the president's own staff, who we would routinely see wearing different neon bracelets, those sort of, those stick-em bracelets that we've been wearing so so often as part of this procedure over the course of the last couple of years that would indicate that they were negative as you walked around campus. And if you were positive, you not only were not allowed on campus, but would have to test negative multiple times before you return after at least a period of, I believe it was 10 days. I tested positive a while back, and those restrictions were certainly applied to me as they are applied to everybody else. So the effort was to make sure that anybody who came into proximity with the president had to have those tests. There were obviously large events, big gatherings on the South Lawn. Not every individual who would gather for that would need to be tested, but certainly for events that happen behind closed doors in the Roosevelt Room, in the Situation Room, or in the Oval Office, those individuals would have been tested. And it also applied to those individuals most often who would be in the first rows, in the front rows of some of the public events that the president would be holding here at the White House, Savannah. Again, all of it an effort to try to keep the president as safe as possible. For those who are just joining us now, though, we do want to repeat the major headline, which is just this morning, the White House is saying that President Biden now for the first time has tested positive for COVID-19. He has been fully vaccinated, twice boosted. Savannah, as you note, now has begun that course of Paxlovid, the antiviral course. It's a 5-day course. You take a couple of pills in the morning, a couple pills at night. And as the White House describes it right now, he is dealing with what they call, quote, very mild symptoms. Savannah.
Let's turn to Dr. Kavita Patel to walk us through someone in this scenario, 79 years old, fully vaccinated, twice boosted, this COVID variant, the subvariant. What's your take on the president's positive diagnosis and the Paxlovid that is now being administered?
Yeah, Savannah, 2 points of interest. We know that it's highly likely he's been infected with the BA.5 variant. That's that incredibly infectious variant that's dominating in the United States. Second, there's updated data to show that Paxlovid still works against BA.5, but much less than it does against the other variants. So I think taking all of that into consideration, this is the best course of treatment for someone, not just of his age, but as you mentioned, boosted. I will just say as a side note, most patients with Paxlovid do very well, but there is that report of rebound. Remember, Dr. Fauci had it, where he started Paxlovid, finished his course, and then had symptoms improve, and then actually return. So it's incredibly important.
Doctor, what is, when you're a physician treating here, what is the decision when you're looking at, should we do the Paxlovid, which is the therapeutic, the pill that you take, versus the monoclonal antibodies? Are they not as effective against BA.5? How does that decision-making process play out?
Right. You are spot on. The monoclonal antibodies, we used to have a huge kind of panoply of monoclonals we could choose from. The truth is that against BA.5, we really only have one that we can use for treatment. And it also has been reduced in terms of its ability to prevent people from having hospitalizations and deaths. So Paxlovid, for a lot of reasons, including what Peter walked through, you take it twice a day. It's a 5-day course, and then you're done. Much easier unless you have any contraindications. There's some patients that can't take Paxlovid. The president doesn't have any of those. So it is a more obvious choice, especially if you are overall healthy, vaccinated, plus boosted ×2. I am really glad he got that second booster, though, Savannah. It could make all the difference.
Hold there, Dr. Patel. I want to keep the conversation going, but we've just heard from Dr. Jill Biden, who, by the way, the White House reports has tested negative. She's on travel in Detroit and just spoke to reporters, I believe. Let's play it.
My husband tested positive for COVID. I talked to him just a few minutes ago. He's doing fine. He's feeling good. I tested negative this morning. I am going to keep my schedule. I am, according to CDC guidelines, I am keeping masks. And so I'd like to go in and see the program here. Learning loss as an educator means a lot to me. So thank you for being here today. Thank you for coming over to town. Thank you. How are you doing? You must be terribly concerned. Fine. Thank you.
Dr. Jill Biden, who is got an event in Detroit today addressing the reporters on the news that her husband, President Biden, has tested positive for COVID. She has just mentioned tested negative this morning. That's a live picture. She's now inside that event carrying on, but according to CDC guidelines, because she is a close contact, wearing that mask. So we'll continue to watch those pictures. I want to turn to Dr. Patel just on this issue of the BA.5 variant. I think we're assuming that this is the variant that he has. There's no, I don't think any way for us to know right now. But we have noted that when you go back to the March 2020 version of COVID, as we've come along, there's just been a general trend, I think you'd agree, of the virus becoming more contagious, but hopefully less virulent. Is that the case with BA.5?
Yeah, that's the case so far. The data supports that even though this is the most infectious version of COVID we've seen, that it is not more severe. Now, I caveat that, though, Savannah, because that doesn't mean that people all just do fine. In fact, we're seeing people who have been boosted and are hospitalized, especially if they are over the age of 60, which is why it's critical that President Biden receive not just that immediate treatment, but that he will obviously have ongoing monitoring. I have no doubt they will do genetic sequencing to see which variant he has. And if necessary, we do have other things that we can offer him. Luckily, he's feeling fine, relatively speaking, not in the hospital. But we do now finally have some of these treatments to offer. But BA.5, I think it's just another highlight that it's incredibly serious and real, and people need to take any symptoms they have seriously, get tested and get treated.
And Dr. Patel, I mean, we just heard our White House correspondent Peter Alexander walking through some of the protocols that are in effect at the White House, and it really speaks to the fact that BA.5 is so contagious because, according to White House protocol, you really can't get near the president without a negative test. But there are breakthrough infections, and no system is perfect.
Yeah, and not only that, Savannah, I tell people, I remind people, a negative test just gives you that moment in time. You can have a negative test, and obviously this is what happened. The president probably had nothing but, negative tests surrounding him on his foreign trip, domestically. But obviously someone can turn positive without even realizing it, because you can be asymptomatic and positive for a period of time. So in this case, contact tracing, trying to figure out kind of where and who might be vulnerable around the president is incredibly important. Testing helps, but it's not the only strategy. That's why Dr. Biden's comment about masking is critical. In this scenario, I would expect everyone on that White House campus to be back in masks if they're going to be near the president.
Yeah, Doctor, stand by as we continue this conversation. I want to go back to the White House. Peter Alexander is there, and I understand you have some information from Dr. Jha, who now is the COVID response coordinator there at the White House.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We just saw Dr. Jha here in the hallways behind the scenes in the upper press, the West Wing area that reporters were able to access, and he tells NBC News that President Biden started his Paxlovid course just now. In his words, the symptoms as he describes them: the president is tired, he has a runny nose and a dry cough. Dr. Jha says that President Biden went to bed last night feeling fine but didn't sleep well, and then tested positive this morning. When asked about it, specifically the level of concern, a White House official tells NBC News, quote, very, very low. He feels fine at this time. So it's a little better color about the experience that the president is having personally as it relates to COVID-19. Obviously, those first few days after you test positive can be the most uncomfortable for anybody who's had this virus so far. So it's a good indication that right now his symptoms appear to be, as they describe them, particularly mild. As it relates to Jill Biden, the First Lady, again, you did hear from her just a moment ago, and I've been speaking to her press secretary by text for the last few minutes, and he tells me, as you saw, she was wearing a mask at her event in Detroit today, that Jill Biden, Dr. Jill Biden, the First Lady, is now, according to the CDC guidance, considered a close contact. She is following the guidance when it comes to masking and distancing, but that she will keep her schedule today in Michigan. She's in the Detroit area, and then later today, this afternoon, when she heads to Georgia. So Dr. Jill Biden, a close contact, but she is, at least according to her office right now, going to continue with her schedule as planned. As for the president's schedule going forward, Savannah, as we've been reporting, he will, as best possible, continue to participate. This morning, meeting with some of his aides via Zoom and conducting phone calls with them as well. But obviously, he will be kept in isolation for an extended period of time, at least we believe what would be 5 days.
Real quick, Peter, you walked us through the protocols at the White House, the negative test that's required in order to be in close proximity to the president. Having had a negative test, then were people wearing masks, or I know masks were no longer required, campus-wide at the White House, but what if you were in close proximity to the president?
If you were in close proximity to the president, that's a good question. And I don't know if the rules said that you must wear a mask. Usually when we were around the president, we would wear masks. But frankly, sometimes when you're in close proximity after testing negative, you were no longer required to wear a mask. And I know that individuals had not. Out of an abundance of caution, particularly when we're gathered here in the NBC space, which is quite small, our team and many others do wear masks there, but I don't think there was a specific rule that said you had to wear a mask if you were around the president from any safe distance, having tested negative that day. But I think it is one thing that we'll be watching is how any of the protocols do change today. I'm guessing we will see several of the president's top aides and advisors, others who have met with him in the course of the last 24, 48, 72 hours, mask up out of an abundance of caution as they sort of continue their schedule over the course of the day. As I speak to you right now, we're exchanging text messages with others who are on campus right now to try to get a better sense of how this will impact their plans throughout this day. But obviously, this throws a wrench into any of the president's travel fresh off a foreign trip, and we'll continue to work on that.
All right, let me turn back to Dr. Patel. I wanted to ask you what the gestation period is. What's the best information we have now between a positive diagnosis and when COVID is contracted? I mean, it's hard to do the forensics here. Everyone understands it's all highly speculative, but the best knowledge we have now about COVID between transmit when you get it versus when you turn up positive, how long is that time period generally?
Yeah, the average time period has shortened, Savannah. So it can be anywhere from, on average, 48 to 72 hours. So we're talking about exposure likely in the previous 2 to 3 days from when symptoms started. And I do think that they probably started yesterday, just that comment Dr. John made about feeling tired, et cetera. So then you go backwards. But we have seen exposures as long as 7 to 10 days. Those are outliers. So I would say this is more likely an exposure from much closer in time to yesterday when symptoms started. And because he's got such a rigorous testing protocol, obviously that was highly sensitive at catching it the first minute that he exhibited symptoms and was able to take that test and have a positive test. But it's a reminder. I hope the White House personnel, not just around him, but, this can spread very quickly, as we've seen with other kind of super spreader events where the president had attended in a previous administration. So this just is a note of caution that everyone should probably wear a mask, even if they test negative.
All right, and we've mentioned that the president is receiving Paxlovid. He took his first dose just now, according to Dr. Jha. Paxlovid is a pill that you take. It's a therapy. It doesn't prevent COVID, but it's something that's supposed to shorten the duration and severity of the symptoms. How effective has it been?
Yeah, the studies show a reduction of hospitalization up to 88% in people who take Paxlovid, who are especially high risk. And those were largely unvaccinated people that those studies were done on. They included some vaccinated people later, and that number comes down. But it is thought, as you mentioned, Savannah, not just to shorten the duration, but it really blocks the replication of the virus. So it's important to take it as early as you can in your diagnosis. Most common side effect, I'm sure some of your colleagues have said this, it tastes like you're sucking on pennies. There's this metallic taste that is just so noxious. It's actually why some of my patients just stop taking the treatment. They can't handle that taste. But it's twice a day, 5 days. Other than that metallic taste and some stomach upset, it's relatively well tolerated. And these are drugs that we've used before in other viral illnesses. We have experience with them.
All right. And I want to turn to Peter Alexander. Peter, I understand a letter from the White House physician is expected soon.
Yep, that's exactly right. We do expect to hear from the president's physician in a matter of moments from now. I keep checking my phone as we speak. It's worth noting that his second booster shot was on March 30th. I want to make sure I get that right. It was on March 30th. But the new information that we're now just learning from the White House is that the press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, will brief reporters here at the White House at some point today. No time has been set. She will be joined by Dr. Ashish Jha, who's obviously become a very familiar face across the country for all of his expertise on this issue. The COVID coordinator here at the White House, or the press secretary, and the COVID coordinator expected to brief reporters and the American public at some point over the course of this day. As we have more details on that, we will share them with you as well.
Okay, stay there, Peter. We continue to cover this breaking news story. President Biden contracted COVID. He tested positive this morning. The White House describes his symptoms as mild. Dr. Ashish Jha, who's the COVID coordinator, says he has a dry cough, is feeling run down, but otherwise feeling fine. He is on a course of Paxlovid, which is an antiviral therapy, a drug that you take and that is most effective when taken in the early hours of a diagnosis, as has happened here. So I want to turn to Dr. Natalie Ali Azar, along with the Paxlovid that has been prescribed. You've got a president who is 79 years old. You also have a system set up where he can be monitored very closely. In that scenario, what would you expect his treating physician, how he would handle these coming days?
Well, absolutely, Savannah. And also just a note about his treatment with the Paxlovid, the president is taking a couple of medications for his chronic health conditions, one of which is a statin, which is a cholesterol-lowering medication that can have an interaction with Paxlovid. And so he will probably be not taking that for the next couple of days. But in terms of monitoring for his symptoms, Savannah, it's kind of what's been drilled into us now for the last 2 years. They're going to be monitoring his oxygen saturation, whether or not he is developing any worsening cough or high fever or shortness of breath that would indicate that what would be what is presumed to right now be an upper respiratory tract infection, that could move down into the lungs and cause pneumonia. Of course, that's the most serious concern in the first couple of days while he's taking the medication.
And I was just talking to Dr. Patel about this, but what is our best information about this subvariant, BA5, a subvariant of the Omicron variant? And there's a spectrum. And when you go back to the March 2020 version of COVID, and then you had Delta, and then we've had Omicron, where does that fit in on the spectrum in terms of how contagious it is and how severe these symptoms can be?
Right. So certainly it is, Savannah, considered the most transmissible of all of the variants thus far, and particularly of the Omicron subvariant. And because of that, we have seen a commensurate rise in cases and in hospitalizations, but not nearly with the speed that we saw the original Omicron surge. And that is because we have a significant amount of immunity in the population now with vaccination as well as infection. So that is certainly in everyone's favor, if you will. But to your point, and to discussing why this is significant, is that older age, underlying medical conditions, in spite of the fact that we know that it's more transmissible, but not necessarily more virulent, i.e. causing more severe disease, older populations are still vulnerable. And so we are seeing an increase in the number of deaths, but again, not at the same rate that we were seeing with the original Omicron variant, Savannah. All
right, let me turn back to Peter Alexander. Let's go through the last few days, because we heard from Dr. Patel that generally speaking, the gestation period, the point of infection to when you get a positive test, is generally about 48 to 72 hours, 2 to 3 days. If that were the case here, and we of course can't know that, it would be outside that foreign travel that he just took. So walk us through what he's been doing the last few days, who might have been a close contact, somebody that he had interactions with, and what these days of the week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, have looked like for him.
Yeah, it's a good question, Savannah. To this point, the only confirmed close contact we have is that Dr. Jill Biden, the First Lady, is considered a close contact. Her press secretary sharing that with me just moments ago. Beyond that, we do not know who will officially be determined to be a close contact, but we can give you a sense of what his last several days have looked like. Most notably, the president did travel from here in Washington to Massachusetts yesterday for some remarks he delivered on the state of the climate and some of his infrastructure goals there. And he was met and traveled at times with some of the individuals of the Massachusetts delegation. The senators from that state, Elizabeth Warren and Ed Markey, were among those there, as well as some Congress members. I can't say declaratively how close they would have been in their interactions. The entire event took place outside. And then, of course, there's what would have happened on Air Force One, with whom the president would have been visiting in his cabin, or as he was briefed on other events of the course of that day. So those are some of the details that we're going to try to answer. But obviously, each day the president does receive the presidential daily briefing, where he receives the best intelligence that the U.S. has obtained from around the globe. So those individuals who would have provided that information to him, sometimes the National Security Advisor or some of his deputies, would participate in that process. They could have been among those who were with him. We hadn't seen him publicly absent yesterday since Sunday, to the best of my recollection. He arrived back late on Saturday from the Middle East, flying back from Saudi Arabia after meeting with 9 Arab leaders on Friday night, meeting with Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. But as you noted, that would have been before that window. And while they were inside, they were unmasked, but also I think what you would view as more than 6 feet away. They were sitting across a wide table. The president also attended church on Sunday afternoon, so I think it's possible, though that was before 72 hours, that some of those individuals could potentially be alerted, or at least be on some heightened state of alert given their proximity to the president. But beyond that, those are the questions we're trying to sort out right now. Again, to this point, the best information we have is that only the First Lady has officially been determined to be a close contact.
And Peter, I just want to, we just received the letter from the White House. This is from Dr. Kevin O'Connor, who is the physician to the president. So let me just read it since we're here on air together. This morning, as part of our routine screening program for the president, the SARS-CoV-2 virus was detected by antigen testing. The result was subsequently confirmed via PCR testing. I won't say it all. PCR testing. On questioning, President Biden is currently experiencing mild symptoms, mostly rhinorrhea or a runny nose, and fatigue with an occasional dry cough, which started yesterday evening. Given that he meets U.S. Food and Drug Administration FDA emergency use authorization for Paxlovid, I have recommended initiating such treatment. We, of course, now know that that has happened. It goes on to say the president is fully vaccinated and twice boosted, so I anticipate that he will respond favorably, as most maximally protected patients do. Early use of Paxlovid in this case provides additional protection against severe disease. He will isolate in accordance with CDC recommendations. I will keep your office updated with any changes in his condition. So that was from Dr. O'Connor, the White House physician. The memorandum was to Karine Jean-Pierre, who is, of course, the White House press secretary. But let me go to our doctors. Having heard that, Dr. Patel, you know, the physician makes a good point. If you are vaccinated and you have both boosters, you're going to have a better experience with COVID than you would if you were totally unprotected.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. In fact, I think that's why there's even a debate about whether or not someone would need Paxlovid. Obviously, in this case, the president's age and just the fact that he is such a national security leader, there's no question that this was the right treatment for him. But certainly boosted, vaccinated, and if you were otherwise healthy and younger, we have not necessarily been automatically prescribing Paxlovid. So I think it just reflects that we're in a different time now. A diagnosis of COVID for the president, as you remember with President Trump, was so threatening because we just didn't have much to offer. And now we can actually have some security that the president will do fine. We fully expect him to not only recover, but hopefully be able to contain the spread of this because of the testing, masking, and protocols that are in place.
And immunity from that second booster, we're told, wanes after about 4 months. And just to do the math, he is 9 days short of that because it was March 30th that he received his second booster. So, again, it all kind of tracks. I want to go to Peter Alexander, but I believe we have a soundbite from Speaker Pelosi. Let's roll and hear what she had to say in response to this news.
On my way here, I learned that our president is perhaps diagnosed with COVID. I understand that the symptoms are light. I hope they continue to be so. That was my experience, and I hope that that's the case for the president.
Speaker Pelosi just a few moments ago hearing the news about President Biden's diagnosis, a positive test for COVID-19. He is experiencing some mild symptoms, a runny nose and a dry cough and some fatigue, and he has started a course of Paxlovid. Let's turn to Peter. I know you've got more reaction coming out of Washington now.
Yep, Nancy Pelosi, of course, was one of those who tested positive after visiting with President Biden. She was seen during a bill signing with him several months ago. She tested positive the next day. Remarkably, the president did not get COVID at that time, so it's interesting to hear her experience. Fortunately, her symptoms were quite mild, and she got over it very quickly. We are now hearing from the Senate's top Republican, the Minority Leader Mitch McConnell from Kentucky, who NBC caught up to as he was departing from the Senate chamber just moments ago, asked for any reaction to the president's positive test. He says, "I'm hoping he gets well soon and doesn't have any difficulty getting past it." So that's the latest from Mitch McConnell and Nancy Pelosi, the top lawmakers on each side on Capitol Hill right now. Again, the best information we expect to get next will come in the form of a briefing from the press secretary and Dr. Ashish Jha. But to this point, you are now hearing from the president's own doctor and from others who are involved in his medical treatment, Dr. Ashish Jha among them. An effort really from this White House, as they've communicated from the start, to try to be as transparent as possible if there were any positive tests. So we'll continue asking these questions and see what better answers we can continue to get.
All right, Peter, stand by there. We want to bring in former White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki, who's on the phone with us. And Jen, I know this would be something you're quite familiar with, the protocols and protections that surrounded the president. So bring us up to date. Peter's walked us through it, but we know there to be close in proximity with the president, you had to have a negative COVID test. Would you then have been required to wear a mask if you were going to be, say, in the Oval Office in some indoor setting with the president?
That was typically the protocol. Savannah, and good morning. That was typically the protocol in the White House, in meetings in the White House. But it's important to remember that the president does not only conduct business of being president in the White House. He was recently on a foreign trip. Of course, he does domestic travel where he engages with people in person. And people are not always required to wear masks, of course, when they're attending events or in meetings outside the White House.
Well, you obviously held this position until quite recently as the White House press secretary. We've learned that there's going to be a briefing a little bit later on with the White House press secretary, with Dr. Jha, who's the COVID coordinator, but is also involved in the president's care. Take us inside a moment like this at the White House. What is the #1 concern you have as you are giving the American people this diagnosis about their president, that he has contracted COVID?
So then I think there are two big concerns. One is to be as transparent as possible. You don't want to have big mysterious questions hanging out there about how the president is doing, what his health looks like. And that is the reason why I suspect they put out this morning that he's experiencing mild symptoms and that he has begun to take Paxlovid. The second concern is making sure over the coming days, and nobody knows how many days he will test positive, even as he's taking Paxlovid, which should shorten that, but making sure they're showing that he is working. And that is something that they're going to have to plan out for every day, showing him on the phone with congressional leaders, foreign leaders, others, and engaging in the business of doing his job. The White House is set up to do that, but they need to visually show the American public they are doing that. That's not always easy, so I'm certain that's on their minds right now as well.
All right, Jen, stand by. Good to have your perspective, an insider's perspective in this moment. Let me turn back to the doctors. Dr. Patel, as mentioned, the president is 79 years old. We know that COVID has been tougher on the elderly than it has on other populations. However, on the plus side for him, he is vaccinated and twice boosted. The fact that he is showing symptoms, we should be clear, this isn't just a positive test. He is showing symptoms. What do you make of that?
Well, #1, it just reveals how BA.5, not just more infectious, but we know that the mutations on BA.5 lend itself to actually getting a little lower into the respiratory tract, kind of in the bottom of the lungs, Savannah. So we are seeing people who don't just have kind of a positive test and then they're done. Almost everybody will say, oh, you know what, I did have symptoms. And as we get older, it is much easier for those symptoms to manifest quickly. And I think importantly, I just want to remind people that even though he's had those 4 shots, as you mentioned, the last one was in March, we have memory cell immunity, but we know that with older people, they lose immunity faster than younger adults. So all of those factors combined, we have to keep vigilant. It's why I am very concerned about a trend where we're seeing older people vaccinated, hospitalized to this very point. So early diagnosis and treatment and hopefully prevention surrounding people is key. And then I think the follow-up, I'm just going to say it, long COVID, we're still seeing so many people vaccinated, boosted, infected, and weeks out having these persistent symptoms. So I think the president is going to be constantly, obviously, checked from a medical standpoint, but want to check in with him, just how he's doing overall, and make sure that even months out that he's not feeling symptoms from this.
Let's bring Dr. Azar in on that very subject, because long COVID is a phenomenon that many, many people of any age have reported. What's our best information about that right now?
Well, Savannah, it's obviously an important thing that experts around the country are studying. There's a couple of different what we would refer to as phenotypes of long COVID. That is, some patients present more with the cardiopulmonary, so heart and lung, persistent shortness of breath after infection. Some folks have more significant neurological side effects, such as cognitive fogginess and headaches. And perhaps the most disturbing are folks who really are having symptoms that are quite characteristic of what we know as chronic fatigue syndrome, with this very excruciatingly debilitating fatigue and really inability, to engage in their normal lives, with blood pressure and heart rate dysregulation and so on and so forth. So it's a very heterogeneous condition, if you will. There is not one unifying diagnosis. The CDC has it as symptoms that last for 4 weeks or longer after infection that may come and go. The WHO has a different definition of that. So you can see that the studies are heterogeneous, the definition is heterogeneous, and these patients all the while are suffering quite significantly. I think the best case scenario are individuals who have what we would call a long tail, Savannah. That is a symptom that they had from the beginning that just doesn't get better, but it doesn't impact their daily lives. That, the prevalence of this is anywhere between 10 and 30%, depending on what study you read.
Yeah, I was just looking at one that said 1 in 5 who've gotten COVID are saying that they are experiencing long COVID. Is there any connection, Dr. Azar, between how virulent, how strong your symptoms are, and whether or not you get long COVID? So, in other words, is there anything in terms of mild symptoms to give you some hope that perhaps long COVID won't be a problem, or is there no known connection there?
Well, there is. It's a little bit of a double-edged sword on this answer, though, for you, Savannah, because, yes, we do know that if you did have more severe illness, for example, if you were, in the ICU and had a more significant infection initially, that you are more likely to experience some long-term symptoms. But, of course, we all know, and I certainly have these patients who were young and otherwise healthy and living a very full and robust life, who've been quite debilitated by this. So unfortunately, it can happen, to anyone. Yes, we are seeing some, demographic characteristics that point to a greater risk in certain individuals. And certainly vaccination does reduce the risk, mostly by reducing severity of infection and likelihood of infections.
And Dr. Patel, let me get you in on this issue of Paxlovid. We talked about it, I think, a few moments ago. The president has been administered his first dose of Paxlovid, which is this antiviral therapy, a drug that you take. If you take it in the early days, it's said to reduce the severity and the length of the illness. But as mentioned, there are some who've reported kind of this rebound effect. They feel better, and then, what is it, days or weeks later, it seems to come back. What do we know about that? I mean, is that actually, has it been established, or is that just anecdotal at this point?
No, in the study, they did see approximately 1 to 3% of patients reporting a rebound effect in the studies that Pfizer did and leading to that emergency authorization. But we have a lot more of kind of the real world data, if you will, that shows that there's a higher percentage. I'm sure all of us know somebody who said, yeah, we had that rebound. Dr. Fauci being one of the most prominent cases. In this case, we actually have a very limited option. We're not allowed to prescribe a longer course than 5 days, Savannah. So typically people will take 5 days, feel much better. In fact, they'll test negative on a rapid antigen test. Remember, a PCR will likely be positive for days to weeks. So a rapid antigen being negative is very helpful to show that you've cleared the symptoms and some of the infectious piece. But moving to that, they experience days later a rebound of symptoms, some saying worse than their original illness. But here's what the most important fact is. We have not seen cases of rebound end up in the hospital. So the drug is still preventing people from hospitalization and death.
I would think that the physicians who were considering whether or not to give him Paxlovid, obviously that cost benefits analysis would have been at the forefront of their minds, and ultimately they decided better to prescribe this.
Yes, absolutely. And that's why, again, because of his age and just the statistics around the infectiousness of BA.5, along with the fact that we're in the middle of a surge, he is someone that is way too important to take a risk with for any reason. So this just was the most obvious treatment. And a reminder that we're limited because monoclonals, as we talked about, are also less effective against BA.5.
All right, Dr. Patel, thank you so much. Dr. Azar as well. We had Jen Psaki, former White House press secretary, and of course, our chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander. As we close here for the moment, President Biden tested positive for COVID this morning. He reported to his doctors having a dry cough, having a poor night's sleep, and waking up with a runny nose as well. But the White House is describing those symptoms as mild. He's been administered his first course of Paxlovid, which is an antiviral therapy that's supposed to reduce the severity and the length of the illness. The White House says the president will continue to work, though isolated via Zoom. Dr. Jill Biden, a close contact, has tested negative this morning. She is continuing her business wearing a mask, according to CDC guidelines. We will continue to cover this breaking story. This has been an NBC News special report. Much more tonight on Nightly News this evening. I'm Savannah Guthrie. Thank you for being with us.
Good Thursday, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Nguyen. We begin with breaking news here on NBC News Now. President Biden testing positive for COVID-19.
The White House issuing a statement just moments ago with the announcement saying the 79-year-old president is twice vaccinated and boosted and is experiencing mild symptoms. The president was supposed to travel to Pennsylvania this afternoon, but is now in isolation at the White House. Let's get right to NBC News correspondent Mara Barrett, who joins us now on the phone live from Pennsylvania. Mara, I know you all were expecting to see the president there today. This, of course, is a major development in those plans. The president is 79 years old. So what more do we know about his current condition and really any treatment that he's receiving?
Yeah, Morgan, good morning. So we were expecting to see the president here in Pennsylvania. That's why I'm joining on the phone, because our crew and photographer is actually being escorted out of the event where he was expected to be giving remarks about gun violence and new efforts there. Obviously, this changes the plan for the day. We have learned, you kind of just laid out some of what we do know, but what we just received from the White House in the last hour is that he is fully vaccinated, twice boosted, and experiencing very mild symptoms. He has begun taking the treatment of Paxlovid, and consistent with CDC guidelines, he will isolate at the White House and continue to carry out all his duties fully during that time. So we expect to see the president working remotely. We're hearing from Dr. Zha, a letter from the president's doctor, that his symptoms are very, very mild. The White House expressing very low concern at this moment. Obviously, the next course of action is figuring out who his close contacts would be. As we know, he has been traveling in recent days, obviously also spends a lot of time with his wife, Jill Biden. I wanted to hear a little bit from Dr. Biden today. She is on the road traveling today as well. She spoke to reporters as we learned about the president testing positive. Take a listen to what she said.
My husband tested positive for COVID. I talked to him just a few minutes ago. He's doing fine. He's feeling good. I tested negative this morning. I am going to keep my schedule. I am, according to CDC guidelines, I am keeping masks. And so I'd like to go in and see the program here. Learning loss as an educator means a lot to me. So thank you for being here today. Thank you.
And so we do know from the First Lady's press secretary that she is considered a close contact, but she, like she said, is going to continue masking as she travels and continues work. And as we hear more from within the White House who might else be close contacts, we expect to see more staff and everyone around the White House masking as well. So obviously something that we're going to have to keep an eye on as we learn more about the president's condition and the people who surround him.
Maura, Vicki here. You just saw the president yesterday when he returned from Massachusetts. When you were interacting with him, watching him out there, were there any indications that he might have been sick at that time? How did he look?
I mean, not any different than we typically see him, right? There was nothing, at least that I was aware of, that my team and talking with our other colleagues could tell anything totally different than normal. As we saw in a letter from his doctor, his symptoms were onset last night, and he did not sleep well overnight. So it makes sense in terms of why we're seeing that testing come forward this morning. I am not a doctor, obviously, in terms of what that timeline looks like. But in terms of visible symptoms, we did not see anything as a team. It is important to note, though, obviously, he has been traveling. He was abroad last week, and he was just in Massachusetts yesterday, traveling with several members of Congress, Senator Ed Markey, Senator Elizabeth Warren, for example, other representatives, as well as White House staff. So because of that proximity on Air Force One and at the event, that's something that, like I said, we're going to have to keep an eye on in terms of other symptoms people might be exhibiting.
Yeah, the president has a punishing travel schedule, and that's tough for anyone, let alone someone who's going to turn 80 in November. Maura Barrett, thank you so much, live from Pennsylvania there for us. Let's head now to NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander.
Peter, it's great to see you there. Morgan here. What more do we know at this point about the president's current condition?
Yeah, so Morgan, obviously you've detailed the best information we have to this point. Obviously the president first felt these symptoms in some form last night. He didn't sleep well, according to his White House physician. Now has a runny nose, a dry cough, as it's described to us, that he didn't sleep well and is dealing with a little bit of fatigue. In simple terms, he's tired right now. His positive test came out this morning. The president was scheduled to travel to Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania today. Obviously, that's not going to happen as he remains in isolation. And the White House in its effort to be as transparent as possible, is going to be holding a briefing at some point over the course of the next couple hours with Dr. Ashish Jha. He's the COVID coordinator here, and the press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre. We're trying to get a better understanding about who may be the close contacts around the president. Dr. Jill Biden, as you noted, her press secretary telling me this morning that she is viewed as a close contact, but will continue her schedule. She's going to be, she is in Michigan, in the Detroit area right now, and then we'll be going to Georgia later this afternoon, as was originally scheduled. Just yesterday, President Biden, as you see, well, there he was in Israel just last week, but just yesterday he was actually in Massachusetts for an event, and we've now taken a look at the list of those who were traveling with him, including some prominent lawmakers, the senators from that state, both Democrats, Ed Markey and Elizabeth Warren, traveling aboard Air Force One with him, as well as some of the lawmakers, including Representative Bill Keating from Massachusetts were with the president, Karine Jean-Pierre, the press secretary, and Gina McCarthy, the national climate advisor. They were traveling with him as well. So I suspect as we speak, the White House is communicating to close contacts that they may have been in contact with the president and should do everything as the CDC protocols indicate to distance as best possible and to continue wearing their masks. But at this time, the White House is doing everything in its power to try to sort of downplay the seriousness of this moment. The president had received both shots. He was fully vaccinated, as well as 2 boosters, the most recent of those taking place on March 30th. You've seen those pictures. There they are again, the president doing it publicly so that the Americans would feel confident in the safety and efficacy of this vaccine. He's also taking Paxlovid, which, for those who have taken it in this country, is a series of pills that you take over the course of 5 days, a couple of them in the morning, a couple of them each night. It can also, though, according to doctors, can have an impact on those patients. In most cases, it helps resolve the virus in an expedited fashion, but certainly it can also have sort of a repeat effect where it comes back a couple of weeks later. For some individuals, it can come back a bit stronger. So another thing that I'm sure these doctors will be focusing on in the days and weeks ahead. As for the situation here at the White House inside the West Wing, notably there have been a couple of staff members who would normally be seated at their desks who we have not seen today. No indication yet whether that's for any reason associated with the president's absence, whether any of them have tested positive as well. But that's among the details that we're watching. The White House saying, when a White House official was asked about their level of concern, that it was, quote, very, very low, reiterating the idea that he has, as they describe it, according to the press secretary, very mild symptoms at this time.
Hey, Peter, it's Vicky. I just recovered from what is likely a BA.5 variant of the COVID-19 infection. So I hear these symptoms: tired, runny nose, dry cough. I know exactly what the president, feels, because that's the common symptoms that we're hearing from people who are currently infected. You ran through the fact that he is getting that Paxlovid treatment, which is 2 doses in the morning, 2 doses at night. Hopefully will keep him out of the hospital, as we've been seeing. Dr. Kavita Patel mentioned that. Talk to us a little bit about what happens behind the scenes right now. We heard that the First Lady, she's going to continue her schedule, but who's getting ready right now to just take command should this condition get worse, or just in the interim? Because so much of this we won't know. Time will tell.
Well, I think the White House would say that the president remains in charge right now. They said that in their initial statement to the public, that he conducted some of his meetings earlier today with staff, with his aides, by phone and by Zoom as well. To be clear, while it is out of the blue that the president tested positive, this is something for which this White House has been preparing for the course of not just weeks, but months, frankly, going back to the beginning of President Biden's time in office, that they have been preparing themselves for the situation, taking all the precautions necessary to try to avoid it, but also noting, as we had heard notably from some of his aides, there was sort of a view that the tone had changed here, that it's very possible he'd get it sometime. Well, they realized that that was a reality despite the best of their efforts. Notably, the Vice President, Kamala Harris, she and the second gentleman tested positive only a matter of months ago. The exact date eludes me right now, but as it is our understanding, she is fine at the time, was tested just this morning, and she tested negative as well. So I think the White House is doing everything it can, not just to be careful, but certainly to try to be as transparent as possible about the situation as it's taking place behind the scenes. We should say, as it relates to those who may have been around the president, a lot of those contacts we may not know publicly. It remains to be seen how many of the contacts the White House chooses to read out. In the past, for the privacy of those individuals, they often would not share it unless it was a particularly public official like a member of the president's cabinet. But in terms of his public engagements that have taken place this week, he returned home from Saudi Arabia. I was on that trip on Saturday. That would have been before the window when he could have conceivably infected anybody. On Sunday, he made a visit to church. No visits publicly on Monday and Tuesday before that trip to Massachusetts that he made yesterday. Again, his scheduled trip to Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania today obviously is not going to go ahead as scheduled.
Obviously, Peter, this is super disruptive for the president, and I think you touched on this a little bit briefly in your first answer, but can you just sort of stay with us and explain what happens at the White House now in terms of protocol? We saw First Lady Biden talking, in Detroit there with her mask on, explaining that she'd spoken to her husband earlier that day. But what are sort of the updated White House protocols to protect the staff there at this point?
So it's a good question, because obviously different White Houses have different protocols in the way they handle this. You remember after President Trump had COVID, it was a very different scene when he returned to the White House, flew in from the hospital when he had been treated at Walter Reed, and then pulled off his mask to the world, a message that doctors say was the wrong one, as they wanted to communicate the need to maintain masking, certainly when you're positive, but even if you were identified as a close contact. So I think I'm going to be watching very closely to see exactly what protocols they implement here. Certainly, I think you're going to see a lot more masking going on around the White House. I should note, as a member of the press, it's not unique to us that on days that you're a part of what they call the press pool, that small group of representatives of the press who sort of attend presidential events on behalf of the entire press corps, which is hundreds of individuals, that each of them would need to be tested and test negative before they could be around the president. So, for example, today was a day where President Biden had some scheduled events. NBC, our network, is the scheduled press pool, and anybody who was going to be around him today had to test positive before they would travel aboard Air Force One or see him at any other point, certainly inside. Outside, those individuals who would interact with the president were not required to be tested. But when the president meets behind closed doors, as has been the case from the very beginning, the White House reiterating this, basically anybody who was expected to be around the president, certainly those who were in the first few rows, would be tested in advance of their arrival. Those who would be meeting with him, including the vice president, cabinet members, and other aides, would all have to be tested. And as Jen Psaki would often say, and others here at the White House, Jen Psaki being the former press secretary, they would wear masks out of an abundance of caution, even if they tested negative, just because they wanted to be careful, because so often you can test negative and a couple of days later test positive. So in terms of specific protocols, I suspect they will detail those further. I think the White House will do its best to demonstrate that the president is still in charge, is still in good spirits, and still able to conduct his responsibilities. But at this point, there's no indication whether we will see him in any form, although I wouldn't be surprised if we do see in some form a photograph of the president at some point today. Again, that really does remain to be seen.
Hey, Peter, recently a group of doctors put out an op-ed basically saying, a lot of these public figures, they test positive for COVID-19, then they release these statements, I'll continue working, I'm still doing what I'm doing. And they say that sort of sends the wrong message, that you do need time to recover. This is a serious illness, and if you allow your body that time to rest, you will fare better in the long run. The president may not have that same luxury as you or I to just kind of sleep it off, rest, and then, check in. My question is, moving forward, how often will the White House be updating us on his condition, and how's that information going to get out? What's your sense of, how frequently we can expect these updates?
Well, we actually have an answer to that. We just heard from the press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, this morning, and I'll just read to you what she said to make sure I get the language right. She said, among other things, out of an abundance of transparency, the White House will provide a daily update on the president's status as he continues to carry out the full duties of the office while in isolation. So to be clear, the president is going to need his rest and is certainly dealing with some fatigue. He's tired right now, but the White House is communicating that he'll continue as best possible his full duties. And I'm guessing you will hear from other members of this administration in the days ahead to try to make Americans and really the world feel confident that the president is in good shape, that he still is in control, and that they have the best interests of the country under control as well. But in terms of the updates that we'll get, I suspect, as they note, that we will get them daily. The first briefing to come from Dr. Ashish Jha, the COVID coordinator, this afternoon, alongside the press secretary, to say nothing of the letter we received received from Dr. O'Connor, who is the White House physician here.
All right, Peter Alexander at the White House for us. Thank you so much, Peter.
Let's go ahead and bring in Dr. Mario Ramirez now. He's a former pandemic and emerging threats coordinator under the Obama administration. Dr. Ramirez, it's great to see you again. Look, even though the president is vaccinated and boosted, how effective can Paxlovid actually be, especially given his age of 79 years old?
Yeah, good morning, Morgan. So first, let me just wish the president, good wishes for a quick recovery. But, I think to answer your question, Paxlovid is a fantastic medicine in my experience. I have prescribed it to many of my patients. Now, strictly speaking, the authorization for Paxlovid is only to be extended to patients who are at high risk, which is typically meant to include those who are either unvaccinated or incompletely vaccinated, which is different from the president. But that being said, I think there is a real case to certainly administer, very important public officials such as the president this medicine. And I think it'll make a big difference in his course. It's been shown to really improve survival, and I think it's a good idea that they're giving it to him.
Dr. Ramirez, we are obviously still unsure what strain the president tested positive for. We know BA.5 is spreading nationwide. If it is BA.5, how different is that from what we have seen with Omicron and the other variants? What are the most common symptoms?
Sure. So Omicron and BA.5 right now makes up more than 80% of the cases in the United States. So if we assume that he contracted it here, it's very likely that that's the variant that we're talking about. Now, he did travel overseas, although he's a bit outside the window where we would have expected him to pick it up over there. But it's certainly possible that there could be something else circulating overseas. Now, statistically, BA.5 has been shown to be less virulent or less serious overall than a lot of the other subvariants. But the important distinction, though, is that difference or that benefit really extends mostly to those people who have completed the primary vaccination series and have stayed up to date on their vaccines. And so the president's now about 4 months out from his second booster, and that's typically where we start to see the efficacy against infection starts to drop, but it's still very protective against serious outcomes. Where we do see bad outcomes, though, are in those patients who have either not gotten vaccinated or who haven't completed their booster series if they're eligible.
And Dr. Ramirez, give us a sense. I mean, what should these White House doctors be monitoring? I mean, when you talk about the various symptoms and we're hearing coughing or running nose, things like that, I mean, what are the more serious or just concerning symptoms that doctors really should be concerned with if they see the president present?
Sure, Morgan. So I think for the most part, we are continuing to monitor these more recent variants the same way that we're monitoring some of the prior variants. So the ancestral Alpha, Delta. The most important complication that we try to prevent and monitor for is something called pneumonitis or inflammation of the lungs. And that was more common with some of the older variants that infected the lower parts of the lung. What we've seen is that BA.5 tends to concentrate in the upper airways, and so folks don't get as much of the pneumonia or this pneumonitis. But to monitor for that, we typically monitor people's blood oxygen saturation levels. And so that's something that I think as doctors will be watching really closely. Now, COVID can cause other complications, and we'll be watching for those as well. But really, it's those pulmonary complications that we watch for most closely.
It's really helpful.
All right, Dr. Mario Ramirez, we appreciate your time. Thank you.
I do want to also go ahead and bring in Dr. Kavita Patel, who's an NBC News medical contributor and previously served in the Obama administration and joins us now. Dr. Patel, it's great to see you. We know that the president is fully vaccinated. We know that he's been boosted twice. So how likely is it that the highly contagious, as we discussed, BA.5 variant sort of is spreadable at this point where he is in the stage of the process? We know that we've been talking about sort of close contacts and FLOTUS at this point appears to be okay, but is it too soon to tell? How transmissible is this at this point?
It's definitely too soon to tell. When we do contact tracing now, what we do is we usually try to go back 2 days before symptoms first presented or a positive test, whichever came first. So in this case, I really do think that his symptoms, as he described, feeling a little more tired, a little off, really started yesterday, probably in the evening hours. Work 48 hours back from that. All of those people are considered close contacts, like Dr. Biden. And we really have to wait about 5 days to be a little bit more confident that those close contacts are in the clear. That's why I suspect the entire White House campus, anybody around the president or near a close contact of the president is going to be in masks.
Dr. Patel, is it a good idea for Jill Biden to be continuing with her regular schedule, given that she was in contact with him in that 48 hours is considered a close contact? Sure, the test says negative, but we know you can be spreading this asymptomatically.
Yeah, a great question. A year ago, I would have said, no, that would not be wise behavior. You really should quarantine and try to limit your movements. Here's what's happened in a year, though. Number one, We've seen the power of masking, and especially, as Dr. Biden mentioned, not only will she be wearing a mask, I hope, in the majority of her activities, but the people around her will be wearing a mask. On top of that, I do think that it's important to note that we've also seen the ability to test and test frequently. That's easier than a year ago. So Dr. Biden should continue her schedule, but take precautions.
And Dr. Patel, I mean, President Biden, as we've discussed, he's currently taking Paxlovid, but are there any side effects of that drug treatment?
Yeah, so the most common side effect is more of an annoying one. Most of my patients tell me it feels like they're sucking on pennies, that they get this metallic taste in their mouth, that some of them just literally call and say, I cannot finish taking these 5 days, I can't stand it. That is the overwhelming comment that I've heard. But there are reported side effects, and I've seen patients who have some, GI, some stomach distress, and then a number of other symptoms, sometimes that are associated with some of the other medications they're taking. The president, as was noted earlier, is taking one of these cholesterol medications for which we modify the cholesterol dose so that it doesn't interfere with the Paxlovid. But I'm fully confident his doctors are all over it. But those are the expected side effects.
Dr. Patel, the president, 79 years old. We know that this takes a toll on anybody, whatever age you are. Talk to us about, the likelihood that he will rebound quickly from an infection. And what are some of the lingering effects that people are experiencing if it is, in fact, BA5?
Yeah, so statistically, he should be, not just because he's had 4 shots, but also with the Paxlovid, protected from what we worry about the most, hospitalization and death. So then what are we looking for in terms of follow-up? I worry about long COVID. That will certainly be something that we monitor, not just the president, but anybody who's been infected for weeks to months after their infection. And then other side effects that we can see are sometimes effects on organs. I am sure he will have complete blood tests. He's a very healthy 79-year-old. So in terms of what's expected, it's very likely he'll make a full recovery. But I would say, even my healthiest 20 and 30-year-olds aren't able to get back into things right after they finish a course of treatment. So I will see and expect some modification of activities, not just because of his age, but COVID is serious.
All right, Dr. Kavita Patel, we so appreciate you being with us, and these questions are really helpful. Thank you. And stay with us. To our viewers, much more news to get to today, including the big primetime January 6th hearing that's happening tonight.
The congressional panel zeroes in on what former President Trump was doing and wasn't doing during the attack on the Capitol. We're back right after the short break. Stay with us.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
News is happening now.
look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Harry Styles!
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We are counting down to the last scheduled public hearing for the January 6th committee. The focus will be squarely on former President Donald Trump.
That's right. The primetime event will be a play-by-play of what was happening from 1:10 p.m. until 4:16 p.m. on the day of the 6th. That's the time between Trump's speech ending and then when he posted a video telling everyone to go home. This might be the final time we hear from the committee for a while, but they've made it very clear that their work is not over. Let's go to begin on Capitol Hill with Ali Vitale. Ali, it is great to see you. Look, very quickly, what is the reaction on the Hill to President Biden's COVID diagnosis?
Well, look, concern and well wishes from people on both sides of the aisle. But at the same time, we are long into this pandemic. Many of these lawmakers sort of having the view that this was bound to happen because so many of us, even vaccinated, boosted, just as the president is, have still gotten this virus and gotten mild symptoms because of those protections. Here's the House Speaker talking about it just a few minutes ago.
On my way here, I learned that our president is perhaps diagnosed with COVID. I understand that the symptoms are light. I hope they continue to be so. That was my experience, and I hope that that's the case for the president.
And look, we've still seen, guys, over the course of the last few weeks, many lawmakers, especially on the Democratic side, announcing their positive cases, going home, quarantining for the required amount of time, and then coming back to work. One senator even joked with us here. He had flown with Biden yesterday, but he himself had just gotten over COVID. He feels like he's good on the immunity front. So there is a sense of seriousness here as the White House is taking it, but at the same time, a sense that this was in many ways bound to happen, and lawmakers are not overly concerned.
Ali, looking ahead to tonight's hearing, you were the only one to get a one-on-one with committee member Elaine Luria ahead of the hearing. What did she tell you about what to expect as well as the work that's still being done? Did she hint at any more hearings?
Well, look, we know, and she said to me that this might be the end for now, but it is far from the end forever here for this committee because they still, in her words, have more to do because they're bringing in more people and they're not even decided yet on if they're going to ultimately ask for someone like former Vice President Mike Pence to come in and talk before the committee. It's something that they're still actively deliberating and something that we talked about yesterday. Listen.
We're not going to stop until we get to the information and hear from everyone we need to hear from. So, you know, the door is still open to hear from a variety of witnesses.
But how do you not know if you need them yet by this point?
Well, like if we called in Donald Trump, do you think he's really going to come in and sit down under oath and speak truthfully? Like, you know, it's one of those kind of things where, you know, we need to hear what he knows, and only one person can be inside Donald Trump's mind. And it's just a question of, you know, do we think that he's actually going to sit down and share that?
And look, she drew an interesting contrast in that conversation, guys, between the conversation and the thinking that she has around the former president, Donald Trump, as she was talking about there with me, and the former vice president, Mike Pence, effectively drawing my attention to the thing that we all know, which is that we've seen multiple people in Trump's orbit stonewall the committee, ignore their subpoenas. Some of them are in court right now because of it. But then on the former vice president's side, his team has complied. Some of them have even testified publicly. There have been different levels of cooperation between these two orbits. And so while they're actively deliberating whether or not to ask for these men, and while I asked, how do you not know if you need them yet at this point, they're still in the position of seeing that Mike Pence is a different person and an actor here than Donald Trump is.
All right, our Ali Vitale live for us today on Capitol Hill. Ali, thank you.
Make sure that you watch tonight's primetime hearing right here on NBC News Now. Live coverage begins at 7:30 Eastern. And stay with us because coming up, are you and your finances really and truly ready if, in fact, a recession hits?
Now, we're going to help you out. We're going to take a look at how adults of all ages can protect their money. That's up next.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
All right, so 6 in 10 Americans believe the country will fall into a recession in the next 12 months, and that's according to the latest CNBC All-America survey.
Yeah, that's a pretty pessimistic outlook.
Yeah.
Now, when and whether that recession will actually happen, it's still up for debate, but there are steps that you can take right now to help recession-proof your finances. CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson joins us now with a few tips to help adults of all ages. You always bring the important
tips, right?
money knowledge. So we'll start on the younger side. The folks who are in their 20s and 30s, what do they need to be doing right now?
Well, you're starting your financial future. You're setting it up right now, and start by building that emergency fund, having the cash reserves. We hear this often, but it's like, how do I start that? Where do I begin? Direct 10% of every paycheck into a savings account, a high-yield savings account. High yield, by that I mean like 1% right now, but that's higher than it's been. So go to an online bank, find if you can that 1% or higher, do that. Also, these federal student loan payments, they may restart on September 1st if there's not another extension. So figure out how you're going to budget for that, typically $400 a month for that payment. And then as you get into your 30s, continue to strengthen that resume, to continue to focus on new skills that you may need, soft skills, communication skills, time management. That's what hiring managers really want to see. And then finally, continue to ramp up your saving and investing, because a lot of people may think, this is a weird time with the market. I don't want any part of it. Now is the time to be invested and to ride this. They're going to be, I'm telling you, this is for you. This is for you. This is for you.
I literally called my dad and I was like, what did I do?
No, you did the absolute right thing. Because you have decades. You have decades for it to grow, and it's going to dip in between them.
Well, speaking of those decades, for people sort of, if we go to the next step, for people in the next phase of life, people, for example, in their 40s, you know, a lot of people in that age group, they have kids, they are paying off their house, some of them have debt. What should they be doing to become sort of recession-proof?
So this is the time when you're in your prime earning years, but also you have the most financial responsibility. You need to protect what you have. Getting properly insured is a key way to do that. Make sure that you have the proper insurance for your home. Make sure you have the proper insurance for your income, disability insurance.
What do you mean by proper?
So it means that you have to have an adequate amount. So for your home, if there's a recession and housing prices fall, you don't want to get paid the value of the home. You want to get paid to rebuild it. If you get sick and you're not able to work, you want to have disability insurance to cover part of your income. So think of things that are going to help you in that regard. And then also, again, you don't want to have that high interest debt. You want to get rid of your credit card debt. And you want to make sure that you also have short-term savings. We've talked about this. Y'all love it. You already done it. I know.
I-bonds.
That was like
10% interest.
I mean, that was really like the tip that broke the internet.
TreasuryDirect.gov. Morgan, write it down.
Yes.
I mean, you were saying it's almost 10% return.
It's almost 10% through October. And then it adjusts for inflation. So if we continue to see inflation go up, we're going to continue to see the rates on I-bonds go up.
Which is kind of incredible. The only caveat is they hold on to your money for a bit. You don't just have access to it, right?
For a year, yeah. And then within 5 years, you'll have a penalty if you need to take it out. So it is short-term savings for that goal 5 years from now, 10 years, 7 years from now.
So we touched on it with the investments. It's a scary time. You're seeing maybe your portfolio going down, but they always say buy low, sell high. So what do you need to know if you want to get into the market, but it's also so scary because everything's so down?
Are you about to tell us to put even more money into this market?
Yes,
I'm
trying to tell you. I'm about to say you have to max out.
No, hold on.
You have to max out. You have decades to retirement. Even those people who are in retirement, think of how long you can live in retirement. You're going to need that money, and you're going to need it to grow. So you need to stay invested, mostly probably in stocks. Right. But your asset allocation, the difference between how much you have in stocks, how much you have in bonds and cash, it's going to vary depending on how old you are. And so there are a lot of models. Different investment firms have models that you can look at just to give you a ballpark figure. But I don't think anyone would tell you right now to get out of the market with all the time that you have left to be able to build and grow that money.
And what about people who are on the verge of retirement? I mean, I remember even in my family when the 2008-9 recession, I was just leaving college. I think my parents were trying to maybe consider retiring at that point. It was like, wait a minute, hold the horses. What about people who are looking at this market and wondering, I don't know, right? Like, is now the time?
Well, now is the time to make sure that you have a plan for how you're going to retire. That includes your investments and how you're going to pay for retirement, but also includes what's your lifestyle going to be like in retirement. Take the next vacation and pretend you're retired. Like, where's it going to be? What's your budget going to be? Test drive that plan. I think that's a really important thing for people who are approaching retirement to do before they actually get there. And then think about some moves that you may have to make. You may have to downsize, or you may want to downsize and cut some of those expenses. And you always want to have enough cash on hand. So we started off by saying build that emergency fund as you're approaching retirement. Very, very important. You want the necessary expenses to be covered for a year or so if you can. It's a lot of cash to have on hand, but it will make you feel a lot more comfortable if we are, in fact, heading for a recession.
Always good advice, Sharon.
Thank Sharon you. Every day. Sharon, thank you.
I hope to be back soon.
We appreciate you.
All right, well, if you are flooded with spam text messages, you are not alone. 12 billion automated texts are sent each month. Now, a new watchdog report is urging the FCC to crack down on this nuisance before these spam scams get even more out of control.
With the fall of robocalls comes the rise of spam text messages. A new consumer watchdog report is calling for a federal crackdown, writing the FCC needs to pass proposed rules to combat robotext, requiring phone companies to block obviously illegal text messages.
Robotexts have really exploded. It's an easy way to get into consumers' cell phones because the data is all out there and very much available to scammers.
The soaring volume of these nuisance texts is staggering. According to data pulled from the spam blocking app RoboKiller, more than 12 billion spam text messages were sent just last month. Over 87 billion spam texts were reported in 2021, a near 60% increase from 2020.
A huge problem that all of our data is subject to being sold to data brokers, and they have no conscience, and they will sell it to any scoundrel or scam artist out there.
These text messages from telemarketers to suspicious numbers becoming the new junk mail, but they seem much more invasive and incredibly annoying. Bailey Miller says she receives up to 10 spam texts a week.
It could be, hey, we want to buy your house. We see it's on the market. And I'm like, my house definitely is not on the market. So that's a spam text. Delete.
As spam text messages skyrocket, scammers have a new highway to steal personal information, something Bailey says she almost fell for when she clicked on a text link that said she was overdue on a $150 electric bill.
It took me to what was a website that was believable. I went to enter my information and I was like, I should probably check with my mom and just to verify, everything's good to go. And she was like, no, I have a receipt where I paid it. Luckily, I didn't enter any information or hit submit because that could have definitely went wrong.
So what can you do to protect yourself? Be mindful of the number sending the message. Scam texts typically come from a number 10 digits or longer. Don't respond. Even writing stop can allow your data to be at risk. Keep an eye out for any misspelled words used to undercut a phone carrier's filters. And most importantly, avoid opening any links.
And if you do end up submitting any personal information to a fraudulent website, call your bank or credit card right away. You can also prevent spam texts. You just go into your phone's settings, then messages, turn on those filters for unknown senders, and also look into your phone carrier's instructions on how to block and report spam. You can forward suspicious messages to the number 7726, which spells out spam.
Gyms across the country are letting people test out their inner ninja.
All right, I love this. Straight ahead, how those awful obstacles from the hit TV show American Ninja Warrior could actually become an Olympic event.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Harry Styles!
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks. It's not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Okay, here's what's popping right now. A dubious distinction for Kylie Jenner. Morgan, she's being called a climate criminal.
Oh, my word.
Yeah, after her private jet the private history of it was made public on social media, and online sleuthers, they discovered that she recently took a 3-minute flight from Camarillo to Van Nuys, California. Those are only 40 minutes and 40 miles apart from each other, but she took a 3-minute ride, and that took up a lot of jet fuel.
That was 37 minutes, I guess, was her look. I mean, I don't even know that world, so. Well, if you want to know everything about singer Harry Styles, well, you have to head to college. Texas State University is offering a class focusing on the singer's cultural and political rise starting in the spring of 2023. That's so interesting.
Yeah, remember they did that for Taylor Swift. It was another college.
Well,
but
why haven't we done that for Bad Bunny?
Okay,
I mean,
let's suggest it. Let's put that on the syllabus. Professor Radford, I'll be your TA. All right, more COVID vaccination drama for tennis superstar Novak Djokovic. He's likely to be benched for next month's U.S. Open because of his vax status. The tournament doesn't actually have its own mandate, but organizers say they're going to respect the government's position on unvaccinated people who travel to the U.S. Look, Djokovic has said he will not get the shot. He's actually already been infected a couple times, I believe, but it sounds like he's not going to be able to play.
And he was also deported from Australia earlier this year just because of that. So, I mean, whew. All right, well, look, if you are a fan of the show American Ninja Warrior, there's new reason to get excited. In fact, you might see some of the obstacles pop up in the 2028 Summer Olympics in LA.
Those people are incredible. Beast mode. So if you don't want to wait 6 years, ninja-style gyms around the country are actually training elite athletes. Here's our very own Dr. John Torres with the inside scoop.
Athletes dancing across the floating steps, running up the warped wall. Sometimes it seems these competitors are defying gravity and physics. The TV show American Ninja Warrior, which airs on NBC, is launching the sport known as ninja into the mainstream.
I just fell in love with the sport. I loved it so much when I started.
Same thing?
Yeah, we were watching it on TV, and then we really wanted to try it.
Ninja gyms are popping up across the country, at least one in every state, with leagues growing and competitions outside of the show becoming frequent.
So you're moving fast, you're keeping your balance, and you're using your arms and your full body to throw yourself from one obstacle to another obstacle.
I visited Ninja Intensity in Castle Rock, Colorado, home to last season's last ninja standing, 16-year-old Caden Lebsack.
Once it hit, it was crazy. You know, I've been watching the show forever, and then realizing that I did that was incredible.
Caden occupies an elite tier of ninjas, training up to 7 hours each day. But he says the sport can be what you make of it, intense competition or an entertaining way to exercise.
What would you tell people that are again watching this and they say, you know, it might be something I want to try? What would you tell them?
Definitely go for it. It's a ton of fun, and there's just so many obstacles, it's always growing.
Where's the sport going to go?
Hopefully higher, maybe the Olympics one day.
Maybe the Olympics.
Cool. Yeah.
Ninjas may be one step closer to seeing that happen. This summer, the governing body of the modern pentathlon is testing obstacles, including a ninja-like obstacle course for possible inclusion in the 2028 Summer Olympics in Los Angeles.
Is this a young person sport, or people of all ages are doing this?
This is definitely a sport for all ages. Anyone can achieve in it.
I decided to try my hand and see if I had what it takes to become a ninja.
Anything to get there.
All right.
Nice, good save.
So here, grab this one.
Yep.
And agility, like you said, and let's jump.
Balance and agility, check.
Ta-da!
I may have needed a little help with the rings.
Nice. That was pretty good.
Okay, I'm cheating a lot bit here. Just toe touching a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Are there any obstacles that took you a while to get hold on, to figure out how to do?
Tricky bar obstacles like the salmon ladder that you've seen on American Ninja Warrior.
The iconic salmon ladder, proving way more difficult than it looks on TV.
How do they do that?
Ninja is a combination of strength, stamina, and strategy. Competitors don't know the obstacles that will be in front of them until right before they step up to the course. Ninjas must then solve the puzzle.
One of the biggest things that helps me is I like to set up my own courses and set up my new obstacles, so it definitely helps when I see something new in a competition. I kind of have an idea of it.
And when you look at the sidelines of a ninja competition, you'll likely see competitors cheering each other on, a unique sight in sports.
How would you describe this? Is this an individual sport? Is it a team sport, combination of the two?
So it is definitely a combination. Individual in the aspect you're fighting against yourself and not anyone else, because you don't want anyone else to fall on the course. That's the cool aspect. And that's also what makes it a team aspect. So you build friends through that. You're always rooting to beat that obstacle that's taking people out.
And it's that community that keeps athletes coming back.
I started coming here because it was a good workout and it was really fun, and I just made lots of friends doing it.
The greatest part of Ninja is the community. Everyone is so nice and friendly that it's a great sport.
A new way to work out, allowing each of us to become a ninja.
Hi, everyone. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us this Thursday. We appreciate you being with us. Breaking news right now. President Biden tests positive for COVID-19. What this means for the 79-year-old president, and really the new information that's coming out now from the White House.
Plus, minute by minute, the January 6 public hearings return to prime time with promises of new evidence about what former President Trump was doing during the attack on the Capitol. Plus, inside the most comprehensive study of what fueled the rioters' fury that day.
And no end in sight. 216 million Americans baking under blazing temperatures of at least 90 degrees today. We'll tell you just how long the streak of broken records is expected to last.
And one-on-one, Ukraine's First Lady sits down for an exclusive NBC News interview on what life is like in her war-ravaged country, what she says Ukraine needs right now to fend off Russian forces. Well, we start with breaking news out of the White House. President Biden testing positive for COVID-19.
The White House announcing this morning that the 79-year-old president is experiencing mild symptoms, with the White House COVID response coordinator telling NBC News that the president is tired, has a runny nose, and has a dry cough. Now, he's begun taking the antiviral drug Paxlovid. The White House says he has been fully vaccinated and boosted twice. So let's get straight to NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli, who joins us now from Washington. Mike, first off, what more do we know from the White House about the president's current condition?
Well, Morgan, it's just over about an hour and a half now since the White House first publicly disclosed that the president had tested positive for COVID-19. And every minute since, we've been getting new information from White House officials, publicly and privately, trying to express both the urgency of this situation. Of course, the president is 79 years old, considered at high risk, but also to convey calm and steadiness in this moment. We've heard first from the White House press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, saying in a statement that the president has been given Paxlovid, that treatment for COVID-19, describing some of the symptoms he's experiencing, but also indicating that he will continue to work from the residence of the White House at this stage. She says that he has been in contact with members of the White House staff by phone and will continue to participate in meetings throughout the day. We've heard as well from the First Lady, who's traveling in Detroit today. She said she's spoken with her husband. Of course, she's considered a close contact, so she will be sort of conducting her public schedule today in accordance with CDC guidance, masking and the like. She will return to, in fact, Wilmington, Delaware, after her events today as a part of a precaution, given that she is a close contact. And Vice President Harris, who is traveling as well today in North Carolina, her office saying that she spoke with President Biden this morning. They were last in close contact on Tuesday, but that the vice president will continue with her schedule today and address the president's diagnosis later this afternoon when she speaks at about 1:30. We're expecting to hear again from the White House press secretary, as well as Dr. Ashish Jha, the White House COVID coordinator, at a briefing at 2 p.m. in which we'll learn more information as well. Dr. Kevin O'Connor, who is the president's chief physician, releasing a letter indicating that he has mild fatigue, he has been experiencing a dry cough, runny nose, but that the confirmation of his test this morning came as part of the routine testing regimen that the president undergoes. First, an antigen test confirmed with a PCR test. It's worth noting Dr. O'Connor has been with Biden when he was vice president. He was his chief doctor in the 4 years out of the White House. He also was his chief doctor as well, and now in the White House. The White House emphasizing he's, of course, receiving the best of care. He is twice boosted and vaccinated, and so doing everything to convey a sense of not concern, but also to address the urgency of the moment.
Hey, Mike, Vicky here. We know the president's last booster was in March, just about 4 months ago, and some doctors are saying that's right about the time that your immunity starts to wane a bit. Yeah. Talk to us about the COVID protocols, what the doctors are going to be watching, not only the president for, but also everyone else that was a close contact of his, including First Lady Jill Biden.
Yeah, that's right. Of course, the president has been trying to model best behavior for the country throughout the COVID era, both as a candidate and now as president. Remember, he received his COVID shots and both of those boosters in public. He was actually taking questions from reporters sometimes when he was getting those vaccinations. It's interesting because the White House has been talking more about COVID protocols of late, given the rise of the BA.5 variant. The White House COVID team just doing a briefing last week talking about the higher degree of transmissibility here. And we understand the White House was actually evaluating its own protocols internally as a result of that. I have noticed myself, just in traveling and with the president, but also in being in and around the White House, that staff who no longer are required to wear masks according to the White House's protocols have been wearing them far more often. I was asked to put on a mask, for instance, when I had a meeting with a senior official just the other day. The White House says that all staff who are going to be in close proximity in meetings with the president are tested that day, and almost always, as a White House official put it, wear masks in those meetings, are socially distant when possible, that they are, of course, part of a regular testing regimen as well, and that now we're going to see a continued transparency on the part of the White House, given what we know about the president's schedule. He was traveling just yesterday to Massachusetts, flying on Air Force One, flying aboard Marine One, the president's helicopter, in close proximity to a number of his staff. I was on the South Lawn of the White House last night when Biden returned by the helicopter to the White House. All of the staff, I remember, wearing masks when they stepped off, as well as the president headed into the office. So we're going to be continuing to track now the fallout from this. It's worth noting as well, the president just returned from an overseas trip over the weekend. He has had, until yesterday, a limited schedule at the White House. The only time we had seen him publicly since returning from that trip before yesterday's trip to Massachusetts was when he greeted the First Lady of Ukraine, Olena Zelenska, outside at the diplomatic entrance of the White House. They posed for a photo inside the diplomatic room in the White House as well. So of all things, concern as well for Ukraine's First Lady, who spent at least a bit of time with the president this week as well.
Well, we're all hoping for a quick and full recovery for the president. Mike Memoli bringing us up to speed there on President Biden's condition. Thank you, Mike.
Let's go and bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Uche Blackstock now. Dr. Blackstock, it's great to see you. Look, even though the president is vaccinated and, as Mike mentioned, boosted twice, how effective can Paxlovid be, especially given his age? I mean, he's 79.
So, yeah, that's a great question. So what's most important is that the president got Paxlovid very, very quickly after his diagnosis. We know that duration from diagnosis to when you get the medication actually matters. Paxlovid can decrease risk of hospitalization by about 90%. So it's critically important that he got this medication and that he got it as quickly as he did. It can make a significant difference in terms of his progression from very mild symptoms to severe disease.
Dr. Blackstock, we're unsure what strain the president tested positive for, but we know BA.5 is spreading nationwide. If it is that strain, how different is it from Omicron and what we've seen with those variants? And also, what are the most common symptoms? What are the doctors going to be monitoring him for?
Right. Right. So BA.5 is a subvariant of Omicron. I would call it a distinct cousin because it is genetically distinct from some of the earlier Omicron subvariants. The symptoms are actually quite similar. He may have a fever, he may have fatigue, runny nose, or sinus congestion, and he may also develop a cough. The things that his team are going to want to look out for are an increase in fatigue, very, very low energy. If he starts to have trouble breathing, they're going to want to make sure they're checking his oxygen levels with a pulse oximeter. If those levels go down, they may consider putting him in the hospital, or if his energy level goes down significantly, they may also want to hospitalize him to observe him more.
Dr. Blackstock, we just got a tweet here. I'm reading from White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre, and she said, I just spoke with POTUS. He said he feels fine and he's working from the residence. Dr. Blackstock, just kind of more broadly, what should the American public take from this? I mean, it seems like when we put the breaking news banners up and people saw that this was happening, people were sort of two minds. Some people were saying, I mean, it's a runny nose, you know, and other people were saying, well, hold on, it's the president and he's 79 years old. So how should the American public sort of digest this? What does this tell us about where we are in the stage of the pandemic?
Right, Morgan. So it's not insignificant that an almost 80-year-old has COVID. Even though he's vaccinated and boosted, we know that he could still be at high risk for hospitalization and severe disease. And so I think it's important that the White House continues to communicate in a very transparent manner with the American public. I also do think that, you know, while his symptoms are mild now, you know, the course of this disease can be about 9-10 days. So his status could change. And so we're going to need to know that. But he also should rest. We know that resting is very important and that exerting yourself while you have COVID can actually increase the risk for long COVID. So we really want our president, we want him, of course, to be able to do the activities he usually does, but we also want to make sure that he's resting as well.
And I think that 9 to 10 day window you described is also really helpful data, right? For people to be mindful that everybody is different, right? And it may take you some time to pass through this virus in a way that's not contagious for others. Dr. Blackstock, always, it's a great pleasure to talk to you and learn from you. So we appreciate your time.
Thank you.
The January 6th Investigative Committee holds its final scheduled public hearing tonight.
Yeah, members have made it known their evidence and new witnesses will center on what President Trump was doing while the Capitol was under attack. This morning, committee member Adam Kinzinger tweeted a sneak peek.
Do you know whether he was watching TV in the dining room when you talked to him on January 6th?
It's my understanding he was watching television.
When you were in the dining room in these discussions, was the violence Capitol visible on the screen on the television? Yes.
NBC News correspondent Jake Ward is here with an in-depth look at why people said they went to the Capitol on January 6th. But we're going to begin with Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa. Ali, before we jump right into that hearing, talk to us about the reaction from lawmakers to this new diagnosis that President Biden has tested positive for COVID.
Yeah, Vicki and Morgan. Well, as you can imagine, this news is really spreading like wildfire here on Capitol Hill. Many lawmakers unaware of this diagnosis before the press came up to them and asked them their reaction to this. Now we're seeing lawmakers issuing tweets, statements, even mentioning this in House and Senate floor speeches, all of them wishing President Biden a speedy recovery, saying that they hope that the fact that he's boosted will make his symptoms better in some ways. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi was one of a few lawmakers who reacted to this on camera in the last hour. She's actually leading off her press conference, reacting to the news of President Biden's diagnosis. Listen to a bit of that here.
On my way here, I learned that our president is perhaps diagnosed with COVID. I understand that the symptoms are light. I hope they continue to be so. That was my experience, and I hope that that's the case for the president.
I also asked House Speaker Pelosi, whether this, in her opinion, should change how the American public is taking this new variant, how contagious this new variant is. And she said, quote, anything that affects the president has an impact in our country, adding that no one is immune, quote, including the president of the United States, and we really have to be careful. We've also reached out to the offices of those 5 lawmakers that were in close contact with the president during his trip to Massachusetts yesterday. These are lawmakers lawmakers, including Senators Warren, White House, some Congress, some members of the House as well. And through spokespeople and through Twitter, they're saying that they're taking this as if they're already tested positive. They're testing, they're masking up, socially distancing themselves. The White House saying in a statement that they will reach out to those lawmakers if they're considered to be in close contact with the president. So definitely a developing story here, more reaction spilling in as the time goes on since this diagnosis, guys.
Well, speaking of the time going on, Allie, I mean, the committee has sort of been setting the scene for this particular hearing for weeks now. Details about these 187 minutes have been talked about. So now we're finally going to get their actual breakdown. What do we expect to hear tonight, really, from both the witnesses and the committee itself?
Yeah, well, this is really the culmination of the past 7 hearings. This is the 8th hearing now, and what the committee members are saying is that this is going to really be a tick-tock, a timeline of what was going on in those 187 minutes, as you mentioned, between when the former president finished his speech on the ellipse and when he issued that video statement from the Rose Garden more than 3 hours later. Really what went into the exhaustive efforts by White House aides to try to get him to condemn the violence and rioters at the Capitol during that attack. Congresswoman Elaine Luria, who's going to be leading a portion of the questioning tonight, gave a little preview of this to my colleague Ali Vitale yesterday. Listen here.
We're going to paint, essentially, yes, a picture of inaction. You know, he was seeing the violence. He learned of it right when he got back to the White House. And, you know, if you were president, wouldn't you just jump into action? Wouldn't you call everyone in your administration, your cabinet, who could, you know, come in and help quell this and monitor the situation carefully? I think it's just really important to think about, you know, how dangerous this was and how many of those things still exist. And, you know, some people might say, like, well, this was a coup attempt and it failed. Well, yes, it failed in overturning the results of the 2020 election, but what about next time?
Congresswoman Luria said that we could see news clips that we know former President Trump was watching in the West Wing during the Capitol attack. The committee really trying to prove that he knew that there was violence at the Capitol, and he still chose to do nothing about it for hours. They say we could hear more from former White House counsel Pat Cipollone. We could hear more about what former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows knew before January 6th, what he was telling the president about that. And we also know of at least 2 witnesses who are going to testify in person who were so deeply impacted by what happened on January 6th that they decided to resign from their positions in direct effect of what happened that day, guys.
All right, NBC's Ali Rafa joining us live from Capitol Hill. Ali, great to see you.
Well, we are getting a broad look for the first time about why people stormed the Capitol on January 6th.
Yeah, now that information comes from more than 400 rioters who are facing charges. The Harvard University study was shared first to NBC News. NBC News correspondent Jake Ward has been pouring through all of this data, and he joins us now live from San Francisco. Jake, look, this is a really interesting study because, you know, for those of us who've just been watching this unfold and those of us who, you know, weren't there on that day, the big question is why? What was going through people's minds? What were they motivated by? And the data seems to paint a very clear picture. The people who were actually interviewed pointed to President Trump's influence as the top reason for their actions that day. So what's the full breakdown of the study, Jake? And really, what stood out to you when you were going through this data?
Well, Morgan, what's so fascinating about this study is just how clearly it depicts these motivations, because, as you say, it is coming from exactly what these rioters are saying to FBI investigators as they are being interviewed. They're taken from charging documents and recorded interviews. And so you have it really in the rioters' own words. Here is why I showed up. And let me show you the top reasons cited according to this Harvard Shorenstein Center study. The number 1 reason, 20.6% of these 470 defendants, is that they were there to support the Trump. They said things like, Trump told me to come to the Capitol. A very small, just a slightly less common response was the idea of the big lie, rigged election claims, the idea that the 2020 election was somehow not legitimate. And after that, it begins to fall away. 7.9% of them say that they were there to be part of a revolution, a civil war, an overthrowing of the government. And then a smaller percentage percentage than that say that they were there to be part of history in some way. They wanted to be able to tell their grandchildren that they were there for a particular reason. And then, this is the very interesting thing, a very small percentage of them talk about wanting to be there for a peaceful protest. And a similar number at the same time also say that they want to be there to witness violence. And so this common refrain we've heard from people trying to minimize the events of that day has been that this was somehow a peaceful protest that got out of hand. Well, the Harvard results really show that only a very small number of people say that that was why they were there, and almost an equivalent number of people say that they were there specifically using words things like maim, kill. They describe the weapons they wanted to use. They want to be part of a generalized sense of violence. And so this very clear picture emerging here of exactly why they came, and certainly Donald Trump being the very first motivation cited by most of them there, you guys.
What a fascinating breakdown of that data in the words of the people who were there themselves. Jake, let's talk about President Trump. He was prolific, as we know, on social media for much of his time in office. And if it wasn't him speaking directly there, his speeches, his rallies were shared on a number of platforms, mainstream media included. What does the research tell us about the role of all of that coverage?
Well, what's so interesting, Vicki, is that that second motivation, the big lie category, was the Harvard researchers told us was a very difficult thing to put together. It's a mishmash of conspiracy theories, all kinds of craziness in there. And so putting that into one bucket was very complicated for them. But that first bucket, the Donald Trump told me to come here bucket, easy to assemble, they said. The language was incredibly standardized and in many cases reflected what the president had communicated on social media. Here is how the head of this project and the head of the Shorenstein Center, which put it together, Joan Donovan, here's how she described their efforts to try to piece together the Donald Trump told me to come here motivation bucket. Have a listen.
The way in which we interpreted and analyzed these documents is fairly consistent. We wanted a clear understanding that they went because Trump asked them to, and some of them talked directly about his Twitter account or his Facebook account or things that they had watched on YouTube to say that Trump really wanted us here, and this was an important moment for MAGA.
It's a very interesting thing, especially coming from my perspective, you know, covering technology companies, which is typically what I do. We think so much in our beat about sort of measuring the effect of social media on an audience. And the companies themselves describe the effect on an audience as being the thing that they're really looking at, right? And to see in this case just how clearly the words of the former president on social media had an effect on the people who wound up on January 6th doing the terrible things that they did. That clear connection that we're seeing here is, I think, one of the most damning and startling takeaways from this study, you guys.
And when it comes from their mouths, it sounds like not just correlation and effect, but cause and effect, and especially in the context.
So hard to prove typically, and here we're seeing it.
Exactly,
right.
and I think, Jake, even in just the context of this rise in extremism that we've seen across the country, this report is so important. So reporter to reporter, I ask you to please not let this story go and continue to bring it to us as it develops. We appreciate it. Jake Ward, live from San Francisco.
Always good to see you, Jake. Thank you. And you can watch tonight's primetime hearing right here on NBC News Now. Live coverage starts at 7:30 Eastern.
Now, for most parts of the country, temperatures are only rising as this oppressive heat wave tightens its grip, really coast to coast.
Yeah, nearly 250 million Americans will feel temperatures above 90 degrees today. This includes 32 million who can expect triple digits. The high heat has triggered serious weather events like wildfires and severe storms in the Northeast and the South, where flash flooding is an emerging concern.
Also, Europe is dealing with a number of fire outbreaks caused by the record-breaking temperatures.
NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley is following the latest in Europe, but we begin in the U.S. in a sweltering North Texas with NBC News' Jay Gray there for a second day for us. Jay, Texas, Oklahoma, they have seen triple-digit temperatures as well as record breakers in these recent days. Yeah. Talk to us about what the conditions are like now. How's the power grid holding up?
You know, it's unbelievable today, ladies, because we saw something strange falling from the sky this morning. They tell us it's rain. We don't usually see that in the summer here in Texas, but it happened, and it's been a bit of a break. The relief for the kids is coming right here at the pool here, Jack Carter Pool in Plano, just north of Dallas. It's toddler time right now, so they get first run at the pool before everyone else comes in. They've been to capacity every day. More than 1,000 people coming in, taking advantage of this city park that includes a simulated surf area. It has rock climbing that you can fall off and into a pool, diving areas, a lazy river. It's a neat place, and everybody taking full advantage of that. We may not make 100 today, and that's a big deal. We've already seen across Texas 25 days at 100 plus, 7 of those over 105, so excessive heat for a lot of people here in Texas. You asked about the power grid. Right now it is stable. They're very concerned and still asking people to continue to conserve where they can. They've broken the daily usage record 10 times already and have been hovering around the 80,000 megawatt number for usage. That doesn't mean a lot to me, but what ERCOT, the company that runs the grid, says is that in their worst projections for summer here in Texas, they didn't get anywhere near 80,000 megawatts of usage. So that'll tell you how hot it's been. And a bigger concern, ladies, August is traditionally the hottest month here in Texas, so a lot of people worried about what's on the way.
And Jay, I have to say, while I am not jealous of the heat, I am incredibly jealous watching those kids live their best lives behind you. I'm thinking like Emerald Point Water Park in Greensboro. Yes. I mean, if I was really good in my grades. Listen, but also, you look at Texas, right? The wildfires have been a major concern, specifically the Chalk Mountain and the West Bend fire. So just briefly for us, what is the latest there?
Well, today's going to help that. Some humidity's up. The wind has died down a bit. They're still burning, but teams feel like they're getting a better grip on things here. Dozens of people have been pushed from their homes, and that's not going to change. They're not going back anytime soon, but they do feel like they're starting to at least get a handle on things. It's still going to take some time. And remember, this is a temporary break. Looking at the 10-day forecast, we may have one other day that's 98, 99, so below 100. Otherwise, it's going to be very, very hot.
All right, NBC's Jay Gray for us there. Jay, thank you so much. And wildfires are engulfing Europe, putting firefighters on defense.
Take a look at this video in northeast Spain. The heat wave caused flames, and they're spreading as firefighters struggle to also battle the record-breaking temperatures.
Now, this is all just part of the reality the Europeans are facing this week as those rising temperatures become increasingly dangerous. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley is following the latest from London. Matt, I see you are inside there. That's a good thing, a starting win for a Thursday, if I do say so myself. The UK, of course, has had its fair share of unprecedented heat and fires breaking out. So what are conditions like outside today?
Well, I got to tell you, outside is not all that different from inside today. This is just kind of a normal British summer day. It hasn't breached 80 degrees Fahrenheit today, nor did it yesterday, but the day before that, we saw record-breaking temperatures for the first time in this city exceeded 40 degrees Celsius or 104 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's why, you know, things are really kind of back to normal in this city, and they're getting back to normal in France, to the south, and other places throughout northwestern Europe. But the fact is, what's still settling in politically is the realization that this is not going to go away, that 35 degrees Celsius summertime temperatures are probably going to start to become something like the norm as years go on, as the climate change crisis continues. And that's why we're starting to hear from rescue workers, from municipal authorities saying we need the equipment, we need the staff to start focusing on this. We need a political paradigm shift to recognize that this is going to be the new reality here, with, you know, train lines buckling, with roads melting, airport runways melting. You know, it's like asking the city of Miami to try to deal with, you know, a snowstorm. This place was not ready for it. It's just that freaky of a weather event here, and that is what we're starting to hear more from the hallways of power.
That is a great analogy. It is a freaky event, but it's becoming the normal. Let's talk about Spain. We just saw that video of the flames just tearing through the countryside there. What's the latest on those fires? How close are they to being contained?
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing some progress, especially in places like Spain, especially in France and the Gironde region. But in Zaragoza and Lugo provinces in Spain, you showed those images earlier, we're still seeing some pretty ferocious fires. But again, unlike the UK, this is a country that is used to fighting fires just about every summer. But this really still, despite that this isn't unprecedented, this has happened before, the scale of it, the scope of it is really so much different. And it really is begging a lot of the same questions in Spain, in Greece, where there's 2 additional new fires that just sprouted up around the area of Athens, the capital. It really is causing a lot of questions in political circles about what needs to be done as this becomes more and more frequent. Now, a lot of these are leading to fatalities, particularly in Portugal, where officials said that just in less than a 2-week period this month, there were more than 1,000 deaths related to this massive heat wave. So again, we're seeing ramifications and knock-on effects throughout this entire continent and throughout the entire world. And I got to tell you guys, that's one of the things that's so shocking to climate scientists. Normally, you see a heat wave here and there across the globe, but never really a coordinated, almost a coordinated appearing look where you're seeing heat waves that not only span continents, but go across continents in Asia, in Europe, and in North America. It's startling and new. Guys?
A lot of lessons to be learned from what we've just been experiencing. Matt Bradley in London for us. Thank you, Matt.
And we do want to turn back to that relentless heat wave here in the States.
97 million people in the U.S. are under heat alerts today. There's also some severe storms that we're keeping an eye on. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is here to break it all down for us. Hey, Bill.
Hey guys, and yeah, those pictures are incredible, and it was good to see that Dallas a little bit back to normal today, a little more clouds around. I know there's some scattered showers. By the way, it hasn't rained in Dallas yet this month, so they are bone dry, and they're just begging for clouds, rain, anything to cool you off. So yesterday, here were the record highs, mostly centered over the top of Texas and Oklahoma, a few in Missouri also. There was 111 in Oklahoma. Dallas, you were at 109. So our current heat index, and you'll notice the Northeast is getting into this a little bit, and so is the Mid-Atlantic. Washington, D.C. with one of the highest heat indices right now in the country. It feels like 100 degrees when you walk outside in D.C. New York not far behind at 98. That's the equivalent of also sent down in the areas of Alabama and Mississippi. Of course, New Orleans, that's a hot one, 104 already. That's how it feels today. So we have about 98 million people. We added 1 million in the last couple of minutes, and the heat advisories are along the East Coast through the South and also in the Southwest. So it's scattered really from the East Coast to the West Coast. And as far as today goes, the hottest temperatures will be felt again in Texas, but when you add in the humidity, areas like Raleigh will feel like 106 today, Savannah 105, and these will be some of the highest heat indices we've had in the Mid-Atlantic region. Back in Dallas and Oklahoma, you're just kind of used to it. And this weekend, we've said there's no end in sight. Notice Dallas staying in the low 100s. Wichita, a pair of 104s this weekend. St. Louis jumps into the action, 103 Saturday, 102 Sunday, and Washington, D.C., guys, has a chance of reaching 100 degrees for the first time in 6 years. And also a few severe thunderstorms in the Northeast. We'll watch that the rest of today.
All right, NBC's Bill Cairns for us there, keeping us abreast of all this record-breaking heat. Bill, thank you.
Coming up, how a former local news anchor went from Obama donor to Trump-backed political candidate.
That's right. We're going to take a closer look at the evolution of one Arizona gubernatorial candidate. Stay with us.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? Hey, Miss Lester. Hey, who's this?
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There are new developments in Georgia today in Fulton County's investigation into possible interference in the 2020 election.
Yeah, according to court filings released Wednesday, a New York judge is ordering Rudy Giuliani to testify before a special grand jury in Atlanta next month after he failed to appear in court to challenge a subpoena.
Blaine Alexander has been following every twist and turn in this from Atlanta, Georgia. Blaine, it's great to see you. Look, Rudy Giuliani, one of the former president's closest allies, and as his personal attorney was heavily involved in Trump's efforts to overturn election results in Georgia. So what do we know about why the judge actually issued this order, and what does it actually signal in the big picture about Giuliani's role in this criminal investigation?
Sure. So, Morgan, we know that it's going to be focusing largely on something that happened not too far away from where I'm standing here in downtown Atlanta at the Georgia State Capitol. The DA really is going to hone in on several hearings or several appearances that Giuliani had before a number of state lawmakers here in Georgia just in those days and weeks after the 2020 election. That was the time, and you may remember it, when he came down here as Trump's attorney then, essentially, and peddled what are now widely debunked conspiracy theories, essentially saying that there was ballot harvesting or ballot stuffing or accusing several election workers of cheating in favor of Biden. All of that, of course, has been disproven and debunked. But those are the things that the DA is going to hone in on. As she told me in an interview earlier this month, really what she wants to do is she wants to hear from anybody who had any knowledge of the president's mindset, the president's actions, or had any sort of aid in that, took any sort of steps toward that as well when it came to this alleged interference here in the state of Georgia. Now, and in terms of his testimony, we do know that he has been ordered to appear by a New York judge on August 9th. That's notable because we don't typically have a lot of dates as to when this is going to happen. As you know, all of this special grand jury proceeding is happening very much in secret. So the fact that we do have a date as to when he has at least been ordered to appear is something that's certainly noteworthy in this as well.
And Blaine, there's another hearing related to this investigation happening this afternoon. State Senator Burt Jones has requested that the DA be disqualified from investigating him. So what are the grounds for that claim, and what can we expect from the hearing?
Sure. That hearing is starting in about 90 minutes or so in the courthouse right here behind me. Basically, he is claiming that it's a conflict of interest. The thing that he's pointing at, and his attorneys, is that the DA, Fani Willis, hosted a fundraiser for his political opponent not too long ago. So this gentleman, Burt Jones, he is one of the top Republicans in the state. He's also the Republican nominee for lieutenant governor. He's facing off against a man named Charlie Bailey, the Democratic nominee. And Fani Willis held a fundraiser for him. Now, Burt Jones, through his attorneys, say that's enough to disqualify her, saying that it shows that she's politically motivated in what she's doing and her investigation of him. But the DA's office, of course, is pushing very strongly back against that, saying that, one, they worked together in the DA's office before she was the DA herself, but also saying that he hasn't been able to point to any evidence that shows that anything she's done has been because of bias, essentially saying that he has not been treated any differently than the other 15 so-called false electors that have been notified that they're targets of this investigation. Guys.
All right, Miss Blaine Alexander, live for us there in Atlanta. Blaine, as always, thank you so much. And voters will see a familiar name on the ballot in Arizona's primary next month.
Carrie Lake was a longtime news anchor there locally before jumping into the race for Republican governor last summer. Despite her short political career, Lake's already had quite the transformation, going from an Obama donor to one of the former President Trump's most vocal supporters. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard has been following Kari Lake's political evolution. Full disclosure, I worked with Kari from 2004 to 2007. She was a main anchor with John Hook, very, very popular anchor team. And at that time, there were really, like many journalists, no obvious indications of what her political leanings were. You talked to a lot of her former colleagues. What are they saying, Vaughn?
Yeah, I mean, since the late 90s, she was a face of Phoenix there. You know, somebody that I actually, back when I was in high school, I met when I was looking at my own journalism career here. She was seemingly a voice of reason and a voice that delivered the news on a nightly basis. And that is why it took so many people aback as how she became this Trump acolyte and a right hand potentially to Donald Trump in the leading contender for Arizona governor. We tried to open up that question of how did Kari Lake evolve. Take a look.
You're watching the best.
We begin with the Fox 10 News Alert.
Kari Lake used to be known in Arizona as a charismatic newscaster.
He's a lion. Hear him roar.
A staple on Phoenix TVs for more than 2 decades. But then,
I'm Kari Lake, and I'm running for governor.
It seemingly all changed.
These media giants.
Last summer, she separated from the TV station to run for office.
The media isn't just corrupt. They are anti-American.
She is now one of Trump's closest allies.
Kari Lake, I'll tell you, she is incredible.
And promoters of 2020 election conspiracy theories.
Anybody who was involved in that corrupt, shady, shoddy election of 2020, lock them up.
It's kind of difficult to understand that it's her, the same person that was the person that I knew before she became a candidate.
Former Governor Jan Brewer, a staunch conservative herself, now puzzled by Lake.
But she never seemed an extremist, like what we're seeing now is when she's running for office for the governor.
Brewer now endorsing Lake's GOP primary opponent, as is current Governor Doug Ducey and former Vice President Mike Pence.
I do more than talk for a living.
We spoke with 12 of Lake's one-time close friends and colleagues. They asked for anonymity, several of them saying they feared being targeted, but each of them said her transformation was gradual.
I'm Kari Lake with a look at your...
In 2015, several of her friends we spoke to say she found Trump to be funny and defended his crassness. She began spreading internet conspiracy theories.
You can take the hydroxychloroquine as a preventative.
And then she refused to acknowledge Biden as the winner of the 2020 election. One thing that hasn't changed, according to Lake's former colleagues, her stubborn, combative style.
You were her HR manager.
Yes.
How was she to work with when there was tension?
She wouldn't work with you. She would leave. Kari wants what Kari wants. That's what she wants.
Barbara Seville, Arizona's most prominent drag queen, befriended Lake about 20 years ago.
I was kind of starstruck when I saw her the first time. I was like, oh my God, there's Kari. And we became friends.
But last month, during Pride Month, Lake tweeted, "They kicked God out of schools and welcomed the drag queens. They took down our flag and replaced it with the rainbow."
I'm a friend of yours for 20 years, and I'm disposable now.
Could I ask you one question here?
Lake declined requests for an interview. When we caught up with her, she said that she had no interest in talking.
How has Kari Lake evolved here? What would you tell those people who were close to you in their life that are wondering who that Kari Lake is now? You were friends with these people, and they say they don't recognize the person you've become.
I'm friends with a lot of people in the media. I've worked in the media for 30 years, and I'm sorry if they can't handle somebody being conservative. Thank you very much.
The question now, has enough of the Arizona electorate evolved with Kari Lake?
Vaughn, she's really known for eviscerating people who ask her questions, other journalists, because she was a journalist. And to hear her kind of stonewall you and then at the last moment answer like that, I know a lot of people who miss Kari as a friend. What more did she say about that? And what are some of the people who lost her as a friend saying?
I think her silence, you just said it, is different than any response that we've seen her to any other interview that she's given the last year. Because it's frankly hard reality is that she has cut off so many people who were so close to her, friends. But Kari is not an unusual person in America now. There are millions of Americans who have sung the praises of Donald Trump, but been led to believe in these conspiracy theories. And we know for people from our own family, neighbors, people in our communities who have separated from the reality of facts, right, and have given way to the chaos that Donald Trump has largely created within this Republican Party today. And that's why for so many, that did know Kari Lake so well, this is just a completely different person that they don't even begin to understand.
But Vaughn, that's what I want to talk about, because besides just her personal transformation, for people who aren't from the area, who didn't know her before or after, what about the voters? I mean, how are they reacting to this transformation? Because when I saw your interview with Barbara, that was fascinating. The statement that, oh, now I'm disposable, right? And that's what we saw, for example, in the previous election. I remember watching this incredible article by this black man of mixed race who had a white Trump-supporting mother who was big in MAGA. And he said, how can my own mother think that I'm disposable? How can my own mother think that the policies that he's, promoting that would harm me and my children are okay? So how do voters sort of square this evolution?
Our politics is so visceral now, and it's within our own families here. And I think that is why this primary in Arizona 2 weeks from now is going to be so telling, because it is Kari Lake and then Karen Taylor Robson, who is being backed by Mike Pence, by Doug Ducey, the current governor here. Ultimately, it's going to be Republican voters who decide which path do they want. So we can talk about Kari Lake's evolution all we want, but ultimately it's going to be up to Republican voters to give that indication. Does the Donald Trump style of politics, is it working? And is it here to stay? If Kari Lake becomes governor, she's in office for 4 more years. This goes beyond Donald Trump. These are now statewide figures, and it's going to be Republican voters that decide whether she's the nominee of their party.
And those independents will be really important in that state as well.
Yeah,
Vaughn,
great reporting.
So great to have you in studio with us to break this all down. Thank you for that fascinating look.
Thanks, Vaughn. Well, coming up, are you and your finances ready if, in fact, a recession does hit?
We will take a look at how adults of all ages can protect their money. Really important reporting coming up next.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country 1 block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
We are counting down to the last scheduled public hearing for the January 6th committee. The focus will be squarely on former President Donald Trump.
That's right. The primetime event will be a play-by-play of what was happening from 1:10 p.m. until 4:16 p.m. on the day of the 6th. That's the time between Trump's speech ending and then when he posted a video telling everyone to go home. This might be the final time we hear from the committee for a while, but they've made it very clear that their work is not over. Let's go to begin on Capitol Hill with Ali Vitale. Ali, it is great to see you. Look, very quickly, what is the reaction on the Hill to President Biden's COVID diagnosis?
Well, look, concern and well wishes from people on both sides of the aisle. But at the same time, we are long into this pandemic. Many of these lawmakers sort of having the view that this was bound to happen because so many of us, even vaccinated, boosted, just as the president is, have still gotten this virus and gotten mild symptoms because of those protections. Here's the House Speaker talking about it just a few minutes ago.
On my way here, I learned that our president is perhaps diagnosed with COVID. I understand that the symptoms are light. I hope they continue to be so. That was my experience, and I hope that that's the case for the president.
And look, we've still seen, guys, over the course of the last few weeks, many lawmakers, especially on the Democratic side, announcing their positive cases, going home, quarantining for the required amount of time, and then coming back to work. One senator even joked with us here. He had flown with Biden yesterday, but he himself had just gotten over COVID. He feels like he's good on the immunity front. So there is a sense of seriousness here as the White House is taking it, but at the same time, a sense that this was in many ways bound to happen, and lawmakers are not overly concerned.
Allie, looking ahead to tonight's hearing, you were the only one to get a one-on-one with committee member Elaine Luria ahead of the hearing. What did she tell you about what to expect, as well as the work that's still being done? Did she hint at any more hearings?
Well, look, we know, and she said to me that this might be the end for now, but it is far from the end forever here for this committee, because they still, in her words, have more to do, because they're bringing in more people, and they're not even decided yet on if they're going to ultimately ask for someone like former Vice President Mike Pence to come in and talk before the committee. It's something that they're still actively deliberating, and something that we talked about yesterday. Listen.
We're not going to stop until we get to the information and hear from everyone we need to hear from. So, you know, the door is still open to hear from a variety of witnesses.
But how do you not know if you need them yet by this point?
Well, like, if we called in Donald Trump, do you think he's really going to come in and sit down under oath and speak truthfully? Like, you know, it's one of those kind of things where, you know, we need to hear what he knows, and only one person can be inside Donald Trump's mind. And it's just a question of, you know, do we think that he's actually going to sit down and share that?
And look, she drew an interesting contrast in that conversation, guys, between the conversation and the thinking that she has around the former president, Donald Trump, as she was talking about there with me, and the former vice president, Mike Pence, effectively drawing my attention to the thing that we all know, which is that we've seen multiple people in Trump's orbit stonewall the committee, ignore their subpoenas. Some of them are in court right now because of it. But then on the former vice president's side, his team has complied. Some of them have even testified publicly. There have been different levels of cooperation between these two orbits. And so while they're actively deliberating whether or not to ask for these men, and while I asked, how do you not know if you need them yet at this point, they're still in the position of seeing that Mike Pence is a different person and an actor here than Donald Trump is.
All right, our Allie Vitale live for us today on Capitol Hill. Allie, thank you.
Make sure that you watch tonight's primetime hearing right here on NBC News Now. Live coverage begins at 7:30 Eastern. And stay with us, because coming up, are you and your finances really and truly ready if, in fact, a recession hits?
Now, we're going to help you out. We're going to take a look at how adults of all ages can protect their money. That's up next.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
Oh, I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
All right, so 6 in 10 Americans believe the country will fall into a recession in the next 12 months, and that's according to the latest CNBC All-America survey.
Yeah, that's a pretty pessimistic outlook.
Yeah.
Now, when and whether that recession will actually happen, it's still up for debate, but there are steps that you can take right now to help recession-proof your finances. CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson joins us now with a few tips to help adults of all ages. You always bring the important
tips, right?
money knowledge. So we'll start on the younger side. The folks who are in their 20s and 30s, what do they need to be doing right now?
Well, you're starting your financial future. You're setting it up right now, and start by building that emergency fund, having the cash reserves. We hear this often, but it's like, how do I start that? Where do I begin? Direct 10% of every paycheck into a savings account, a high yield savings account. High yield, by that I mean like 1% right now, but that's higher than it's been. So go to an online bank, find, if you can, that 1% or higher, do that. Also, these federal student loan payments, they may restart on September 1st if there's not another extension. So figure out how you're going to budget for that, typically $400 a month for that payment. And then as you get into your 30s, continue to strengthen that resume, to continue to focus on new skills that you may need, soft skills, communication skills, time management. That's what hiring managers really want to see. And then finally, continue to ramp up your saving and investing, because a lot of people may think, this is a weird time with the market. I don't want any part of it. Now is the time to be invested and to ride this. They're going to be, I'm telling you, this is for you. This is for you. This is for you.
I literally called my dad and I was like, what did I do?
No, you did the absolute right thing. Because you have decades. You have decades for it to grow, and it's going to dip in between them.
Well, speaking of those decades, for people sort of, if we go to the next step, for people in the next phase of life, people, for example, in their 40s, you know, a lot of people in that age group, they have kids, they are paying off their house, some of them have debt. What should they be doing to become sort of recession-proof?
So this is a time when you're in your prime earning years, but also you have the most financial responsibility. You need to protect what you have. Getting properly insured is a key way to do that. Make sure that you have the proper insurance for your home. Make sure you have the proper insurance for your income, disability insurance.
What do you mean by proper?
So it means that you have to have an adequate amount. So for your home, if there's a recession and housing prices fall, you don't want to get paid the value of the home. You want to get paid to rebuild it. If you get sick and you're not able to work, you want to have disability insurance to cover part of your income. So think of things that are going to help you in that regard. And then also, again, you don't want to have that high interest debt. You want to get rid of your credit card debt. And you want to make sure that you also have short-term savings. We've talked about this. Y'all love it. You already done it. I know. I-bonds.
That was like
10% interest.
I mean, that was really like the tip that broke the internet.
TreasuryDirect.gov.
Oh,
Morgan, write it down.
Yes.
I mean, you were saying it's almost 10% return.
It's almost 10% through October. And then it adjusts for inflation. So if we continue to see inflation go up, we're going to continue to see the rates on I-bonds go up.
Which is kind of incredible. The only caveat is they hold on to your money for a bit. You don't just have access to it, right?
For a year, yeah. And then within 5 years, you'll have a penalty if you need to take it out. So it is short-term savings for that goal 5 years from now, 10 years, 5, 7 years from now.
So we touched on it with the investments. It's a scary time. You're seeing maybe your portfolio going down, but they always say buy low, sell high. So what do you need to know if you want to get into the market, but it's also so scary because everything's so down?
Are you about to tell us to put even more money into this market?
Yes,
I'm trying to tell you.
I'm about to say you have to max out.
No, hold on.
You have to max out. You have decades to retirement. Even those people who are in retirement, think of how long you can live in retirement. You're going to need that money and you're going to need it to grow. So you need to stay invested, mostly probably in stocks. But your asset allocation, the difference between how much you have in stocks, how much you have in bonds and cash, it's going to vary depending on how old you are. And so there are a lot of models. Different investment firms have models that you can look at just to give you a ballpark figure. But I don't think anyone would tell you right now to get out of the market with all the time that you have left to be able to build and grow that money.
And what about people who are on the verge of retirement? I mean, I remember even in my family when the 2008-9 recession, I was just leaving college. I think my parents were trying to maybe consider retiring at that point. It was like, wait a minute, hold the horses. What about people who are looking at this market and wondering, you know, I don't know, right? Like, is now the time?
Well, now is the time to make sure that you have a plan for how you're going to retire. That includes your investments and how you're going to pay for retirement, but also includes what's your lifestyle going to be like in retirement. Take the next vacation and pretend you're retired. Like, where's it going to be? What's your budget going to be? Test drive that plan. I think that's a really important thing for people who are approaching retirement to do before they actually get there. And then think about some moves that you may have to make. You may have to downsize, or you may want to downsize and cut some of those expenses. And you always want to have enough cash on hand. So we started off by saying build that emergency fund as you're approaching retirement. Very, very important. You want the necessary expenses to be covered for a year or so if you can. It's a lot of cash to have on hand, but it will make you feel a lot more comfortable if we are, in fact, heading for a recession.
Always good advice, Sharon.
We have Sharon every day. Sharon, thank you.
I hope to be back soon.
We appreciate you.
All right, well, if you are flooded with spam text messages, you are not alone. 12 billion automated texts are sent each month. Now, a new watchdog report is urging the FCC to crack down on this nuisance before these spam scams get even more out of control. With the fall of robocalls comes the rise of spam text messages. A new consumer watchdog report is calling for a federal crackdown, writing the FCC needs to pass proposed rules to combat robotext, requiring phone companies to block obviously illegal text messages.
Robotexts have really exploded. It's an easy way to get into consumers' cell phones because the data is all out there and very much available to scammers.
The soaring volume of these nuisance texts is staggering. According to data pulled from the spam blocking app RoboKiller, more than 12 billion spam text messages were sent just last month. Over 87 billion spam texts were reported in 2021, a near 60% increase from 2020.
a huge problem that all of our data is subject to being sold to data brokers, and they have no conscience, and they will sell it to any scoundrel or scam artist out there.
These text messages from telemarketers to suspicious numbers becoming the new junk mail, but they seem much more invasive and incredibly annoying. Bailey Miller says she receives up to 10 spam texts a week.
It could be, hey, we want to buy your house. We see it's on the market. And I'm like, my house definitely is not on the market. So that's a spam text. Delete.
As spam text messages skyrocket, scammers have a new highway to steal personal information, something Bailey says she almost fell for when she clicked on a text link that said she was overdue on a $150 electric bill.
It took me to what was a website that was believable. I went to enter my information and I was like, I should probably check with my mom and just to verify, everything's good to go. And she was like, no, I have a receipt where I paid it. Luckily, I didn't enter any information or hit submit because that could have definitely went wrong.
So what can you do to protect yourself? Be mindful of the number sending the message. Scam texts typically come from a number 10 digits or longer. Don't respond. Even writing stop can allow your data to be at risk. Keep an eye out for any misspelled words used to undercut a phone carrier's filters. And most importantly, avoid opening any links.
And if you do end up submitting any personal information to a fraudulent website, call your bank or credit card right away. You can also prevent spam texts. You just go into your phone's settings, then messages, turn on those filters for unknown senders, and also look into your phone carrier's instructions on how to block and report spam. You can forward suspicious messages to the number 7726, which spells out spam.
Gyms across the country are letting people test out their inner ninja.
All right, I love this. Straight ahead, how those awful obstacles from the hit TV show American Ninja Warrior could actually become an Olympic event.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Okay, here's what's popping right now. A dubious distinction for Kylie Jenner. Morgan, she's being called a climate criminal.
Oh, my word.
Yeah, after her private jet the private history of it was made public on social media, and online sleuthers, they discovered that she recently took a 3-minute flight from Camarillo to Van Nuys, California. Those are only 40 minutes and 40 miles apart from each other, but she took a 3-minute ride, and that took up a lot of jet fuel.
That was 37 minutes, I guess, was her look. I mean, I don't even know that world, so. Well, if you want to know everything about singer Harry Styles, well, you have to head to college. Texas State University is offering a class focusing on the singer's cultural and political rise starting in the spring of 2023. That's so interesting.
Yeah, remember they did that for Taylor Swift. It was another college.
Well, why haven't we done that for Bad Bunny?
Okay,
I mean,
let's suggest that. Let's put that on the syllabus. Professor Radford, I'll be your TA. All right, more COVID vaccination drama for tennis superstar Novak Djokovic. He's likely to be benched for next month's U.S. Open because of his vax status. The tournament doesn't actually have its own mandate, but organizers say they're going to respect the government's position on unvaccinated people who travel to the U.S. Look, Djokovic has said he will not get the shot. He's actually already been infected a couple times, I believe, but it sounds like he's not going to be able to play.
He was also deported from Australia earlier this year just because of that. So, I mean, whew. All right, well, look, if you are a fan of the show American Ninja Warrior, there's new reason to get excited. In fact, you might see some of the obstacles pop up in the 2028 Summer Olympics in LA.
Those people are incredible. Beast mode. So if you don't want to wait 6 years, ninja-style gyms around the country are actually training elite athletes. Here's our very own Dr. John Torres with the inside scoop.
Athletes dancing across the floating steps, running up the warped wall. Sometimes it seems these competitors are defying gravity and physics. The TV show American Ninja Warrior, which airs on NBC, is launching the sport known as ninja into the mainstream.
I just fell in love with the sport. I loved it so much when I started.
Same thing?
Yeah, we were watching it on TV, and then we really wanted to try it.
Ninja gyms are popping up across the country, at least one in every state, with leagues growing and competitions outside of the show becoming frequent.
So you're moving fast, you're keeping your balance, and you're using your arms and your full body to throw yourself from one obstacle to another obstacle.
I visited Ninja Intensity in Castle Rock, Colorado, home to last season's last ninja standing, 16-year-old Caden Lebsack.
Once it hit, it was crazy. You know, I've been watching the show forever, and then realizing that I did that was incredible.
Caden occupies an elite tier of ninjas, training up to 7 hours each day. But he says the sport can be what you make of it, intense competition or an entertaining way to exercise. What would you tell people that are again watching this and they say, you know, it might be something I want to try? What would you tell them?
Definitely go for it. It's a ton of fun, and there's just so many obstacles. It's always growing.
Where's the sport going to go?
Hopefully higher, maybe the Olympics one day.
Maybe the Olympics.
Cool. Yeah.
Ninjas may be one step closer to seeing that happen. This summer, the governing body of the modern pentathlon is testing obstacles, including a ninja-like obstacle course for possible inclusion in the 2028 Summer Olympics in Los Angeles. Is this a young person sport, or people of all ages are doing this?
This is definitely a sport for all ages. Anyone can achieve in it.
I decided to try my hand and see if I had what it takes to become a ninja.
Anything to get there.
All right.
Nice, good save.
So here, grab this one.
Yep.
And agility, like you said, let's jump. Balance and agility, check. Ta-da! I may have needed a little help with the rings.
Nice. That was pretty good.
Okay, I'm cheating a lot bit here. Just toe touching a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Are there any obstacles that took you a while to get hold on, to figure out how to do?
Tricky bar obstacles like the salmon ladder that you've seen on American Ninja Warrior.
The iconic salmon ladder, proving way more difficult than it looks on TV. How do they do that? Ninja is a combination of strength, stamina, and strategy. Competitors don't know the obstacles that will be in front of them until right before they step up to the course. Ninjas must then solve the puzzle.
One of the biggest things that helps me is I like to set up my own courses and set up my new obstacles, so it definitely helps when I see something new in a competition. I kind of have an idea of it.
And when you look at the sidelines of a ninja competition, you'll likely see competitors cheering each other on, a unique sight in sports. How would you describe this? Is this an individual sport? Is it a team sport, combination of the two?
So it is definitely a combination. Individual in the aspect you're fighting against yourself and not anyone else, because you don't want anyone else to fall on the course. That's the cool aspect. And that's also what makes it a team aspect. So you build friends through that. You're always rooting to beat that obstacle that's taking people out.
And it's that community that keeps athletes coming back.
I started coming here because it was a good workout and it was really fun, and I just made lots of friends doing it.
The greatest part of Ninja is the community. Everyone is so nice and friendly that it's a great sport.
A new way to work out, allowing each of us to become a ninja.
Good Thursday, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn. We begin with breaking news here on NBC News Now. President Biden testing positive for COVID-19.
The White House issuing a statement just moments ago with the announcement saying the 79-year-old president is twice vaccinated and boosted and is experiencing mild symptoms. The president was supposed to travel to Pennsylvania this afternoon, but is now in isolation at the White House. Let's get right to NBC News correspondent Mara Barrett, who joins us now on the phone live from Pennsylvania. Mara, I know you all were expecting to see the president there today. This, of course, is a major development in those plans. The president is 79 years old. So what more do we know about his current condition and really any treatment that he's receiving?
Yeah, Morgan, good morning. So we were expecting to see the president here in Pennsylvania. That's why I'm joining on the phone, because our crew and photographer is actually being escorted out of the event where he was expected to be giving remarks about gun violence and new efforts there. Obviously, this changes the plan for the day. We have learned, you kind of just laid out some of what we do know, but what we just received from the White House in the last hour is that he is fully vaccinated, twice boosted, and experiencing very mild symptoms. He has begun taking the treatment of Paxlovid COVID, and consistent with CDC guidelines, he will isolate at the White House and continue to carry out all his duties fully during that time. So we expect to see the president working remotely. We're hearing from Dr. Jha in a letter from the president's doctor that his symptoms are very, very mild. The White House expressing very low concern at this moment. Obviously, the next course of action is figuring out who his close contacts would be. As we know, he has been traveling in recent days, obviously also spends a lot of time with his wife, Jill Biden. I wanted to hear a little bit from Dr. Biden today. She is on the road traveling today as well. She spoke to reporters as we learned about the president testing positive. Take a listen to what she said.
My husband tested positive for COVID. I talked to him just a few minutes ago. He's doing fine. He's feeling good. I tested negative this morning. I am going to keep my schedule. I am, according to CDC guidelines, I am keeping masks. And so I'd like to go in and see the program here. Learning loss as an educator means a lot to me. So thank you for being here today. Thank you.
And so we do know from the First Lady's press secretary that she is considered a close contact, but she, like she said, is going to continue masking as she travels and continues work. And as we hear more from within the White House who might else be close contacts, we expect to see more staff and everyone around the White House masking as well. So obviously something that we're going to have to keep an eye on as we learn more about the president's condition and the people who surround him.
Maura, Vicky here, you just saw the president yesterday when he returned from Massachusetts. When you were interacting with him, watching him out there, were there any indications that he might have been sick at that time? How did he look?
I mean, not any different than we typically see him, right? There was nothing, at least that I was aware of, that my team and talking with our other colleagues could tell anything totally different than normal. As we saw in a letter from his doctor, his symptoms were onset last night, and he did not sleep well overnight. So it makes sense in terms of why we're seeing that testing come forward this morning. I am not a doctor, obviously, in terms of what that timeline looks like, but in terms of visible symptoms, we did not see anything as a team. It is important to note, though, obviously, he has been traveling. He was abroad last week, and he was just in Massachusetts yesterday, traveling with several members of Congress, Senator Ed Markey, Senator Elizabeth Warren, for example, other representatives, as well as White House staff. So because of that proximity on Air Force One and at the event, that's something that, like I said, we're going to have to keep an eye on in terms of other symptoms people might be exhibiting.
Yeah, the president has a punishing travel schedule, and that's tough for anyone, let alone someone who's going to turn 80 in November. Maura Barrett, thank you so much, live from Pennsylvania there for us. Let's head now to NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander.
Peter, it's great to see you there. Morgan here. What more do we know at this point about the president's current condition?
Yeah, so Morgan, obviously you've detailed the best information we have to this point. Obviously the president first felt these symptoms in some form last night. He didn't sleep well, according to his White House physician. Now has a runny nose, a dry cough, as it's described to us, that he didn't sleep well and is dealing with a little bit of fatigue. In simple terms, he's tired right now. His positive test came out this morning. The president was scheduled to travel to Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania today. Obviously, that's not going to happen as he remains in isolation. And the White House, in its effort to be as transparent as possible, is going to be holding a briefing at some point over the course of the next couple hours with Dr. Ashish Jha. He's the COVID coordinator here, and the press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre. We're trying to get a better understanding about who may be the close contacts around the president. Dr. Jill Biden, as you noted, her press secretary telling me this morning that she is viewed as a close contact, but will continue her schedule. She's going to be, she is in Michigan, in the Detroit area right now, and then we'll be going to Georgia later this afternoon, as was originally scheduled. Just yesterday, President Biden, as you see, well, there he was in Israel just last week, but just yesterday he was actually in Massachusetts for an event, and we've now taken a look at the list of those who were traveling with him, including some prominent lawmakers, the senators from that state, both Democrats, Ed Markey and Elizabeth Warren, traveling aboard Air Force One with him, as well as some of the lawmakers, including Representative Bill Bill Keating from Massachusetts were with the president, Karine Jean-Pierre, the press secretary, and Gina McCarthy, the national climate advisor. They were traveling with him as well. So I suspect as we speak, the White House is communicating to close contacts that they may have been in contact with the president and should do everything as the CDC protocols indicate to distance as best possible and to continue wearing their masks. But at this time, the White House is doing everything in its power to try to sort of downplay the seriousness of this moment. The president had received both shots. He was fully vaccinated, as well as 2 boosters, the most recent of those taking place on March 30th. You've seen those pictures. There they are again, the president doing it publicly so that the Americans would feel confident in the safety and efficacy of this vaccine. He's also taking Paxlovid, which, for those who have taken it in this country, is a series of pills that you take over the course of 5 days, a couple of them in the morning, a couple of them each night. It can also, though, according to doctors, can have an impact on those patients. In most cases, it helps resolve the virus in an expedited fashion, but certainly it can also have sort of a repeat effect where it comes back a couple of weeks later. For some individuals, it can come back a bit stronger. So another thing that I'm sure these doctors will be focusing on in the days and weeks ahead. As for the situation here at the White House inside the West Wing, notably there have been a couple of staff members who would normally be seated at their desks who we have not seen today. No indication yet whether that's for any reason associated with the president's absence, whether any of them have tested positive as well. But that's among the details that we're watching. The White House saying, when a White House official was asked about their level of concern, that it was, quote, very, very low, reiterating the idea that he has, as they describe it, according to the press secretary, very mild symptoms at this time.
Hey, Peter, it's Vicki. I just recovered from what is likely a BA.5 variant of the COVID-19 infection. So I hear these symptoms: tired, runny nose, dry cough. I know exactly what the president, feels, because that's the common symptoms that we're hearing from people who are currently infected. You ran through the fact that he is getting that Paxlovid treatment, which is 2 doses in the morning, 2 doses at night. Hopefully we'll keep him out of the hospital, as we've been seeing. Dr. Kavita Patel mentioned that. Talk to us a little bit about what happens behind the scenes right now. We heard that the First Lady, she's going to continue her schedule, but who's getting ready right now to just take command should this condition get worse, or just in the interim? Because so much of this we won't know. Time will tell.
Well, I think the White House would say that the president remains in charge right now. They said that in their initial statement to the public, that he conducted some of his meetings earlier today with staff, with his aides, by phone and by Zoom as well. To be clear, while it is out of the blue that the president tested positive, this is something for which this White House has been preparing for the course of not just weeks, but months, frankly, going back to the beginning of President Biden's time in office, that they have been preparing themselves for the situation, taking all the precautions necessary to try to avoid it, but also noting, as we had heard notably from some of his aides, there was sort of a view that the tone had changed here, that it's very possible he get it sometime. Well, they realized that that was a reality despite the best of their efforts. Notably, the Vice President, Kamala Harris, she and the second gentleman tested positive only a matter of months ago. The exact date eludes me right now, but as it is our understanding, she is fine at the time, was tested just this morning, and she tested negative as well. So I think the White House is doing everything it can, not just to be careful, but certainly to try to be as transparent as possible about the situation as it's taking place behind the scenes. We should say, as it relates to those who may have been around the president, a lot of those contacts we may not know publicly. It remains to be seen how many of the contacts the White House chooses to read out. In the past, for the privacy of those individuals, they often would not share it unless it was a particularly public official, like a member of the president's cabinet. But in terms of his public engagements that have taken place this week, he returned home from Saudi Arabia. I was on that trip on Saturday. That would have been before the window when he could have conceivably infected anybody. On Sunday, he made a visit to church. No visits publicly on Monday and Tuesday before that trip to Massachusetts that he made yesterday. Again, his scheduled trip to Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania today obviously is not going to go ahead as scheduled.
Obviously, Peter, this is super disruptive for the president, and I think you touched on this a little bit briefly in your first answer, but can you just sort of stay with us and explain what happens at the White House now in terms of protocol? We saw First Lady Biden talking, in Detroit there with her mask on, explaining that she'd spoken to her husband earlier that day. But what are sort of the updated White House protocols to protect the staff there at this point?
So it's a good question because obviously different White Houses have different protocols in the way they handle this. You remember after President Trump had COVID, it was a very different scene when he returned to the White House, flew in from the hospital when he had been treated at Walter Reed, and then pulled off his mask to the world, a message that doctors say was the wrong one, as they wanted to communicate the need to maintain masking, certainly when you're positive, but even if you were identified as a close contact. So I think I'm going to be watching very closely to see exactly what protocols they implement here. Certainly, I think you're going to see a lot more masking going on around the White House. I should note, as a member of the press, it's not unique to us that on days that you're a part of what they call the press pool, that small group of representatives of the press who sort of attend presidential events on behalf of the entire press corps, which is hundreds of individuals, that each of them would need to be tested and test negative before they could be around the president. So, for example, today was a day where President Biden had some scheduled events. NBC, our network, is the scheduled press pool, and anybody who was going to be around him today had to test positive before they would travel aboard Air Force One or see him at any other point, certainly inside. Outside, those individuals who would interact with the president were not required to be tested. But when the president meets behind closed doors, as has been the case from the very beginning, the White House reiterating this, basically anybody who was expected to be around the president, certainly those who were in the first few rows, would be tested in advance of their arrival. Those who would be meeting with him, including the vice president, cabinet members, and other aides, would all have to be tested. And as Jen Psaki would often say, and others here at the White House, Jen Psaki being the former press secretary, they would wear masks out of an abundance of caution, even if they tested negative, just because they wanted to be careful, because so often you can test negative and a couple of days later test positive. So in terms of specific protocols, I suspect they will detail those further. I think the White House will do its best to demonstrate that the president is still in charge, is still in good spirits, and still able to conduct his responsibilities. But at this point, there's no indication whether we will see him in any form, although I wouldn't be surprised if we do see in some form a photograph of the president at some point today. Again, that really does remain to be seen.
Hey, Peter, recently a group of doctors put out an op-ed basically saying, you know, a lot of these public figures, they test positive for COVID-19, then they release these statements, I'll continue working, I'm still doing what I'm doing. And they say that sort of sends the wrong message, that you do need time to recover. This is a serious illness, and if you allow your body that time to rest, you will fare better in the long run. The president may not have that same luxury as you or I to just kind of sleep it off, rest, and then, you know, check in. My question is, moving forward, how often will the White House be updating us on his condition, and how's that information going to get out? What's your sense of, you know, how frequently we can expect these updates?
Well, we actually have an answer to that. We just heard from the press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, this morning, and I'll just read to you what she said to make sure I get the language right. She said, among other things, out of an abundance of transparency, the White House will provide a daily update on the president's status as he continues to carry out the full duties of the office while in isolation. So to be clear, the president is going to need his rest and is certainly dealing with some fatigue. He's tired right now, but the White House is communicating that he'll continue as best possible his full duties. And I'm guessing you will hear from other members of this administration in the days ahead to try to make Americans and really the world feel confident that the president is in good shape, that he still is in control, and that they have the best interests of the country under control as well. But in terms of the updates that we'll get, I suspect, as they note, that we will get them daily. The first briefing to come from Dr. Ashish Jha, the COVID coordinator, this afternoon, alongside the press secretary, to say nothing of the letter we received from Dr. O'Connor, who is the White House physician here.
All right, Peter Alexander at the White House for us. Thank you so much, Peter.
Let's go ahead and bring in Dr. Mario Ramirez now. He's a former pandemic and emerging threats coordinator under the Obama administration. Dr. Ramirez, it's great to see you again. Look, even though the president is vaccinated and boosted, how effective can Paxlovid actually be, especially given his age of 79 years old?
Yeah, good morning, Morgan. So first, let me just wish the president, good wishes for a quick recovery. But, I think to answer your question, Paxlovid is a fantastic medicine in my experience. I have prescribed it to many of my patients. Now, strictly speaking, the authorization for Paxlovid is only to be extended to patients who are at high risk, which is typically meant to include those who are either unvaccinated or incompletely vaccinated, which is different from the president. But that being said, I think there is a real case to certainly administer, very important public officials such as the president this medicine. And I think it'll make a big difference in his course. It's been shown to really improve survival, and I think it's a good idea that they're giving it to him.
Dr. Ramirez, we are obviously still unsure what strain the president tested positive for. We know BA.5 is spreading nationwide. If it is BA.5, how different is that from what we have seen with Omicron and the other variants? What are the most common symptoms?
Sure. So Omicron and BA.5 right now makes up more than 80% of the cases in the United States. So if we assume that he contracted it here, it's very likely that that's the variant that we're talking about. Now, he did travel overseas, although he's a bit outside the window where we would have expected him to pick it up over there. But it's certainly possible that there could be something else circulating overseas. Now, statistically, BA.5 has been shown to be less virulent or less serious overall than a lot of the other subvariants. But the important distinction, though, is that difference or that benefit really extends mostly to those people who have completed the primary vaccination series and have stayed up to date on their vaccines. And so the president's now about 4 months out from his second booster, and that's typically where we start to see the efficacy against infection starts to drop, but it's still very protective against serious outcomes. Where we do see bad outcomes, though, are in those patients who have either not gotten vaccinated or who haven't completed their booster series if they're eligible.
And Dr. Ramirez, give us a sense. I mean, what should these White House doctors be monitoring? I mean, when you talk about the various symptoms and we're hearing coughing or running nose, things like that, I mean, what are the more serious or just concerning symptoms that doctors really should be concerned with if they see the president present?
Sure, Morgan. So for the first, I think for the most part, we are continuing to monitor these more recent variants the same way that we're monitoring some of the prior variants. So the ancestral Alpha, Delta. You know, the most important complication that we try to prevent and monitor for is something called pneumonitis or inflammation of the lungs. And that was more common with some of the older variants that infected the lower parts of the lung. What we've seen is that BA.5 tends to concentrate in the upper airways, and so folks don't get as much of the pneumonia or this pneumonitis. But to monitor for that, we typically monitor people's blood oxygen saturation levels, and so that's something that I think as doctors will be watching really closely. Now, COVID can cause other complications, and we'll be watching for those as well. But really, it's those pulmonary complications that we watch for most closely.
It's really helpful.
All right, Dr. Mario Ramirez, we appreciate your time. Thank you.
I do want to also go ahead and bring in Dr. Kavita Patel, who's an NBC News medical contributor and previously served in the Obama administration and joins us now. Dr. Patel, it's great to see you. We know that the president is fully vaccinated. We know that he's been boosted twice. So how likely is it that the highly contagious, as we discussed, BA.5 variant sort of is spreadable at this point, where he is in the stage of the process? We know that we've been talking about sort of close contacts, and FLOTUS at this point appears to be okay, but is it too soon to tell? How transmissible is this at this point?
It's definitely too soon to tell. When we do contact tracing now, what we do is we usually try to go back 2 days before symptoms first presented or a positive test, whichever came first. So in this case, I really do think that his symptoms, as he described, feeling a little more tired, a little off, really started yesterday, probably in the evening hours. Work 48 hours back from that. All of those people are considered close contacts, like Dr. Biden. And we really have to wait about 5 days to be a little bit more confident that those close contacts are in the clear. That's why I suspect the entire White House campus, anybody around the president or near a close contact of the president, is going to be in masks.
Dr. Patel, is it a good idea for Jill Biden to be continuing with her regular schedule, given that she was in contact with him in that 48 hours, is considered a close contact? Sure, the test says negative, but we know you can be spreading this asymptomatically.
Yeah, a great question. A year ago, I would have said, no, that would not be wise behavior. You really should quarantine and try to limit your movements. Here's what's happened in a year, though. Number one, we've seen the power of masking, and especially, as Dr. Biden mentioned, not only will she be wearing a mask, I hope, in the majority of her activities, but the people around her will be wearing a mask. On top of that, I do think that it's important to note that we've also seen the ability to test and test frequently. That's easier than a year ago. So Dr. Biden should continue her schedule, but take precautions.
And Dr. Patel, I mean, President Biden, as we've discussed, he's currently taking Paxlovid, but are there any side effects of that drug treatment?
Yeah, so the most common side effect is more of an annoying one. Most of my patients tell me it feels like they're sucking on pennies, that they get this metallic taste in their mouth, that some of them just literally call and say, I cannot finish taking it 5 days, I can't stand it. That is the overwhelming comment that I've heard. But there are reported side effects, and I've seen patients who have some, GI, some stomach distress, and then a number of other symptoms, sometimes that are associated with some of the other medications they're taking. The president, as was noted earlier, is taking one of these cholesterol medications for which we modify the cholesterol dose. that it doesn't interfere with the Paxlovid, but I'm fully confident his doctors are all over it. But those are the expected side effects.
Dr. Patel, the president, 79 years old. We know that this takes a toll on anybody, whatever age you are. Talk to us about, the likelihood that he will rebound quickly from an infection. And what are some of the lingering effects that people are experiencing if it is, in fact, BA5?
Yeah, so statistically, he should be, not just because he's had 4 shots, but also with the Paxlovid, protected from what we worry about the most, hospitalization and death. So then what are we looking for in terms of follow-up? I worry about long COVID. That will certainly be something that we monitor, not just the president, but anybody who's been infected for weeks to months after their infection. And then other side effects that we can see are sometimes effects on organs. I am sure he will have complete blood tests. He is a very healthy 79-year-old. So in terms of what's expected, it's very likely he'll make a full recovery. But I would say, even my healthiest 20 and 30-year-olds aren't able to get back into things right after they finish a course of treatment. So I will see and expect some modification of activities, not just because of his age, but COVID is serious.
All right, Dr. Kavita Patel, we so appreciate you being with us, and these questions are really helpful. Thank you. And stay with us. To our viewers, much more news to get to today, including the big primetime January 6th hearing that's happening tonight.
The congressional panel zeroes in on what former President Trump was doing and wasn't doing during the attack on the Capitol. We're back right after this short break. Stay with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
There are new developments in Georgia today in Fulton County's investigation into possible interference in the 2020 election.
Yeah, according to court filings released Wednesday, a New York judge is ordering Rudy Giuliani to testify before a special grand jury in Atlanta next month after he failed to appear in court to challenge a subpoena.
Blaine Alexander has been following every twist and turn in this from Atlanta, Georgia. Blaine, it's great to see you. Look, Rudy Giuliani, one of the former president's closest allies, and as his personal attorney was heavily involved in Trump's efforts to overturn election results in Georgia. So what do we know about why the judge actually issued this order, and what does it actually signal in the big picture about Giuliani's role in this criminal investigation?
Sure. So, Morgan, we know that it's going to be focusing largely on something that happened not too far away from where I'm standing here in downtown Atlanta at the Georgia State Capitol. The DA really is going to hone in on several hearings or several appearances that Giuliani had before a number of state lawmakers here in Georgia just in those days and weeks after the 2020 election. That was the time, and you may remember when he came down here as Trump's attorney then, essentially, and peddled what are now widely debunked conspiracy theories, essentially saying that there was ballot harvesting or ballot stuffing or accusing several election workers of cheating in favor of Biden. All of that, of course, has been disproven and debunked. But those are the things that the DA is going to hone in on. As she told me in an interview earlier this month, really what she wants to do is she wants to hear from anybody who had any knowledge of the president's mindset, the president's actions, or had any sort of aid in that, took any sort of steps toward that as well when it came to this alleged interference here in the state of Georgia. Now, and in terms of his testimony, we do know that he has been ordered to appear by a New York judge on August 9th. That's notable because we don't typically have a lot of dates as to when this is going to happen. As you know, all of this special grand jury proceeding is happening very much in secret. So the fact that we do have a date as to when he has at least been ordered to appear is something that's certainly noteworthy in this as well.
And Blaine, there's another hearing related to this investigation happening this afternoon. State Senator Burt Jones has requested that the DA be disqualified from investigating him. So what are the grounds for that claim, and what can we expect from the hearing?
Sure. That hearing is starting in about 90 minutes or so in the courthouse right here behind me. Basically, he is claiming that it's a conflict of interest. The thing that he's pointing at, and his attorneys, is that the DA, Fani Willis, hosted a fundraiser for his political opponent not too long ago. So this gentleman, Burt Jones, he is one of the top Republicans in the state. He's also the Republican nominee for lieutenant governor. He's facing off against a man named Charlie Bailey, the Democratic nominee, and Fani Willis held a fundraiser for him. Now, Burt Jones, through his attorneys, say that's enough to disqualify her, saying that it shows that she's politically motivated in what she's doing and her investigation of him. But the DA's office, of course, is pushing very strongly back against that, saying that, one, they worked together in the DA's office before she was the DA herself, but also saying that he hasn't been able to point to any evidence that shows that anything she's done has been because of bias, essentially saying that he has not been treated any differently than the other 15 so-called false electors that have been notified that they're targets of this investigation. Guys.
All right, Ms. Blaine Alexander, live for us there in Atlanta. Blaine, as always, thank you so much. And voters will see a familiar name on the ballot in Arizona's primary next month.
Kari Lake was a longtime news anchor there locally before jumping into the race for Republican governor last summer. Despite her short political career, Lake's already had quite the transformation, going from an Obama donor to one of the former President Trump's most vocal supporters. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard has been following Kari Lake's political evolution. Full disclosure, I worked with Kari from 2004 to 2007. She was a main anchor with John Hook, very, very popular anchor team. And at that time, there were really, like many journalists, no obvious, indications of what her political leanings were. You talked to a lot of her former colleagues. What are they saying, Vaughn?
Yeah, I mean, since the late 90s, she was a face of Phoenix there. You know, somebody that actually, back when I was in high school, I met when I was looking at my own journalism career here. She was seemingly a voice of reason and a voice that delivered the news on a nightly basis. And that is why it took so many people aback as how she became this Trump acolyte and a right hand potentially to Donald Trump in the leading contender for Arizona governor. We tried to open up that question of how did Kari Lake evolve. Take a look.
You're watching The Best.
We begin with the Fox 10 News Alert.
Kari Lake used to be known in Arizona as a charismatic newscaster.
He's a lion. Hear him roar.
A staple on Phoenix.
Breaking news at this hour. Vice President Harris is speaking following President Biden's COVID diagnosis. Let's listen in.
I talked to him this morning. I told him I was on my way here, and he said, tell everybody hello. And he knew why I was here, which is to talk about what we are doing to connect folks to high-speed internet. And the work that we're doing in Washington, D.C., the work that we are doing in terms of the policy work, it's not real until it hits the streets. It's not real until real people have the ability to take advantage of what we hope will help them and uplift their lives. And the connectivity, if you will, between what we do in Washington, D.C. and it hitting the streets of Charlotte are people like Miss Tiffany. So she makes all the difference. So again, can we please applaud her? Please applaud her. And before I begin, I do want to speak about our incredible president, Joe Biden. This morning, he and I spoke by phone. He is in good spirits. He is feeling well. He is doing well. He is fully vaccinated and twice boosted, and of course he is. And as everyone who would encourage, who is eligible, would do the same. And he is working from the White House residence. And when we spoke, he was very pleased, as I said, that we were all here together today, talking about the work our administration is doing on behalf of parents and working families and all who deserve to be seen and heard. So with that, it is good to be with everyone today. The great Governor, Roy Cooper. Where is Roy? He was here earlier. He's been with me he's been with me all morning, met me on the tarmac. And I have to tell you, Roy Cooper is extraordinary because there's so much about we are doing that is about.
All right, some very brief comments there from Vice President Harris about President Biden. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We welcome you into our live coverage this afternoon after learning that the President of the United States has now been diagnosed with COVID-19. The Vice President there saying that she spoke with President Biden this morning by phone and that he said to her he was doing well. I do want to bring in our chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander, who's been at his post at the White House throughout the day today, as we've been learning more details about the president's diagnosis here. Peter, I'll bring you in and just ask you to bring us up to speed, set the scene for us here on what exactly it is we know about President Biden at this point.
Well, Aaron, we should know we're going to get our next live briefing here at the White House podium in the next 30 minutes or so. So I encourage folks to stay tuned for that. We will hear from Dr. Ashish Jha. He's the COVID coordinator who's been briefed on all the president's circumstances, his medical condition, and his positive test at the time, as well as the press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre. But here's the bottom line to this point. The president did test positive for COVID earlier this morning. He began experiencing symptoms, according to the White House doctor, last evening. Right now, he is dealing with a runny nose, a dry cough, and fatigue as well. In simple terms, he's tired. You saw that picture of him getting his most recent booster. His second of 2 boosters was in late March, on March 30th. So the president is both fully vaccinated and boosted, as you just heard from the vice president. Right now, he is said to be in good spirits. The president himself saying that he's keeping busy, that he appreciated folks checking on him, but was only disappointed that he wouldn't be in a position to travel today as scheduled to Pennsylvania. Just yesterday, the president was on Air Force One, ultimately en route to the state of Massachusetts, where he traveled beside some of the congressional delegation from that state, including both Democratic senators Ed Markey and Elizabeth Warren. No indication whether they've been identified as close contacts. But we have now heard from the First Lady, Jill Biden, that she has been identified as a close contact. She is continuing her plans, we were told by her office today, in Detroit right now, traveling this afternoon to Georgia before she will head to Wilmington. So she and her husband will be apart. President Biden, for his part right now, is taking the antiviral drug Paxlovid, which is something that can help reduce the potential for hospitalization or serious illness. And many Americans obviously have taken this. The effort here is if you do it within the first 72 hours to 5 days, that it can really have that impact. So clearly, with the onset of symptoms just yesterday, the president testing positive today, the hope is that this will keep him well for as long as possible. Beyond that, I think those are our major headlines. I will share a couple other details that we've been learning, Aaron, as you've been speaking. I just spoke to a White House official who tells me that the residential staff has been reduced right now in an effort to make sure that there is limited interaction with the president, who remains in isolation. Aaron?
All right, Peter Alexander for us at the White House. Peter, we appreciate your reporting on this. We'll allow you to get back to gathering information. As Peter noted, we do anticipate a briefing at the top of the hour from the White House press secretary, as well as the White House COVID response coordinator. Of course, as that happens, we will bring it to you live in a special report here on NBC News Now and across the networks of NBC News. You can look forward to that. We will pause here for a moment and return you to our regular programming back live as soon as the White House press briefing is set to begin.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
We are counting down to the last scheduled public hearing for the January 6th committee. The focus will be squarely on former President Donald Trump.
That's right. The primetime event will be a play-by-play of what was happening from 1:10 p.m. until 4:16 p.m. on the day of the 6th. That's the time between Trump's speech ending and then when he posted a video telling everyone to go home. This might be the final time we hear from the committee for a while, but they've made it very clear that their work is not over. Let's go to begin on Capitol Hill with Ali Vitale. Ali, it is great to see you. Look, very quickly, what is the reaction on the Hill to President Biden's COVID diagnosis?
Well, look, concern and well wishes from people on both sides of the aisle. But at the same time, we are long into this pandemic. Many of these lawmakers sort of having the view that this was bound to happen because so many of us, even vaccinated, boosted, just as the president is, have still gotten this virus and gotten mild symptoms because of those protections. Here's the House Speaker talking about it just a few minutes ago.
On my way here, I learned that our president is perhaps diagnosed with COVID. I understand that the symptoms are light. I hope they continue to be so. That was my experience, and I hope that that's the case for the president.
And look, we've still seen, guys, over the course of the last few weeks, many lawmakers, especially on the Democratic side, announcing their positive cases, going home, quarantining for the required amount of time, and then coming back to work. One senator even joked with us here. He had flown with Biden yesterday, but he himself had just gotten over COVID. He feels like he's good on the immunity front. So there is a sense of seriousness here as the White House is taking it, but at the same time, a sense that this was in many ways bound to happen, and lawmakers are not overly concerned.
Ali, looking ahead to tonight's hearing, you were the only one to get a one-on-one with committee member Elaine Luria ahead of the hearing. What did she tell you about what to expect, as well as the work that's still being done? Did she hint at any more hearings?
Well, look, we know, and she said to me that this might be the end for now, but it is far from the end forever here for this committee, because they still, in her words, have more to do, because they're bringing in more people, and they're not even decided yet on if they're going to ultimately ask for someone like former Vice President Mike Pence to come in and talk before the committee. It's something that they're still actively deliberating, and something that we talked about yesterday. Listen.
We're not going to stop until we get to the information and hear from everyone we need to hear from. So, you know, the door is still open to hear from a variety of witnesses.
But how do you not know if you need them yet by this point?
Well, like, if we called in Donald Trump, do you think he's really going to come in and sit down under oath and speak truthfully? Like, you know, it's one of those kind of things where, you know, we need to hear what he knows, and only one person can be inside Donald Trump's mind. And it's just a question of, you know, do we think that he's actually going to sit down and share that?
And look, she drew an interesting contrast in that conversation, guys, between the conversation and the thinking that she has around the former president, Donald Trump, as she was talking about there with me, and the former vice president, Mike Pence, effectively drawing my attention to the thing that we all know, which is that we've seen multiple people in Trump's orbit stonewall the committee, ignore their subpoenas. Some of them are in court right now because of it. But then on the former vice president's side, his team has complied. Some of them have even testified publicly. There have been different levels of cooperation between these two orbits. And so while they're actively deliberating whether or not to ask for these men, and while I asked, how do you not know if you need them yet at this point, they're still in the position of seeing that Mike Pence is a different person and an actor here than Donald Trump is.
All right, our Ali Vitale live for us today on Capitol Hill. Ali, thank you.
Make sure that you watch tonight's primetime hearing right here on NBC News Now. Live coverage begins at 7:30 Eastern. And stay with us, because coming up, are you and your finances really and truly ready if, in fact, a recession hits?
Now, we're going to help you out. We're going to take a look at how adults of all ages can protect their money. That's up next.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversation, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
All right, so 6 in 10 Americans believe the country will fall into a recession in the next 12 months, and that's according to the latest CNBC All-America survey.
Yeah, that's a pretty pessimistic outlook.
Yeah.
Now, when and whether that recession will actually happen, it's still up for debate, but there are steps that you can take right now to help recession-proof your finances. CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson joins us now with a few tips to help adults of all ages. You always bring the important
tips, right?
money knowledge. So we'll start on the younger side. The folks who are in their 20s and 30s, what do they need to be doing right now?
Well, you're starting your financial future. You're setting it up right now, and start by building that emergency fund, having the cash reserves. We hear this often, but it's like, how do I start that? Where do I begin? Direct 10% of every paycheck into a savings account, a high-yield savings account. High yield, by that I mean like 1% right now, but that's higher than it's been. So go to an online bank, find if you can that 1% or higher, do that. Also, these federal student loan payments, they may restart on September 1st if there's not another extension. So figure out how you're going to budget for that, typically $400 a month for that payment. And then as you get into your 30s, continue to strengthen that resume, to continue to focus on new skills that you may need, soft skills, communication skills, time management. That's what hiring managers really want to see. And then finally, continue to ramp up your saving and investing, because a lot of people may think, this is a weird time with the market. I don't want any part of it. Now is the time to be invested and to ride this. They're going to be, I'm telling you, this is for you. This is for you. This is for you.
I literally called my dad and I was like, what did I do?
No, you did the absolute right thing. Because you have decades. You have decades for it to grow, and it's going to dip in between them.
Well, speaking of those decades, for people sort of, if we go to the next step, for people in the next phase of life, people, for example, in their 40s, you know, a lot of people in that age group, they have kids, they are paying off their house, some of them have debt. What should they be doing to become sort of recession-proof?
So this is the time when you're in your prime earning years, but also you have the most financial responsibility. You need to protect what you have. Getting properly insured is a key way to do that. Make sure that you have the proper insurance for your home. Make sure you have the proper insurance for your income, disability insurance.
What do you mean by proper?
So it means that you have to have an adequate amount. So for your home, if there's a recession and housing prices fall, you don't want to get paid the value of the home. You want to get paid to rebuild it. If you get sick and you're not able to work, you want to have disability insurance to cover part of your income. So think of things that are going to help you in that regard. And then also, again, you don't want to have that high interest debt. You want to get rid of your credit card debt. And you want to make sure that you also have short-term savings. We've talked about this. Y'all love it. You already done it. I know.
I-bonds.
That was like 10% interest.
I mean, that was really like the tip that broke the internet.
TreasuryDirect.gov. Morgan, write it down. I mean, you were saying it's almost 10% return.
It's almost 10% through October, and then it adjusts for inflation. So if we continue to see inflation go up, we're going to continue to see the rates on I-bonds go up.
Which is kind of incredible. The only caveat is they hold on to your money for a bit. You don't just have access to it, right?
For a year, and then within 5 years, you'll have a penalty if you need to take it out. So it is short-term savings for that goal 5 years from now, 10 years, 7 years from now.
So we touched on it with the investments. It's a scary time. You're seeing maybe your portfolio going down, but they always say buy low, sell high. So what do you need to know if you want to get into the market, but it's also so scary because everything's so down?
Are you about to tell us to put even more money into this market?
Yes,
I'm trying to tell you.
I'm about to say you have to max out.
No, hold on.
You have to max out. You have decades to retirement. Even those people who are in retirement, think of how long you can live in retirement. You're going to need that money, and you're going to need it to grow. So you need to stay invested, mostly probably in stocks. But your asset allocation, the difference between how much you have in stocks, how much you have in bonds and cash, it's going to vary depending on how old you are. And so there are a lot of models. Different investment firms have models that you can look at just to give you a ballpark figure. But I don't think anyone would tell you right now to get out of the market with all the time that you have left to be able to build and grow that money.
And what about people who are on the verge of retirement? I mean, I remember even in my family when the 2008-9 recession, I was just leaving college. I think my parents were trying to maybe consider retiring at that point. It was like, wait a minute, hold the horses. What about people who are looking at this market and wondering, you know, I don't know, right, like, is now the time?
Well, now is the time to make sure that you have a plan for how you're going to retire. That includes your investments and how you're going to pay for retirement, but also includes what's your lifestyle going to be like in retirement. Take the next vacation and pretend you're retired. Like, where's it going to be? What's your budget going to be? test drive that plan. I think that's a really important thing for people who are approaching retirement to do before they actually get there. And then think about some moves that you may have to make. You may have to downsize, or you may want to downsize and cut some of those expenses, and you always want to have enough cash on hand. So we started off by saying build that emergency fund as you're approaching retirement. Very, very important. You want the necessary expenses to be covered for a year or so if you can. It's a lot of cash to have on hand, but it will make you feel a lot more comfortable if we are, in fact, heading for a recession.
Always good advice, Sharon.
Thank Sharon you. Every day. Sharon, thank you.
I hope to be back soon.
We appreciate you.
All right, well, if you are flooded with spam text messages, you are not alone. 12 billion automated texts are sent each month. Now, a new watchdog report is urging the FCC to crack down on this nuisance before these spam scams get even more out of control. With the fall of robocalls comes the rise of spam text messages. A new consumer watchdog report is calling for a federal crackdown, writing the FCC needs to pass proposed rules to combat robotext, requiring phone companies to block obviously illegal text messages.
Robotexts have really exploded. It's an easy way to get into consumers' cell phones because the data is all out there and very much available to scammers.
The soaring volume of these nuisance texts is staggering. According to data pulled from the spam blocking app RoboKiller, more than 12 billion spam text messages were sent just last month. Over 87 billion spam texts were reported in 2021, a near 60% increase from 2020.
A huge problem that all of our data is subject to being sold to data brokers, and they have no conscience, and they will sell it to any scoundrel or scam artist out there.
These text messages from telemarketers to suspicious numbers becoming the new junk mail, but they seem much more invasive and incredibly annoying. Bailey Miller says she receives up to 10 spam texts a week.
It could be, hey, we want to buy your house. We see it's on the market. And I'm like, my house definitely is not on the market. So that's a spam text. Delete.
As spam text messages skyrocket, scammers have a new highway to steal personal information, something Bailey says she almost fell for when she clicked on a text link that said she was overdue on a $150 electric bill.
It took me to what was a website that was believable. I went to enter my information and I was like, I should probably check with my mom and just to verify, everything's good to go. And she was like, no, I have a receipt where I paid it. Luckily, I didn't enter any information or hit submit because that could have definitely went wrong.
So what can you do to protect yourself? Be mindful of the number sending the message. Scam texts typically come from a number 10 digits or longer. Don't respond. Even writing stop can allow your data to be at risk. Keep an eye out for any misspelled words used to undercut a phone carrier's filters. And most importantly, avoid opening any links. And if you do end up submitting any personal information to a fraudulent website, call your bank or credit card right away. You can also prevent spam texts. You just go into your phone's settings, then messages, turn on those filters for unknown senders, and also look into your phone carrier's instructions on how to block and report spam. You can forward suspicious messages to the number 7726, which spells out spam.
Gyms across the country are letting people test out their inner ninja.
All right, I love this. Straight ahead, how those awful obstacles from the hit TV show American Ninja Warrior could actually become an Olympic event.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum. That's it.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Okay, here's what's popping right now. A dubious distinction for Kylie Jenner. Morgan, she's being called a climate criminal.
Oh, my word.
Yeah, after her private jet the private history of it was made public on social media, and online sleuthers, they discovered that she recently took a 3-minute flight from Camarillo to Van Nuys, California. Those are only 40 minutes and 40 miles apart from each other, but she took a 3-minute ride, and that took up a lot of jet fuel.
That was 37 minutes, I guess, was her look. I mean, I don't even know that world, so. Well, if you want to know everything about singer Harry Styles, well, you have to head to college. Texas State University is offering a class focusing on the singer's cultural and political rise starting in the spring of 2023. That's so interesting.
Yeah, remember they did that for Taylor Swift. It was another college.
Well, why haven't we done that for Bad Bunny?
Okay,
I mean,
let's suggest that. Let's put that on the syllabus. Professor Radford.
There we
I'll
go.
be your TA. All right, more COVID vaccination drama for tennis superstar Novak Djokovic. He's likely to be benched for next month's U.S. Open because of his vax status. The tournament doesn't actually have its own mandate, but organizers say they're going to respect the government's position on unvaccinated people who travel to the U.S. Look, Djokovic has said he will not get the shot. He's actually already been infected a couple times, I believe, but it sounds like he's not going to be able to play.
And he was also deported from Australia earlier this year just because of that. So, I mean, whew. All right. Well, look, if you are a fan of the show American Ninja Warrior, there's new reason to get excited. In fact, you might see some of the obstacles pop up in the 2028 Summer Olympics in LA.
Those people are incredible. Beast mode. So if you don't want to wait 6 years, ninja-style gyms around the country are actually training elite athletes. Here's our very own Dr. John Torres with the inside scoop.
Athletes dancing across the floating steps, running up the warped wall. Sometimes it seems these competitors are defying gravity and physics. The TV show American Ninja Warrior, which airs on NBC, is launching the sport known as ninja into the mainstream.
I just fell in love with the sport. I loved it so much when I started.
Same thing?
Yeah, we were watching it on TV, and then we really wanted to try it.
Ninja gyms are popping up across the country, at least one in every state, with leagues growing and competitions outside of the show becoming frequent.
So you're moving fast, you're keeping your balance, and you're using your arms and your full body to throw yourself from one obstacle to another obstacle.
I visited Ninja Intensity in Castle Rock, Colorado, home to last season's last ninja standing, 16-year-old Caden Lebsack.
Once it hit, it was crazy. You know, I've been watching the show forever, and then realizing that I did that was incredible.
Caden occupies an elite tier of ninjas, training up to 7 hours each day. But he says the sport can be what you make of it, intense competition or an entertaining way to exercise.
What would you tell people that are, again, watching this and they say, you know, it might be something I want to try? What would you tell them?
Definitely go for it. It's a ton of fun, and there's just so many obstacles. It's always growing.
Where's the sport going to go?
Hopefully higher, maybe the Olympics one day.
Maybe the Olympics.
Cool. Yeah.
Ninjas may be one step closer to seeing that happen. This summer, the governing body of the modern pentathlon is testing obstacles, including a ninja-like obstacle course for possible inclusion in the 2028 Summer Olympics in Los Angeles.
Is this a young person sport, or people of all ages are doing this?
This is definitely a sport for all ages. Anyone can achieve in it.
I decided to try my hand and see if I had what it takes to become a ninja.
Anything to get there.
All right.
Nice, good save.
So here, grab this one.
Yep.
And agility, like you said, and let's jump.
Balance and agility, check.
Ta-da!
I may have needed a little help with the rings.
Nice. That was pretty good.
Okay, I'm cheating a lot bit here. Just toe touching a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Are there any obstacles that took you a while to get hold on, to figure out how to do?
Tricky bar obstacles like the salmon ladder that you've seen on American Ninja Warrior.
Salmon ladder.
The iconic salmon ladder, proving way more difficult than it looks on TV.
How do they do that?
Ninja is a combination of strength, stamina, and strategy. Competitors don't know the obstacles that will be in front of them until right before they step up to the course. Ninjas must then solve the puzzle.
One of the biggest things that helps me is I like to set up my own courses and set up my new obstacles. So it definitely helps when I see something new in a competition. I kind of have an idea of it.
And when you look at the sidelines of a ninja competition, you'll likely see competitors cheering each other on, a unique sight in sports.
How would you describe this? Is this an individual sport? Is it a team sport, combination of the two?
So it is definitely a combination. Individual in the aspect you're fighting against yourself and not anyone else, because you don't want anyone else to fall in the course. That's the cool aspect. And that's also what makes it a team aspect. So you build friends through that. You're always rooting to beat that obstacle. It's taking people out.
And it's that community that keeps athletes coming back.
I started coming here because it was a good workout and it was really fun, and I just made lots of friends doing it.
The greatest part of Ninja is the community. Everyone is so nice and friendly that it's a great sport.
A new way to work out, allowing each of us to become a ninja.
Breaking news first on NBC News Now. Biden tests positive. The White House reveals the president has COVID-19, what we know about his condition, and what's being done to keep him safe. Not letting up. Much of the country still in the grips of a relentless heat wave. The hottest places in America today, and when relief could finally arrive. And live in prime time, the January 6th committee set to hold its latest hearing in just a matter of hours. The highly anticipated witnesses we expect to hear from tonight. I'm Aaron Gilchrist at NBC News headquarters in New York. It is 2 p.m. here, 11 a.m. out west. And we begin with that breaking news. The President of the United States has tested positive for COVID-19. Now, any minute now, we expect White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre and the COVID response coordinator, Dr. Ashish Jha, will brief reporters at the White House. You see the podium there in a live picture. We will bring that to you live when it happens. So here's what we know right now. The White House says President Biden has mild symptoms, mainly a runny nose and a dry cough, and he's taking the antiviral treatment Paxlovid. President Biden is 79 years old. He is fully vaccinated and twice boosted. The president also tweeting a photo this afternoon saying in part, quote, "Folks, I'm doing great. Thanks for your concern. Keeping busy." Now, First Lady Jill Biden is considered a close contact, but she tested negative this morning. Vice President Harris also tested negative today. She spoke about the president's diagnosis just a few moments ago in Charlotte, North Carolina.
This morning, he and I spoke by phone. He is in good spirits. He is feeling well. He is doing well. He is working from the White House residence. And when we spoke, he was very pleased, as I said, that we were all here together today, talking about the work our administration is doing.
Leading us off this hour, NBC News chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander, Simone Sanders, host of Simone on MSNBC, and former chief spokesperson and senior advisor to Vice President Harris, and NBC's Dr. Akshay Syal. They're all with us today. Peter, I do want to start with you. Now inside the briefing room, I can see. What else can you tell us about President Biden's condition right now?
Well, Aaron, we can tell you that the president just posted a new message in his own words, standing on the balcony to the White House residence just moments ago. We will pull that video for you, but he details that he's doing just fine. He's not wearing a mask in that video, again, that was taken outside, but says he is doing just fine, that he has been, as you note, double vaccinated, double boosted, the most recent booster shot he received on March 30th. As for his condition at this time, we have now heard from the White House doctor, his physician, saying that the The symptoms began last night, that he was fatigued, effectively he was tired, he had a runny nose, and also an occasional dry cough. The president, according to his doctor, is now taking Paxlovid, that antiviral pill that can be most effective in avoiding hospitalization or serious illness if you begin taking it within the first 5 days of the onset of symptoms. So obviously for the president, the ability to do that within the first 24 hours or so could certainly help benefit his condition going forward. There have been indications in the past that Paxlovid can also have a rebound effect, as experienced by Dr. Fauci in the past. So that's certainly something that the president's doctors will be eyeing. As it relates to how he will be cared for here at the White House, obviously the best medical care available to the president of the United States. But I am also told by a White House official that the White House has now reduced the resident staff, those staff members, the valets and butlers and other who help the first family inside the residence, to what they describe as an essential staff, a smaller number of individuals. Aaron, within a short period of time, we will hear from Karine Jean-Pierre, the press secretary, and Dr. Ashish Jha, the COVID coordinator, to come out in better detail some of the other circumstances surrounding the president's condition. Among those, perhaps, how many individuals have now been identified as close contacts? How many other individuals, if any, here at the White House have tested positive? But most importantly, at least according to the vice president, he's in good spirits, and now according to the president himself, he seems to be doing just fine.
And Peter, we had heard the White House say that it was almost inevitable that the president would get COVID at some point, given just the reality of living with this virus now. But has there been any effort or any talk at this point about where or how the president may have contracted COVID?
It's really not clear at this time, and obviously, as too many people who have now had COVID in this country know, it's often impossible to know exactly where you did get it. Of course, the president last traveled overseas just over the course of the last week, arriving back in the United States aboard Air Force One late on Saturday. It's notable because we didn't see him again until Sunday when he went to church. On Tuesday, he met briefly outside with the First Lady, Olena Zelenska, President Zelensky of Ukraine's wife. He greeted her outside, and then the two of them, among others, met inside. And in the photos that we've seen, the president was unmasked during that visit. We've reached out to the Ukraine embassy to see whether or not the First Lady has been identified as a close contact. And then, of course, the president himself yesterday traveled aboard Air Force One. He went to Massachusetts there for an event. He flew aboard Air Force One alongside the Democratic congressional, both senators, the congressional delegation from Massachusetts, Ed Markey and Elizabeth Warren, as well as some other lawmakers there. You have heard from Bob Casey, one of the senators from Pennsylvania today, saying he spoke to the president. The president, we're told, has made calls today that he continues to conduct his duties in full from the residence at this time, speaking to the vice president, speaking to his chief of staff, and speaking to others today, including James Clyburn, his friend, the Democratic lawmaker from the state of South Carolina, to wish him a happy birthday. Aaron.
All right, Peter, thank you for that reporting. Simone, I'd like to turn to you if I can. It's only been 6 or 7 months since you left your post at the White House. I'd like to ask you about sort of White House COVID protocols, if I can, how they've changed possibly in the last few weeks, and what happens. What was the plan if the president of the United States tested positive for COVID?
So, Aaron, I do not have insight to the protocols as of today, but if I could guess, I don't think it's changed very much. And so anyone that is in close proximity to what we affectionately refer to as any of the four principals is tested daily. So that is the president, the vice president, the first lady, or the second gentleman. If you have a meeting with the president or any of those four people, you go in, and the rule is you just go in that morning, you get your test. Once your test comes back negative, you put a wristband on, and that wristband identifies that you have been tested and that you are in fact negative, and you are cleared to be in close proximity to one of the principals. Folks in those meetings oftentimes still wear masks, especially in meetings with the president or vice president. Either of those meetings, those principals, president, vice president, could be unmasked, but the staff around them, they wear N95s or KN95s. Post an international trip, which I think is very important to note this, and Peter knows this very well as he's someone who travels with principals from the White House often, there is a robust testing cadence in addition to the regular testing cadence. There's staff that supported the president on this on his most recent trip to the Middle East, and those folks immediately after, I would presume, returning back to the White House, they got a COVID test, and then they are all testing every single day, probably on PCRs. Usually at the White House, you're getting an antigen test. The reason, Aaron, that we know that the President of the United States today has tested positive, the reason we know that the Vice President and the First Lady have tested negative is because the White House has these protocols in place and because they're being transparent. The last thing I'll say is, I know the briefing has been pushed back a little bit. I have been in this scenario a number of times where somebody has tested positive close to one of the principals. I did not work at the White House when the Vice President, for example, tested positive. But in general, when someone close to the principal or the principal themselves tests positive, it's important to make sure that you're being transparent. You get all of the facts and then deliver that in one foul swoop. So we saw that this morning with Karine Jean-Pierre, White House press secretary, her statement. You're going to see that again at the White House press briefing. I think you could expect for the White House to detail who is considered a close contact, who has been tested, and if anyone who has been tested since the president's positive diagnosis themselves has also tested positive.
I wanted to ask you about that, some of the sort of the messaging around what happens in the White House when it comes to COVID and whether that might change after the president gets a diagnosis about this. Peter noted that we've now seen both a photo and a video of the president pretty quickly after learning about this diagnosis.
I think the video and the photo are very important, right? From a communications perspective, you want to show that if you're saying the president is in good spirits and that he's working, the American people need to see that. And so a photo is one way to do that, but the video actively demonstrates you can see him himself talking and speaking and moving, and that is reassuring, if you will, to the American people. Look, I don't think the protocols are going to change too much. Again, the reason that we know that the president has tested positive is because of the robust protocols this White House has in place. They have planned for this. I'd like to remind you that both the Vice President and the second gentleman, her husband, tested positive not a couple of months ago. Same protocols were in place, same precautions were taken. The Vice President continued to work from her residence, then returned to the White House shortly after receiving a negative test, and I think you can expect the same from the president.
You know, there's been a lot, Simone, made about sort of the politics around the pandemic and around sort of life returning to normal in what some people have called post-pandemic times that we're currently in. It doesn't seem at this point that this has become political fodder, the president having gotten COVID. Would you anticipate that politically this would just be well wishes that we would hear for the president and that would be it? Or do you think that this suddenly becomes a talking point?
I would like to hope so, Aaron, but you know what? I don't put anything past some of the people out there in America. Look, I think I've already seen myself online where folks have said, oh, President Biden has tested positive. He is vaccinated and twice boosted. See, that's evidence that the vaccination and the boosters don't work. And I am here to say that that is very dangerous, but also it's not true. You know, vaccinations and boosters don't mean that one will never catch COVID. It means that if you do, in fact, catch COVID, your likeliness of being hospitalized and dying from it is severely lessened. And so I do think that there'll be some people out there that want to use this for political fodder, but I am happy to see that folks like Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell tweeted well wishes to the president. You've seen it across the spectrum. And I remember when President Trump got COVID, I worked for then President Biden's campaign, and I myself was out on television saying we wish the president well, we wish him a speedy recovery, and I would hope it is the same across the board for my Republican friends in this case. So,
Simone, I think we've now gotten this video of the president, and we're going to show it to our viewers, and I'm going to ask you just your reaction to it right after we play it here. Let's watch.
Hey, folks, guess you heard this morning I tested positive for COVID, but I've been double vaccinated, double boosted. Symptoms are mild, and I really appreciate your inquiries and your concerns. But I'm doing well. I'm getting a lot of work done. I'm going to continue to get it done, and in the meantime, thanks for your concern, and keep the faith. It's going to be okay.
So there we have it, from the president's mouth as he's dealing with COVID, as so many of us have at this point. Simone, just your thoughts, your reaction. He looks like Joe Biden on any Thursday to me.
He looks like he's doing well. He said, keep the faith, and he often says, spread it. Look, Aaron, I think this video is actually very important. I talked about when President Trump contracted COVID-19. We did not actively see the president during that time. There was no video of him. He did not go out to the balcony on the residence to show the American people that he was well. There were many questions about the actual state of health that the president was in. He went to Walter Reed. Folks did not know why he was going to Walter Reed. Lots of questions around that. So it is very important for this White House, especially because there is so much chatter, if you will, about the age of President Biden. He's 79, that they are transparent, and that if they say he's doing well, they show him doing well. And in the event that, God forbid, that the president is not doing well, that they are transparent about that as well. But again, I think we've heard from his doctor, Dr. O'Connor, and you'll hear again during the White House press briefing that they believe the prospects for the president are great, and he's doing well, and they're going to continue to monitor him. So I think the White House did what they were supposed to do this morning, and I feel informed. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Simone Sanders from MSNBC. Simone, we appreciate your time and perspective on that today. Thank you. Now, we do want to note the president's most recent official health exam was back in November, and back then the White House doctor reported that he was in very good health. He did have a single benign polyp removed from his colon, we understand. The doctor also reported he'd been dealing with acid reflux more often and was walking more stiffly because of wear and tear on his spine, but in remarkable health for a man of his age. I want to bring in NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Sayal now to talk a little bit more about this, a part of our NBC News medical unit and a practicing physician, I should know for our viewers. I want to ask you first, we played this video of the president standing on the White House balcony. You've treated other folks his age who've dealt with COVID in the same sort of circumstances as him. Just your thoughts, your impressions after seeing that video.
Yeah, I mean, Aaron, I agree with you. He looks like, President Biden on any other Thursday. And I think, one thing I've learned is you can tell a lot about a patient by how they're acting, right? Are they making jokes? Are they laughing? Are they eating? Are they walking around? And, he's not in bed. He's not lying there sick. He's not tired, at least from what we can tell. So, we'll learn more at the briefing, but from all indications so far, he looks pretty good.
And we should note that briefing will be happening, we expect, in the next couple of minutes here. We noted that the president is fully vaccinated. He's been boosted twice. This is actually a part of the letter that we got from the White House from the president's doctor, Dr. Kevin O'Connor. I think we can put part of it up on the screen here, saying that the president's fully vaccinated, twice boosted. So I anticipate that he will respond favorably, as most maximally protected patients do. Early use of Paxlovid in this case provides additional protection against severe disease. So I'm going to ask you, Doc, to explain to our viewers how Paxlovid works. I took it when I had COVID. Help us understand what it is, how it works, what side effects there may be.
Yeah, so as Peter said, Paxlovid is what we call an antiviral. And the easiest way to put this simply is it blocks the virus from replicating. All viruses, when they get inside you, they want to keep reproducing and replicating to make more of them. And so what Paxlovid does is when you take it early on enough, it actually reduces the amount of virus in your body. Pfizer says up to 10 times compared to people who don't take it. And, with everything in medicine, sometimes, patients ask, what are the side effects, right? Because virtually every drug we prescribe, there's always some side effects. And the big one to note is really an altered sense of taste.
It was awful, the worst.
And so, what I tell my patients is if you take this pill and you get home and all of a sudden, you can't even swallow your own cooking, right? It's not your cooking. It's part of the medication. It's part of the pill. It will go away after the treatment.
Now, we've also noted that the president is 79 years old, right? He's an older man, and he's had some mild symptoms, as we understand at this point. What concerns would you have, and having treated patients of his age with other health issues, what concerns would you have at this point about potentially any long-term impacts from having had COVID?
Yeah, so I think the big one everyone's thinking about really is long COVID, right? Is he going to have prolonged symptoms after he's recovered? And so what we know is, he's twice boosted, like they've said. So we know from early data that people who've been vaccinated do have a lower risk of long COVID. Dr. Fauci even believes that, taking this antiviral, the Paxlovid, can even reduce your risk further. So, with every time somebody gets infected with the virus, we are in the back of our minds thinking about long COVID. We're optimistic that won't be the case here.
How surprising is it for you? I mean, if you sort of set aside all the protocols that are around the president of the United States with testing and trying to make sure he's kept as safe as possible, to be 2 years plus into this pandemic, and he's just now for the first time getting COVID, especially now with BA5 and all these other things around, how surprising is it for you that it took this long? And is this something that just sort of is something that we should expect, not just for him, but for the rest of us?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, it's not that surprising. I mean, the amount of people I know who haven't had COVID, I can probably count on one hand.
Right.
And so it's not surprising. It's definitely something we should expect, especially as these more contagious variants come out. You know, the good news is we are in a completely different landscape than we were the last time a president tested positive, right? We have vaccines, we have therapeutics. So although it may be more common, we do have the tools available to fight it.
And part of that, we heard the First Lady talk about wearing a mask. Obviously, she's a close contact of the president. So for her and for any of us who've been close contacts of people who currently have COVID or had it or will have it, what do you suggest? What's your recommendation for how we move forward with living our lives once we've become a close contact?
Yeah, I think we're still in the part where people who are close contacts, the CDC says this, right? If you're a close contact, keep your mask on for 10 days, right? There's still a chance you could have the virus and still spread the virus, even if you don't have symptoms, right? I think by now most of us know this. So for close contacts, I think the 10-day mark is really where it's at right now.
And then wear a mask. The good mask, the ones that'll really work for you, right?
Yeah, I think with these transmissible variants, the good masks, not the cloth masks anymore.
All right. We do want to note for our viewers, and Doc, you're going to stay with us here. Well, we're expecting the White House press briefing to begin. We're still monitoring that, watching the podium there. We're going to hear from the White House Press Secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, as well as Dr. Ashish Jha, the COVID response coordinator, not only about, we expect, the president's condition, but I would imagine that we're also going to hear largely about the pandemic in general. Obviously, what's going to be happening in the White House as a result of this diagnosis of the president, but also this will be, I would imagine, Dr. Sayal, an opportunity for Dr. Jha to come out and talk about the pandemic more broadly and how the rest of us need to continue thinking about this. There's been so many people who thought, okay, well, we're post-pandemic now. And the reality is, we're still very much in a pandemic. It is not over. It's not going away likely anytime soon, right?
Right. And, you know, these case counts we're seeing every day, I mean, we're all taking home tests now, and these home tests aren't really getting registered in the case count. So we really don't have a good sense about how much virus there is right now, just that there is, unfortunately, a lot still out there.
And again, we already see, as we look at the live picture here from the White House briefing room, several of the correspondents who are part of the press corps there standing by to do some reporting, as we've gotten a warning that this briefing should begin at any moment now. And of course, as soon as it does begin, we'll be taking you to an NBC News special report so that you can hear directly from the people who are most involved with the operation of the White House and the care of the president about what's going to be happening in the days to come. A lot of the guidance that some of the regular folks have been hearing, Dr. Sayal, as of late, is that you know, if you go a certain number of days without real symptoms, then, you know, you're probably okay to sort of rejoin the working world or whatever your normal activities might be. Is that still the advice that holds in most cases, that we might expect to see the president, if he's symptom-free, back out at work in the very near future?
Yeah, that is. And I would take that a step further, right? I would say with all the at-home tests available, you know, if you're at the point where you're looking to rejoin society, take a rapid test, take an at-home test. There are really good markers to see, quote, like, am I contagious? Mm-hmm. And that's a really important thing if you're looking to join society, to know whether or not you're contagious.
Talk about that a little bit. I think at one point I heard or maybe read one of your pieces on NBCNews.com about the PCR test versus the rapid tests and what tells you what when in the process, that the rapid test may be more useful in understanding that you're contagious at that point versus PCR. Help us understand that a little bit.
Yeah, so basically the rapid test kind of, it takes more virus in your nose to turn positive on a rapid test. The more virus you have, the more contagious you are, theoretically. Mm-hmm. So if you take an at-home rapid test and you're positive, there's a really good chance that you are capable of spreading the virus. PCR tests can actually stay positive up to 12 weeks after you've been infected. So even if you're past the isolation, the quarantine, and you're testing positive on PCR, it doesn't necessarily mean you can spread the virus.
All right, I want to bring in Vaughn Hilliard, who's also monitoring the situation for us today in our newsroom, gathering some information as well. Vaughn, I just want to reset for our viewers who may be just tuning in with us here what we know about the president having tested positive this morning.
Right. We've been waiting for this update to come from the White House. We were expecting it here at the top of the hour. Of course, it's been delayed. And if you contrast this response from this White House compared to the last White House when President Trump ultimately made his way to Walter Reed, this White House has said that they will give routine updates about the health and the condition of President Biden. And I think that's why it's important that you see that video that comes out there. What we know so far and what we expect to get further details on from this hearing is the exact symptoms that the president is.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Lester Holt.
Good day, everyone. We're coming on the air with breaking news. Just moments from now, we expect a briefing from the White House updating us on President Biden's condition after it was announced this morning that he tested positive for COVID. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre will be joined by the White House COVID response coordinator, Dr. Ashish Jha. In just a few minutes ago, President Biden sent out a taped message from the White House where he is working in isolation.
Hey folks, guess you heard this morning I tested positive for COVID, but I've been double vaccinated, double boosted. Symptoms are mild, and I really appreciate your inquiries and your concerns. But I'm doing well, I'm getting a lot of work done, I'm going to continue to get it done, and in the meantime, thanks for your concern, and keep the faith. It's going to be okay.
The president putting that out just a short time ago. As he said, his symptoms are mild, including fatigue, runny nose, and a slight dry cough, familiar to anyone who has had COVID or knows someone that has had it. The president is taking the antiviral medication Paxlovid, and his age, 79 years old, is a concern for any COVID patient. First Lady Joe Biden has tested negative and traveled to several events today and will head to Delaware tomorrow. As we await the briefings start, let's go right to Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander inside that briefing room. Peter?
Lester, we expect to hear from Dr. Ashish Jha just moments from now as he is expected to enter the briefing room alongside the press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre. One thing I'll note is that the White House says that the president will remain in isolation for as long as he is testing positive. So not until he tests negative for whatever period of that time before he will leave isolation. He was scheduled to travel today to Pennsylvania. That was canceled. Then to Wilmington, Delaware. He's not going there either. In fact, his wife, the First Lady, will spend the next several days, we believe. She arrives in Wilmington later today after conducting her schedule as planned. As a close contact, she will be wearing a mask and will be socially distancing. The president has had a limited schedule over the course of the last several days since returning to the U.S. from Saudi Arabia. He went to church on Sunday, met with the First Lady to Ukraine, Olena Zelensky, on Tuesday. They were photographed indoors together without a mask. And here comes Karine Jean-Pierre.
Good afternoon, everybody. As you all know, I received a letter from the president's personal physician this morning. We released it to you shortly thereafter in the interest of transparency. I have the letter here, and I just want to read it through so we can get started. Before we get started. This morning, as part of our routine screening program for the president, the SARS-CoV-2 virus was detected by antigen testing. This result was subsequently confirmed by a PCR test. On questioning, President Biden is currently experiencing mild symptoms, mostly a runny nose and fatigue, with an occasional dry cough, which started yesterday evening. Given that he meets USA Food and Drug Administration, FDA, Emergency Use Authority criteria for Paxlovid, I have recommended initiating such treatment. The president is fully vaccinated and twice boosted, so I anticipate that he will respond favorably as most maximally protected patients do. Early use of Paxlovid in this case provides additional protection against severe disease. He will isolate in accordance with CDC recommendations. I will keep your office updated with any changes in his condition or treatment plan. I also wanted to provide you with a brief readout of the President's activities today. The President has been working from the residence, like so many of us have during this pandemic, doing calls with senior staff, including the Chief of Staff, myself, and Dr. Jha, who's here with us. As we read out, the President also called Senator Casey, Representative Cartwright, mayors of Scranton, Mayor of Wilkesboro, and Representative Clyburn. The President also called a few of his cousins from Scranton who were set to attend today's event in Pennsylvania. And he spoke with Ambassador Giddenstein and Cornyn. You all have seen the photo he posted on and the video that was just released to all of you out of transparency moments ago. The President will continue to work from the residence. Today, as you all know, as I just mentioned, and as we sent out earlier, Dr. Ashish Jha, our COVID-19 response coordinator, is joining us today in the briefing room. And as I tweeted out earlier, Dr. Jha and I spoke to the President this morning, and he said he's feeling fine. He has a little dry cough, as I just mentioned from the doctor's letter, a little runny nose. He's feeling tired, but he's working very hard on behalf of the American people. And with that, Dr. Jha.
Great. Sorry. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm pleased to be with you. As Corinne mentioned, I spoke to the President earlier. I also spoke at length with Dr. O'Connor, who is the President's personal physician. And I'm happy to share the readout of these conversations with you, and then I'm happy to take questions. In terms of my conversation with the President, he sounded great. I asked him, Mr. President, how are you feeling? He said, I'm feeling fine. He said he was feeling fine. He had been working all morning. He hadn't even been able to finish his breakfast because he had just been busy. I encouraged him to finish his breakfast. In terms of my conversation with Dr. O'Connor, we talked at length about what happened this morning. As Corinne mentioned, the President got his regular testing that he does on his regular cadence. After he tested positive, he reported these symptoms that have been described. Dr. O'Connor examined him thoroughly. He found his exam to be normal, to be at his baseline. And then obviously he recommended that the President take Paxlovid. The President accepted that recommendation and has started Paxlovid and has taken his first course already. I want to also just take a minute to sort of mark this moment. Because the President is fully vaccinated, double boosted, his risk of serious illness is dramatically lower. He's also getting treated with a very powerful antiviral, and that further reduces his risk of serious illness. And it's a reminder of the reason that we all work so hard to make sure that every American has the same level of protection that the President has, that every American has the same level of immunity, and why we have worked so hard to make sure that people have access to life-saving treatments like Paxlovid. These are incredibly important things for the President to have. They're incredibly important things for every American to have. And we have worked very hard over the last 18 months to make sure we have plenty of vaccines, that we have plenty of therapies, that people can get tested on a regular basis, as the President does, because testing allows you to identify an infection early and get started with treatment early. And we all know from medicine that early treatment is always better. Let me also take a moment to talk about BA.5. If you've listened to me at all in the last couple of weeks, you heard me talk a lot about this subvariant of Omicron that is now 70–80% of all infections in the United States. It's a reminder to everyone, if you are over 50, the way I am, the way many of you might be, if you are over the age of 50 and if you've not gotten a vaccine shot in the year 2022, you need to go get one. You need to go get one now, because it will dramatically improve your level of protection, reduce your risk of having serious illness. It's the best thing that people can be doing. Let me just finish by saying, obviously we work hard to protect the President, make sure he's been vaccinated and boosted, has access to treatments. We also have been working very, very hard to make sure every American has access to the same things, because every American deserves access to the best vaccines, the best treatments, and they are widely available. And I want to use this moment to remind everybody of that and to remind everybody to avail themselves of that. Get vaccinated. If you have a breakthrough infection, get treated. It's the best thing you can do to protect yourself. Let me stop and take questions, and I know you will as well.
We'll both take questions, but go ahead, Nancy.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jha. Has the president been tested to determine which variant he has? Is it BA.5? And if so, what does that say about his prognosis?
It's a great question. The virus has been sent off for sequencing. It takes usually about a week for that sequencing to come back. That's under normal circumstances. He's the president. The sequencing will get prioritized. So we should have an answer sooner than that. But you can't just tell from a regular test what kind of variant. So the sequencing results will be back at some point less than a week from now.
And has the president had to halt any of his regular medications now that he's taking Paxlovid? And what are you doing to mitigate the risk from halting those medications?
Yeah, so I had a conversation about this with Dr. O'Connor. There are two medicines he's on, Eliquis and Crestor, cholesterol-lowering medicine, and a blood thinner for his atrial fibrillation, both of which need to be stopped when you take Paxlovid. It's a very standard, common thing that we do when we give people Paxlovid. And you don't need to do anything in those circumstances. They both get stopped for the 5 days that he's on Paxlovid, and then they get restarted, and it's totally fine and pretty normal practice.
Go ahead. Where exactly was the president infected?
Where was he infected? I don't think we know. I certainly don't know if you have any thoughts on that.
Look, I don't think that matters, right? I think what matters is we prepared for this moment. I think what matters is what Dr. Jha just laid out. If we look at where we were a year and a half ago, this is a president, when he walked in, one of his first priorities was to make sure we had a comprehensive plan to get people vaccinated. And so now today, you look to today, more and more people are getting closer to having a more normal life. Vaccines are available, and as Dr. Jha said, if you have not gotten vaccinated, please do. If you have not, if you have not gotten boosted, please do. These are treatments that are going to keep you safe, and I think that's what matters here, is making sure that we continue to do the work. And the good thing is that the president again has been vaccinated and double boosted. Go ahead.
We know that rebound COVID cases have been a concern in some individuals who take Paxlovid. Are there any precautions you can take to try and prevent that, and how concerned are you that could potentially hinder his return to the office?
It's a great question. So let me tell you what we know about rebound. So we've looked at the clinical data on this, because if you look at Twitter, it feels like everybody has rebound, but it turns out there's actually clinical data. If you look at major health systems that have given out Paxlovid to tens of thousands of people, rebound rates are around 5%. There are some studies that says maybe 7-8%, some that say it's 2%, but it's in the single digits. So it happens, it's not that frequent. But here's the key point about rebound, which is when people have rebound, they don't end up in the hospital, they don't end up particularly sick. And the goal of Paxlovid is to keep people from getting seriously ill. And so it continues to work. His physician is in charge of taking care of him. Obviously, the president will continue to be monitored, as he is, but the Paxlovid is working really well at preventing serious illness, rebound or no rebound, and that's why he was offered it, and that's why the president took it.
And you mentioned the symptoms that the president has had so far: runny nose, fatigue, dry cough. What other symptoms are you looking out for at this point? Obviously, this is the beginning of this, and what would warrant hospitalization?
So right now he feels really well. Our expectation is that he's going to continue to have mild illness, and he's going to be monitored for symptoms. I mean, you ask him, kind of every day. I asked him, like, how is he feeling? Is he having any other symptoms? He's not. And I think we're going to continue monitoring that, and I don't like. I think that is the plan right now, is that he's going to get care the way he would. I was going to say the way he would any other person. He's the president, so obviously he gets extra attention. But I don't think we have any expectations of any other symptoms at this point.
Hold on. I'm going to go to the back. Go ahead, April. Come back.
I want to follow up on that on a couple of questions. So if the president's oxygen level went down, would he be a candidate to go to the hospital?
I don't. So at this point, we don't generally want to avoid hypotheticals. He is breathing well. His oxygen level is normal, and he's, I was going to say resting comfortably. He's actually not resting comfortably. He's working comfortably in his residence.
But that's not a hypothetical in COVID, sir. And the next question, in this moment, we understand that the incubation of COVID is 2 to 14 days. Has the White House reached out to those the president has been in contact with, in-person contact with, in that period of time?
So CDC has very clear protocols on this in terms of when people are contagious pre-symptoms. The White House Medical Unit is conducting right now a contact tracing, and they are contacting every single person who meets the CDC definition of a potentially close contact.
And speaking of the CDC, this last question. The CDC says if you are in a high-risk area, and a large swath of the nation is in a high-risk area, they recommend wearing masks indoors. In this White House, we're still seeing people back and forth. DC is is in that high category. Is there now a push to tell people to start wearing the masks indoors, especially as the president now we see has COVID?
I actually, off the top of my head, can't remember where DC is on the orange, yellow, green map. So I'm not going to kind of do this off. But the bottom line is we follow CDC guidelines, and the policy at the White House is to follow CDC guidelines in terms of mask wearing based on CDC's COVID community levels.
Go ahead, Ashley.
Thank you. Will the president resume public events in 5 days if he tests negative, or will the White House be more cautious and have him isolate for 10 days?
So the plan right now is to follow, it's actually, we do CDC guidelines, but we actually go beyond CDC guidelines. So he's certainly going to isolate for at least 5 days, and he will return to normal activities after he's had a negative test.
And I'm also curious, what precautions, we saw that video the president put out, what precautions did you take for the person who filmed the video?
Yeah, I just want to touch on a couple of things. So look, right now we heard from the doctor, Dr. O'Connor, his personal doctor, and he has mild symptoms, and he's continuing to continue to do the work of the presidency from his residence, and I think that's important. And to your question, April, every person reacts to COVID differently. So it is a hypothetical, right? We're going to keep an eye. The doctor's going to keep an eye on him. I think what's important, though, and I really want to take this opportunity to say this, and Dr. Jha said this as well, is that he is vaccinated and he is double boosted, which gives him protection, right? Which makes it puts him in a good position, just like every other American that he fought so very hard for, to make sure that we had a comprehensive COVID plan to get people vaccinated, boosted, and also Paxlovid, right? And so what we need to know is he has mild symptoms, and he is going to continue to do his work, as we've seen from the video. Ashley, I'm going to take your question right now. Look, in the video that you saw, there was his videographer was there with him, wore an N95 mask, had the appropriate distance, the 6 feet distance, in the same situation as well with the photo. And as you saw in the video, he was outside, so we did that outside. And with the photo, he took off his mask so that the American people could see him and see directly, see the work that he's doing, and that he's sitting at his desk continuing to do his work. But just wanted to give that. Go ahead, Dr. Jha. I don't know if there's Go ahead.
Can I ask whether there was any consideration given to other treatments other than Paxlovid, such as a monoclonal? It's been unclear how the two work together. If there's more serious cases that get a monoclonal, can you walk through that?
I think there are two good choices for therapies.
One or the other.
I think there are two good choices. There are people who get both. I think this was a decision made by Dr. O'Connor in consultation with certainly the president, the patient, and I also know that Dr. O'Connor spoke with infectious disease experts at Walter Reed and at George Washington University. That was all part of the plan, by the way. We'd always sort of planned that if the president got infected, we would consult with experts. He did, and based on that, that was a recommendation that Dr. O'Connor made. And the president accepted that recommendation.
Would that be an option if the case were to worsen? If someone who gets Paxlovid, things get worse, can they get a second?
In terms of his clinical care, first of all, Dr. O'Connor is going to drive that process with consultation from experts, not just at those institutions, really around the country. And I think he's going to make decisions based on what is happening with the president in his condition. Right now, the president's feeling well. He described it himself as feeling fine with mild symptoms.
We've seen with rebound cases, second courses of Paxlovid. Would the president, if he had a rebound case, in other words, tested positive after testing negative, get a second course of Paxlovid?
lot of hypotheticals there of lots of things that might happen down the road.
That's not what Dr. Fauci. It's not
I understand. No, it is, but it's hypothetical. The president feels fine right now. I don't think, I think we will cross that bridge if that happens, but at this point, really focus on just making sure the president continues to do well.
And I'm sorry, just very, very quickly, just to clear the timeline, he popped on a routine screening test and then spoke to doctors about his symptoms as opposed to saying, hey, I have symptoms, let's do a test. That's the order of things.
He was scheduled to get his test this morning. It came back positive. And on questioning, as I understand it from Dr. O'Connor, on questioning, reported that yes, he was having these mild symptoms.
And just to add, you guys saw him yesterday. He was in Massachusetts, Somerset. He spoke for 20 minutes in 93-degree weather. It was incredibly hot. He was feeling fine. Where most of us were looking for water and trying not to pass out, the president was delivering remarks on a very important issue on climate change, as you all saw. I do want to add just that as we've stated, Dr. O'Connor, you all will get daily updates from Dr. O'Connor and how he's doing. So I just wanted to add that, and we'll just continue to okay.
A couple simple questions, if I can. First of all, was the president ever identified as a close contact to anybody else in the course of the last 72 to 100 hours, say?
Not that I know of. Do you?
Well, I'll say this: the process is we are starting our process our protocol process on close contact.
Was he ever identified as a close contact to somebody else, though?
Oh, to someone else? That part we would have to find out. I can't speak to. What I can say is our process, because as we all stated, he is now positive. We are doing our process for our close contact components.
How many people have been identified as close contacts to him without detailing
We are just
specifics?
starting our process, so I don't.
To this point, how many have been?
I'm just saying we're just starting our process. I don't have a number to read out to you. I told you that he called the members, the congressional members that traveled with him yesterday, but we're just starting out our process right now.
Has anyone else at the White House tested positive this week?
Well, as we normally do, if they are a close contact to the president, we normally provide that information. When I tested positive and I was a close contact to, well, out of abundance of a caution, actually, I was not. But because I had traveled with him, we share that information. But we have a protocol here that we will continue to follow when it comes to who's a close contact to the president and making sure that we make that clear. And in December of last year, when he was traveling and there was someone who was a close contact to him, we shared that as well. So we've been transparent on that.
In simple terms, is anybody else in the West Wing or at the White House positive now?
Right now, all I can tell you, our protocol is, if they are a close contact with any of the principals, we share that information.
So you can't say beyond that. Let me ask Dr. Jha one final question, if I can. We saw the president's video, and I understand the desire of the White House to show the president 6 feet away. The individual shooting it was wearing a mask. But for regular Americans who are watching this right now, what would your recommendation be? Should Americans who are positive for COVID, if they are in public or in any place at any time, always wear a mask?
So the CDC guidance on this is clear. People should isolate, and they should, if they're going to be in close contact with anybody else, they should definitely be wearing a mask. The president was more than 6 feet away from the camera person who was wearing an N95. Again, in that video, you saw that it was outside. So I think it was, from a safety point of view, a very safe thing to do.
Thank you, Dr. I can ask the last question of Dr. Jha.
I'm going to call in everybody. I promise. I'm going to call in everybody. Go ahead.
Thanks, Corinne. Can you explain the testing cadence and the rationale behind it? Given the rise of BA.5 and the fact that the president's been traveling and having big events, why doesn't he get a daily test?
So the testing cadence is determined by Dr. O'Connor, his personal physician. He gets tested very regularly. I don't really think there's a huge advantage of testing like every day. I think.
Had he tested yesterday morning, for example, he might have tested positive in time to not go to that trip and expose any number of people, right?
The president, the protocol behind the president's testing has been both developed by Dr. O'Connor, but I think also has gone through a lot of vetting. It's what we use to protect the president and those around him, and it's been. I don't have anything else to say beyond the kind of the protocol we have.
Look, like Dr. Jha said, it is between him and his personal doctor on that protocol. He has a regular cadence, as we have spoken about before. We shared with all of you on Tuesday that he tested negative. And the reason why you saw him yesterday, I just said, he was speaking in front of many of your colleagues outside for 20 minutes on a very, very hot day. And it wasn't until later in the day, in the evening, that he was feeling a little tired, and he was tested today. Look, this goes back to where we have come from, where we started. The president has done the work to make sure that more than 200 million people in this country have been vaccinated. More than 100 million people in this country have been boosted. That's because we have a comprehensive plan to make sure people get vaccinated so that they can be protected. And so that is what's most important here. He has mild symptoms. He continues to work. And like many Americans, this is, we have to make sure that we send out message to make sure to get vaccinated and boosted if you haven't yet.
Does the president, does the White House, are there any regrets about the amount of time in sort of recent days and past weeks that we've seen him unmasked, shaking hands with people, hugging people, fist bumping, in close contact with crowds? In retrospect, was he too casual?
No. I mean, look, I look at this is, I've said this before from this podium, we have an incredibly contagious variant, and we've had a protocol that I think has done a very good job protecting the president. The most important part of that protocol, by the way, is making sure that he was up to date on his vaccines and we had access to treatments. The president wants to get out there and be with and meet American people and engage, and we always said that this was a possibility. I think I even said it from this stage that this was a possibility, and I think that the protocols have kept him from getting infected, but we knew that this was a possibility with this incredibly contagious variant. The good news is, and this was always the point, the good news is his immune system is very well protected given the 4 vaccine shots he's gotten. He's getting treatment. He has mild symptoms. He's feeling fine, his words.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Dr. Shaw, if I could please ask you about the president's age. He's 79 years old. What level of concerns does that add when someone like him tests positive?
Very simply, I would begin with what's his immune status and what are his access to treatments, and the bottom line is, given how much immunity he has from vaccines, given that he was started on treatments right away, like literally had symptoms this morning, got started on Paxlovid this morning, I think all of those things very dramatically reduce his risk of serious illness. And that's really the goal here, is to prevent serious illness, to keep that risk as low as possible. I think he's gotten that full set of protections.
And in terms of monitoring his oxygen, is that something that will be done hourly, something that will be done a couple times a day? Just walk us through, if you could, the oxygen levels and the concern that could raise.
Yeah. I don't actually know how often. What I will say is that he's monitored very regularly. He's feeling well. His oxygen level was checked this morning. It was normal. And the exact sort of frequency of that is a decision between him and his physician, and really Dr. O'Connor making that call.
If I could ask you said it doesn't matter where he got it, but how can it not matter where he got it if that is something that, of course, is involved in contact tracing? This administration is taking it very seriously. How can it not matter?
I think what I was trying to say is what's important now is that he has mild symptoms, is that he is working from the residents on behalf of the American people. That's our focus. Look, we knew this was going to happen. As Dr. Jha said, when he joined me at the briefing in the briefing room not too long ago, he said this is everyone was at some point everyone's going to get COVID. What is important is to make sure that you get the treatment that we have provided for folks, whether it's make sure you get vaccinated, make sure you get boosted, and then we have Paxlovid that is made available because of this president. So what I'm trying to say is the moment that we're in right now is what matters as we're talking about the president and his treatment and how he's feeling and how he's continuing to work on behalf of the American public. I'm going to move around because I know there's a lot of it. Olin, go ahead.
Thank you. Corinne, you said that he was feeling fine yesterday during his speech, but that he started to feel tired later on in the evening. I just want to clarify. Can you say exactly when he started feeling mild symptoms?
I cannot say exactly when that occurred. I could say that you know, he told us this morning he had a runny nose. He had a dry cough. He was a little bit fatigued. He did say he had restless sleep, and when that occurred, he got the antigen test, tested positive, and then was given a PCR test. I cannot pinpoint the exact moment, and you know, we were transparent. I got the letter from. We put out a statement as soon as we did the test and were able to put out the information. So we were transparent in giving out the statement. We were transparent in sending out the letter, and we will have daily updates from his doctor on his status.
In terms of the search for close contacts, I understand that's underway now, but there should still be able to be some confirmation of at least some individuals who were in close contact. He was with multiple members yesterday on Air Force One. He was with the First Lady of Ukraine as well on Tuesday. You know, can you tell us if the Vice President is a close contact, if those members that were on the plane are considered close contacts?
Yes. So when it comes to the Vice President, she spoke to this earlier today. She just gave comments and she spoke with the President. I will let her speak to that. You heard from the First Lady. Of course, she's the First Lady, and so she spoke. She said she tested negative, and clearly she is a close contact. Look, you know, I'll say this. Our commitment since last July is to disclose when the President or one of the 4 principals is a close contact of staff who tested positive as defined by the CDC. This is a definition by the CDC, or when he tests positive, which is what we're doing to all of our review today. So, for example, we were transparent with the Vice President. We were when she tested positive, when the second gentleman tested positive, and we're doing that currently right now with him. So we are transparent when the President Biden was a close contact of a staff member, as I mentioned in December, but for privacy reasons, we will not get into more details as it relates to that. So we're starting the process. I don't have a number, a list of folks to share with you. I think that if I know some of your colleagues traveled with us, if there are any concerns or questions, feel free to reach out to us. We're happy to, if you have personal questions about yourself, feel free to reach out.
I have one more. Just Ashley asked as well, I think, about moving forward the 5-day quarantine, whether or not he would immediately resume. I believe you said that he would quarantine for 5 days and then he would resume when he tests negative, but I just want the connective tissue here. If he tests negative on that 5th day, would he resume his schedule as normal?
Yeah, so the CDC's guidance on this is very clear. You have to isolate for 5 days. CDC says that you can resume after 5 days without a negative test, as long as you wear a well-fitting mask. We go above and beyond that at the White House, and the President will get tested. And as long as he's isolated for 5 days, meeting the kind of CDC requirement, we will wait until he gets a negative test, negative antigen test, before he returns to activity.
Go ahead, Steve.
How does the White House adjust having a president with COVID? Who has access to him? Is he staying in one room, a series of rooms? What's the physical situation?
So as I just stated, he is isolated in the White House residence. Look, the president could be a president anywhere, right? It doesn't matter where he's located. He has the technology, he has the tools, what he needs, the communications, what he needs to continue to doing his job.
And has staffing here been adjusted at all? Fewer people around?
There has been no change to our protocol as of date. I think you just asked. No, I gotta go around. Your colleagues are gonna kill me. I gotta go around. Go ahead, Tam. We'll go to the back.
I just want to parse the timeline a little bit. I think there may be a comma in the doctor's statement, and I just want to clarify. Did he start experiencing the cough last night, or all of the symptoms last night? I guess my question is, when did he start experiencing fatigue? When was the first sign of fatigue?
Yeah, I mean,
spoke to the doctor.
I spoke to the doctor. I spoke to the president. You know, my understanding is, again, his doctor spent a lot more time with him than I mean, and I haven't spent time with the president. I just spoke to him on the phone. The president felt well all day yesterday. I think late in the evening, he felt some amount of fatigue after a long day of travel. I don't know. There are a lot of late evenings where I feel some amount of fatigue. I don't know about all of you. He went to bed. I asked him how he slept. He said he just had a bit of a restless night. And this morning got his routine tests that he does. And then when Dr. O'Connor probed him further on symptoms, because he tested positive, that's when he mentioned, yeah, that maybe I was a little tired last night. So I really think his symptoms, you could say, either began late last night or early this morning.
Did he have any fatigue or runny nose or anything like that on Sunday, Monday, or Tuesday?
He felt totally normal and said that he felt, at least to me, he said he felt totally normal all day yesterday.
Has he experienced any fever or brain fog, other symptoms of COVID?
He's had no fever.
Okay, and could we get the president's position here so that we can not play the game of telephone?
I don't think this is a game of telephone. You have Dr. Jha, who is a medical doctor himself, who runs our COVID-19 response. You're going to hear regularly to a statement from Dr. O'Connor. And so we are going to be as transparent as we are going to be transparent as we have been. We put out a statement this morning. We put out a letter from Dr. O'Connor. You have both of us here taking your questions and answering them. You saw a picture of the president, you saw a video of the president, and so we are doing this very differently, and we're going to continue to provide information for all of you and also the American public. I'm going to continue to go around. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. While doing contact tracing, will you reach out to some of the officials the president met last year while traveling abroad, or is that too far away?
Yeah, so contact tracing for people in the last 48 hours who were after he tested positive. So if somebody met with the president a week ago, they would not be considered a close contact.
You won't, search for maybe people like positive with COVID that he met last week, or that's.
Are we going to go looking a week ago to see who might have given? That's not. I mean, no. The purpose of contact tracing is to make sure that anybody who might have been exposed is so identified to prevent onward transmission.
Okay, Karen. Thanks, Brandon. To follow up on Steve's question, I think you had said that there was no change to protocols here. Do you mean the West Wing for change of staffing protocols?
I think that was Steve's question. Okay. I just don't have an update on that.
How about the residents, though? Is there a reduction in staff while the president's in isolation?
Well,
and how are operations?
We're going to follow CDC guidance, right? Which is for the president to isolate and to make sure there is a very, very, very minimal footprint, because our goal is to make sure that we keep others safe.
So there are limited people that will be around the president for the next.
Yes, if anyone, to be quite honest, because we are going to follow CDC guidance.
And to follow on what you had said earlier about we'll be getting updates from Dr. O'Connor. Will that be statements every day coming from you?
It'll be daily statements from. It could be directly from him. I believe it'll be directly from him, but you will get a daily statement.
A daily. Necessarily come here and do a briefing.
We're going to give daily statements, just like we provided the letter with transparency. The letter he provided to me, we made sure that you all saw, and we'll continue to make sure that you guys get an update on the president on a daily basis. Okay, go ahead.
We have been watching the press briefing at the White House, an update on the president's condition. If you've been watching, they continue to offer a upbeat, a positive assessment of the president, said to be suffering from mild symptoms, testing positive this morning as part of his regular testing routine in an antigen test positive for COVID. The president immediately put on an antiviral drug. We heard the White House COVID response coordinator, Dr. Jha, explained that the fact that the president is fully boosted with so a total of 4 shots, that his risk level is dramatically lower, and even lower because of the antiviral drug that he's now been put on. Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now. Kristen, we heard Dr. Jha refer to it. You get the impression this was felt like an inevitable situation at the White House.
Well, there's no doubt, Lester, and the White House has been trying to prepare the public for this possibility for months now, saying that the president is stepping up his travel, and so it is possible that he could contract COVID-19. And now he has, and the White House really trying to stress that his symptoms are mild, that he has a cough, some sniffles. Anyone who's ever had COVID knows that this can be a bit of a roller coaster ride. So also stressing they will continue to monitor and update the public on a daily basis. Now, what is notable, a couple of things, Lester. One, you heard Dr. Jha use this moment to really call on people to get vaccinated and boosted if they're over the age of 50. He also stressed the importance of reaching out to your doctor, determining whether you should use Paxlovid. Not able to answer some questions, though, Lester, that were posed to the White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre and Dr. Jha. Among them, whether the president was a close contact in recent days with someone else who may have tested positive, how many close contacts has the president had, and where he may have contracted COVID. We know that the president was recently traveling in the Middle East. Yesterday, he was in Massachusetts. And when they were asked where he may have contracted it, Karine Jean-Pierre said it doesn't matter. What matters is that he is following CDC guidelines and that he has mild symptoms. But those are among the questions that I anticipate reporters will continue to ask of this White House, of this administration, as we continue to track the president. They also dealt with some of the complicated optics that we have seen evolving throughout the day. You saw the president in that video statement that you showed at the top of this broadcast, Lester, to really try to make the case that his symptoms are mild. You heard officials there getting pressed on whether or not this adhered to CDC guidelines. The fact that the president is not masked in this video. Dr. Jha saying, look, he was 6 feet away from the videographer who was masked at the time. But these are some of the data points that this administration will continue to get pressed on as we continue to track the president and his course of having COVID. Now, these officials stressing that he is still doing the business of being president, reaching out to officials, for example, in Pennsylvania. He was supposed to travel there earlier today to talk about gun violence. Of course, he wasn't able to make that trip. But the big question, he was in Massachusetts yesterday, Lester. So were some of those officials with whom he met yesterday potentially close contacts? Again, those are some of the key questions that we still need answers to, Lester.
Kristen, thank you. Let me bring on Dr. Kavita Patel, a primary care physician and NBC News medical contributor, joining us. Doctor, let me ask you about the president's age, 79. It was brought up, and Dr. Jha was careful to talk about more of his immune system, but we have been told throughout this crisis that age makes a difference in terms of a person's ability to deal with it.
Yeah, Lester, it makes a difference in how long the immunity lasts from either infection or vaccines. And it can obviously make a difference in your chances of being hospitalized or unfortunately dying. Obviously, the boosters were incredibly important in protecting against that. But a 79-year-old, no matter who that person is, we take very seriously. And the key was diagnosing it early and getting treatment to him as early as possible.
All right, let me turn to NBC News medical contributor Dr. Vin Gupta and get your thoughts on all this. The president exhibiting mild symptoms. Given the getting on the antivirals right away, given the fact he's fully vaxxed, where do you see this going?
Well, Lester, as Dr. Patel just noted, I do think the risk of progression here is far lower than it would have been if the president wasn't fully vaccinated, boosted, up to date with his vaccines, and having early initiation of Paxlovid. What I suspect Dr. O'Connor to be doing in the next 6 to 8 hours into the coming days is checking oxygen levels every few hours, examining the president's just clinical status. How is he feeling from an energy standpoint? Is he lethargic more than, say, usual at the end of the day? What's his blood pressure like? If COVID will progress, Lester, we suspect maybe the blood pressure will actually be lower than it would otherwise normally be. And then critically, and for all your viewers out there who are probably wondering, well, gosh, what do I do if this happens to me? Looking at what his oxygen levels do when he's walking. We suspect the heart rate typically will go up. but that so that more blood is actually going to the lungs, but that the oxygen levels actually, Lester, stay within a relatively similar range as they would when you're at rest. If that deviates, if we're seeing lower oxygen levels at rest or when the president is walking, that could herald that maybe the president actually does need to go and get an in-person evaluation at a hospital. So these are some of the things that they're going to be looking at.
Dr. Gruber, if we can just take a step back here and talk about where we are with this subvariant that is now dominant, BA5. I think a lot of us have known a lot more people getting COVID here in the last few weeks. How contagious is this, and does this change does it change, our ability to live life as we're seeing on so many levels, people attending events again, people going to crowded restaurants again?
Lester, I don't, but it's important for everybody to understand that the immune system in our respiratory tract, in our nose, our mouth, and in our lungs is different. We don't have a lot of antibodies or other immune fighting cells. We don't have as many of those in our nose and in our throat. That's why it's easy for something hyper contagious like BA5 to set up shop, cause runny nose and sore throat as the president is experiencing, even if he's fully vaxxed, up to date with his boosters. That's not surprising. Severe pneumonia, however, is a different story. Our immune system is very strong as we go further into our lungs, so that's why he's protected. As to whether this changes how everyday Americans live their lives, listen, when I go to the grocery store, if I'm on a plane, I'm wearing a mask because even so-called mild COVID is still significant. People are laid up in bed for 5 to 7 days. Lester, I'm sure you know friends, family, perhaps, that have experienced this. It's not a walk in the park here. So I would recommend that every American, when they're out in public, especially given the uncertainty of the winter ahead, to take vigilant steps to protect themselves, because there are not going to be public mandates anymore. It's going to be to each individual to make the determination.
Dr. Vin Gupta, thank you. This has been a NBC News special report. I'll have much more on this on Nightly News this evening. For now, Lester Holt in New York. Good day, everyone.
You are watching NBC News Now. We're following breaking news at this hour. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. President Biden has tested positive for COVID-19. Want to bring you up to speed at this point. Here's what we know right now. The White House saying the president has mild symptoms and he is working in isolation in the residence at the White House. President Biden himself posted a video on Twitter within the last hour.
Hey, folks, guess you heard this morning I tested positive for COVID. But I've been double vaccinated, double boosted. Symptoms are mild. And I really appreciate your inquiries and your concerns. But I'm doing well. I'm getting a lot of work done. I'm going to continue to get it done. And in the meantime, thanks for your concern and keep the faith. It's going to be okay.
Now, Vice President Kamala Harris tested negative this morning. However, she was wearing a mask, as you can see here, during a visit to Charlotte, North Carolina, and an event there where she was set to speak. First Lady Jill Biden also tested negative this morning. She is considered a close contact of the president, obviously. Her office says that she will follow CDC guidance on masking. As you can see there, she's wearing a mask, as well as the guidance on social distancing. I want to bring in NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard now, who's been listening along with us to the press briefing that is still going on. Dr. Akshay Sayala is also with us, a member of our NBC News medical unit. Vaughn, I'll start with you here if I can. Let me just ask you to bring us up to speed on the press briefing as you were listening in. What stood out to you in the information that we were able to get in the last few minutes here?
Right. I think it's important that this press conference that was at the White House was the first public statements here from the White House, clarifying the current situation from their eyes of President Biden's condition here. You heard from Dr. Jha, who is the COVID response director, as well as Karine Jean-Pierre, the press secretary. Who was not there was Dr. Kevin O'Connor, who is the chief physician to President Biden. This is the same physician who was his chief physician when he was Vice President Biden during the Obama years here. We were getting the details here that last night is when the president first reported feeling fatigue, as well as occasional dry cough. And then it was a routine test this morning, an antigen test this morning when he tested positive. He then had a follow-up PCR test that confirmed his positive diagnosis. He was yesterday out in Massachusetts. He took Air Force One to return to Washington here. You saw our White House chief correspondent Peter Alexander there in the briefing room, asking if there was anybody else in the West Wing who was tested positive at this time. The press secretary was not providing that information. Two other important notes here are, number one, that President Biden is currently on not only a blood thinner, but also on a medication that lowers cholesterol. And this is according to Dr. Jha, that along with taking Plaxivit here, the antiviral therapy that he is going to be on for these next 5 days, that over these 5 days he will be off both of those medications, as is recommended by the FDA here. Again, this is President Biden. They say by all accounts that he is doing well and feeling good. You saw him not only in a photo there in the West Wing, but then also a photo of or a video in which he is speaking directly to camera for about 20 seconds. Again, Dr. O'Connor has suggested to R. Kelly O'Donnell that he will be giving daily updates on the president. They said that the early indication is that they caught this early on, and they hope the antiviral therapy will help him through this process. But of course, this is something that you heard from this press conference here. There are serious questions. Of course, the American public has worked through this before during the Trump administration, when there was questions about just how much information was being provided about the actual well-being of President Trump at the time. And that is why the Biden administration says that they will continue to update the American people about the status of President Biden, who they say at this time is doing well, Aaron.
All right, Vaughn, thank you for that. Now, I want to turn to Dr. Sayal now to talk a little bit more about the point that Vaughn just made about information. You and I have been talking a bit during the briefing that was happening here, and you said that we've gotten a lot of information about this particular patient, who in this case is the President of the United States, and I think that sort of obviously elevates the conversation around him. But I was listening to Dr. Jha talk about his conversation with the President's physician, making the point that his exam was normal and that everything was at baseline as he's still dealing with COVID. What does that say to you? I mean, as a prognosis, as you're thinking about his condition and what the days ahead might look like?
Well, it's good now, but it's also good to remember it's only day one, right? So patients can often present and just like Biden, be totally normal, and then later on take a turn for the worse. So it's too early to say he's out of the woods, he's in the clear. I think the points that were brought up earlier are really good to talk about, which is that we're going to be checking his oxygen, checking his heart rate, checking his vital signs, and overall his energy. Is he in good spirits? Is he talking to people? Or is he laying in bed? Is he not feeling well? Can he not do things? So, it's the vital signs, it's his overall picture, I think, that are really the questions we're going to be looking out for.
And so those were questions that you would continue to ask then. I mean, we obviously saw in the video and the photo that that he's doing some work, and I think it's fair to say that the work the president does is very different from anything that any of the rest of us might do. But you would expect that his physician is probably going to be working overtime over the next at least 5 days, just double checking and rechecking to make sure that he doesn't change, that things don't get worse.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. He's going to be working hours. He hasn't worked since residency. Just making sure President Biden is okay, his vital signs are okay, and just periodic monitoring and hopefully updating us with more daily briefs about his condition.
Dr. Jha went to great lengths to talk about the fact that because the president is vaccinated and boosted, that his risk of serious illness is dramatically lower than it would otherwise be. They went to great lengths to say to people, if you're over 50 years old and you haven't had a shot or it's time for another shot, that this is the time to do it. It's almost as though this moment is something that the White House is using it as an opportunity to sort of re-highlight that the pandemic is not over and that we all still need to be thoughtful about vaccination and about how we're protecting ourselves moving about in life, right?
Yeah, I think that's a really thoughtful approach they're taking. People oftentimes don't feel the need to get a booster until the virus kind of hits close to home. And for many of those people out there, that is the President of the United States testing positive. So I think that it's a great message they're sending. Everybody who's over 50, who's eligible for that second boost, should absolutely go out and get it.
All right, and we expect to learn more. We know that his sample has been sent out for sequencing to see what strain of COVID-19 he has, which will likely be BA.5, as most of the country is dealing with right now. We appreciate your help with helping us to sort of understand what's been happening here. Dr. Sayal from our medical unit here, thank you. Appreciate it.
Anytime.
All right, we want to turn to Noah Pransky now, our national political editor for our sister network, LX News. He just spoke to some lawmakers about President Biden's diagnosis. He's joining us now from the Hill. So, Noah, what are you hearing there on the Hill?
Well, there's actually kind of a noticeable absence of panic here compared to maybe the last time a president got COVID. You can attribute that to sort of the fact that it's only mild symptoms at this point, the fact that the president said he's taking Paxlovid, and also the fact that he's gotten vaccinated twice and double boosted. But one common theme in talking to some of the members of the House is that the president is still in the job, he's still doing his job, and that everyone should take this as a reminder that vaccines can minimize symptoms and save lives, change outcomes.
I know everybody's talking about the president's age. I've met with the president numerous times, and the reality is that he is a very strong guy, and I think he's just going to be fine. He took all the precautions. He got vaccinated. He got the booster shots. I think it's going to be like a little flu, and he's going to be right back to work.
Oh, I'm concerned. I know he's going to recover fully very soon. I think COVID is here, and I think that we have to take precautions. That means getting vaccinated, getting boosted if you're eligible.
It's always alarming anytime, any of my colleagues or the President of the United States gets COVID. But I think he's going to do well. He's fully vaccinated, he has his booster shots, and he's in good hands.
We should point out all three of those lawmakers were Democrats. I have reached out to a number of Republicans today, but they're kind of hard to find in the Capitol right now. There's a big January 6th event tonight. I may have heard of it, Aaron, and they're not exactly willing to just jump in front of cameras at any request. So I did go to Twitter. Mitch McConnell, one of many lawmakers there, wishing well wishes to the president. I recommend he not go near Twitter because it's not always well wishes there for the president this time. But the bottom line is that so far so good, according to most of the members here in the legislature. Most of them wishing him well, and most of them say that America can still do more. This is an opportunity to remind everybody, go get boosted if you're eligible.
All right, Noah Pransky on the Hill for us there from LX News, covering the response from the Hill to President Biden's diagnosis today. Noah, thank you. Of course, we're going to continue to follow this breaking story. The president testing positive for COVID-19 throughout the day. Here across the platforms of NBC News, you've been obviously looking at some of the footage there a moment ago from the president traveling earlier this week, just yesterday, as a matter of fact, traveling in Massachusetts, speaking about some of his climate initiatives. And now we've got this news today that the president has, in fact, tested positive for COVID-19. Again, we know that he will be remaining in isolation for at least 5 days, as we've been told by the White House COVID-19 response coordinator, that he will remain in isolation for at least 5 days and until he tests negative, and will obviously be working from inside the residence at the White House. And obviously the White House is set up such that the president can work from anywhere, quite literally, whether it's inside the White House or outside the White House. And so to the extent that he needs to engage in activities to ensure the operation of the country, the president's able to do that, and his staff obviously continues to work on his behalf. We, as I noted, will stay on top of this story throughout the day. As anything changes today and in the days to come, you can, of course, expect to get that information here as quickly as we're able to turn it around. Now, we do have some other headlines we want to talk about today. We are just hours away from the January 6th committee's latest hearing. This one's going to happen in prime time. Tonight's focus will be on a minute-by-minute accounting of what former President Donald Trump did or didn't do as the riot unfolded. More than 3 hours passed between when the riot started and when President Trump told his supporters to go home. I want to bring in NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor now to talk a little bit more about this. Yamiche, obviously we've had several hearings already, and people have been paying very close attention to what's unfolded there. So tonight, in what we believe will be the last public hearing, what are you watching for?
Well, I'm really focused on this idea that lawmakers say they want to crack open finally this black box at the White House and get into the 187 minutes between when former President Trump likely learned that a mob of his supporters had broken into the Capitol and the time between when he released that video telling them finally to go home, even though, as he also said, I love you. So lawmakers have said that they really want to get into this. So I'm looking for whether or not there are going to be any outtakes, first of all, from any of the video that former President Trump released, because there there's reporting that he was very reluctant to sort of criticize these people, even though, again, they had broken into the Capitol and just done something that no American people had ever done before. I'm also very interested in what direct accounts we're going to hear from. We're hearing from Matthew Pottinger, who was the most senior person in the White House to resign on January 6th, someone who saw the Capitol riot and said, I'm good, I'm out of here, and as well as Sarah Matthews, who was a deputy press secretary. I've been talking to Republican sources. They say both of these people are very respected Republicans. Matthew, in particular, was a very senior person who might have likely had direct knowledge about what President Trump was saying and doing in real time as he was watching the mob storm the Capitol. So that's going to be very, very interesting to me. I also think overall, if we push back, I want to know what lawmakers feel their impact has been over these hearings, because there's been this sort of narrative told about sort of how former President Trump tried to overturn the election. So after this hearing, I'm going to be very much listening out to lawmakers to hear whether or not they think that there could be criminal referrals or whether or not they think this might have changed public opinion. So those are the most interesting things to me. So a primetime hearing that is going to be historic, but also one that I think could be very much telling about what was going on at the White House.
You know, as you talk to regular folks, non-politicos, people outside of D.C.
Like my family in Miami.
Exactly. You know, we talk to our friends and family, and a lot of people have sort of said, well, so what? You know, when this is all said and done, when the public hearings are over, what do you anticipate comes out of this? Most people that I talk to say, oh, this is just what politicians do. They'll have their hearings and their conversations, and nothing changes.
I mean, Aaron, that is the key question, right? The fact that lawmakers spent this much time, this much resources into telling this story and trying to convince the American people that there's evidence that former President Trump really was derelict in his duties to try to protect this nation and tried to undermine American democracy and tried to, they say, attempt a coup. I think it's going to be very interesting to see what kind of impact people have on this, whether or not people are watching. We know millions of people are watching the first primetime hearing. About 13 million people tuned in, so it'll be interesting to see how many people tune in tonight. But when I talk to my family in Miami, they're also wondering sort of what does this have to do with inflation? What does this have to do with gas prices? I had people ask me, are these hearings about gas prices? Yeah. Because people are so focused on sort of their everyday ability to survive and thrive. That being said, lawmakers are talking to the American people, but also to history. We think of someone like Liz Cheney, who might literally lose her seat in Congress because of this. She felt, and the people on that committee felt like they wanted to tell this story and make sure that it was for the history books, that it was very much sort of documented what former President Trump did. But whether or not it changes, as election deniers are being elected all over this country, just this week we saw someone in Maryland, the GOP gubernatorial nominee, win that race. He's an election denier who has said President Biden is not fairly elected. So it'll be really interesting to see sort of the political impacts of this and also just sort of the criminal impact of this, whether or not anyone goes to jail because of this. I will say, just based on what I'm hearing, I don't know that minds will have been changed that much, unfortunately, for the lawmakers.
Well, we will be watching one way or the other. Yeah. It's to see, it'll be a long night for you and early morning tomorrow. So we'll talk again about this. Yamiche Alcindor, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks.
And be sure to tune in for NBC News special coverage of tonight's hearing. Lester Holt, Chuck Todd, and Hallie Jackson will lead our team throughout the evening. It all begins at 7:30 p.m. Eastern, right here on NBC News Now. Let's talk about the heat. It has been relentless all over the world, and it's just not letting up. Millions of people across this country are expected to see triple-digit temperatures today again. But the crisis is expanding well beyond our borders, of course. The extreme heat in Europe has triggered devastating wildfires. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is standing by. We'll begin, though, with NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns. She's in Weston, Missouri for us today. Dasha, I know that you've been talking to farmers and to cattle ranchers about the extreme heat that they're dealing with. Talk to us about, how serious of a challenge it is for those folks right now.
Yeah, Aaron, ranchers and farmers are really feeling the heat right now, and those who are especially vulnerable to these extreme temperatures are actually our friends back there, cattle. They are incredibly vulnerable to these really high temps. It's been in the triple digits over the last week here, and just last month, in the last heat wave that this region saw over nearby Kansas, 2,000 cattle died because of this. Those cattle were mostly at feed yards where they're in much more enclosed spaces, but but any rancher who deals with cattle is really on edge at this time of year because they just do not handle heat very well. And the cattle industry, the meat industry, can take a really big hit during this time of year. We are at Casey Cattle Company right now, and I spoke to their owner, veteran Patrick Montgomery. This is a veteran-owned and operated ranch. Take a listen to what he told me about this. I mean, you've got a lot of farms around this area, but what kind of farms or ranches would you say bear the brunt of the burden during these heat waves?
Well, it's really tough on feed yards. I mean, we saw that story come out about a month ago now, and you know, bigger animals, it's a little tougher to make sure they're staying healthy. They have issues with retaining their winter coats, which just makes them even more hot during these summer days. And then if they don't have shade, and then, you know, what we saw happen in Kansas there was kind of the perfect storm with humidity and high temps. That's the death sentence for cattle.
Patrick tells me that here what they do during this time of year is try to help the animals help themselves. They make sure they have plenty of space, that they have shade, that they have plenty of water, that they can feed on grass rather than corn, which is a little bit lighter, which they prefer during this time of year. But it is always a challenge when you have prolonged periods of time with these kinds of temperatures, Aaron.
All right, Dasha Burns for us in Missouri today. Dasha, thank you. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is joining us now. He's been tracking the heat all week for us. So, Bill, what can we expect now in the days ahead?
Yeah, stay in the shade. And that's a good point about the shade, because the temperatures that I show you are actually taken in the shade. In the sun is even that much higher. So all these numbers I'm about to show you for the current heat indexes out there, mostly in the eastern half of the country, are all taken in the shade. And you will notice that New York City was at 98 earlier, and now it's dropped to 78. That's because they got lucky enough for a thunderstorm to push through Central Park. But Washington, D.C., not so lucky. 99 right now. It feels like Wilmington's 100. And poor Memphis, whew, 109 when you step outside in the shade. In the sun, even worse than that. You notice things are a little bit cooler today. If you want to call mid-90s to 100 cool from Dallas to Oklahoma City to Wichita, there has been some more clouds today. And that's why Dallas is not under a heat advisory for the first time in days. But in all, we're nearly 100 million people under heat advisories or heat warnings, spreading from the East Coast all the way to California and, you know, kind of dotting the map in between. So as far as today goes, we're going to peak out near 100 in Dallas. We may break our streak. It'll be close. Other areas are still very warm in the southeast, and of course it's humid there too, so that heat index makes it feel a little worse. And towards the weekend, I don't have a lot of good news for you. Washington, D.C., you still have an excellent shot of getting up to 100 for the first time in 6 years, especially on Sunday. You notice the heat still in place from San Antonio all the way back up through Wichita. And look at St. Louis getting into the act, 103 on Saturday. And what's coming? Well, as we head towards the end of July, the only areas that it looked like to be a little cooler than normal because of the rain in Arizona, the monsoon, and maybe some storms and showers in the northern plains. But we have a heat wave next week coming from the Pacific Northwest and still above average for much of the eastern half of the country. And as far as severe weather goes, I mentioned those storms around New York City. We do have an active tornado warning in central Massachusetts right now, along with numerous severe storms New Hampshire into Maine. So we'll keep an eye on those storms. So far, Aaron, just reports of some small hail, not too much damage.
All right, meteorologist Bill Cairns for us, looking at the national picture. Bill, thank you. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley is joining us now from our London bureau. Matt, I know you've been monitoring the heat wave that Europe has been experiencing, as well as wildfires. We know they've been in Greece and Italy and Spain. I think you mentioned Portugal yesterday. Bring us up to speed there. What's the latest from the front lines?
Yeah, I mean, they're still fighting these fires all throughout the southern part of the continent. And now, as this heat wave, this kind of bubble is moving from, well, where I am here in London, which was earlier in the week, where we saw unprecedented high temperatures and even wildfires of the kind that are so rare here, it's now moving east. So now we're starting to see weather emergencies in places like Slovenia, Poland, and we're seeing wildfires in Turkey as well. So this whole southern Mediterranean belt of Europe is suffering from this heat wave, and it's still going on. And even though this isn't totally unusual for this part of the world, the season for it has expanded. The temperatures are even higher, and scientists are saying this is the new normal. We can expect more of this in years to come. Aaron?
All right, Matt Bradley in London for us today. Matt, thank you. Well, stay with us. What really motivated the rioters on January 6th? The revealing results from a new Harvard study about what helped drive the insurrection. That's next.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Bottom of the hour now. Stephen Romo has a look at what's trending on NBCNews.com. Stephen?
Yeah, a lot going on today, Aaron, including Ricky Martin's nephew dropping his sexual relationship and harassment allegations against the singer. We know that those allegations came out recently and took off. Now hearing that he's dropping those allegations that he had a romantic relationship with his uncle. A judge presiding over that case also decided not to extend a temporary restraining order against the singer. Well, Amber Heard is now officially appealing the verdict in her case against Johnny Depp. A spokesperson for Heard says the court, quote, made errors that prevented a just and fair trial. She lost that defamation case just a month ago, with the judge ordering her to pay her ex-husband more than $10 million. And monarch butterflies are flying a step closer to extinction. Say it ain't so. Scientists are officially listing the insect as endangered now. They estimate the butterfly's North American population dropped between 22 and 72% over the last 10 years, and humans are believed to be the main cause, with deforestation destroying many of their habitats in Mexico and California. Bring back the butterflies. And that's what's trending right now on NBCNews.com. Aaron?
All right, Stephen, appreciate it. Thank you. Well, ahead of tonight's hearing, we are getting a clearer picture of what may have caused the rioters to storm the Capitol on January 6th. A new Harvard study finds rioters were motivated primarily by former President Donald Trump. Researchers scanned hundreds of court documents and found the most commonly cited reason for their actions was simply, Trump told me to. Now, here to break down this report for us, NBC News reporter Ben Collins is with us now to talk more about this. Ben, so how does this data, talk to us through some of the data here. What did it find?
Yeah, it's basically what you think, Aaron. And I know that seems like a fool's errand to go through and confirm the thing that we already know, but sociologists need to do this for the record. And also, if you're going to prosecute, say, the president or somebody in his circle, you probably want to know some hard data about what these people actually did that day and why they actually stormed the Capitol. And the number one reason that you saw was Trump expressly told them to go to the Capitol. And number two was the big lie, the idea that the election was rigged, told by the president. Number three was just this general idea that the Civil War was happening and this was going to kick it off, or that secession was happening, or a revolution. So those are the big numbers there. Peaceful protests came in a distant fourth here. So the talking points by GOP lawmakers that people were just having a tourist visit, it doesn't hold water anymore.
And so, Ben, you started out by saying that this is sort of what we would have expected. How does this, what we learned from this study, sort of square with the things that you were seeing online, on January 6th and the days that led up to and followed that?
Yeah, it's exactly what we thought was happening, basically. There was a mishmash of various different reasons that basically drilled down to Donald Trump told me to be there, and I need to go and protect either him or the country or at least this stolen election that he keeps telling me about. And another interesting thing is that 4% of people were just there because of QAnon, not necessarily because of Donald Trump. 4% of 470 people is a lot of people to show up based on an internet message board, basically. It is a remarkable study, and some people were just there to raise havoc. 7% said they were just there to commit violence of any sort and to raise some mayhem. So that was a very interesting part of the study.
All right, NBC's Ben Collins with us today. Ben, thank you. We appreciate it. An NBC News investigation is revealing just how easy it is to get materials needed to build a dirty bomb. A new government watchdog report obtained by NBC News exposes potential security vulnerabilities and loopholes when it comes to buying radioactive materials. As NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk tells us, the consequences could be deadly.
In April 2019, the FBI surrounded Jared Atkins' Phoenix home in a tense 2-hour standoff. Inside, he had 3 stolen radioactive devices, enough to make a deadly dirty bomb. Atkins is serving 15 years in a federal prison. Now the Government Accountability Office says bad actors don't need to steal radioactive material. They can just buy it. It's material typically used in technological devices for medical, industrial, and research purposes. But the GAO warns, in the hands of terrorists, even a small amount could be used to construct a dirty bomb.
The GAO now telling us that pretty much anybody can get the materials to create a radiological bomb is extremely scary, and I think we need to take immediate action.
In a report exclusively obtained by NBC News, the GAO concludes security measures in place today do not adequately protect against the purchase of high-risk radioactive materials. Using forged licenses, GAO investigators purchased 2 quantities of radioactive material from 2 different U.S. businesses, enough to potentially cause hundreds of deaths from evacuations and billions of dollars of socioeconomic effects.
Radioactive materials are controlled by the NRC, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Specific security measures are triggered if someone buys large quantities. The investigators bought less than that, but the GAO is pushing for stricter controls for even smaller amounts.
Citing in part an accident with radioactive material at the University of Washington in May 2019. It took 2 years to clean up and cost $156 million. According to the report, national security officials tell the GAO there is increasing interest among terrorists and other bad actors to get a dirty bomb.
Actual terrorist groups, including neo-Nazi groups in the United States, are trying to obtain a dirty bomb to launch actual attacks.
In a statement to NBC News, the NRC says it is taking actions, including immediately communicating with the manufacturers of these radioactive sources and expediting a rule change to verify purchasing licenses. The NRC says the threat does not warrant an immediate change. The authors of the report disagree.
Stephanie Gosk reporting there. The popular theme park Sesame Place is facing allegations of racism over cell phone video that showed characters snubbing black children. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo is back with us now. He's been looking into this. Stephen?
Yeah, Aaron, this sparked a lot of outrage really quickly, especially because on this video we're talking about, you can see these young girls' faces just heartbroken over what seems like a snub from one of the characters. Now, even more videos are surfacing and people are demanding answers. Sesame Place under fire for viral videos showing multiple characters apparently ignoring black children in the theme park. One mother speaking out after she says her daughter and niece were snubbed because of the color of their skin.
I was sad, I was pissed, and immediately just go into defense mode, because the first thing as a parent is you want to defend your child and you want to protect their innocence.
She says the character engaged with white visitors before and after this moment that has taken off across social media. The girl's family and their attorney gathered outside of the Sesame Workshop in New York City, demanding accountability from the amusement park run by SeaWorld.
For little children, they should not have to experience such hurt and embarrassment from a character who's supposed to bring joy. Or who knows what trigger points this might have for them for the future.
Sesame Place originally issued a statement in response to the video saying that the performer portraying the Rosita character has confirmed that the no hand gesture seen several times in this video was not directed to any specific person. Rather, it was a response to multiple requests from someone in the crowd who asked Rosita to hold their child for a photo, which is not permitted. The Rosita performer did not intentionally ignore the girls and is devastated by the misunderstanding. One activist called the statement a slap in the face. After more backlash, the park released a new statement apologizing and adding, quote, "We know that it's not okay. We are taking actions to do better. We are committed to making this right. We will conduct training for our employees so they better understand, recognize, and deliver an inclusive, equitable, and entertaining experience to our guests."
Why do you need bias training if the acts were not intentional?
The Rosita costume is also seen in this video walking past a little girl with outstretched arms. The person who posted it saying, quote, Now, I'm not saying Rosita is racist, but whoever is under this/those masks sure is curving a bunch of brown kids. Also calling to, quote, investigate this pattern. We don't know what happened before or after this video was taken.
We've come to learn that what took place Saturday is not an anomaly. I know our black girls are magic, but I didn't know that they were invisible.
A number of other videos have been circulating online, including this one, which appears to show Bert softly slapping a 10-year-old black girl in the face. NBC Philadelphia reporting the girl's family says Sesame Place took a report and pledged an investigation would be completed, but they never heard back. We asked Sesame Place about this incident and the investigation, but have also not heard back.
So, Stephen, has a lawsuit been filed against the theme park at this point? What's the mother asking for here?
Well, there's been no lawsuit filed just yet, but these parents are not counting that out. Right now, they're asking for the performer to be fired. They're also asking for an apology. I spoke to legal experts about the possibility of a lawsuit, though, and they say proving discrimination requires evidence, and they say it's possible these videos could be just that. Aaron?
All right, a story to follow for sure. Stephen Roma with us today. Stephen, thank you. Burial at Arlington National Cemetery is a high honor for a veteran and often one of their last requests. Like many things, the pandemic stopped some of those burials from happening, and now some families are facing the pain of losing a loved one and the uncertainty of when they'll be able to lay them to rest. Here's CNBC correspondent Shamari Stone.
Stan Jasinski places his brother's ashes on his kitchen table, reflecting on his younger brother's life and legacy.
My brother was a patriot.
His brother was Sergeant Robert Jasinski. He served 9 years in the Marine Corps, working in communications in Okinawa, Japan, and finishing his service at Camp Lejeune in North Carolina.
My brother was proud to be a Marine. That was probably the highlight of his life.
5 months ago, COVID killed him. He was 60 years old and died with one last wish.
It was really important to him that he wanted to be interred in Arlington.
But Stan and his family, along with thousands more, are forced to wait for a long time.
I'm just disappointed that I was under the expectation that it would take, 3 to 4 months before he had interment at Arlington, but I'm surprised to learn it's going to take up to 18 months.
It's a shocking reality.
It's difficult to get the closure. He would pound his fist on the table and say, this is bull.
I can understand their frustration.
Arlington's internment director, Neil McIntyre, says he sympathizes with families.
But there are some complexities that are associated with scheduling a service.
According to McIntyre, on average, 245 World War II veterans die every day in the U.S. The current backlog at Arlington is more than 4,500 service members waiting for burial, and there are 25 to 30 burials a day.
During the heightened period of COVID-19, we received approximately 1,700 requests to postpone and reschedule services. At the point in time we are, there is going to be an excessive wait.
For many, it's not just an emotional burden, but a financial one as well. Because while they wait, the cost to preserve a body can be up to $200 per day.
I'm just hoping that they can address it and expedite things. I'm not looking to have my brother bumped up in priority in terms of burial. My brother wasn't a line jumper. He appreciated military protocol.
Sadly, there's no quick fix. Arlington is currently expanding to make room for more veterans in their final resting place. But the director of internment services says that it could take another year before they get back to their normal wait time for burials. Back to you.
An important warning for anybody who's doctor shopping right now, why those 5-star online reviews may not actually add up. Stay with us.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
An important heads up if you're in the market for a new doctor or a dentist. Those glowing 5-star reviews you may see online, well, they may be fake and paid for. Here's NBC News senior national correspondent Kate Snow.
Hey there. So look, we all rely on reviews on various websites when we're looking for a restaurant or maybe a plumber. But a lot of us also look for 5-star reviews before we pick a doctor or a dentist. And the truth is, there are people making money selling fake reviews for medical professionals. And trusting a fake review could be more than an annoyance. It could actually hurt you.
When we go looking for medical help, as many as 70% of us start with an online search, according to one recent survey. But beware, the 5-star rating you see may not be what it appears.
There are scores of Facebook groups that are just devoted to buying, selling, and trading fake online reviews.
Some people are trading positive reviews and other people are buying positive reviews?
Yes, there's an open marketplace.
Kay Dean is a former federal investigator who started digging into online review fraud after her own bad experience.
This is Fake Review Watch.
She created a YouTube channel to warn others.
The scope of the problem is massive.
Here's someone promising to pay $100 per review. Another offers 5-star reviews. To help us understand what a fake review of a medical professional looks like, Dean pointed us to this dentist. Dr. Mansour Zakour has hundreds of 5-star reviews on Yelp and comes up as one of the top dentists in the area, with pictures of A-listers like Miley Cyrus, The Weeknd, and Hailey Bieber on his Yelp page. But Yelp has pulled down some of his glowing reviews after concluding they were paid for. Dean found suspicious reviews that Yelp later took down, the exact same words written by people in different cities on different days.
The words are the same.
Right.
This is the place to go if you're looking to do a full smile makeover.
Copy-pasted fake reviews.
It's not just Yelp. On Dr. Zakour's Google reviews, we found this suspicious post.
This person says, she addressed my concerns. She did a good job talking about the doctor. The doctor's male.
Correct. That's a red flag, sure.
Dean also mapped out Facebook reviewers of Zakour's dental group on a spreadsheet.
8 of those Dr. Zakour patients also use the same Peruvian travel company.
And the same locksmith in England, same tire company in Virginia, and garage door company in Nevada.
What's the most logical explanation?
They are all fake.
This woman, who asked us not to show her face, says she went to Dr. Zakor because of the 5-star rating at the top of his page.
I started reading people's experiences, and they were so happy.
She told us she ended up cutting off her treatment plan early, disappointed by the results, and after a friend pointed her to a number of 1-star reviews, which she had to scroll down to the bottom of the Yelp page to find, under a section of reviews not recommended.
I started seeing a lot of very upset people with his services. That really made me worried.
Unlike the main Yelp page, that not recommended section lists 1-star reviews first. When this patient read those reviews, she got a completely different picture.
If I did know about that section, then I would have not gone and had this entire mess started.
She's on the hook for more than $8,000. People relying on Dr. Zakor's reviews likely have no idea that the California Dental Board is seeking disciplinary action against him, citing allegations of gross negligence, unprofessional conduct, and incompetence. Dr. Zakor did not respond to our request for comment. On his Yelp page, he once responded to a negative review saying, "We stand behind our work, and if patients are not happy with our work, we gladly redo them." How can you look out for fake reviews? Watch for identical reviews. Beware of a large number of 5-star reviews following a negative one. Look past the stars and skim the text to see if the details make sense for that business. Bottom line, if you're going to search for a doctor or dentist online, take some time. Your health could be at stake.
Yelp, Google, and Meta all say fake reviews are prohibited on their platforms. Last year, Yelp closed 85,000 user accounts due to potentially fraudulent or abusive behavior. As for those Facebook groups where you can sell and trade reviews, a Meta spokesperson told us they took down the groups that we asked them about, and that groups like that are not allowed. And remember that section of not recommended reviews that the patient wished that she had seen sooner? We asked Yelp why that exists. They say that section is for reviews that the algorithm determines are less reliable, unhelpful, or biased. Back to you.
Well, are you sleeping well these days? If you're not, you have a lot of company there. A new study out today finds that 70% of Americans are not getting good quality sleep. And it turns out quality may be more important than quantity. That's according to a new report published in the journal Frontiers in Sleep. I want to bring in Dr. Sophia Axelrod now. She's a research associate at Rockefeller University and co-founder of the sleep startup Solaria Systems. Dr. Axelrod, we appreciate you being here today. This study says that a majority of Americans are not getting what's called restorative sleep, and I feel like I know exactly what that is. But for folks who may not, explain what that is and how important it is.
So people have focused a lot on the hours that we spend in bed, but it turns out everybody has actually a different sleep need. And if you need more sleep than the 6 hours you sleep at night, you will not feel restored the next day. Or if you wake up in the middle of the night because you're anxious or have other issues, then you're not going to feel good the next day. So restorative sleep is really about filling that personal, individual sleep need that each of us has.
Yeah, I definitely understand that. When I sleep through the night, I feel so much better than if I've had 9 or 10 hours of sleep. If I've had just like a good 5 or 6 hours, that seems to work for me. I do want to ask you, though, for folks who are struggling with sleep, restorative sleep, what are some good tips for getting a good night's sleep?
So I always talk about the sleep triangle. And the sleep triangle has 3 corners. One is the sleep need that we just talked about. You need to figure out how much sleep you really need. And, some people need 9 hours, some people only need 5 hours, and that is genetic. So you can't really change that. The second part of it is circadian rhythms. So your body operates best when you do the same things at the same time every day. So you don't want to be varying your bedtime and your wake-up time. Also not on the weekend. That causes something called social jet lag. And thirdly is the psychology. As humans, we really need to think about, are we worry-free, are we anxiety-free, are we stress-free when we go to bed? Otherwise, it's very hard to fall asleep and stay asleep.
Dr. Sophia Axelrod, we appreciate you talking to us today and helping us understand how to get better sleep. Thank you. Now, we should note that this study was partially funded by a foundation linked to the sleep technology company Bright. Well, stay with us. An urgent warning before you head to the beach. What we know about the latest shark attack to happen this summer. That's next.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hand.
Well, the sweltering heat we're dealing with right now may have you thinking about taking a dip in the ocean. But before you do, be warned, there's been yet another shark attack. And yet again, it's happened off the coast of Long Island here in New York. Here's NBC News Chief Environmental Affairs correspondent Ann Thompson.
This is the only place to be when the weather's this hot, at the beach. But increasingly this summer, beachgoers are coming in contact with sharks. A New York teenager is on the mend this morning after encountering a shark in the waters off of New York's Fire Island. This as officials scour the shorelines for the predators in an effort to keep beachgoers safe. More shark sightings on the East Coast. A 7 to 8 foot shark washing up on Long Island, New York, washed back into the sea, police say, before they could secure it. And another shark bite off a different New York beach yesterday.
Marine 1, can you respond over to the beach to get everybody out of the water?
A 16-year-old surfer paddling in the water Wednesday near Fire Island was bitten on his right foot. The teen suffering a 4-inch gash, but able to escape under his own power. He was taken to a local hospital and is expected to make a full recovery. It comes amid a string of shark incidents this summer, including some bites on Long Island.
All of a sudden, I feel this sharp pain and pressure into my hand.
And other strange encounters. On Saturday, a Long Island beachgoer said she saw a fisherman accidentally catching sharks, the crowd getting them back in the ocean. And on Rockaway Beach in Queens this week, the Rockaway Times reporting a mom seeing this shark in the water during her son's surf lesson. New York's governor taking action this week.
We are going to be having more robust patrols on the shorelines.
And it's not just New York. As tourists flock to popular summer vacation spots, frightening encounters with these underwater predators are popping up along busy coastlines. experience.
We're out at Sawyer Key on a boat. My wife just got bit by a shark. Her leg is bad.
Lindsay Bruns is recovering after she was bitten while vacationing in the Florida Keys with her husband. And while shark encounters and sightings might seem to be on the uptick, experts stress that an improved ecosystem is a big reason why.
Because it's all the underlying things of food they eat and their habitat is the quality's gone up, which has made it better, much better for the sharks.
So if you're going to be at the beach in an effort to escape the heat, what can you do to keep yourself safe? Experts suggest these things. First of all, don't swim at dusk and dawn because that's when sharks tend to feed. 2, avoid murky waters. 3, if you're bleeding, do not go in the water because, yes, blood in the water could attract sharks. And 4th, do not swim near schools of fish, or if you're up at Cape Cod and the islands, don't swim near seals because that's what sharks are really after, not you.
Finally this hour, your NBC News Now quickcast. Let us bring you up to speed on our breaking news today. President Biden has tested positive for COVID-19. The president, who is 79 years old, shared this video earlier today. He says he is feeling okay and only experiencing mild symptoms. Biden is fully vaccinated and double boosted. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Thank you for making us a part of your day. Meet the Press Now is up next.
If it's Thursday, President Biden is in isolation after testing positive for COVID-19 as the administration faces yet another test amid a brutal stretch of challenges and setbacks. What we know about the president's diagnosis and where things go from here in just a moment. Plus, 187 minutes, former President Trump's actions and inactions during that more than 3-hour raid under scrutiny. What legal experts are watching for when the January 6th committee holds its most high-stakes public hearing yet in prime time. And later, Ukraine's First Lady speaks to NBC News in an exclusive interview as her husband leads her nation through war back home. Her message to America nearly 150 days since Russia invaded Ukraine. All ahead. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker. We begin with the very latest from the White House, where President Biden is now in isolation after testing positive for COVID. According to the White House's physician, the president, who is fully vaccinated and twice boosted, tested positive this morning as part of his routine screening process. He's been prescribed the COVID antiviral Paxlovid. In a video message released by the White House this afternoon, the president said he was experiencing only mild symptoms so far. Take a look.
But I'm doing well. I'm getting a lot of work done. I'm going to continue to get it done. And in the meantime, thanks for your concern and keep the faith. It's going to be okay.
The tweet came shortly before the White House's COVID response coordinator, Dr. Ashish Jha, spoke to reporters, saying he expected President Biden will continue to have mild illness and that the president should return to his normal schedule after 5 days of isolation if he tests negative. Dr. Jha was also asked about concerns due to the president's age.
He's 79 years old. What level of concerns does that add when someone like him tests positive?
Very simply, I would begin with what's his immune status and what are his access to treatments. And the bottom line is, given how much immunity he has from vaccines, given that he was started on treatments right away, like literally at symptoms this morning, got started on Paxlovid this morning, I think all of those things very dramatically reduce his risk of serious illness. And that's really the goal here, is to prevent serious illness, to keep that risk as low as possible. I think he's gotten that full set of protections.
A White House official telling NBC News the residence has been reduced to essential staff only while the president isolates there. Meanwhile, First Lady Jill Biden, who was in Detroit this morning, has tested negative but is considered a close contact. Her office says she is following CDC guidance with regards to masking and social distancing, but kept her schedule with events in Michigan and Georgia. And Vice President Harris, who was last with the president on Tuesday, tested negative as well this morning, according to her office. She also kept her schedule for today and told an audience in North Carolina the president was in good spirits and feeling well when she spoke with him this morning. Right now, the president's literal isolation in Washington is perhaps an apt metaphor for the political challenges facing him, as his diagnosis comes amid plummeting poll numbers and doubts from within his own party about his age, his viability, and his electability. It's also a reminder, folks, that more than a year and a half into his presidency, the pandemic remains ever present in our daily lives. That is for sure. Joining me now is NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli and Dr. William Schaffner, a CDC advisor and a professor of preventive medicine and infectious diseases at Vanderbilt University Medical Center. Thanks so much to both of you for being here. Mike, I have to start with you. Bring us up to speed here. What is the latest on the president's diagnosis? And of course, we all watched that White House briefing. What were your key takeaways?
Well, Kristen, the word from across the White House is that the president is doing well and that the White House itself is proceeding, as Dr. Jha put it, the president is working comfortably, not necessarily resting comfortably. This is a moment White House officials have stressed they've been prepared for. As soon as the president was tested today, receiving that initial positive test, it was confirmed with a PCR test, and then they set into motion a plan that had been in the works for quite some time, starting with a steady stream of public information that they wanted to emphasize transparency. We heard from the First Lady very soon after we first learned of the president's diagnosis. We heard from the vice president later in the day, and then we saw Dr. Jha at the podium joining Karine Jean-Pierre after we received a detailed statement from Dr. Kevin O'Connor. Now, of course, the president's symptoms are going to be closely tracked, as you would expect, but the White House using this as something of a teachable moment, reminding the country that yes, we are at a very different place now than we were when the last president, President Trump, tested positive for COVID, a time before vaccines and before the kind of treatments the president himself is receiving right now. Now, Kristen, it's worth underscoring, though, yesterday marked the exact 1.5-year mark of the Biden administration, and so much of late, this administration has felt like it is just under siege, under the weight of a number of economic challenges, global crises, and infighting even among the Democratic Party. And this couldn't have come at a worse time because they were just at the point where they felt like they were going to begin fighting back. The president yesterday, in fact, on the road, part of a more robust travel schedule. He was supposed to be on the road today in Pennsylvania doing fundraising events as well as a public event on his gun safety law that he just signed into law. Next week, he was scheduled to hold his first event for a political event for the midterm elections. And so in that respect, the timing really biting the White House here at an unfortunate time.
Oh, that is so right, Mike, and I'm so glad that you raise that point. I want to ask you about some of what wasn't answered in the briefing and the tone of it. At some moments, it seemed almost as though the press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, was a little bit defensive, asked about how many close contacts the president may have had, asked about whether he came into contact with anyone who's tested positive in recent days, and then notably was asked where the president got it from, and she responded by saying that doesn't matter. What matters is that he's recovering, his symptoms are mild. Talk a little bit about what remains to be learned in this. And Mike, obviously you and I have our work cut out for us covering this president in the next several days as he recovers.
It's not been a dull moment in that year and a half of this administration so far, Kristen. Yes, I think you're right. It was really interesting because this was probably for most Americans the first time they see Karine Jean-Pierre at the podium as the press secretary. She has not had, in the 2 months she's been in office, a moment like this where the broadcast networks, including cable networks as well, were showing that briefing. And there was a bit of defensiveness at times. Dr. Jha had to come in at points to sort of clarify elements of the timeline, for instance. of when the president began feeling symptoms that were notable. I think the biggest question is about where the president may have been contracted this virus, of course, coming so soon after he returned from a high-stakes Middle East trip, but also who else now may be close contacts of the president and where this cases might be spreading within the White House and elsewhere, given how many people were traveling with him just yesterday, Kristen.
All right. Well, great reporting as always. Mike Memley, good to see you. Dr. Schaffner, I want to turn to you now. Talk about the prognosis for someone the president's age with his medical history. Of course, the White House stressed. He is vaccinated. He is twice boosted. They use this moment to reiterate and underscore how important it is that you get vaccinated. But what are the concerns here, assuming this may be the BA.5 variant?
Well, Kristen, obviously there are concerns because the president is 79 years old, but he's an otherwise healthy 79-year-old. And we would anticipate that the prognosis would be excellent. As you say, he has been vaccinated and twice boosted, and the last booster was just fairly recently. So his immune system should be well stimulated. And in addition, very promptly, he received, once the diagnosis was made, Paxlovid. This is, of course, the antiviral medication. It begins to fight the virus right away. The immunity from the vaccine plus Paxlovid, they are both combining to help keep him out of the hospital. That's what they're designed to do, to keep this a, relatively speaking, minor illness. Not that any illness to a president is truly minor, but in that context, he now has a runny nose, he has an occasional hacking cough, and he has some fatigue. These are very common symptoms as this new variant, likely BA.5, spreads. It can infect people who are previously vaccinated and people who've had previous COVID, but it generally produces, relatively speaking, mild disease. So fingers crossed, but all things should go rather well.
Yeah, Democrats and Republicans and everyone else keeping their fingers crossed that he has a very speedy recovery. Dr. Schaffner, let me ask you about Paxlovid, the antiviral. You heard Dr. Jha get questions about the possibility of a rebound. He said, look, that only happens in a very small percentage of the cases. I believe he said about 5%. But what are the concerns around someone having a rebound, particularly someone who's 79 years old?
Well, what happens, and it happened to Dr. Tony Fauci just a couple of weeks ago, is that the Paxlovid interferes with the multiplication of the virus, suppresses the virus, and then after the 5-day course of therapy, some of those viruses are still hanging around, and they wake up again, and they can produce some symptoms. These are usually brief, really quite self-limited, and most people go on and get rid of those symptoms fairly promptly. So it's not a matter of concern so much as a matter of interest.
Does the president have any increased risk, very quickly, Dr. Schaffner, for long COVID?
Well, long COVID can follow any COVID infection, but we hope that, you know, the incidence is very low, and it occurs more frequently among younger people than older persons. So once again, fingers crossed, everything going well.
Yes, indeed. Dr. Schaffner, thank you so much for your great information. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Joining me now, our panel, Liz Smith, Democratic strategist and also author of the new book, Any Given Tuesday, and former Florida Congressman and an NBC political analyst, Carlos Curbelo. Thanks to both of you for being here. Really appreciate it. Liz, let me start with you. What did you make of the White House briefing? The White House clearly trying to stress the point, look, the president has a very mild form of this right now, some coughing, sniffles, and also trying to use it as a teachable moment. Is this the right messaging?
Yeah, it is absolutely the right messaging, and it's the opposite, frankly, of the messaging that we heard out of the Trump administration when President Trump got COVID. So look, We all know that COVID is here to stay, unfortunately, and that it's important for us to all be vigilant, to continue to get boosters, but to realize that, you know, even for the president, who is 78 years old, that it is just causing a minor cold. So I thought that, I know Karine was pressed, I know Karine very well, but I think that she handled it well, and that the White House messaging on this has been spot on.
But Liz, let me ask you a little bit about that, because they did come to the podium. They got a number of questions. Where did the president get this? How many close contacts has he had? Those are among the questions that we still don't have answers to. Now, obviously, we are just hours into President Biden testing positive for COVID. But were you concerned by the lack of answers on some of those key questions?
No, frankly, I'm concerned by the focus on those questions, because who cares? You know, they'll figure this out. But I don't know about you. I've had COVID. Most of my friends have had COVID. It's hard to figure out right away who your close contacts are. All that matters is that the president has COVID. He's been open about it. He's been open about how he's treating it, and he's encouraging the American people to learn from it.
Carlos, jump in here, and if you could specifically respond to the points that Liz is making here, but also to her initial comment about, look, they are aiming to have more transparency than the Trump administration. At least at the outset, they have said that is their goal.
Well, Kristen, I think pretty much every administration has been more transparent than the Trump administration. But look, I think it's important for the White House to understand that even though we are still in the middle of this pandemic, most of the country has moved past this pandemic. You look at the polling, I mean, this is not what people care about. So I think the best thing they can do is, if the president feels good after a few days, I guess 5 days is what's recommended now, he should get out there, get back to work, start traveling, and show the American people that they don't have to live under this COVID cloud anymore, that companies can continue bringing back their employees to the office and help reignite some of these downtown communities that have been run down by this pandemic. That's really what this White House needs if they want to get out of this political rut, which I think really started because people got so frustrated that the pandemic has been so persistent, and that some governments, not anymore, but some state and local governments were also persistent about keeping people away from offices and all these mandates. I mean, people have moved past that, and I think it's important for this White House to show that they can move the president quickly past this infection as long as he feels good and is healthy.
And let me just say,
Liz, your take on that, and go for it. Go for it.
Yeah, no, I was about to say, I completely agree with that message. And it would be great to see the president out there in the coming days to show that, you know, it isn't the end of the world, and that we cannot live in perma fear of COVID. And from all indications, we've heard that he does plan to have an active schedule where, of course, he's not going to be surrounded by throngs of people, but he's going to be doing that. And it is an important message to send, especially because we do know politically that one of the reasons why his numbers have been hurting is that people are still feeling the pain of the pandemic.
Well, and just big picture for both of you, and Carlos, I'll start with you and then go to you, Liz. I mean, how would you assess the White House's handling of COVID? Here we are. We have a new variant. Cases are on the rise again. I hear what you're saying, Carlos. People are ready to move on. In fact, a number of people are moving on, doing exactly that. Does the White House messaging today, get vaccinated, get boosted, get double boosted, if you are eligible for that, does that resonate with people, or are they tuning this out to some extent?
Kristen, those messages are important, but I think the White House has to be aware of how the Democratic Party has been perceived during this pandemic. Democrats have been associated, whether fairly or not, and in some cases it has been fair, with school closures, with shutdowns, with mandates, with warnings, while some Republicans, and in some cases they've been irresponsible, and in some cases they did it too early. But, you know, they have talked about reopening and keeping schools open. And so that's the political reality. And that's one of the reasons why the president's numbers are so low. And by the way, one of the reasons why we have inflation. We have production issues, supply line issues. Why? Because a lot of people aren't going to work. You know, all of this has had an impact. And unfortunately for Democrats, they're associated with a lot of the negative aspects of the pandemic. And this is an opportunity for the White House to say, look, because of the work we've done, no one should live in fear anymore. If you get infected, it's okay. 5 days later, you'd be perfectly fine living your life normally. You don't have to wear a mask. Your kids don't have to wear a mask. Move on. That is the most powerful message this White House could send right now.
And Carlos, it seems like that's exactly the message the White House is trying to make. Liz, talk broadly about the politics, because Carlos delved into it. The fact that Democrats have gotten painted with this brush, as he says, school closures, etc. This was a moment when President Biden was trying to ramp up his travel, when he was trying to be more engaged heading into the midterms, when he was trying to really tout what he sees as some of his key accomplishments. Today, he was supposed to be in Pennsylvania talking about the bipartisan gun legislation that was passed. Could this have come at a worse time for President Biden?
Well, look, nobody expects a Spanish Inquisition, and nobody expects when they're going to get COVID. It happened. He's going to be off the campaign trail for a few days. I don't think that this is going to have any long-term effects on his political standing. But I am in complete agreement with Carlos that it is important that the White House signal that the days of school closures, the days of mask mandates are long past us. There is absolutely no question that Democrats have paid a political price for school closures. We certainly saw that in the Virginia gubernatorial election. Now, the governors who did these things, they didn't have all the facts at their disposal. No one had dealt with a global pandemic like this at the time, but they did unfairly or not, get blamed with it. And we need to move past that and show that the president is leading us forward away from those policies and encouraging people to take steps to get vaccines, to avoid crowded places if they are, compromised, so that they, themselves don't contract COVID.
All right. Well, this was just a great conversation and a great way to really talk about the politics at the backdrop of all of this. It's also one of those moments when Democrats and Republicans are speaking out, saying that they are sending good wishes to the president, hoping for his very speedy recovery. Liz and Carlos, thanks so much to both of you. Coming up, tonight's primetime hearing, the January 6th committee set to detail minute by minute more than 3 hours of the former president's inaction amid chaos at the Capitol. What to watch for and why it matters both legally and politically, that's next. Plus, could Donald Trump himself or Vice President Pence be asked to testify? What one January 6th committee member told NBC News about that, and the work still ahead for the committee. You're watching Meet the Press Now. We're back after a quick break. Stay with us.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever, Fridays at 10/9 Central. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles
Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Welcome back. Turning to the other major story today, the final scheduled hearing for now from the January 6th Select Committee tonight in prime time. The focus, the 187 minutes between the time President Trump delivered his speech at the Ellipse, encouraging his supporters, some of them armed, to march to the Capitol, to when he finally put out a video asking rioters to leave. In a video released by committee member Adam Kinzinger this morning, we heard members of Trump's inner circle saying in various depositions the president spent that time watching television. NBC's Ali Vitale talked exclusively to committee member Elaine Loria, who said tonight's hearing will paint a picture of inaction from the former president.
You know, he was seeing the violence. He learned of it right when he got back to the White House. And, you know, if you were president, wouldn't you just jump into action? Wouldn't you call everyone in your administration, your cabinet, who could, you know, come in and help quell this and monitor the situation carefully? He really sat in relative isolation and didn't take action, even at very strong urging of the people around him.
It all comes as sources tell NBC News the Department of Homeland Security Inspector General has launched a criminal investigation into the circumstances surrounding the destruction of Secret Service text messages that may have been relevant to the January 6th investigation. Joining me now to break down all of this and to preview tonight is NBC's Ali Vitale on Capitol Hill. Ali, great to see you. You've been doing some really great reporting on all of this. And as we've been saying, tonight's focus, those 187 minutes, what the former president did or did not do. What are you going to be watching for? What can we expect?
Yeah, Christian, I've had really great reporting partners over the course of these hearings, you included, of being able to tease out some of the things that are finally going to come to a head tonight in these hearings, which really are the culmination of the last 7 hearings. All of these disparate threads of pressuring the vice president, pressuring at the state level, pressuring inside the Department of Justice, all culminating now on January 6th. And Congresswoman Luria previewed this. They are going to not just show that the former president was sitting in the dining room watching television, but they are going to show, in part, clips from Fox News, things that the former president may have actually been watching himself. And you and I know that every single network that day was tuned in and showing all of the chaos, all of the violence that was happening here on Capitol Hill, further illuminating the fact that the former president was watching it all unfold and doing nothing. In fact, in the words of Congressman Kinzinger, Trump was sitting there watching gleefully. But it's not just that he was watching gleefully that the committee is going to try to show here. The words that I've heard over and over again from members of this committee are dereliction of duty. Now, there are moral and legal implications to that. And on the legal front, you and I have been teasing out what the former top White House counsel, Pat Cipollone, might say. The idea that while he's been reticent to talk about his direct conversations with Trump, he has not been shy in sharing his opinions of things that were going on in that White House. And we know from other witnesses that he had deep concerns both about the president's desire to go to the Hill that day, but also the idea that the president wasn't doing enough, and he was sharing that with other senior members of the White House. That's going to be one of the legal things that they may try to show, that Trump knew there were legal concerns around his inaction, but then also the moral ones. The fact that the Capitol of the United States, just a few blocks away from where the president was sitting, was under attack, people holding Trump flags, Trump signs, and he was still doing nothing over the course of 3 hours to quell it.
Yeah, it promises to be incredibly emotional and dramatic, according to committee members. And I know you spoke to one of them, Elaine Loria. She is going to be one of the committee members leading tonight's proceedings. And I know you spoke with her about what happens next. This investigation is still going on, right?
Yeah, it's still going on. I think the words that she used to me is we still have a lot left to do. That doesn't sound like a committee that is in its final phases of hearings. We know that they had an arc laid out for these hearings at the very beginning. They frankly stuck to it pretty well, except for that one emergency session with Cassidy Hutchinson. But now they're at the end of their timeline. They will show us what happened on January 6th. And now it's a question of what more they get. There's the potential, for example, that when they release their final report, they're going to do a hearing around that. There could be a pre-final report. They could do it in stages. That's something that the chairman of the committee said they are now actively talking about and maybe have even decided on. But there's also a world in which, Kristen, this could go straight through next January. And I say January because it depends what happens in November. If Republicans retake the chamber, this committee doesn't exist anymore. They could very much run right through the tape if they have the information that warrants that.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And they're signaling that that is a real possibility. Allie, one of the people who I anticipate we're going to hear a lot about tonight is Mark Meadows. We know that he was one of the very few people who was speaking to former President Trump on that day. I was texting with him, asking if the president was going to come out and make remarks. And I know that our Hill team caught up with him. I want to play a part of that and then get your reaction on the other side.
Do you have any response to Cassidy Hutchinson? Have you spoken to Cassidy Hutchinson before or after her testimony?
As I said, I don't comment on anything on January 6th, guys. I appreciate the job you're doing.
Mr. Meadows, we've seen the behind-the-scenes footage. We've seen your texts in real time. Is there anything you want to say about those 187 minutes and that day?
Obviously, I'm not commenting on anything on January 6th.
Yeah, extraordinary work there, I believe, by our Haley Talbot, pressing Mark Meadows. We know the committee wants to hear from Mark Meadows. He is not sitting down and talking with them, right, Allie?
Not talking to them or our colleagues, apparently, though I will say it's a sharp contrast for anyone who's covered Mark Meadows, both during his time in the White House and up here on Capitol Hill. This is a man who, when the former president had COVID, he was talking to reporters off the record but on camera outside of Walter Reed. I mean, he's someone who was always media savvy, if not media friendly. So the fact that he would hear all of those questions and only give one answer to say no comment feels like a departure, but it also speaks to the climate here, the fact that he does not want to be talking about January 6th.
I think you're absolutely right. And yet I think there will be a number of mentions of him tonight. Ali Vitale, thank you so much. I know we're all gearing up for a late one. Appreciate it. Coming up next, crime and consequences, what legal experts are watching for in tonight's primetime January 6th hearing as the committee lays out what exactly the president did and did not do during the insurrection. You're watching Meet the Press now.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
Harry Styles!
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Harry Styles!
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
And the tweet said something to the effect that Mike Pence, the vice president, didn't have the courage to do what should have been done. I read that tweet and made a decision at that moment to resign. That's where I knew that I was leaving that day once I read that tweet.
Welcome back. That was former President Trump's former Deputy National Security Advisor Matthew Pottinger testifying in a taped deposition about his breaking point on January 6th that led him to resign. As we've said, Pottinger is slated to be one of the live witnesses at tonight's primetime January 6th committee hearing. Pottinger, along with former White House Deputy Press Secretary Sarah Matthews, could also be one of the last witnesses the American public hears from before the committee begins writing its report and makes any potential criminal referrals to the Department of Justice. Joining me now to break down all of the potential legal implications of tonight's hearing, I'm joined by two of our NBC News legal analysts, defense attorney Danny Savalos and former senior FBI and former U.S. attorney Chuck Rosenberg. Thanks so much to both of you for being here. Really appreciate it. So I just want to set the table here with both of you. We're going to hear from Matt Pottinger. We're going to hear from Sarah Matthews. We know we're going to hear more taped testimony from Pat Cipollone, who I am told we will hear him press Mark Meadows and others, basically making the case the president needs to do more in these critical moments as they watch that attack unfold. So, Chuck, let me start with you. What will you be watching for tonight?
Yeah, I'm curious about what the president didn't do for 187 minutes. I mean, we know that he tweeted occasionally. We know that he watched television. And we understand that he occasionally throws his Big Mac and fries against the wall. But what were people saying to him? And what was he saying back to them? And why didn't he step up to the moment? Very generally, Kristen, dereliction of duty is not a crime. There are exceptions. There's an exception in the Uniform Code of Military Justice. I can think of an exception or two in the Federal Criminal Code. But dereliction of duty, as Ali said just a few minutes ago, tends to be a moral failing and not a violation of the criminal law. But who was with him? What did they say to him? What did he say in return? What does the timeline or the TikTok look like of those 187 minutes?
Danny, Chuck makes an important point about what dereliction of duty means and what it does not mean. And tonight, the committee is trying to lay out the case that there was a dereliction of duty based on all of our reporting. What specifically will you be watching for as it relates to that case that they're building, potentially of a moral failing of this president?
The same thing Chuck is looking for and everybody else is looking for. What was President Trump doing for those 187 minutes? When the smoke clears after tonight, the answer may be, well, pretty much what we already knew he was doing, because maybe there just isn't a lot of information out there about what happened in that private dining room. Or maybe there is a lot of information, more people telling him that he should act. But at the end of the day, that may not be enough because, as Chuck already pointed out, this is a situation where he doesn't have a duty. Even if you look at him as a law enforcement, the chief law enforcement officer for the District of Columbia, which in a way, under the unitary theory, probably you could say that he is. But even if he was, we don't hold law enforcement responsible for failing to act. It's only when they act in a grossly negligent manner then we consider them liable. But if there is no affirmative duty to always prevent crime, then we can't hold the president to that same standard, absent some information that he somehow encouraged it. If that emerges, then it crosses the line from mere inaction to doing something affirmative to further this attack.
Well, you lead me to my next question for both of you. I've spoken to both of you as we've watched all of these hearings. This will be the 8th one about connecting the dots to former President Trump legally. That smoking gun that would say he crossed from a moral dereliction of duty to actually engaging in something that was illegal. Chuck, what would you need to see? What would you need to hear to say, aha, that is a smoking gun in a legal argument?
Well, as a former federal prosecutor, I haven't seen a smoking gun yet. By the way, we almost never see smoking guns. You find those in movies and on television, Kristen, but typically not in real life. What you do in real life, as you said, is take little bits of information. I don't really use the connect the dots analogy, but you take bits of information, direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, things that people around the president have heard and will tell you, and you see whether or not, in Danny's words, and he's exactly right, it crosses the line. Remember, the committee doesn't have to prove anything to anyone, and they don't have the authority to charge anybody with anything. But a federal prosecutor would have to prove the case unanimously and by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And a lot of that would hinge on proving intent. So what the president knew and what the president said becomes absolutely crucial. Smoking guns are on television, Kristen. They're not often found in real life, occasionally so. I wish I had more of them when I was a prosecutor, but I'm looking for those bits and pieces that you can assemble together to paint a more fulsome portrait of what the president understood, what he wanted, and what he did.
Let me shift now to these missing text messages. We learned just today from our Julia Ainsley, the DHS Inspector General is now opening a criminal investigation into the deleted Secret Service text messages. Secret Service apparently got 3 different warnings to save their data. Secret Service says there was nothing malicious here. This was a part of a data overhaul that happens regularly with some consistency. But Danny, talk to me about this. How big of a deal is this?
It is a big deal, but I have to tell you, in your run-of-the-mill investigations, I can't tell you how often there was no videotape in the camera or it was deleting itself every 30 minutes. I mean, going to try and get evidence that should be there digitally and for whatever reason isn't happens a lot more often than you might think. So this might just be a case of galactic incompetence, but not rising to the level of criminality. But I'm not saying that there isn't necessarily something wrong there. But the challenge is that a lot of times the things we set up to search for digital evidence fail us anyway. And this may be just another example of that.
Chuck, we have less than a minute, but quickly, how does an investigation like this work?
Well, first of all, Danny's right. You often don't have the evidence you hope to have. Second, Kristen, if you and I were texting with one another and somebody wanted to see it and it had been deleted, there's a bunch of ways you might be able to recover it. But remember this, you also would have the 2 of us as witnesses. So to Danny's point, you don't always get the evidence you hope to find, but there are other ways by asking people questions you can determine what happened.
All right. Great conversation. Danny Cevallos, Chuck Rosenberg. Thank you so much. I know you'll be up late watching with all of us. Coming up next, how one Republican candidate went from local news anchor to election denier and what it tells us about the fight for the future of the party. That story after a very quick break. You're watching Meet the Press Now. Stay with us.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye. This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it. Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
Welcome back. As much of the Republican Party has been dramatically remade in former President Trump's image, so have some Republican candidates in recent elections. We've seen a number of candidates undergo political 180s, from moderate to MAGA. Among the most high-profile, Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, elected as a moderate. She then became one of the former president's most fervent defenders in his first impeachment trial. She didn't just win re-election, she became the number 3 Republican in the House. And on the campaign trail in this year's Pennsylvania Senate race, Dr. Mehmet Oz's political revolution was a point of contention in his primary as his Republican rivals questioned his MAGA bona fides, even after he won the endorsement of Mr. Trump himself. And now the Republican primary for Arizona governor. Another Trump endorsee is in the spotlight for her political evolution, from a mainstream figure to a MAGA conservative. NBC's Vaughn Hilliard joins me with his reporting on Kari Lake's evolution. So, Vaughn, break it all down. What can you tell us about this?
Well, Kristen, you just named off a few of these candidates, of these political figures who have become defining ones in this Republican Party. But so often the question that not only do we talk about, but also voters, when they're even trying to judge the authenticity of these individuals, is this an act, or have they really evolved in this transformative, radical ways? Take a look at Kari Lake's journey.
You're watching the best.
We begin with the Fox 10 News Alert.
Kari Lake used to be known in Arizona as a charismatic newscaster.
He's a lion. Hear him roar.
A staple on Phoenix TVs for more than 2 decades. But then...
I'm Kari Lake, and I'm running for governor.
It seemingly all changed.
These media giants...
Last summer, she separated from the TV station to run for office.
The media isn't just corrupt. They are anti-American.
She is now one of Trump's closest allies.
Kari Lake, I'll tell you, she is incredible.
And promoters of 2020 election conspiracy theories.
Anybody who was involved in that corrupt, shady, shoddy election of 2020, lock them up.
It's kind of difficult to understand that it's her, the same person that was the person that I knew before she became a candidate.
Former Governor Jan Brewer, a staunch conservative herself, now puzzled by Lake.
But she never seemed an extremist, like what we're seeing now is when she's running for office for the governor.
Brewer now endorsing Lake's GOP primary opponent, as is current Governor Doug Ducey and former Vice President Mike Pence.
I do more than talk for a living.
I think that if Kari Lake continues down the path that she's going, if she should win the primary going into a general, she'll never be able to win the general, and therefore we will lose the election to a Democrat, to a liberal Democrat. It's as simple as that.
We spoke with 12 of Lake's one-time close friends and colleagues. They asked for anonymity, several of them saying they feared being targeted, but each of them said her transformation was gradual.
I'm Kari Lake with a look at your...
In 2015, several of her friends we spoke to say she found Trump to be funny and defended his crassness. She began spreading internet conspiracy theories.
You can take the hydroxychloroquine as a preventative.
And then she refused to acknowledge Biden as the winner of the 2020 election. One thing that hasn't changed, according to Lake's former colleagues, her stubborn, combative style.
You were her HR manager.
Yes.
How was she to work with when there was tension?
She wouldn't work with you. She would leave. Kari wants what Kari wants. That's what she wants.
Barbara Seville, Arizona's most prominent drag queen, befriended Lake about 20 years ago.
I was kind of starstruck when I saw her the first time. I was like, oh my God, there's Kari. And we became friends.
But last month, during Pride Month, Lake tweeted, "They kicked God out of schools and welcomed the drag queens. They took down our flag and replaced it with the rainbow."
I'm a friend of yours for 20 years, and I'm disposable now.
Could I ask you one question here?
Lake declined requests for an interview. When we caught up with her, she said that she had no interest in talking.
How has Kari Lake evolved here? What would you tell those people who were close to you in their life that are wondering who that Kari Lake is now? You were friends with these people, and they say they don't recognize the person you've become.
I'm friends with a lot of people in the media. I've worked in the media for 30 years, and I'm sorry if they can't handle somebody being conservative. Thank you very much.
Now that's where this August 2nd primary, just a week and a half from now, is so intriguing, because it'll give us a better understanding of where this electorate is and whether Republican voters en masse have shifted and evolved to this election denialism that Kari Lake, a part of the party that she is now a part of here. Kari Lake is going up against Karen Taylor Robson, who is also a new name to politics. And in fact, tomorrow, Donald Trump is going to be holding a rally with Kari Lake, while current Governor Doug Ducey, as well as former Vice President Mike Pence, Kristen, they're going to be holding campaign events with Karen Taylor Robson, Kari Lake's opponent here. And that is where, when you're talking about humans who are in such elevated positions like this here, there's a lot of layers to it. But ultimately, that question that still is on the forefront of folks' minds is this the real Kari Lake? And just exactly how did she evolve like this?
So much that's fascinating about it, this proxy battle between former President Trump, former Vice President Mike Pence. And you did an extraordinary job, Vaughn, laying out her evolution, and you got her to talk in the end. Way to go, Vaughn. Thank you for that.
Thanks, Kristen. And
still to come, we are going to hear from Ukraine's First Lady, who sat down with NBC News, her message to Congress and America as Ukraine enters its 5th month of war next. You're watching Meet the Press now. You don't want to miss this.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
Welcome back. Ukraine's First Lady Olena Zelenska delivered powerful remarks to members of Congress yesterday, making a personal appeal for more weapons and more air defense systems to protect families in Ukraine and to push back against Russia's assault. Her first visit to D.C., where she met with the Bidens as well as other administration officials, comes as we approach the 5-month mark since Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine began. While Russian forces were able to claim control over Ukraine's Luhansk region earlier this month, the battle for Donetsk still continues. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Mark Milley, said yesterday it's not lost yet, and Ukrainians are making the Russians pay for every inch of territory that they gain. My colleague NBC's Peter Alexander spoke with the First Lady yesterday. Peter, what more did she share with you?
Hi, Kristen. Good afternoon to you. This was a powerful and really a personal conversation punctuating First Lady Olena Zelenska's visit here to the U.S., her first trip outside Ukraine since the war there began. And we spoke immediately after she addressed members of Congress, receiving a bipartisan standing ovation after sharing moving images of Ukrainian children and adults who have been killed or severely wounded by Russia's relentless assault. I began by asking her why it was so important to speak to those lawmakers in person.
Саме час. It is the right time to get the attention not only of the U.S. politicians, but also the people of the United States of America to what is going on in Ukraine, and to keep the attention of American people.
5 months into this war, do you worry that the world is moving on beyond the war in Ukraine?
We feel the support from the entire world, and I feel that the entire world is supporting us, but it is very important for us that this support doesn't vanish, that you do not lose the drive, that support stays strong, and the speed with which you support us also increases, because every day brings new victims.
Those victims include a young girl whose mother captured her daughter's last moments before the deadly missile strike. First Lady Olena Zelenska shared that she knew that 4-year-old. You shared the story of a young 4-year-old girl with Down syndrome named Lisa. You met her as part of a Christmas video that you were recording. She was known as Sunny Flower to her family. What made her so special?
There were various children, and altogether 10. We decorated balloons to put them on the Christmas tree at the office of the president. And it was a very warm evening, wonderful atmosphere. And as I said, 10 children altogether. So Lisa was the fastest child among all. She was running all over. So she was putting paint on me, on herself, on cameraman. And when I saw the news, we were all shocked when I learned what happened. I couldn't even realize that it was her. I simply saw the stroller, that was on the street. But then in the evening, when I realized that it was Lisa, it became a personal strategy. And you know what absolutely hurt my heart is that the Russian propagandists, they haven't said a single word of excuse, no word of sorrow. We will never forgive them for all these crimes that they commit against our children.
The First Lady says she fears for all of Ukraine's children, including her own, 18-year-old daughter Alexandra and 9-year-old son Kirilo. You're a First Lady, you're a daughter, you're a mom. What has been the hardest part of this war for you personally?
Well, what I feel is that my children are in danger, and of course I'm quite concerned about it. Believe me, all our children are in danger nowadays, but as a mother, of course I'm very much concerned about my children. I'm also concerned that my children live away from their father, and because they cannot feel support of their father, that also is stressful for them. You know that no one in Ukraine lives a normal life today, no one is safe. So we're all concerned about Ukrainian children, about Ukrainian people. Their pain is my pain, and This is another demonstration that we need to finish this war as soon as possible.
She's learned to cope with the danger her husband, President Zelensky, now faces at all times.
When you think about your family's safety, you must always worry about your husband's safety. Do you worry about him each day? No.
No.
Why not?
You know, I try not to think about it. I know that he will be safe. I'm confident that he will be safe, and he must stay strong because he inspires so many people, and he encourages the entire world. So I don't want to think about security measures. I don't want to think that one day he may be in danger, because if you start thinking about it and focus on these issues, you get very scared. And I want us to be in peace and security, and that is why I keep those thoughts away from myself.
Your husband, once a comedian, is now celebrated as one of the most courageous, one of the most brave leaders in the world. Where does he find that strength?
You know, he had always been like that. So when the entire world got surprised by his sudden courage, I was not surprised because I knew that he had always been this way. Just that obstacle that allowed him to reveal his true colors.
В тому, що це наша земля, наша країна.
There are some people who say the only way to end this war will be to do the one thing that your husband, the president, has said he will never do, which is to turn over some land to the Russians. Do you envision that ever happening?
I don't think this is an option, and I also believe that every Ukrainian will disagree with this proposal. You know, I give a very simple example, but the simplicity of this example can explain to people why we believe this way. Imagine there is a thief or a criminal who goes into your house, starts destroying it, killing your relatives, terrorizes your family, you live in constant state of fear, and then someone comes up with a proposal and says, oh, just give this man a living room and move to a bedroom. You have lots of space. Just live with the thief peacefully in your house. You understand that that is not a way out because the criminal will continue terrorizing you, will continue killing your family. So we believe that we should never agree to that. There might be other ways out, but certainly not this one.
Ms. Zelenska also shared with me a way that Americans can better understand what it's like to live in Ukraine right now, detailing a free app that you can download. It's called Air Alarm Ukraine, that goes off whenever her country is under attack. That siren sound, a constant reminder of the unrelenting assault on her homeland. Really just a poignant conversation. And when you speak to her, Kristen, you can see in her eyes the constant concern for the Ukrainian people.
Yeah, and you could just feel it listening to your extraordinary interview with her. Really, really great work, Peter. Congratulations on that. Thank you for that, Peter, and thank you for being with us this hour. Chuck will be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with my friend Hallie Jackson right now.
We're coming on the air with President Biden isolating and in quarantine as we speak. And you probably know why right now, right? Because he's showing symptoms after a positive COVID test. Huge news today. News that has rocketed around the world. The president says he's doing well. His top COVID coordinator is actually saying that this is evidence that vaccines work because the president is not super sick. It's a big test of how transparent this White House is going to be. So up ahead, we'll get to all those medical questions about what happens from here. Plus, another huge headline tonight. We're looking ahead to this primetime January 6th hearing, just a matter of hours from now. That's going to give us the play-by-play of what happened during the Capitol attack and what exactly former President Trump was doing, or maybe more importantly, what he was not doing. We'll talk about who we're going to hear from, what committee members are exclusively telling NBC News, and this breaking news update we're just getting into us on a criminal investigation now, a criminal investigation on those missing Secret Service texts. Plus, why an award at the ESPYs for skiing superstar Eileen Gu is making some folks online pretty mad. And we're taking you to band camp in tonight's original. Not the one from American Pie, but a place where kids in Texas can read banned books this summer. That's coming up later on. Plus, cosplayers rejoice. After 2 years, Comic-Con is finally back, although it's not quite the same. Why the only mask you're going to be allowed to wear is for COVID. Later in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and here we are, right? More than 2 years into the pandemic, and a moment now the White House and the country has been bracing for ever since Inauguration Day. President Biden testing positive for COVID today. You know, during this whole pandemic, we've heard the White House talk about transparency and how transparent they want to be. And today, the president's posting a video on Twitter. He's saying basically he's okay.
I'm doing well. I'm getting a lot of work done. I'm going to continue to get it done. And in the meantime, thanks for your concern and keep the faith. It's going to be okay. By
the way, if you're looking at that, wondering, wait, who shot that video? Somebody wearing an N95 mask, according to the White House. This afternoon, the guy on the right side of your screen, the White House COVID response coordinator, Dr. Ashish Jha, says because the president is double vaxxed and he's double boosted, it should be a reminder that this administration's COVID strategy of vaccines and boosters is working.
And it's a reminder of the reason that we all work so hard to make sure that every American has the same level of protection that the president has, that every American has the same level of immunity, and why we have worked so hard to make sure that people have access to life-saving treatments like Paxlovid.
All right, so here is what we know at this moment about President Biden, who tested positive today. His symptoms are pretty mild: dry cough, runny nose, etc. He's getting treated with Paxlovid. No word yet on whether he might get monoclonal antibodies at some point. He's also isolating. There's a bare bones staff around him, right? They're down to just the essential staff at the White House residence. And you've got the White House in full contact tracing mode at this point, with the First Lady and the VP, both close contacts, both testing negative today. But listen, this is still the oldest president we've ever had at 79 years old. He's been out and about a bunch recently. You see it there. Meeting a bunch of people. He was in crowds last week. Israel, the West Bank, Saudi. Yesterday, Massachusetts. Today, he was supposed to be in Pennsylvania. As for which of these places the president may have actually contracted COVID, the White House says today it really doesn't matter, that that's not the point. I want to bring in Mike Memoli to get into all of this. And Mike, I know it has been a fire drill of a day for you because this is big news, right? We've now, since the start of this pandemic, had two presidents. Both of them have now tested positive for COVID, but it's been two very different landscapes, right? From a time when we did not have vaccines, did not have the kind of abilities and treatments that we had when Donald Trump got COVID, now to Joe Biden here. Very different from what we've seen before.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point to emphasize at this moment, Hallie, because one way in which this White House is trying to distinguish itself from its predecessor is in maximum transparency at this moment. We learned this morning at about 10:20 a.m. In a statement from the White House press secretary about the diagnosis. It wasn't long after that we heard directly from the First Lady, who was traveling in Michigan, speaking about what had happened and the fact that she was going to continue with her schedule. We heard moments later from the vice president's office as well. We heard in the form of a statement from the president's doctor about the kind of treatment he was already being given and the way they would monitor his symptoms going forward. This is something that the White House promises will continue in the days ahead. Of course, we had that briefing with Karine Jean-Pierre and Dr. Jha at the podium. We are being told that we'll get similar briefings on a daily basis moving forward. This is a White House that is trying to both match the seriousness of the moment, that they understand the country is concerned about the health of the president at age 79, but also not necessarily call it a crisis moment for this administration. There was a plan in place for just this moment. I actually was told about some elements of it a few months ago when you'll remember there was an outbreak of cases, especially around the Gridiron Dinner, the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and almost to a T, they've been able to follow through on that plan today, Hallie.
Let's talk about what we've heard from the press secretary and from Dr. Jha, because this is a president, and you have to say his age, right? 79 years old, who's had mild symptoms, going about business as usual. And as we said in the introduction here, they're framing this, unsurprisingly, as proof that this COVID strategy is working. There is an optical piece of this, too, right? When you have Dr. Jill Biden, who is a close contact, who's continuing going about her schedule, wearing a mask, following CDC guidance, the White House is trying to show that they are sort of walking the walk and talking the talk when it comes to COVID mitigation.
You know, Hallie, you and I were covering the different sides of the 2020 presidential campaign, and we couldn't have been covering two greater contrasts in terms of how both campaigns handled it, Trump versus Biden. And it's actually, despite all the criticism of Biden's so-called basement strategy, doing mostly virtual events in those early months, then trying to figure out how to do what would become these drive-in rallies and the like, it was something that the White House, then the Biden campaign, felt, despite all the criticism, the general public actually rewarded them for in terms of their votes. They thought that, yes, it was both the right thing to do to keep the president safe, then the candidate, but it was also something that spoke to the seriousness with which they were taking the issue, and that's carried through to the White House as well, emphasizing that we're at a different moment now, a year and a half into the administration, than we were when this president came into office.
Okay, so talk about moving forward, though, Mem, because I was listening to some of that briefing today from the White House press secretary, from Dr. Jha, the COVID coordinator, and there were questions about, okay, what happens after 5 days of this isolation or quarantine for President Biden? What happens to White House staff, or Mem, you, right, a reporter who would go into that briefing room to be talking about and talking with staffers up in the West Wing, et cetera, where press is allowed to go? Are you going to have to wear masks again? Like, do things change at the White House because of this from that perspective?
So last week, Hallie, of course, the president was overseas. He was in the Middle East. But we had a briefing last week, actually, from Dr. Jha, warning the American people about the more highly transmissible BA.5 variant. And I was in conversations with the White House last week about what the protocols were at the White House, really trying to make sure we understood that they were still the same or had been revised over time, and whether they might change. And so a lot of focus on that now. I think we could hear that there were already plans in the works soon to revise those protocols in light of BA.5. I have to say, Hallie, just walking around the White House, as you do as a reporter, I have noticed staffers wearing masks more in the recent weeks already. I was asked by a senior official to put on a mask as I headed into a meeting with them recently. So this was something that they were already taking seriously, but there are a lot of questions now. The White House is in full contact tracing mode as a number of both lawmakers and staffers have been in and around with the president over the last few days, especially on that trip yesterday. And so we'll be tracking that moving forward, of course.
Mike Memoli, thank you very much for leading us off tonight. I appreciate it. Let me bring in now Dr. Natalie Azar for more on this. And Dr. Azar, let me ask you, the White House not at all sounding the alarm on this diagnosis. Every messaging point has been, from the president to his staff, he's doing okay. He's doing fine. He's doing great, even, as we heard from some. Mild symptoms. Yeah, he's tired. He's got fatigue. He's got a runny nose. He's got a dry cough. But he's not, from all accounts, from the White House, having anything more serious. Are you seeing anything? You've seen this video from President Biden that he put out today. We showed a clip of it. Do you see anything that raises alarm bells to you, or no?
No, not necessarily, Hallie. And I mean, I think this just speaks to this concept that COVID illness is not a one-size-fits-all. I mean, it can present and behave in a myriad of ways in different folks. Look, not all 79-year-old people are created equal. Some people are very healthy 79-year-olds, as Joe Biden really is. You know, there is this thing that we call immune senescence, Hallie, which just simply means that in spite of all of our efforts to stay healthy, our immune systems do start to decline with age. And so, you know, therein is the logical conclusion that there can be complications from what could start off as a mild infection in someone who's older as opposed to someone who's younger. But his vaccinations obviously are going to protect him. And as I said, you know, as far as we know, if full transparency is what they're after, you know, he's taking some medications for cholesterol and atrial fibrillation. He's not immunocompromised. You know, he's a reasonably healthy 79-year-old, Hallie, so he should do fine.
You mentioned two of those medications that the president typically takes, although I think Dr. Jha had said that he won't be taking them now that he's on Paxlovid, which is a treatment that you'd start like really early in a diagnosis. That's what makes Paxlovid, it seems, impactful here. Yeah. Is there anything else, Dr. Azar, that you might do, and I know you're not the president's physician, but that you might do to treat a 79-year-old with COVID? Like, are monoclonal antibodies on the table? Would they need to be?
You know, here's the thing. It's a good question, and it's actually a question that I've asked myself, you know, for a number of patients. We just don't have any evidence base to make that recommendation, meaning I'm sure that it's being studied, but we certainly haven't had a clinical trial that showed that monoclonals plus antivirals are better than either one alone. You know, we just got a notification at my hospital recently that there's a significant shortage of monoclonal monoclonal antibodies. And so Paxlovid is the first choice treatment for individuals who are at high risk for progression. And Paxlovid performed tremendously well in terms of preventing severe disease, albeit in unvaccinated individuals, but there's every reason to think that it's going to be beneficial for those individuals who are vaccinated too. You can't really beat 90%. That's a pretty good number.
Yeah.
That's better than even Tamiflu. So I don't think he'll get monoclonals. I think if he starts to get sicker, well, I shouldn't say that. If he starts to get sicker, yes, they're going to give him the kitchen sink, Hallie. But I don't think that that's necessarily going to happen.
Real quick, Dr. Azar, pull back for a second, because what this feels like, what's happening at the White House with the president, is kind of a microcosm of what we're seeing around the country with more and more people. And we're seeing this BA.5 variant spread. It's super contagious. It's now, I think, right, the most prevalent, going to be the most prevalent variant. This is a moment when I think a lot of folks might be stopping and taking a beat and saying, okay, where are we in the pandemic, right? Where are we as it relates to the fight against this virus?
The problem, Hallie, is that until the virus truly becomes nothing more than the common cold and no longer does these ridiculously awful things to people called long COVID, we just can't get too lackadaisical about it. I think for most of us who are otherwise reasonably healthy and are vax boosted, take Paxlovid, whatever, we're not going to die. But death isn't the only outcome. And that's the only issue, Hallie. That's where I still think we're treading pretty carefully before we get too glib about it and too, overconfident about it.
Dr. Nally Azar, it's great perspective. It is a great reminder. Thank you so much. It's good to see you. Okay, so that's headline bucket number one. Big news for us today. In just a couple of hours, you've got big news piece number two that is going to be happening that you will watch right here on NBC News Now. And that is when the first season, let's call it, of the January 6th hearings will come to an end. We're about to see a play-by-play run-through of the 187 minutes from when the rioters went into the Capitol until when former President Trump tweeted a video telling them to go home. So we thought, hey, let's give you a viewer's guide, right? You're going to watch it here coming up tonight pretty soon. What are we expecting in this prime time finale for now, right? But not for good. No spoilers, don't worry. But first, what we're going to see that we haven't seen before. We're going to have that question. What will be new? It's possible we get a first look at some of the outtakes from the speech that Mr. Trump gave the day after the Capitol attack and how close the rioters got to members of Congress. Apparently some video of lawmakers escaping the House chamber and gallery that will be new. Two, what are we going to hear from tonight's two witnesses? You see them here. I think they're right behind me. Sarah Matthews and Matthew Pottinger. Both are White House aides who quit. They resigned after everything that went down on January 6th. They both did taped depositions. Here's a little taste of what we saw in those.
The situation was already bad, and so it felt like he was pouring gasoline on the fire by tweeting that.
I read that tweet and made a decision at that moment to resign.
Talking about the tweet when then President Trump attacked his then vice president, saying he didn't have the courage to go through this plan to steal the election. Third thing, what was Donald Trump doing when the Capitol was getting attacked? Or maybe more importantly, what was he not doing? Congressman Adam Kinzinger, who is going to be co-running tonight's show, gave us a little preview. Watch.
To the best of my recollection, he was always in the dining room.
I think everybody was watching the TV.
It's my understanding he was watching television.
Was the violence Capitol visible on the screen on the television? Yes.
And then there's this big argument here from the committee, right? Not only they're going to lay out, not only they say, did Donald Trump not do anything when the Capitol was being attacked, but he enjoyed it. He liked it, right? They say he was happy, gleeful even, that this was going down, that he didn't want it to stop. That is what they are going to lay out in just a matter of hours from now. And then there's this other big question that you might be asking, which is, okay, is this making any kind of difference politically? Tonight, for the first time, we're getting a snapshot of that from a new NPR poll showing, yeah, people are watching, including 44% of Republicans. Most Americans, a majority of them, 60%, have tuned into at least some of the hearings. But look here, the number of people who think the president should be charged, that hasn't really changed. About 50%. Those who think the president will be charged, even less, just 28%. Ali Vitale is on Capitol Hill. And Ali, we're going to talk more about that polling in a second. But what is interesting here is, as we look ahead now to tonight, the new pieces of information that you are getting from the folks you're talking to on the Hill. We didn't hear from former Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. He was in Washington. He avoided that DOJ contempt of Congress charge for not speaking to the committee. He's not speaking to reporters like your producer, Haley Talbot. Let me show folks that.
The president's opinions obviously speak for themselves.
Would you continue to work with him?
Again, I'm not commenting on anything that relates to the president running or January 6th.
And we bring that up, Allie, because this hearing, and again, the last one for now but not for good, kind of leaves us with some cliffhangers. Are they going to call Donald Trump, for example?
Yeah. And that is one of the open questions here, Hallie. And that's something that I asked Congresswoman Luria in my exclusive with her before the hearing, something I've been asking a lot of members of this committee, frankly, because that is one of the things that they say they are actively deliberating at this point. But they do draw a distinction between calling Trump and calling Pence. This is the distinction that Congresswoman Luria talked to me about. Listen.
If we called in Donald Trump, do you think he's really going to come in and sit down under oath and speak truthfully? Like, it's one of those kind of things where, we need to hear what he knows, and only one person can be inside Donald Trump's mind. And it's just a question of, do we think that he's actually going to sit down and share that?
So, look, she's drawing the distinction of, do we actually think that former President Trump would even come in if we asked him to? Then when I asked her about former Vice President Mike Pence, the thing that Luria brought up to me is he's had an orbit that has been very cooperative, especially when you contrast them against the Mark Meadows and the Dan Scavinos and the Peter Navarros and the Steve Bannons of the world, who have shunned and stonewalled the committee at every turn. So the fact that this is still an active conversation is pretty interesting to those of us up here.
Yeah, no kidding, Al. Okay, so let me talk about another bucket here. We love buckets on this show, which is the bucket of these live witnesses, because you and I are going to be part, I know, of this primetime coverage tonight on NBC News Now and then on NBC News on the network side. And we're looking at the two people. Sarah Matthews is on the right. She's like a former press aide, basically. She's somebody, I interacted with her when I covered the Trump administration. She sat there where the press aides sit, talk to reporters, would talk to people in the Oval Office, et cetera. The guy on the left was Matthew Pottinger, high level, right? Somebody who, by the way, would also hold briefings, for reporters at times. He is somebody who was a former journalist, former Marine, kind of an interesting person here. Former Deputy National Security Advisor who was around the Oval Office the night of the 6th, the day of the 6th. This is going to be, I think, very interesting testimony from these two.
Well, yeah, because their testimony doesn't just bring you inside the White House with what the former president was doing, though our understanding is that they and others will certainly place him in the dining room watching television. And it's why Congresswoman Luria told me they're probably going to show some clips of Fox News to give a sense of what he was watching when he was sitting in the dining room, not acting to quell the violence here on the Hill. But what these two witnesses also show, Hallie, are people who served in the administration, in Matt Pottinger's case, served all 4 years and rose through the ranks of Trump world, but found their breaking point on January 6th and resigned right after that. We also know that they weren't alone. There were cabinet members, there were others who found their breaking point after serving for years in this administration because of the actions of the former president that day.
We talked about that NPR polling, Allie, right? Because I think there is this. Can we be like real talk for a second? Because like there's this thing that happens, I think, with pundits, right? Like, you know what I mean? Where people go, do people care? Is this breaking through? Like, what are the hearings telling Americans? And you can debate the merits of asking that question at all. But this NPR poll actually did and found that people are paying attention, but it probably has only marginally changed minds, if at all, maybe a little bit with independents, but not so much with Democrats and Republicans, right? It found that this is not a mobilizing issue for voters. People still care about inflation and about abortion rights, depending on your party. That's what's getting people, you see it on the screen, that's what's driving people to the polls. But what's also interesting is when you talk about whether it's changed the minds of people about whether the former president should be charged or not, what the committee is really saying, and I know hone in on this so much, what the committee is really saying is, it feels like, hey, DOJ, ball's in your court now.
Yeah. Well, they definitely are saying that. And the DOJ, of course, kind of pumped their own brakes publicly, trying to reset expectations, saying, hey, we don't do any of this stuff publicly. You guys can keep calling on us and appealing on us to do more. But if we are doing more or if we're doing less, we're not going to tell you about it. I think the real talk answer, though, to the idea of is this moving metrics is it almost doesn't matter. Like, these hearings are meant to be for the public record, for public accountability, in the name of the foundational principle of this country, which is a free and fair election and the peaceful transfer of power between those elections. And that's something that the committee regularly turns to. A lot of these members have political implications back home. Congresswoman Luria, she's a frontline Democrat in a tough-to-win district in Virginia. Congresswoman Liz Cheney, the vice chair of this committee, getting no love from Republicans, and a Trump-backed challenger back home in Wyoming because she's been so outspoken about this and against the former president. They have regularly tried to elevate this above politics, though, for this very reason. Whether it's moving metrics politically perhaps isn't the point for this committee, maybe one of the rare moments on the Hill where it's not done for overt political reasons.
Ali Vitale, a big night for you. I know a busy one. Appreciate you being with us to start it off. Thanks. We've got some breaking news now on a key piece of evidence the January 6th committee does not have that they would like before tonight. And those are texts from the Secret Service on and around January 5th and 6th. Two sources tell our NBC News team that the Department of Homeland Security's Inspector General is now launching a criminal investigation into why those texts were apparently deleted, right? The committee wants to see them, these messages, because they want to know if these texts back up testimony that we heard from Cassidy Hutchinson, remember, a former White House aide, who said the former president was so upset that he couldn't go to the Capitol. They had apparently, allegedly, an altercation with one of his Secret Service agents about it. Julia Ainsley is behind that byline with Pete Williams for us here at NBC News. She joins us now. So the Inspector General, Julia, says the Secret Service has to stop this internal investigation into these missing texts. And that's because they don't want anything to mess with now this criminal investigation, right?
That's right. They used the words ongoing criminal investigation in a letter that they sent to the Secret Service last night, Hallie. Now, the Secret Service is now now under the understanding that they are part of a criminal investigation. Although they found out about it last night, they're not sure exactly when this started. But it's complicated for them, Hallie, because they are also trying to comply with the National Archives and with the January 6th committee to explain to them why these texts were lost. But now they're being told, wait a second, don't touch anything. There's now an ongoing criminal investigation. And I have to point out, Hallie, just because there's a criminal investigation does not mean that the Inspector General necessarily thinks that these text messages were intentionally deleted. Of course, that's the question behind this whole thing. Was the Secret Service covering up for President Trump? We still don't know that. And just because there's a criminal investigation, that doesn't necessarily mean that either. But what it does say to us is that the Inspector General thinks that it is worth looking at the evidence to see if there were criminal violations, possibly violating the national records laws.
Really quickly, Julia, what are we hearing from the Secret Service on this front today?
Well, just that they're going to comply, and they obviously don't want to run astray of the rules here. But they also say, look, it's a little complicated for us. We're going to do our best to comply. And they've also told us, Hallie, we have to point out that they did warn their employees to hold on to their records. Unfortunately, they say not many of them listen to that.
Julia Ainsley, great reporting. Thank you for bringing it to us, and I appreciate it. To something else totally different. The thing that you're probably talking about with like a lot of your friends and family, how gross it is outside, how wet it is outside, how hot and humid almost all of us are feeling right now, with even more record highs expected today and then through the weekend. Remember, it's summer, it's hot, sure, but as we've been talking about, this isn't regular hot. This is scary, dangerous hot. It is deadly hot, and we saw that in Dallas today, where a 66-year-old woman died from the heat. She had some underlying health conditions, but this is the country's first heat-related death this summer. It comes as we know now that New York City, where I am tonight, could be looking at its longest heat wave in a decade. Look at Oklahoma City and Houston. They're going to be over 100 again today. More than 60% of Missouri, right, is either abnormally dry or in drought. And that's a problem for cattle farmers there. They're worried they could lose their livestock, lose their crops. Listen.
There was kind of the perfect storm with humidity and high temps. That's the death sentence for cattle.
Dasha Burns is joining us live now. So, Dasha, you are there in Missouri. Let me start with this heat wave itself, right? Tell me what it's like, what you're hearing from folks on the ground.
Yeah, Hallie, well, this heat certainly doesn't feel great for me as a human, but it's really tough for these friends of ours behind me here. The cattle, they have a really hard time regulating body temperature. Ranchers all across the Great Plains are extremely concerned about that right now. And just in the last couple of hours, the governor of Missouri issued drought alerts for almost half of the counties in this state. And in Kansas, they're facing their worst drought in 30 years. And right now, for a lot of agriculture, for farmers, this is also a critical time for crops. We were just down the road here at a farm that grows pumpkins and soybeans. The farmer there, Steve Fry, telling me that for soybeans, if this kind of a drought continues, you'll see a lower yield. For pumpkins, this is one of those things you don't even think about, Hallie. They need bees to pollinate, to make those pumpkins grow. Bees can't fly. They don't fly in these kinds of temperatures. So this kind of heat really disrupts entire ecosystems, and both farmers and consumers are going to really feel that impact in the coming months, in the fall and in the winter, Hallie.
Dasha Burns, what else do we need to know, Dasha, before I let you go?
Just in terms of the cattle here, I want you to hear from Casey Cattle Company owner Patrick Montgomery about the costs that farmers are often facing as well. Take a listen.
If you have a drought year, hay prices go up. Even without it being a drought directly here in Missouri, if you're buying hay out of Texas or another state that's affected by drought, those prices go up.
It's a big effort to keep these cattle cool. You know, the last month during the heat wave, 2,000 cattle died in Kansas. Those were mostly at feed yards, Hallie, where cows are really crammed in. Here at Casey Cattle Company, they've got space, they've got shade, they've got water, but it's always a challenge with large livestock and temperatures like this.
Dasha Burns, thank you for being there. Appreciate it. One of the biggest container ports in the country virtually shut down again today because of these trucker protests happening in the San Francisco Bay Area. And this might even become an issue for you if you have any plans to do some shopping in the next few months. Back to school shopping, maybe just upgrading your fall wardrobe. You've got hundreds of trucks blocking the terminals. Okay, you might be thinking, well, why? Why are drivers protesting? It's because of this gig economy law from 2019. The truckers say basically forces them to be classified as employees instead of having the freedom to be independent drivers. Okay. Next question you might ask is, well, what does it mean for me? How does this affect my life? The toy industry, other industries, they're getting ready to go into their big season for bringing in stuff from overseas. You've got retailers stockpiling things for fall holidays, for back to school season. I mean, remember this huge Canadian trucker protest from a few months ago? Those shut down car factories. They caused production cuts. They made a whole mess of the supply chain. If people don't figure out a solution soon, you might see more of the same here. Let me bring in Jake Ward, who's following this for us. Jake, this law passed like I said, in 2019. That was 3 years ago. Why is it getting so much attention now? What's up with this timing?
Well, Hallie, it has to do with the fact that the Supreme Court had essentially put truckers aside. They weren't being touched by this law for about 2 years, and now it is coming due. It is beginning to come down upon them. And that is why truckers all across California are so outraged. They just say their livelihood is going to be affected. Let me talk you through AB 5, Assembly Bill 5, which is what made this whole thing possible. It was written, as you mentioned, as a protection for gig workers. The whole idea was that it would make it harder for a company to classify their workers as anything except employees. The whole idea was to try to keep companies from taking advantage of workers by classifying them as gig workers. Unfortunately, it is coming down hardest right now on these 70,000 truckers across the state because they fall into that category. And so we've been speaking with truckers at the protests here. Here's how a couple of them describe the stakes. Have a listen.
Just make you more responsible for everything that's going on with your truck and the cargo you're hauling.
That will increase our costs and, you know, not just costs, and it takes a lot of hassle.
By some estimates, a private owner-operator, a freelancer who drives a truck, can make as much as 3 times more in take-home pay than a trucker who works as an employee for a company. And so that is definitely the big thing that these truckers seem to be so worried about, Hallie.
Where do they want this to go from here? And then talk through a little bit of the part that we talked about in the introduction here, which is the roadblock to business, if you will, right? For people living in this country who are looking for, who want their stuff in a timely fashion.
Well, that's right. First of all, we at NBC reached out to the California governor's office to find out when this will actually start to be enforced. And there have been a couple of different responses. It's not entirely clear when the law really will start to be actively enforced. But the governor's office essentially said that the landscape is going to change, that we're all going to need to adapt, and that the companies that run trucks are going to need to come up with a new arrangement with their drivers, perhaps having to treat them as employees, that kind of model. And, the stakes here are so interesting because, Hallie, this was originally written as the kind of law that was going to protect gig workers, right? Food delivery drivers and Uber and Lyft drivers. Well, once that law had passed, the companies that employ those, or I shouldn't say employ, that use those kinds of workers, companies like Uber and Lyft, put money behind their own Proposition 22, and passed that. And that wound up exempting the very companies that were supposed to be affected by that. It's only truckers, event planners, independent journalists who are now being affected by this law. Very, very complicated. And why does it affect you and me? Well, it's because if you're going to buy a bottle of California wine or give a gift of California almonds, you're going to be affected by the slowdown at the 8th largest port in the country. The exports and the imports all coming to a standstill right now, Hallie.
Jake Ward, live for us there in the Bay Area. Jake, good to see you. Thank you. Coming up here on the show, we are hearing now from Ricky Martin, superstar singer here. For the first time since a judge threw out a restraining order now against him, and his nephew, who claimed the two were in a relationship, dropped his case against him. What Martin's saying now. Plus, the monarch butterfly, one step closer to extinction. We've got more about that devastating decline coming up.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Pop star Ricky Martin, huge global superstar, speaking now today after his nephew dropped harassment claims against him in Puerto Rico. Listen to part of this video given to NBC by the singer's reps.
It has been devastating for me, for my family, for my friends. I don't wish this upon anybody.
Martin's 21-year-old nephew had been accusing him of having a 7-month-long romantic relationship with him and harassing him and stalking him afterward, according to documents obtained by Telemundo and shared with NBC News. That led to a temporary restraining order against Martin, which the judge in court today ended also, right, dropping that. In a virtual court hearing, Martin's nephew said he didn't need the protection order anymore, a court spokesperson told NBC News. Gabe Gutierrez joins us now. And Gabe, these are some pretty serious accusations to make and then suddenly drop against one of the most famous people in the world. Fill us in on some of the details here in these missing blanks.
Hey there, Hallie. Well, yes, a very bizarre case. And these allegations first surfaced a couple of weeks ago when, as you mentioned, A man filed for this restraining order, claiming that Ricky Martin had been in a 7-month romantic relationship with him. Later, Martin's attorneys confirmed to NBC News that this was the 21-year-old nephew who filed for this restraining order. He claimed that he not only had a relationship with Martin, he claimed that the pop singer had been seen outside of his residence at least 3 separate times, that he now feared for his safety. But today, there was that virtual court hearing where the judge was supposed to decide whether to extend this restraining order. That's what this court hearing was about. It was a civil proceeding, not criminal. But when the attorneys got there, apparently this nephew decided to drop the claims. And so the judge dismissed the case at this point. Still unclear exactly why, at this point, the nephew decided to drop these claims. Hallie.
Martin has brought in some serious legal firepower here, Gabe, right? A lawyer from Hollywood who once repped, Bill Cosby and Martin Sheen. They've denied his allegations since the beginning. And I think we're hearing more from them now tonight, right? About Martin moving on. Yeah,
Marty Singer. I mean, he's very well known in Hollywood circles. He's represented, as you said, some very prominent celebrities. And from the beginning, Singer called these allegations not only untrue, but disgusting. Today, we heard from Ricky Martin himself. He put out that video, which you played in your introduction. And then we also heard from the attorney for Martin in Puerto Rico. Our team spoke with him. Take a listen.
Unfortunately, this type of thing happened. And they're going to continue to happen through life. But there, in the courts, there are many false accusations.
So, Hallie, again, Ricky Martin, pop star with millions of fans around the world. This is a type of scandal that could potentially derail a career, and that's why this was getting so much attention. But again, now, today, a judge has decided to dismiss these claims after the nephew who accused him of this romantic relationship pulled back and essentially said he didn't want this restraining order anymore. Hallie.
Gabe Gutierrez, thank you for bringing us that update. Appreciate it, friend. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, the Italian prime minister quit today, forcing the president to dissolve parliament altogether. Mario Draghi's resignation comes after several key parties in his coalition boycotted a confidence vote in the government. Draghi was a key figure, a key person in this response from the West in Russia's war in Ukraine. He's going to stay on as a caretaker, kind of, until the country holds an election in September, given the political crisis there, surging inflation. Number 2, not too long before Dave Chappelle was set to hit the stage in Minneapolis, the venue canceled his sold-out show. Just hours before it was supposed to happen, the popular theater First Avenue declined to host the show after getting backlash online. Remember, Chappelle's been criticized this year after his Netflix special, The Closer, included transphobic jokes. Number 3, the Marines are set to have their first black 4-star general in its 246-year history. Lieutenant General Michael Langley has served in the Marines for more than 35 years. If confirmed, he will make history for leading all U.S. He will be leading all U.S. military forces in Africa as Chief of U.S. Africa Command. Number 4, former Minneapolis police officer Thomas Lane was sentenced to 2.5 years on federal charges for his role in George Floyd's killing. Lane held Floyd's legs as Derek Chauvin pinned him for nearly 9.5 minutes. The 2 other officers were also convicted of violating Floyd's civil rights and will be sentenced later on. Number 5, the monarch butterfly now officially endangered. Researchers say as many as 3/4 of the population might have died in the past decade, adding that they're basically putting the monarch butterfly on the red list of threatened species. It's the first time it's been added to the endangered list, and it's because of climate change and the destruction of its habitat. Still ahead, a lot of people not happy with American-born skier Eileen Gu's ESPY win. How her ties to China have some folks upset she got the Breakout Athlete trophy at the award show. Also, with some drama on social media, a Walgreens employee refused to sell condoms to a couple. We'll explain why and the company's response next.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Harry Styles!
So let's talk about why some people online are kind of upset after the ESPY Awards on ESPN. And it's because of this award for the woman you're seeing on your screen, Eileen Gu. She's a freestyle skier who was awarded Breakthrough Athlete of the Year. She was born in the U.S. and she's competed at the Olympics for Team USA before, but you might remember her name from the Winter Olympics earlier this year when she competed for China. That's the country her mother's from. She won 2 gold medals and a silver. So the ESPY Award didn't sit well for some folks, like one professor at Baylor University, who tweeted, Eileen Gu wins ESPY's first Benedict Arnold Award. Joining us now is NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo. Walk us through what this controversy is, right? Because Gu could compete for whoever she wanted to in the Olympics. She's a standout athlete in her own right. She's excellent at the sport that she does. So what's the issue here?
Yeah, the criticism really first took off, Hallie, at the beginning of the year. Like you mentioned, she competed in the Olympics for China, though she was born in the United States. Her mother was born in China. China doesn't allow dual citizenship, so many people are asking if she renounced her U.S. citizenship, which she has not commented on. She's not made an answer to that. It's possible China could have had some special dispensation allowing her to keep her U.S. passport as well. It's just not really clear. But that controversy took off again last night with those tweets like the one you just had up, calling her a Benedict Arnold, calling her a traitor. Pretty outraged. You see that tweet there, that Professor Beckwith with Baylor University making that comment. Just one of many, a lot of outrage. But at the same time, if you look at Weibo, China's social media, they're sort of their version of Twitter. There was so much joy, mostly because her win, of course, but also Gu spoke Mandarin at the close of her comments. So there was a lot of attention of this really worldwide for that win last night for Breakthrough Athlete.
The ESPYs were not just about this, right? I know that the reason why I think a lot of people had been looking to a particular spotlight moment was because of Brittany Griner. And we knew that the ESPYs were going to feature a tribute to the WNBA superstar who is still imprisoned in Russia as we speak. Let's listen.
The more we say her name, the louder our voices will be.
The more we see her face, the closer we'll feel to her and her to us.
We cannot stop fighting for her. We cannot stop believing for her. And we will not stop hoping for the day when we can welcome her home safely.
Well, today now, Stephen, you got Russia pushing back a little, right?
Yeah, Russia pushing back, saying that the U.S. basically needs to stay out of their legal system. The U.S. has classified Griner as unlawfully detained, meaning that they don't think she should be there. That frees up some diplomatic opportunities for the United States to try to help free Griner from the country. The trial that she's undergoing right now, it's expected, her lawyers have said it may wrap up by the end of the summer, but the outlook is very unclear what exactly will happen. Griner has pleaded guilty to the charges, saying that she accidentally had those cartridges in her luggage. Her lawyer actually just days ago during the trial saying that she was prescribed them by a doctor in the U.S. so that she did need to have them. It's been a long, drawn-out process for Griner and her family as the trials may continue on for months to come. Definitely need to be watching that one.
Stephen Romo, thanks so much. We'll look for more of your reporting on Top Story at 7 o'clock Eastern right here on NBC News Now. Coming up, you know how schools in Texas got rid of a bunch of books about race and sexuality? Well, there's a new summer camp dedicated to showing kids, having them read those banned books. We'll take you there coming up. Plus, half a dozen shark attacks on Long Island just this summer. We'll tell you about a teenage surfer who got hurt after the break.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our New York bureau, another shark attack off Long Island. The 6th one in the past few weeks. A shark bit a 16-year-old boy's right foot. Left a 4-inch cut. That's not great. Luckily, this teenager was able to walk out of the water and then get to the hospital for a treatment under his own power. From our Midwest bureau, a Walgreens employee in Wisconsin refused to sell condoms to a couple. Why? Religious reasons. In a statement to NBC, the company said the employee did not violate their policies. This move is still having some people, though, call for a Walgreens boycott. From our Southeast bureau, a Georgia elementary school is unveiling a new logo the parents there say kind of looks like a Nazi symbol. It shows the mascot, an eagle, over the school's initials, ES. But some parents were saying it looks like the Nazi war eagle a little bit. The district says they're not going to go forward with this new logo. So tonight's Original Now with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on. And tonight we're looking at band camp. Not the kind with instruments, right? But BANNED, banned books, that kind of camp for students in Texas who want to read books they wouldn't normally otherwise be able to get their hands on at school. That's mostly because of a new state law that lets school officials take books off shelves. Often those books end up being about race or sexuality. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock went to check out one of those summer band camps in Austin.
Summer might be a time some kids take a break from books.
This past year, our school has removed about 11 books from our classroom libraries.
But not this summer for a group of high school students in Austin who see urgency in discussing this literature.
And you'd be very shocked how many of these books that we've read that have become some of our favorites.
Literally taken out of their classrooms.
If you had to say, what do you think is the commonality that connects all of the books that are banned here?
It's very much fear-driven, being afraid and uncomfortable having conversations with their children about the subjects in these books.
This forum, sponsored by the Austin Public Library and Book People, the largest independent bookstore in Texas, is called Band Camp and has really struck a chord.
Our local community members reached out to us to see what we could do, what voice that we had in preventing this from happening in our local schools.
The answer, the banned section at the bookstore, drawing titles removed by schools across the country and including everything from an indigenous people's history of the United States to novels like Lawn Boy, telling the journey of a biracial gay adult flagged by some schools for being sexually explicit.
What voices are being squashed? And what voices are being elevated?
When I look at the list of the books that are being challenged currently, it is a majority of BIPOC voices, people of color, and queer voices, and people who identify as LGBTQ+.
The state of Texas passed a law in 2021 that initially focused on reviewing any literary content having to do with race, but then expanded to human sexuality. One of the law's supporters, Matt Krause, says the point is age-appropriate content for students and historical accuracy.
I don't think anybody's saying we shouldn't talk about anything that we've done wrong in the past, especially in terms of race. What I think we are saying is having a stilted view or a tainted view of those race relations. So we don't want that in there.
Krause compiled the list of about 850 books sent to Texas school districts as a guideline for review. More than half dealing with LGBTQ topics, also race and sex education.
How did you come up with the 850 or so books that are on that list?
Yeah, and I appreciate that question, but we've been very consistent ever since that's come out. The nature of the General Investigating Committee, we don't divulge any of the inner workings of how we come up with that.
What percentage of those books, if you had to ballpark, have you read yourself?
Not very many of those, but again, you didn't need to read them to know that they either had to deal with race or they had to deal with sexuality.
They're trying to keep these kids like locked in a box, and like I'm part Korean, so I've had to deal with a lot of the different racial stuff that is in books like these.
Many students at this meeting belong to the Leander Independent School District, which told NBC News they established a review process predating the Texas law, bringing more than 100 stakeholders, including parents, educators, and students, to the table. Though not the students for the review of these books, out of an abundance of caution for material that could be inappropriate. The district pulled or paused 16 titles. 5 were actually reinstated. Here's a look at some, including The Handmaid's Tale, removed from classrooms but not libraries. There are written summaries of why. Sex and racism feature prominently in those reports.
Do you consider what's happening in your school district to be censorship?
Entirely. It's people being afraid of different philosophies, different ideas, different just differences.
There's people in power above us, I mean the school board, at the state level, everywhere, and they're taking away educational material from us because it's something that some people don't exactly understand or are comfortable with, so they're taking it away for all students.
Sam Brock is joining us now live. So Sam, I mean, super interesting story there. Talk about why Texas is on the front lines of this culture war issue, because there's a lot there, especially as it relates to the political landscape.
There is a lot there, Hallie, and just for general context, PEN America has a list of all the books that have been banned by schools across the country, 1,586. Texas is number 1 with 713, so completely over-indexing. About half those books go into Texas. In case you're wondering, number 2, Pennsylvania, then Florida. As it concerns Texas, Texas is very much keyed in and had been over the last couple of years on CRT, critical race theory, which of course is a college-level concept, but however you define it, there is sensitivity right now about what sort of materials and conversations around race are happening in classrooms, and parents want to say. But that kind of opened up Pandora's box, Hallie, once that was established, to also reviewing issues of sexuality, gender identification, sex education, and a whole host of issues that are now on the table in Texas and many other states as well.
Sam, what surprised you the most as you were out there doing this, band camp story for us here? Was there anything where you went, like, I'm really shocked to hear that?
I think the concept of banning books in general is concerning to many people because it's often a sign, a signal that a dictatorship or some sort of authoritarian rule could be implemented. That's sort of the early signs that there's always been issues with censorship and conversations around that. And I will say, when I went through some of the individual write-ups, not just in Leander schools where we were, but also nearby Eanes, there was references to very explicit sexual acts. And I could understand why some parents might have issues with that. But the students would come back and tell you, well, look, you need to look at the narrative arcs of the stories and understand what the author is trying to convey, to try to show people, and how it would be digested by those who have a different perspective than maybe what we're used to. And the bottom line for many of these students is they feel like the parents are not comfortable confronting those topics, so they don't want to bring them into the classroom. But there are some very sensitive issues. It's a gray area. It's not necessarily black and white, but the idea of taking these out of circulation is what is bothering so many people.
Sam Brock, live for us with that great reporting on tonight's Original. Sam, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Coming up, you know what's back? Comic-Con, baby. That's right. The comic book convention returning for the first time since the pandemic, even though COVID cases are going up. We're going to talk about what's being done that might surprise you to stay safe.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Born to Rule, When Charles is King, a new podcast. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks. It's not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now.